Chapter 1, The End Times Arrive. Clang. A coin slipped from Song Mi's hand and fell to the ground. The large cafeteria was especially lively at 7 in the morning. Song Mi was holding a pancake sandwich in one hand and had a soy milk straw in his mouth. He turned around but couldn't spot where the coin had rolled off to. But he noticed Gu Xian squatting not too far away. "Boss Gu." Song Mi grinned broadly, "Did you just come back from walking your bird?" Gu Xian stood up and dropped that 1 yuan coin into Song Mi's pocket. "I was jogging." All the same, Song Mi handed over the 2 pancake sandwiches, giving one to Gu Xian. "This one outside is for you, with scallions added." Gu Xian took his pancake sandwich. "You haven't been together with me for 3 days. "Ah, I just said that offhand." Song Mi gulped down the rest of his soy milk and threw it into the trash can. "Consider it as if I farted, forget about it." "You stayed up late last night again." Gu Xian bit into his pancake and walked side by side with Song Mi on the main road of the school. "Man, don't even mention it." Song Mi waved his hand, his face showing an expression as if he was deeply hurt inside, playing with a bunch of useless teammates, unable to drag them along. "I lost 6 games straight last night, and my knees still hurt now." Gu Xian looked down. "Staying up all night is bad for your health." "I encountered a real gem yesterday. Once he couldn't win, he would disconnect and insult others. I was furious and dueled with him for half an hour." "Do you know what he asked me?" "He asked me which elementary school I was from, and wanted to compete rolling marbles with me." "Damn, these kids are really something. Isn't Pleasant Goat bad enough or love unobtainable? They've come out to mess me up while gaming." Gu Xian didn't say a word, listening to Song Mi's babbling beside his ear. "Boss Gu, are you listening to me?" Song Mi asked vaguely while munching on the pancake. Gu Xian hummed in response, "Call me if you get blocked." Song Mi burst out laughing. "Shit, do I need to call you? One punch from me could send any elementary kid flying." Speaking of fighting, Song Mi had never feared anyone. "I'll testify on your behalf." Gu Xian's voice was light, always calm. "They attacked first." Song Mi burst into laughter towards the sky. "Boss Gu, you're such a flirt." A faint smile flickered in Gu Xian's eyes, but he did not respond. There was a class at 7:30 in the morning, and it was now just past 7. No one had arrived in the classroom yet, except for Song Mi and Gu Xian. "There will be dictation this morning." Gu Xian flipped open the English book. "Go over the vocabulary." "What for? I'm so sleepy." Song Mi squinted his eyes and laid his head on the table. "See you in class." Gu Xian sighed upon hearing this, after picking up his pen. He put down the pen again, and raised his hand to pull the blackout curtains by the window. "Don't stay up late tonight." It had been more than half a month since the start of the semester. Except for the few days of inspiration right after the school began, Song Mi spent each day staying up late, sleeping in late, and feeling constantly drowsy. "What should we do instead of staying up late to be a qualified college student?" Song Mi asked. Gu Xian stopped replying to him, beginning to preview today's textbook. Song Mi rested his head on his arm, closing his eyes and looking at the sternly sitting veteran cadre beside him. "Excluding you, you're a traitor." A traitor who adhered to a regular schedule from 5 in the morning till 10 at night, disciplined enough to make Song Mi want to kowtow to him. A dull college life. Song Mi closed his eyes to sleep while randomly chatting. "If I don't save the world soon, I'll grow old." Half a month later, as usual, Song Mi and Gu Xian reached the classroom 15 minutes early. Finally advanced. After pulling an all-nighter, Song Mi slumped onto the desk like a national treasure, his breath barely there. "I uninstalled the game last night, and tomorrow I'll become a traitor with you." This kind of talk had long gotten on Gu Xian's nerves, so he treated it as another one of Song Mi's nonsensical remarks, nodding casually in agreement. "Oh ho," Song Mi lay prostrate on the desk swiping through his phone. "Boss Gu, looks like I won't have the chance to turn traitor anymore." Gu Xian thought there was no need for it to happen so quickly. "Urgent notice," Song Mi read lazily with droopy eyelids. "Starting from September 28, all classes and outdoor activities in our university are suspended. Students should self-study in their dorms and prohibited from going out." "What's going on here?" Song Mi scrutinized the message from the class group several times. "Are classes cancelled today? Or has our counselor's account been hacked?" "No." Gu Xian turned off his own phone. "The university where I'm pursuing double degrees also issued exactly the same notification." "Shit, it's trending." Song Mi held the phone in one hand, and idly flipped the textbooks on the desk with the other. "Turns out it's a nationwide ban on stepping outside. City B has been semi-locked down for 3 days, Gu Xian said as he put his backpack on. "It must be related to the same event." "What?" Song Mi exclaimed in surprise. "How come I didn't know?" "They cut off online communication," Gu Xian replied as they exited the classroom. "City B is probably already in chaos right now." Song Mi was startled. What could be so serious? Gu Xian's eyebrows slightly furrowed and his steps quickened a bit. "Some unpleasant things." As they left the teaching building, Song Mi made a phone call to his parents along the way. Song Yen Song's workplace had just sent out a notice. He was about to pick up his wife to go home together. Anyway, all were safe at home, and Song Mi relaxed a little. Upon arriving under their dormitory building, Song Mi went to the nearby supermarket and bought some snacks. When he returned carrying cola, chips, and instant noodles looking for Gu Xin, he surprisingly found Gu Xin holding a pile of high-calorie snacks like chocolate and power bars. "You don't eat this kind of stuff, do you?" Songmi asked curiously. Gu Xin placed the snacks in Songmi's arms onto the checkout counter, opened his phone and paid with QR code. "It's for you to eat." "But why buy so much?" Songmi said. Gu Xin grabbed the shopping bag. "Not too much." After the two returned to the dormitory, Songmi unexpectedly found that Gu Xin had also purchased 3 large bundles of giant instant noodles. "Shit, boss Gu," Songmi held up the bundle of noodles which could double as dumbbells. "Why are you buying this?" Gu Xin squatted and rummaged through his storage cabinet, pulling out the small cooker Songmi had bought during his freshman year, to eat. Songmi had a quirk, he must have a fried egg with his instant noodles. Because of this habit, he specially bought a small cooker from the internet. However, it belonged to prohibited appliances, so it had been confiscated by Gu Xin for over half a year. And today, this triple excellent student actually took it out again. Is this hoarding supplies? Songmi felt an intangible pressure. Is the world coming to an end? Gu Xin tidied up the wires. "I'm not sure." "Not quite, Mr. Gu," Songmi didn't understand. "Isn't it just about a notification prohibiting going outside?" Gu Xin placed the pot properly and turned around to look at Songmi. "The human experiment funded by my father should have failed." Songmi froze for several seconds, first opening his mouth with a triple expletive. "Are you serious, boss Gu? What does your family do?" Gu Xin spoke calmly, "Unscrupulous businessmen." Songmi. "Isn't that harsh against your own family?" Songmi, "Are you sure this emergency situation is related to your family's experiment? What was that experiment about?" Gu Xin, "I'm uncertain, and I don't know." "Answer nothing." Songmi slumped back into his seat. "Fine, I'll just sit here and zone out. If something really happens, no one will be able to escape anyway." "You." Gu Xin hesitated to speak. "It's none of your business, anyway." Songmi waved his hand, climbed up to the bed. "Our boss Gu is pure goodness and sweetness on earth. I get it." Gu Xin. "I'll sleep a bit." Songmi stretched out comfortably on the bed. "If the world ends, I'll face death after having a good night's rest." Gu Xin reminded him, "It probably won't lead to direct death." "Then I'll struggle under the covers before dying." Songmi yawned. "Boss Gu, want to sleep together?" "You sleep first." Gu Xin sighed. "I'll wake you up in 2 hours." Songmi has always had a big heart since he was young, hanging loose every day without fear even if the sky falls down. Now with the urgent nationwide alert creating panic everywhere, he just covered himself with the quilt in the dormitory and slept soundly. At 10:30, Gu Xin sat cross-legged on the bed next to Songmi, calling out to wake him. Songmi hugged the blanket and groggily opened his eyes only to discover that gray rain clouds were floating around in his dorm room. "Shit." Songmi rubbed his eyes. "Am I dreaming?" "No, you're awake." Gu Xin wiggled his fingers, and a fluffy-looking rain cloud floated over. "Wow, what kind of high-tech is this?" Songmi quickly sat upright, lifting his hand to catch the soft cloud. It felt like grabbing a puff of smoke. The cloud passed through his fingers and then reformed. Wet. Songmi looked at his fingers. There was a thin layer of moisture covering them. Gu Xin moved his fingers again. White lightning flashed among the clouds, followed by a light thunder, striking the arm that Songmi was looking at. "Shit." Songmi clutched his arm and fell on the bed moaning in pain. "You electrocuted me." "It seems the experiment didn't completely fail," Gu Xin said in a deep voice. "The special abilities within humans are starting to awaken." Songmi listened blankly as Gu Xin delivered an explanation that sounded straight out of a manga, passionate comic. His first reaction was unexpectedly to burst into laughter. "Sorry, I just thought of something funny." Songmi slapped himself on both cheeks. Gu Xin stared at him expressionlessly. The rain clouds in the air seemed to sense their master's emotions and gathered around Songmi as if to intimidate him. "Hey, hey, hey." Songmi hurriedly backed toward the wall. "Mr. Gu, please don't." Gu Xin closed his eyes and shook his head helplessly. "I can control the rain clouds and lightning." "What about you?" Songmi slightly arched an eyebrow, quietly sensed for a few seconds but didn't feel any changes in himself. Suddenly, he raised his arm like a protagonist from a shonen manga on the verge of gaining powers, loudly shouting under a radiant backdrop, "Lightning, come forth." Nothing happened. "Come out. Pikachu." Still no response. "Evolve. Tyrannoman. Scatter. 1,000 cherry blossoms." There were even some Japanese phrases mixed in. But still, nothing happened, probably due to the language barrier. In the end, with tears streaming down his noodle-wide face, Songmi chanted the domestic spell, Bila energy. Gu Xin speechlessly watched as Songmi finished his random outburst of edgy teenager syndrome. "I have no superpowers." Songmi finally came to terms with the fact that he was an unremarkable ordinary person. "What should I do? Am I going to be sacrificed as some random extra in the first stage? What the hell?" For now, superpowers haven't awakened on a large scale. Gu Xin rubbed his temples which were throbbing incessantly. Once your power awakens, you need to quickly recognize its advantages and weaknesses and learn how to use it to protect yourself within a short period of time. Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu, save me. Please, Mr. Gu. Songmi stretched out his arms towards Gu Xin through the air as if begging for a hug. I'll go to bed early, wake up early, stop playing games, study seriously, and not copy homework anymore. Gu Xin. Mr. Gu. Songmi cried while crawling over, don't leave me behind. Chapter 2, Awakened Supernatural Abilities. Gu Sun did not abandon Songmi, or rather, Songmi was like a piece of dogskin plaster that couldn't be shaken off even if he wanted to. You're pretty good with your self-equipped faucet. Songmi raised his palm and caught a handful of rainwater under a few rain clouds. Is this water drinkable? No, Gu Sun scattered the cloud mass. This water is merely condensed water vapor in the air. Its level of pollution is directly linked to the air quality. So drinking it won't kill me, right? Songmi asked. Gu Sun paused for a moment. Still, you should boil it. As soon as he finished speaking, Songmi had already drunk the rainwater in his hand. Tasteless. Songmi smacked his lips. Gu Sun held his forehead, showing helplessness. Of course, it's tasteless. This is just ordinary water. Your supernatural ability is quite impressive. Songmi wiped his hands with a tissue. Rain clouds can produce water sources, and lightning can be used for attack and self-protection. There's also wind. Gu Sun lifted his hand, and after making a gesture in the air, a gentle breeze passed by Songmi's face. Did you top up? Songmi slammed the table and stood up. What's the recharge channel? If we're buddies, share it with me. Gu Sun stopped the wind. I just found out about the wind a few minutes ago. Your abilities have more potential to be developed, huh? Songmi grabbed Gu Sun's shoulder and shook him. You've got thunder gods, lightning fairies, for sea dragon kings covered, and now there's wind. There's wind. Gu Sun pressed Songmi's wrist. Calm down. To catch some luck, Songmi hugged Gu Sun and patted his back. May the Emperor of Good Luck bless me and give me something big. Gu Sun's words were stuck in his throat, chocked by the sudden embrace and unable to react for a long time. I don't ask for much, just give me a sword spirit, a medicine master girl, or an invincible system, golden finger cheat code. Songmi continued babbling, or at least a world-class secret manual, unbeatable divine skills. Even I can practice those myself if necessary. Gu Sun's expression gradually fell as he silently pushed Songmi away. Supernatural abilities shouldn't be too ostentatious to avoid unnecessary trouble, drawing fire onto oneself. Just as he finished speaking, there was a dull sound, and the dormitory door was kicked open from the outside. Songmi instantly erased the smile on his face and took a step back to create distance from Gu Sun. The person who came in was tall and slim, named Zhao Cheng. Strictly speaking, he was Songmi's roommate. Only this roommate had a falling out with Songmi in their first year due to constant smoking indoors, and since they didn't win the fight, he moved out with his girlfriend. He hadn't been back for 1.5 years, but now with the nationwide prohibition on going outside, he was finally back. And indeed, he should be back, since such situations required roll calls by the dorm supervisor. Zhao Qing didn't get along well with the two of them, so he didn't speak upon entering. He simply retrieved the bed sheets and quilts from the cabinet by himself, laid them down carelessly, and then sat on the bed playing with his phone. Songmi didn't bother dealing with him, but because Zhao Cheng was around, the freedom to converse with Gu Sun became limited. And Gu Sun also turned around and fiddled with his small pot, apparently not planning to continue talking with Songmi either. The two of them went out for lunch at noon. The cafeteria was still operating normally, and people seemed unaware of what was coming next. Feeling all confused this morning because of what you said, now I think nothing serious will happen. Songmi carried the lunch and walked back to the dormitory with Gu Sun. If it weren't for Gu Sun actually summoning the rain clouds, he would have suspected that someone spent big money just to mess with him for fun. No, Songmi started to doubt if Gu Sun's rain clouds weren't fake as well. Recalling the silk-like texture when his fingers touched the cloud layer in the morning made him feel increasingly unreal. Boss Gu, Songmi leaned closer to Gu Sun, placing a hand on his shoulder. Can you press the clouds tightly, then carry me upstairs? Gu Sun turned his face, looking at Songmi as though he were a moron. Clouds are the product of water vapor condensation in the air. Even if compressed, it would just turn into water. Songmi opened his mouth, stammered for a second, then quickly replied, come on, Boss Gu, we all grew up watching Journey to the West, can you have a little imagination? Gu Sun lowered his eyes, seriously answering, all right. Can we sit on the clouds? Songmi was full of anticipation. Gu Sun shattered his fantasy, I will try to exercise a bit more imagination. They slumped in the dormitory all afternoon. Songmi bragged to his mom for hours. Going home? We're not allowed to go out now, Songmi dug at his ears. What infectious disease, don't make things up. Songmi kicked his legs on the edge of the desk, leaning the front legs of the stool and swaying it slightly. Listen to national instructions, don't believe or spread rumors. A loud creak of the door, and a burly, dark-skinned male student entered the dormitory. At 7 in the evening, the 4 residents of the dormitory were finally gathered. Yo, Xian Gu, Songmi lowered his legs as he greeted the male student. The student being addressed was Hao Ji Xian, who usually camped out in a laboratory in the school's engineering building. He was dragged back to the dormitory due to this emergency notice. I just saw you yesterday in class, Hao Ji Xian let out a yawn, tiredly saying, what with some sudden shitty announcement, all the months of experimentation have gone down the drain. Exactly what we needed, a break. Songmi patted Hao Ji Xian's arm, then turned around and exchanged a few words with his mom before hanging up. Sacrificing the summer vacation for this experiment. Hao Ji Xian complained, no one knows what's happened. They suddenly had to stop it without even giving us any buffer period. All my hard work went to waste. Songmi glanced at Gu Sun, and coincidentally, Gu Sun also cast him a look. They exchanged glances momentarily, having a very tacit conversation. Then both promptly turned around and started typing on their phones. Songmi, I'm starting to feel the severity of the situation again. If they won't let us leave, could this really be about a contagious disease? Gu Sun, genetic issues won't spread, and not going outside is only to prevent disorder. Songmi, what kind of disorder? Gu Sun, the chaos caused after people's superpowers start awakening universally. Songmi considered that Gu Sun talked about superpower awakenings like it was an everyday phrase now, but except for himself, Songmi hadn't seen anyone else exhibit signs of supernatural ability awakening. Will they awaken or not? He wanted the truth behind the lottery to be revealed already so that he could collect his prize. Before Songmi could respond again, from his left front, there came a sudden, grinding sound of teeth. Songmi's fingertips hovered over the screen, slightly moving his eyelids, lifting his gaze to take a look. Time seemed stretched infinitely. Zhao Cheng's scream reverberated harshly, low and coarse. Songmi's long lashes rested on his lower eyelid, quivering slightly at this abrupt scream. Light penetrated through his cornea and lens, but before any clear image formed on his retina, there came a loud bang, and Hao Ji Xian's head was violently slammed onto the iron wardrobe. Let's go. With one hand, Gu Sun pulled Songmi, who was still dazed, directly out of the dorm. What's happening? Songmi was dragged by Gu Sun while still looking back worriedly at his roommate. What happened to Hao Ji Xian? Ah! A scream startled the entire dorm building, like the first stone tossed into calm water instantly rippling into countless waves. Sounds of fighting and crying mixed chaotically with objects falling apart, completely filling Songmi's ears. Gu Sun kicked aside a boy lunging wildly toward him, saying without looking back, superpowers have awakened. Awakened? Songmi, realizing the gravity of the situation, grabbed a stool as a weapon, striding quickly to catch up with Gu Sun. Is this some kind of zombie apocalypse? Not everyone's body can handle genetic mutation, Gu Sun said with heavy eyes, if the fusion fails. It turns into zombies. Songmi blurted out the answer. Gu Sun, wielding an iron stool, mercilessly swung it against the head of a teenage boy trying to attack on the stairwell. It becomes a pile of indiscriminately attacking flesh. Blood mixed with brain matter burst open, splashing like an abstract watercolor painting finished with scattered blotches of turbid white. Gu Sun kicked the teenager aside, allowing the 16 to 17-year-old to tumble all the way down the stairs. He brushed off his sleeves, stepped over the pool of blood, and continued heading downstairs. However, halfway through descending, he realized Songmi wasn't following him. What are you doing? Songmi looked completely dazed, as if he couldn't shake the shock. Gu Sun tilted his face upwards, looking at Songmi. It's dangerous here with too many people. We need to find somewhere less crowded. Gu Sun's breathing was steady, his tone casual, as though what he'd done was merely kicking aside an annoying signpost or killing a noisy chicken. You killed him, you bastard. Songmi looked at the corpse below the staircase, clutching the railing and stepping backward. You actually killed him. Chapter 3, Campus Overrun. Songmi was already a little confused. When he heard Gu Xian's seemingly innocent inquiry, he became even more bewildered. The person in front of him had just used a stool to crack someone's skull open and now was asking him what was wrong. You killed someone. Songmi kindly reminded him. He's not human. Gu Xian seriously replied. How is he not human? He's from the next class over. Songmi's words trailed off as the boy who had his head caved in by Gu Xian shakily stood up again. The mutilated face was covered in blood, features twisted into an odd expression, lifting a hand to lunge at Gu Xian. Shit. Songmi's pupils instantly tightened. Out of fear, his body reacted instinctively with an attack. He propelled himself off the stair railing with one hand and almost flew down, kicking the half-dead boy squarely in the chest. With the added weight of gravity, Songmi's kick was strong, hurling the boy against the wall where he lay still. Songmi's shoes were splattered with blood, and he almost slipped when he landed. Gu Xian swiftly steadied him. Their arms touched, and each could see a peculiar emotion in the other's eyes. At this moment, if you don't kill others, they will kill you. Songmi didn't want to play the savior, yet he couldn't immediately adjust to the drastic societal changes. Mr. Gu, you're fucking intense. Songmi let go of Gu Xian, returning to their previous dynamic. I didn't expect such a young man to have two faces. Gu Xian. A variety of sharp, eerie sounds started echoing between the floors. There was a burnt smell in the air, mixed with howls of agony. A flash of silver light struck a tree outside the dormitory, igniting it in fierce flames soon after. It's lightning. Songmi jumped directly over the railing from halfway up the stairs. Someone's ability is the same as yours. Gu Xian didn't respond. After exiting the dormitory, he sprinted straight toward the school's back gate. Go somewhere with fewer people. It was probably due to the announcement made that morning. Most of the school population was concentrated in the dormitory area. Plus, it was already past 8 o'clock, so the vast campus was eerily empty. They needed to avoid the chaos that came with the awakening of new powers, waiting until everything settled down. By then, those remaining would be ones who can successfully integrate with their abilities. Songmi pulled out his phone, intending to call his parents, but there was no signal displayed in the top left corner of the screen. Signal gone so quickly. Songmi shook his phone. This can't be serious. It's likely interfered with by abilities, Gu Xian said. Unable to do anything, Songmi pocketed his phone and continued fleeing. The two ran all the way to the library. Songmi looked back at the fiery orange glow emanating from the dormitory area, feeling somewhat uneasy. Just running away like this, isn't that kind of dishonorable? Songmi asked. His words had barely finished when Gu Xian abruptly stopped, like pressing an emergency brake. Huh. Songmi ran a few more meters, bending over with his hands on his knees, panting while looking back at Gu Xian. What's wrong? Not right. Gu Xian closed his eyes, sensing the flow of the surrounding air. Simultaneously, Songmi felt a slight warm breeze brush past his ear. How could autumn night wind be warm? Songmi was perplexed. No, that wasn't airflow. Songmi suddenly felt a jolt, raising a hand to cover his neck. That was someone's breath. In the next instant, Gu Xian practically teleported beside Songmi, kicking a void behind them. A heavy sound resonated through flesh and bone. Songmi turned around, immediately entering a defensive stance. Save. A girl with only her upper body left painfully reached out to Songmi, save me. It wasn't a merely torn open body. From the waist down, the girl gradually faded into nothingness. She can become invisible. Gu Xian knelt down and checked the girl's eyelids, but her ability seems incompatible with her body. Help, save me. The girl's face was soaked with tears, writhing in pain. Facing her cries for help, Gu Xian showed no emotion. He spread his 5 fingers, clasping them onto the girl's head, muttering lowly, sleep. This seemed to be all the tenderness left in Gu Xian. Gu Xian. Songmi grabbed Gu Xian's arm. No. Blue electric sparks flashed. The girl's body convulsed a few times and then ceased moving. What are you doing? Red streaks crept into Songmi's eyes. She's still conscious. She'll lose consciousness soon. Gu Xian stepped back, rising to his feet. If she becomes an enemy, her powers will be troublesome. Songmi found himself at a loss for words and chuckled incredulously. Gu Xian, you. He didn't know how to describe or confront this classmate he thought he knew. Yet every word Gu Xian said rang true. Songmi could not think of any way to argue with him. Rather than endure such painful survival, perhaps it was better to die cleanly while still pure. But Songmi couldn't get over it, just couldn't. Songmi, Gu Xian took hold of Songmi's wrist, pulling him forward. Don't be soft-hearted. Songmi glanced down at the girl on the ground, unable to shake the guilt he felt towards her. Songmi, if I ever turn out like this, would you resolve me as well? Songmi asked. Gu Xian fell silent, without immediate response. However, Songmi felt he had received his answer and gave a self-mocking laugh, seeming not too bothered. Even though I'm not exactly keen either, if my body doesn't cooperate and turns into a zombie, then maybe dying cleanly is better. If you care about our friendship from the past year or so, leave me a whole corpse. My parents might come looking for me, later. I won't let you die, Gu Xian interrupted. Startled, Songmi let out a small, you're giving preferential treatment because of gender? No wonder you don't have a girlfriend. Gu Xian remained quiet, but his deep eyes were shadowy as water, making Songmi feel a chill run down his spine. What are you doing? Songmi rubbed the goosebumps on his arm. I just want some psychological preparation. Gu Xian withdrew his gaze and stopped talking. He turned toward the nearby flower bed and tore off a solid iron railing by hand. A faint blue glow covered Gu Xian's wrist upwards, with intermittent flashes of electricity that sometimes emitted a few crackling sounds. Is this your ability? Songmi leaned in closer. It can be used like that. Gu Xian lightly lifted his wrist, and that thin pale blue current spiraled upward in the air like a small dragon before vanishing. How arrogant, how cool, how awesome. Songmi was envious enough to cry. Lightning can enhance my strength. Gu Xian handed the iron rod to Songmi. Don't be afraid. Songmi took the iron rod, experiencing a fleeting moment of mixed feelings. Am I scared? Genes can be corrected. Gu Xian grasped one end of the rod, letting the current flow along it to Songmi's fingertips. If your body can't integrate with it, I'll find a way to remove the power. Letting go of the rod, the streaks of blue-white light now coiled around Song-mi's hand. But why didn't you save? As Song-mi clutched the iron rod, halfway through asking the question, he shut his mouth. Gene correction and power elimination sounded like impossible tasks, something Gu Xin wouldn't bother wasting so much effort on a random passerby. Yet Song-mi understood even less why Gu Xin chose to help him. It's excited, Gu Xin broke off another rod for himself. It likes you. Song-mi looked at the electric light in his hand and forced a grin with difficulty, so I'm really irresistible to everyone, humans and animals alike. After finding their protective tools, chaos began to rise within the campus. The disorder from the dormitory area quickly spread, and within half an hour, the entire school would be involved. They needed to immediately leave the campus and hide in the deserted suburbs nearby. As long as they picked the right spot, they could avoid the turmoil. Song-mi watched as Gu Xin forced open the lock and glanced back at the soon-to-be-fallen campus, feeling a jumble of emotions he couldn't describe. Is that it? Song-mi inwardly questioned. He wasn't sure who he was asking, it was probably directed at his former self who wanted to save the world. Help! Help us! Faint cries for help echoed from the library side. Song-mi halted his turning step, grabbed by the arm by Gu Xin, let's go. Song-mi's stiffened body was dragged several steps toward the school gate. But after those few steps, he could no longer move. Mr. Gu, Song-mi raised his hand, pressing onto Gu Xion's wrist, I can't stand by and do nothing. Chapter 4, Master Can Fly. Song-mi admitted that he was soft-hearted. If this were in an anime, he would definitely be pointing at the screen and yelling, you damn idiot, go level up before you rescue people. But now that it was happening to him, he couldn't just ignore the heart-wrenching cries for help and walk away. Humans are out of control, Gu Sun grabbed Song-mi's wrist, trying to stop him, you don't have superpowers, protect yourself first. I won't die without powers, Song-mi broke free from Gu Sun's grip, tugged at his lips, you go first, I'll cover your back. I'll bring a beautiful woman over to find you later. Wait for me. With that, he didn't look back, and ran toward the source of the sound with large strides. The library was about 20 minutes away from the dormitory building, now there were already some people running out. Perhaps because Gu Sun had prepared himself mentally after being hit by a stool, Song-mi carried an iron rod, smashing heads like watermelons along the way, knocking out several unconscious individuals. The teenager had long arms and legs, brimming with strength. Song-mi had been a troublemaker throughout high school and had never lost a fight. Many people who had successfully fused with their powers saw Song-mi's ruthless demeanor and were terrified, scrambling to run away any way they could. Go to the school's back gate. Run into the mountains. Song-mi wiped the blood off his face and grabbed the boy running back, I told you to go to the back gate. Oh. The boy screamed with closed eyes, wildly waving his hands, sending a wind blade flying straight at them. Song-mi's pupils contracted quickly, almost instinctively sidestepping. In the next second, a sharp pain struck the left side of his face, as if a piece of flesh had been cut off. Go to the back gate. Song-mi threw the boy backward and kicked his butt hard, what's so great about having powers? However, the crowd was chaotic, Song Yen could only manage a few. As more people gathered around, he couldn't even tell who was conscious and who wasn't. It seemed that his forehead was cut, blood smeared half his face, obstructing his vision. Song-mi raised his hand to wipe his eyes, exacerbating the fiery pain on his face. A huge fire ignited in the campus, Song-mi's left arm got scorched. He didn't know who he should save or why he decided to stay. Like a directional sign, Song-mi stood guard at this crossroads, dealing with one unconscious person after another, and then telling those still lucid to head to the rear mountain, where fewer people meant safer shelter. There's light, someone shouted in alarm. Song-mi turned around and saw blue electric light appearing in the sky, guiding them. Shit, Mr. Gu, Song-mi laughed, tilting his chin upward while laughing into the deep night sky, you didn't leave. Blood flowed down his arm, making his palms sticky and unable to hold things. Song-mi used the tip of the iron rod to tear his shirt and clamp the strip of cloth between his teeth, tying the stick onto his hand. Kill one is kill one, save one is save one. Mr. Gu also came back, and Song-mi felt like he could burst 78 more heads open. Gu Sun frowned darkly and strode over, grabbing Song-mi's wrist firmly, come with me now. Song-mi stumbled under Gu Sun's pull, suddenly feeling a chill in his left arm. He looked down and saw a faint cloud hovering above his burnt skin, drizzling rain. Song-mi immediately became energetic, hey, Mr. Gu. Shut up, Gu Sun interrupted abruptly, or I'll let you die here. Song-mi said loudly, come on, die. Blow each other's brains out, who's afraid of whom? Gu Sun. Help. Help. The same cries for help rang through the air. Song-mi looked up and saw someone hanging from the balcony on the third floor of the library. What the hell? You're still hiding upstairs? Song-mi cursed aloud as he rushed towards the library in trance, how did dumbass like you get into University X? If you want to die, let me explode your brain. I can instantly return you to dust and ashes. The main doors of the library were locked at night. Song-mi smashed the glass and kicked the door down directly. Gu Sun followed behind Songmi, lightning flashed and the thick glass door shattered accordingly. Badass, Songmi gave Gu Sun a thumbs up. Gu Sun's face remained grim. After rescuing this person, we're leaving. Songmi changed his thumbs up to, okay, understood. It was easy to save the person on the third floor of the library. It turned out to be a young couple who decided to date despite the danger and nearly fell off the balcony because of the wind. That wind must not be normal, the boy panicked, otherwise, it wouldn't have pushed me out over the railing. Holy crap, how come you're covered in blood? Are you, a murderer? Good grief, with such a big event happening, there were still two people who had no clue. Shut the hell up, Songmi turned to look for this guy's girlfriend. You take care of your girl. What? Where's your girl? Out of the 4 people on the balcony originally, only 3 remain now. Liquefaction. Gu Sun murmured softly. Songmi was utterly confused. What? The girl's ability is liquefaction, she's already seeped into the wall. Gu Sun observed everything around him carefully. We need to leave quickly. The boy trembled all over in fear. What are you talking about? I don't understand any of this. Where's Xan? What do you mean by abilities? Ah. A pair of ashen white arms suddenly stretched out from the orange-yellow tiled wall, shocking both Songmi and the boy. Ah. The boy screamed and tried to hide, while Gu Sun grabbed Songmi and pulled him tightly into his embrace. Save me. Save me. The boy panicked and lunged towards Gu Sun, but Gu Sun lifted his leg and kicked the boy straight onto the wall. The arms seemed to have found their target and quickly moved behind the boy, wrapping around his neck and yanking him backward forcefully. Get out of the way. Songmi broke free from Gu Sun's grip, holding the iron rod and smashing it down hard on the arm. However, the iron rod sank into the arm like a swamp, gradually melting into those arms. Gu Sun grabbed Songmi's wrist, a light blade flashing past and slicing through the cloth bound on Songmi's hand. The iron rod fell out of his grasp, sinking entirely inside. The boy was choked by the grip, rolling his eyes back, the veins on his neck bulging out, emitting a death-like gag sound between his teeth. Unable to bear seeing him suffer, Songmi decided to put him out of his misery quickly. But Gu Sun stopped Songmi. Don't provoke her. Who? Songmi asked. Gu Sun gazed at the boy being absorbed into the wall. Xian. Everything seemed to return to peace. Now only Songmi and Gu Sun remained on the balcony. Let's go quickly, Gu Sun said. This time, listen to me. Songmi took a few steps back, looking like he couldn't accept it. That boy was conscious. He was the target. Gu Sun's voice showed not an ounce of warmth. His death would save us a lot of trouble. This reason made Songmi laugh. Is a life worth less than a mere inconvenience? I can't think of a way to save him. Gu Sun furrowed his eyebrows slightly. If he doesn't die, both you and I will be in danger. Songmi also couldn't think of a way to save the boy, but this still wouldn't convince him to accept Gu Sun's reasoning. You must think I'm crazy too. Songmi looked at Gu Sun, taking a step back, laughing. So why don't you kill me as well? Gu Sun watched Songmi retreat step by step, moving farther and farther away from him. An intense anger and obsession that had been suppressed for so long began struggling fiercely inside, about to burst forth. Fine, let them die together. Forever and always. Splash. The floor tiles beneath Songmi's feet flowed like liquid and collapsed suddenly. All the bizarre thoughts in Gu Sun's mind instantly vanished, and without hesitation, he grabbed Songmi's arm reflexively. Immediately after, half the balcony crumbled like water being drained, the cement bricks disappearing completely. Xian, Gu Sun placed another palm on the ground, speaking in a gentle tone. A cute girl wouldn't harm anyone. As he finished his words, the falling of the bricks ceased. Hanging in midair, Songmi looked up, astonishment filling his gaze. We're leaving immediately, we won't disturb you anymore. Gu Sun clung to Songmi's arm tightly, slowly pulling him upward. Can you let me take him? As soon as Gu Sun mentioned Songmi, the floor beneath his feet began crumbling again, dropping cement chunks. Songmi looked down and saw the cement pieces change direction midair, like droplets merging back into the library walls. Let go. Songmi tried prying Gu Sun's fingers off. Her target is me this time. If we don't leave, you won't make it either. Gu Sun's eyes burned crimson, his fingers gripping as firm as iron, not budging an inch. Damn it. Xian, right? Songmi swung his body, kicking the library wall hard. I didn't like you earlier, come on then, suck me in, let's pull each other's hair in a fair fight. Songmi. Gu Sun's voice rasped, trembling slightly as his arms started to lose strength. My death will save you a lot of trouble. Songmi spoke 7 parts earnestly and 3 parts jokingly. Mr. Gu, just live well. Gu Sun lowered his voice even further as if warning, Songmi. Songmi's body swayed again as he defiantly sought his own death. Xian, my junior, I've got my eyes on your boyfriend. I'm coming to take him from you. Are you really going to let me live? As soon as the words left his mouth, they took effect instantly. The walls of the library suddenly sprouted countless arms, all reaching out and competing to grab Songmi. Gu Sun roared loudly and flung Songmi hard in the opposite direction away from the library. At the same time, he clawed into the ground with all 10 fingers, and a powerful electric current burst forth from his palms. Boom. The entire library was enveloped in a blue glow of electricity, freezing those arms mid-air. In the next second, Gu Sun spread his fingers wide and reached toward the air. Wind, come. In an instant, the wind howled fiercely, causing shattering glass and pebbles to clatter loudly. Song Mi's eyes widened as he watched Gu Sun leap down from the 3rd floor in his direction. In those few short seconds of freefall, Song Mi thought many things. First came the surprise that Gu Sun hadn't given up on him even at death's door. Second, why the hell had Gu Sun followed him down to die as well? A tremendous force pushed him from behind, swirling grass and leaves that stung against his skin. That's right, Gu Sun controlled the wind, he probably wouldn't die. Song Mi closed his eyes, slightly reassured. Gu boss, you're truly a righteous bastard. In my next life, I'll still be your best brother. But then, in the next moment, an intense sense of weightlessness hit, and Song Mi felt himself violently launched into the sky. Like a sudden drop from a roller coaster, he couldn't bear the pressure in his chest and almost vomited. Even though carried by the wind, Gu Sun landed heavily and tumbled into the grass. He looked up, watching the boy who had been blown sky high, lost in thought. Boss Gu. Song Mi shouted in midair. The Lord can fly. Chapter 5 Retry. Song Mi's latent ability awakened just in time, saving his master from an almost dog-like demise. Shit. Song Mi was blown to the highest point by the wind and then suddenly fell due to a loss of weight. Intense nausea accompanied by a sudden blackout as Song Mi plummeted from the sky, vomiting sour water with a wah. Gu Sun controlled the wind for the first time and wasn't quite adept at gauging its strength. After Song Mi flew up high, he immediately weakened the wind, but ended up reducing it too much, causing Song Mi to fall again. Mr. Gu. Song Mi felt as if all his internal organs had shifted places. Are you fucking with me? Finally, after Gu Sun adjusted multiple times, Song Mi floated up and down in the air no less than 6 times before collapsing weakly into Gu Sun's arms. So light. Gu Sun squatted down holding the unconscious Song Mi, feeling that the person in his arms was about to take off again. Ugh. Song Mi was about to speak when he turned over and vomited all over Gu Sun's shoes. Gu Sun instantly felt disheartened, sighed, and started patting Song Mi's back. Don't talk for now. The person in his arms was so light, Gu Sun held his back without sensing any weight at all. Is there anything unusual with your body? Gu Sun touched Song Mi's neck and forehead, only to have Song Mi grab his wrist. Taking advantage of me? Song Mi asked weakly. Gu Sun shook off his hand. Your latent ability has awakened. Huh? Song Mi muttered, and then was lifted up by Gu Sun with one hand. Tell me if there's any discomfort. The latent ability has awakened. Song Mi hung like a sack on Gu Sun's waist, finding it hard to accept this reality for a moment. Just like this? Just like this? Can control body weight. Gu Sun strode out of campus. Try returning to normal. What's the use of this? Song Mi thrashed about using hands and feet on Gu Sun's waist. Annoyed, Gu Sun changed arms while holding him. You'll be blown away by the wind now. If you lose control of your weight at high altitudes, there will be accidents. Gu Sun warned, stay still. Song Mi cried mournfully, then don't carry me around like a basket. Gu Sun paused silently, then picked him up by the armpits. Song Mi acted quickly, wrapping his long legs around Gu Sun's waist tightly, hugging him chest to chest. Gu Sun stiffened, stumbled on his own feet, almost falling flat. Am I blocking your view? Song Mi turned his head, breathing hotly onto half of Gu Sun's face. Gu Sun raised his hand and pressed Song Mi's head against his shoulder. Just shut up. Let me show you something behind. Song Mi grabbed Gu Sun's neck. Are we merging? Gu Sun casually picked up a baseball bat, swung his arm, and smashed the approaching head with a stick. Shut up. Shit, what is that? Song Mi slapped Gu Sun's shoulder, instantly releasing his legs like ropes that untangled from Gu Sun's waist. He quickly climbed onto Gu Sun's shoulders and kicked towards the unexpected object coming their way. Dang. Song Mi felt numb from his foot to his forehead. He had actually kicked a sharp-edged long knife far away. Gu Sun immediately caught the butt-sitting Song Mi with his hands. Hualang hualang. That knife quivered on the ground, making strange sounds. Suddenly, the tip of the blade pointed upwards, standing vertically upright. Hualang hualang. The tip of the blade spun in the air, as if searching for a target. The blade is possessed. From a distance of several steps, a boy backed up step after step, full of despair, knelt down crying loudly, it's over. Everything is over. Without warning, as soon as he bowed down, the long blade cleaved through the cold air, charging towards his face with freezing force. Did you pass Marxist philosophy? Song Mi grabbed the boy's collar from behind and kicked the blade once more. Subjectivism is unacceptable. We are all heirs to Marxism. The boy screamed and fled, flailing his arm and throwing Song Mi several meters away. Shit. Song Mi landed with his palms on the ground to stabilize himself. Farmer and the snake, repaying kindness with ingratitude, you son of a bitch. Don't run around. Gu Sun grabbed Song Mi's arm. Mr. Gu, Song-mi asked seriously, could someone's power transform into a knife? Magnetic field control, Gu-sun hoisted Song-mi back onto his side, or possibly, iron magnet control. Someone wants his life secretly, said Gu-sun, we shouldn't meddle in other people's affairs. Someone? Song-mi seized the key point, you mean, a person? Yes, Gu-sun tightly gripped Song-mi's waist, pinning him firmly in front of himself. This kind of focused attack should be from someone fully conscious. Gu-sun, firstly, protect yourself. Don't easily make enemies. Song-mi suddenly realized that their enemies were not only the unconscious humans on the surface but also those troublemakers lurking in the dark. Ah, a wail of agony rang out, startling Song-mi. He turned his head towards the direction they had just left. The long blade pierced straight into the neck of the male student. Blood pooled all over the ground, winding its way into the nearby grass. We need to bring him out. Song-mi's voice darkened, otherwise, there will be more people. Song-mi, Gu-sun held him against his chest, you won't be able to find him. Don't you have electricity? Song-mi suggested, you can use it to cancel his magnetism. My current doesn't carry alternating electric waves, Gu-sun explained, and using supernatural abilities frequently consumes my energy. Even if we cancel the magnetism, we could only ensure that he stops harming others. If he hides among the crowd, we'll never find him. Song-mi clenched his fists, people like him, once they taste the sweetness of revenge, they'll never stop. Gu-sun interrupted, so what we need to do is to stay away as soon as possible. What about them? Song-mi asked. They don't need your protection, Gu-sun said. A short silence fell between the two. Song-mi struck Gu-sun's shoulder with a punch, why didn't I see your ass participate in the campus debate contest if you're so good at talking? Song-mi, blue light swirled in Gu-sun's palm. His powerful arms worked like they had been boosted by an external program, no one dared to stand in his way. All these people don't need you. Except me. Only me. No one will save you. They will always think of themselves first. Song-mi closed his eyes, filled with the maternal compassion to rescue everyone. But the cries and screams of pain mixed with crackling burning sounds and the crashing sound of collapsing buildings still flooded his ears. Ah fuck. Song-mi hugged Gu-sun, almost mad-like, let's go, let's go. Forget saving anyone, I'm a piece of shit who can't even control my own weight. The next moment, Gu-sun's arms abruptly felt much heavier as he staggered forward with Song-mi in his embrace, propping himself up with his palms and rolling over. A muffled thud sounded, and Song-mi landed in the grass, smashing a small pit in the earth. Struggling to get up on all fours, Song-mi felt an abnormal heaviness in his body, leaving a muddy footprint with every step. Wow. Song-mi raised his hand and effortlessly pushed over a tree as thick as a thigh, stone man. Amazing. Gu-sun kicked lightly at Song-mi's chest. And just like a stone, Song-mi fell backward, what the hell? Just as Song-mi was falling, Gu-sun's pupils contracted sharply, surrounding him with violent currents forming a barrier that deflected that lethal knife strike. However, even so, the trajectory of the knife changed and deeply pierced into Song-mi's shoulder. Song-mi let out a stifled groan, covering his shoulder and rolling away, quickly seeking cover. It was the same blood-stained knife, the one Song-mi had previously kicked away. Gu-sun took a few steps forward and grabbed the hilt, his fingertips releasing pale blue light. That light immediately covered the entire blade, then spread fan-like through the air. Closing his eyes, Gu-sun meticulously felt the slight vibration of the blade. The wind blew, carrying the chill of late autumn in October, rustling Gu-sun's black hair beside his temples. The next moment, Gu-sun spun around, flinging the long knife into the air before reversing his grip on it. After confirming the next direction, he threw it forcefully. Sharp as the blade was, accompanied by crackling currents, it plunged deeply into the nearby bushes. After a dull echo, everything seemed to return to calm around them. All this happened within a mere half-minute. Song-mi struggled to prop himself up and saw Gu-sun clutching his chest, kneeling down. Mr. Gu. Song-mi got up from the ground and panting, walked over to Gu-sun, what's wrong with you? Gu-sun closed his eyes, fished out a chocolate bar from his pocket, unwrapped it, and swallowed it whole. The physical exhaustion is too severe. Gu-sun reopened his eyes, raising a hand to press against Song-mi's shoulder while gasping for breath, stop bleeding. It's fine, Song-mi grasped Gu-sun's wrist, I've plenty of blood, worry about yourself first. He pressed Gu-sun down onto the ground, walking over to the bush where he found a corpse impaled by the long knife. This person looked familiar, but Song-mi wasn't sure if he had unknowingly offended him. Rest in peace. He stepped on the man's shoulder and pulled the knife out from the corpse's head. This was someone whose abilities had successfully fused with their body, yet they were even more terrifying than those who hadn't. Song-mi walked slowly, gradually beginning to grasp the technique of controlling his weight. I think I'm back to normal. Song-mi helped Gu-sun up, come on, big brother, give me a hug. Gu-sun pushed him away, stop fooling around with me. Lighten the weight to improve agility, increase the weight for more striking power. Song-mi gripped the long knife, I get it. I can take on 5 people now. You haven't fully mastered your powers yet, you cannot put yourself in danger. Gu-sun hastily bandaged Song-mi's wound and took a few chocolates out of his pocket, stuffing them into Song-mi's pocket, you need to replenish your energy in time. I've never received chocolates from anyone else before. Songmi pulled out one chocolate bar to inspect it. Did you buy this at the store downstairs? Gu-sun opened his mouth as if to answer. Yet he suddenly felt like he fell into a void, completely forgetting what he was going to say. Everything seemed to freeze for an instant, even the wind, breathing, and thoughts stopped. When he regained awareness, Gu-sun noticed that the sky was actually brighter than it had been before. The exhaustion, weakness, and pain from his wounds vanished entirely. Both Gu-sun and Songmi found themselves back on the third floor of the library. Help! A faint voice came from nearby. Songmi turned his head and saw the boy hanging outside the balcony, the same one who should have been absorbed into the wall earlier, and the girl standing inside the balcony, smirking. Who are you? Songmi gasped, feeling a chill running through his scalp. Xin. Chapter 6, The Trolley Problem. The moment Songmi finished speaking, the girl collapsed like a burst water balloon, splashing into the structure of the library building. Go! Gu-sun swung his arm, and a gale howled, sweeping through the entire campus. Songmi swiftly bent down, grabbing the boy dangling over the railing, and leaped directly out from the third floor. Marx, Engels, Tolstoy, L'Hôpital. All sorts of names suddenly popped into Songmi's head, eventually culminating in a sobbing plea, begged these grandmasters to bless him with the ability to fly. In fact, Songmi did take off. Unfortunately, he had a deadweight in hand. Even a level 7 typhoon wouldn't have been enough to lift them both. Seeing that they were about to hit the ground, Songmi threw the boy onto the grass at the last moment to quickly reduce his own weight. Unfortunately, such potential can only be released once. This time, Songmi crashed hard onto the cement pavement, scraping away a layer of flesh from his right leg. Hiss. Songmi winced as sweat poured down his forehead. Trying to stand up by leaning on his hands, he almost collapsed back down again. He muttered a curse under his breath and gritted his teeth, struggling to rise. Is your bone injured? Gu-sun supported him from behind. Just a scratch. Songmi waved it off, taking big steps toward the lawn. Let's check if that guy is dead or not. The boy thrown onto the grass seemed less injured than Songmi, but he just sat there blankly, looking dazed with fright. Hey! Are you alright? Songmi gave the boy a casual shove, only for him to fall backward instantly. I'm dead. The boy hugged himself, shaking violently. I'm dead. Songmi. Gu-sun grabbed Songmi's arm from behind. Stay away from him. Why won't you save me? The boy crawled toward Songmi on the grass. Save me. Songmi took a step back, shielding Gu-sun behind his shoulder. I didn't. At that moment, the library glass began to tremble, emitting a sharp sound akin to a mournful wail. She's coming. The boy clutched his head, screaming. Help. Help. Most people were still gathered in the campus, but Songmi turned around and surprisingly saw the boy who had been slashed across the throat by Xiao Qing earlier. Boss Gu. Songmi's expression darkened, finally finding the time to ask the question on his mind, are we in a story? The surroundings were chaotic, filled with screams, cries, and the crackling sound of fire. The entire campus was shrouded in darkness like hell. It must be an ability related to time. Gu-sun pulled Songmi behind him protectively and said, something temporal. Before he could finish, another round of even more intense screams erupted around them. The library. The library is melting. Drip. It was the sound of a water droplet falling. But this sound didn't last long. Within just a few seconds, it transformed into a loud rushing sound like a sudden downpour. She's looking for him. Gu-sun grabbed the collar of the boy on the ground and walked toward the library. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The boy grabbed Gu-sun's wrist, struggling desperately, screaming, help. Help. Gu-sun. Songmi blocked Gu-sun's path. Although he knew what would happen next, he couldn't help but ask, what are you doing? You're all insane. You're all insane. The boy pushed away from Gu-sun, laughing maniacally as he looked at his palms, stepping backward a few steps. You see someone and just kill them. You're all crazy. He laughed skyward, his muscles bulging suddenly, as he rushed forward at lightning speed with an open palm strike aimed at Gu-sun's face. Gu-sun dodged to the side, yet the boy moved astonishingly fast. It was as if he had anticipated Gu-sun's next move, pursuing him without pause. The topmost layer of the 6-story library melted, with concrete and bricks flowing down the walls, swallowing everything in their path instantly. People who didn't have time to dodge were enveloped in the liquid cement, their shouts of help frozen in their throats as they disappeared without a trace. She had come for him. Songmi stood still, hearing nothing but Gu-sun's voice echoing in his ears. Do you know the trolley problem? A madman ties 5 innocent people to the railway tracks, then an out-of-control trolley speeds towards them. Luckily, you can pull a lever to change the trolley's track. However, there's one person tied to the other track. Would you pull the lever? Songmi's answer at the time was hilariously inappropriate. All 6 die together. Who cares if I live or die? If I can't live, I'll just lie down on the track myself. Back then, it seemed like he and Gu-sun attended an open psychology lecture. The newly enlightened Songmi strongly rejected questions related to human nature and ethics. What about you? What would you do? Songmi countered. Gu Sun smiled and said, I'd walk away. But now, Songmi didn't know how to choose. Gu Sun, who had initially said he would walk away, seemed to have chosen another way, effortfully trying to pull the lever. The problem that could be solved with just this one boy's death has become a mess. If the library completely liquefies, things will become 100 times worse than before. Songmi cursed and turned around to join in the chaotic fight between Gu Sun and the boy. Boss Gu, you're right, Songmi started deliberately controlling his weight to increase the force of his attacks. I'll listen to you from now on. Gu Sun blocked a series of the boy's attacks, using the terrain to drain his energy. He can strengthen physical power and agility, we shouldn't underestimate him. Hey, look! Another freak. Songmi grabbed Gu Sun's shoulder and jumped directly into the air, delivering a vicious kick to the boy's chest. Shall we spar? Gu Sun crouched down momentarily, perfectly coordinating with Songmi. He panted, Songmi. Go control Xin. Songmi pushed Gu Sun back. I'll send him over right away. Gu Sun walked a few steps along with the momentum given by Songmi, then disappeared into the thick, pitch-black night. Ever since starting college, Songmi rarely got into fights anymore. But sometimes when his energy was too high and had nowhere to vent, he signed up for a kickboxing class, where he beat people up as practice. The boy's bones were hard. As he shifted positions and squatted down, he delivered an elbow strike to the boy's chest. Songmi's clenched fists clicked audibly. Taking advantage of the boy bending over to absorb the blow, Songmi smashed his nose with a punch. A loud "ft" echoed as blood gushed out, staining the lower half of the boy's face. Gu Sun appeared behind him at some point and locked the boy's throat in a tight grip. With a beautiful back throw, the boy was flipped onto the ground. Then, Gu Sun gripped the boy's neck tightly, blue electric light glowing as the boy twitched a few times and became unresponsive. Rest in peace. Songmi hoisted the boy onto his shoulder and threw him toward the pool of cement liquid on the ground. In no time, the gray liquid quickly gathered toward the boy's corpse, arching slightly upward, gradually increasing in height as if attempting to construct a building again. Not good, Gu Sun pulled Songmi's hand. Run. At the next moment, the arched-up liquid exploded outward in the sky like a fountain, splashing everywhere unpredictably. The gray liquid appeared to be corrosive, and wherever it splashed, a small pit instantly formed. The entire library collapsed with a thunderous crash. Tons of liquid rained down from the sky, like a tidal wave hitting within the campus. Another round of screams began, but many didn't even have time to scream as they were swallowed into this overwhelming nightmare. Don't get splashed by those liquids. Gu Sun pulled Songmi closer. Take cover. In an instant, strong winds whipped up, and dark clouds gathered. Gu Sun stood in the eye of the storm, the powerful gale dispersing the liquid, giving the two a sufficiently safe little spot. Torrential rain poured down, mingling with the wind and being sucked into the mass of cement liquid from the library. What's happening? Songmi asked, her boyfriend isn't here anymore, right? Her boyfriend is dead, Gu Sun breathed heavily, she's angry. Songmi wiped the rain off his face. What now? Should we run? Dilute it, stop her from gathering herself. Gu Sun closed his eyes, panting heavier. Afterward, you carry me away. As he spoke, Gu Sun dropped to his knee, and Songmi quickly supported him, carrying him on his back. Run, Gu Sun's voice was very low, like someone fighting to stay awake, hurry up. Songmi firmly grasped Gu Sun's thighs under his arms, afraid he might fall unconscious forever, and started making conversation. Boss Gu, I'm sorry. Songmi sincerely apologized. For what? Gu Sun strained to keep himself conscious and asked. I shouldn't have saved that guy. Songmi sprinted out of the campus straight toward the mountain behind it. Gu Sun moved his arm laboriously, circling Songmi's neck. Do you remember the trolley problem? Songmi gasped. Let me re-answer your question, I'd pull the lever. Gu Sun's eyelids became extremely heavy, feeling as though drowsiness was overcoming him in class, unable to resist falling asleep. Don't do anything unnecessary, take care of yourself. Alright, I understand, Songmi's eyes reddened, gritting his teeth hard, if you're tired, sleep. I'll wake you up once we're in a safe place. Gu Sun's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, take care of yourself while I'm out. Songmi swallowed the lump in his throat and felt like laughing, does Boss Gu actually care about me this much? The rain clouds on campus had dispersed as Songmi looked back. Gu Sun's breathing on his back gradually slowed. You bastard, you'd better wake up. Chapter 7, Nanny reports. Gu Sun slept for an entire day. When he woke up again, the sky had brightened and then darkened once more. He was lying in a deserted patch of grass, with Songmi's blood-stained coat draped over his abdomen, and a bottle of mineral water considerately placed by his head. Songmi. Gu Sun's voice was hoarse, and after shouting once, he experienced a brief spell of dizziness. He took chocolate from his pocket and ate a few pieces, then tilted his head back to drink half a bottle of water. After barely restoring some strength, Gu Sun picked up the coat and stood up to search for Songmi. The moonlight was clear, softly sprinkling over the shrubs and grass between the mottled tree shadows. The forest was somewhat quiet, except for the rustling sound of the wind through the leaves, even the chirping of birds and insects had disappeared. A strong sense of unease lingered in Gu Sun's heart. He stood in the quiet forest, momentarily caught in a standstill. After a moment of silence, Gu Sun raised his hand, and a thread of blue current sprouted from the tip of his index finger. He lightly tossed that pale blue streak into the air, it left his finger and gently sank before floating up again in front of Gu Sun, drifting towards a direction as if following the night breeze, soft and slow. At the end of that direction, Song Mi was covered in blood, leaning on his long knife, with one knee kneeling amidst a sea of corpses. Blood obscured his vision, and it seemed like scabs were beginning to form on his face. He didn't know how long he'd been kneeling there, so long that even his rapid breathing began to become slow and prolonged. The sky slowly darkened, and the shadows, after being infinitely stretched out, merged with the night. Song Mi's eyesight went black, but his body was stiff enough to keep him upright, unable to fall even when exhausted. For a long time, he vaguely saw a pale blue light spot, which disappeared in the next moment. Song Mi moved his eyeballs, able to feel the slight vibrations of footsteps behind him. Someone was coming. Song Mi tightened his grip, seizing the hilt of the sword still dripping blood. Why from behind? That was the direction where Gu Sun was. Song Mi. In the next instant, Gu Sun's voice sounded, immediately grounding Song Mi's momentarily lifted heart. It was probably this emotional rise and fall that consumed his last ounce of energy. Song Mi struggled to move his eyelids, not having enough strength to look up at Gu Sun rushing towards him. His fingers slipped off the hilt like they'd lost all power. So tired. Song Mi bowed his head. Gu Sun crouched down beside Song Mi, trembling his whole arm as he used his fingers to check his breath. Song Mi's breath was faint, weakly clinging to Gu Sun's fingertips. Mr. Gu. Song Mi's voice was very light, seemingly laughing. I haven't died yet. Song Mi was severely injured, almost losing half his life. Gu Sun carried him to a large pharmacy by the roadside and dressed his wounds on the spot. There was blood and bodies everywhere nearby. The stores along the road had already been looted, and broken glass almost covered the entire floor of the pharmacy. No more hemostatic herbs could be found. Gu Sun's eyes were bloodshot, almost going mad. He meticulously searched every corner of the pharmacy but unexpectedly found a girl curled up behind the counter. Don't kill me. The girl's wide eyes filled with terror as she hugged her knees tighter and hid further behind the counter. Gu Sun's gaze only rested on her for an instant before ignoring her and continuing his search. The painful moans from Song Mi continued to reach Gu Sun, causing his heart to tighten. Just as he wanted to go over and check, he unexpectedly paused in his steps. He returned to the side of the counter, suddenly bending down without warning and pulling the girl out by her arm. As Gu Sun had guessed, her clothes were smeared with blood and torn in several places. But the skin beneath the fabric tears was smooth and new, with no signs of any wound on her entire body. Let me go. The girl, small in stature and not reaching Gu Sun's shoulders, cried while trying to pry open Gu Sun's fingers. However, her strength was too insignificant for such struggles to have any effect. What is your power? Gu Sun's breathing became heavier. Perhaps scared by Gu Sun's nearly crazed appearance, the girl froze in place, showing no intention of answering Gu Sun's question. Gu Sun closed his eyes for a moment, then opened his palm and grabbed her neck directly. My patience is limited. With her neck pinched, the girl instantly stopped crying. Her face gradually flushed red and then turned bluish-purple. Just when she thought she would die, Gu Sun suddenly let go of her. Cough, cough, cough. The girl collapsed on the ground, holding her throat and gasping loudly. Your power. Gu Sun squatted beside her, gripping her jaw. What is it? Recover, regeneration. The girl's teeth chattered as she finished speaking and was immediately yanked by the collar of her shirt by Gu Sun and brought to Song Mi's side. Can you save him? Gu Sun asked. Before the girl could answer, he added on his own, if you can't save him, you'll die with him. Terrified, the girl burst into tears and stammered that she could try. She picked up Song Mi's hand. The girl's hands were white and small, even when both were used, they barely covered the palm part. Chest. Gu Sun interrupted the girl's movements, exposing the most fatal wound on Song Mi's body. Start here. The girl flinched, not daring to look at the bloody wound, and covered it over her eyes closed. After about half a minute, Song Mi's previously furrowed brows began to relax, and the tenseness in his body gradually eased. The girl took her hand away, seemingly exhausted, and plopped down on the ground. Cold sweat from Gu Sun's forehead trickled down his cheek to his chin. He saw that the slash on Song Mi's chest had completely vanished. His slightly downturned lips slowly curved upward, and a faint laugh emerged from his throat. Here, then, Gu Sun tore open the wound on Song Mi's leg. Keep going. All three of Song Mi's life-threatening wounds were repaired. Not only did the wounds disappear, but there wasn't even a scar left. Miss, Song Mi opened his eyes halfway and weakly forced a smile, striking up a conversation with the girl nearby. I'm Song Mi. What's your name? Zhanji. Due to excessive use of her powers, Zhanji was extremely tired, her mind hazy, but she didn't dare truly close her eyes to sleep. For saving my life. Song Mi pressed against his chest and coughed softly. I'll never forget this kindness. Gu Sun picked up Song Mi and melted chocolate into water using a small pot found nearby, feeding it to him sip by sip. Conserve your strength. Don't talk. Mr. Gu, Song-mi leaned into Gu Sun's embrace, his pale lips brushing against the rim of the cup, sipping on the deep brown chocolate bit by bit. I've killed people. Gu Sun responded with a soft, it's fine. I didn't want to kill them. Song-mi felt drowsy, but... It's okay. Gu Sun placed his hand on the back of Song-mi's head, picking him up horizontally. If you've killed, so be it. Zhangji struggled to stay awake and followed shakily behind. Song-mi. Song-mi had already fallen asleep and didn't hear her call. Gu Sun turned around, his eyes cold and piercing. Let me follow you. Zhangji's voice trembled, yet she sounded resolute. I'm useful. I can help treat wounds. Song-mi's brief friendliness earlier was the only thing Zhangji clung onto like a piece of driftwood in the vast sea. She wanted to survive in this world and knew she needed to rely on the strong. If you leave me behind, Song-mi will be upset. Zhangji met Gu Sun's gaze, biting her pale lower lip, forcing back the tears in her eyes. Please, let me come. Chapter 8, Sudden Disappearance. The early winter night had already started to get cold. Zhangji's hair was disheveled, and she wore only a thin sweater, looking particularly petite and fragile amidst the wreckage. Gu Sun remained silent, seemingly contemplating whether to bring along this burden of a young girl. Song-mi said I'm her savior. Zhangji's breathing quickened, trembling lips cautiously probing. Will you take me with you? Zhangji brought up Song-mi. She was gambling on whether Gu Sun would accommodate her for Song-mi's sake. In their brief interaction lasting merely tens of minutes, Zhangji had accurately gauged the traits of the two teenagers in front of her. Gu Sun, who nearly crushed his own hand trying to save someone, was both sufficiently ruthless and strong. His only weakness, due to his great strength, stemmed from others. Song-mi was that weakness. If it were just Gu Sun alone, Zhangji would immediately give up pleading. Because she knew even if Gu Sun agreed to her following, he most likely wouldn't care about her life or death. Who she truly wanted to follow was Song-mi. That easygoing and cheerful young man, even as a mere gesture of gratitude for saving his life, would go all out to protect her. But Song-mi was unconscious now, leaving Zhangji no choice but to negotiate with Gu Sun. Thus, while taking a gamble, she also feared that Gu Sun might directly kill her because she manipulated Song-mi's heart. Through her woman's intuition, she sensed something dangerous about the person in front of her. However, no matter how dangerous, it was still better than waiting to die right where she stood. Zhangji, ready to face the consequences regardless, waited for Gu Sun's next decision. Gu Sun looked into Zhangji's eyes, suddenly feeling an unprovoked anger in his heart. She was using Song-mi to pressure him, infuriatingly targeting exactly the right spot. Song-mi's fatal injuries had already healed, her unconsciousness was mainly due to exhaustion. Bringing Zhangji along wasn't that important anyway, especially since the young girl couldn't run nor fight. She'd not only make them easily exposed if taken along, but food would need to be shared with her too. Even though Zhangji could heal wounds, the attention required to protect her far outweighed her usefulness. Most importantly, Gu Sun had full confidence that Song-mi wouldn't suffer such grave external injuries again. There didn't need to be another person by Song-mi's side. Logically speaking, bringing Zhangji along carried more disadvantages than benefits. Emotionally speaking, however, leaving Zhangji behind meant Song-mi had a high probability of turning back to look for her. Not finding her would be one thing, but if found, and if Zhangji complained about him, shedding a few tears and saying bad things about him was certainly possible. This instantly triggered a murderous intent in Gu Sun, wanting to eliminate this problem once and for all. Yet, when he took a step toward Zhangji, Song-mi in his arms coughed lightly, awakening him instantly. Song-mi was warm and soft in his arms, saved by Zhangji. Shouldn't he rescue her as well? Gu Sun furrowed his brows slightly. He didn't understand what he was pondering over. Meanwhile, Zhangji on the other side was scared half to death by the malevolence stirred in Gu Sun's gaze. Her overly exhausted body seemed to have reached its limit at that moment. Feeling like all her strength was drained, her legs buckled and she fell onto the floor covered with broken glass. Her knees bled upon impact, blood streaming and spreading through the cracks in the glass. As Gu Sun's figure gradually approached, Zhangji couldn't bear it anymore, collapsing into an endless darkness. When Song-mi woke up, dawn had just begun. The morning light had yet to fully break through the darkness, as if enveloped in a piece of black cloth, emitting a faint and hazy glow. He was sitting in the passenger seat of a sedan, a pink blanket covering his body. Song-mi moved his eyelids, feeling a kind of exhaustion akin to running 3,000 meters in a sports meet. Perhaps multiplied by 100 times. Resting his head on a cushion, Song-mi turned his face left and saw Gu Sun driving. Gu Sun noticed his companion's movement and casually handed him a warm cup of milk. With a grateful heart, Song-mi's voice was hoarse, lifting his hand to receive the cup. Thanks to you. Gu Sun placed his right hand on Song-mi's forehead, feeling his temperature and letting out a small sigh of relief after confirming it was normal. Where are we going? Song-mi licked his lips, tasting the remaining milk. To your place, Gu Sun said, there's food in the back. Have some. Song-mi looked up and saw through the rearview mirror that the back seat was full of food, including a girl. Upon hearing Gu Sun's words, the girl very thoughtfully raised her arm to open the box, pulling out a bag of bread and handing it to Song-mi. Zhangji. Song-mi accepted the bread with a smile, thank you. And no, it's nothing. Zhangji pulled back her hand and sat quietly back in the corner of the back seat. The young girl was already slim in figure, and with one box after another piled on the car seats, she was squeezed into the farthest corner. One wouldn't have noticed her if they didn't pay attention. Songmi handed over his carton of milk. Do you want to drink? Zhanji hugged her knees and shook her head. Songmi realized that as a girl, it might indeed be inappropriate for her to drink from the same carton he'd already sipped from. Then do you want something else? Gu boss, did you grab any other drinks? Zhanji lifted her gaze, briefly exchanging a look with Gu Sun through the rearview mirror. She hugged her legs tighter and whispered, I'm not thirsty. Gu Sun retracted his gaze, focusing forward. Just now, while he had been continuously monitoring both the car's interior and the road conditions, he hadn't noticed that Zhanji had woken up. After overusing her powers, waking up should leave her both hungry and thirsty like Songmi. She should at least make some noise. But this little girl in the back seat hadn't made a single sound until Songmi woke up. Was she afraid he would throw her out of the car? Songmi let out an, oh, then eat whatever you want. Don't let yourself go hungry. Zhanji obediently nodded, I'm not hungry right now. But just as she finished speaking, her stomach emitted a hungry growl. Zhanji's face turned red as she buried her face in her arms. Songmi tore open the packaging of the bread and handed it to Zhanji. Eat. Zhanji looked once more at the rearview mirror. This time, Gu Sun wasn't looking at her. The young girl was a bit timid but still reached out and took the bread, muttering, thank you. The bread was as large as 2 of her palms. After taking one bite, she didn't even chew before swallowing it whole. The milk fragrance and sweet jam in the bread brought tears to her eyes all at once. Zhanji ate while crying softly, wiping away the tears on her face. What are you crying for? Songmi also grabbed a piece of bread to eat. The bread tastes good. Zhanji sniffed and tried to suppress her sobbing. Songmi tore off a chunk of bread and held it near Gu Sun's mouth. Where did all this food come from? Gu Sun, who was driving, glanced down at the bread by his lips, hesitated for a moment, then opened his mouth to bite it. Stolen. Songmi laughed and turned to ask Zhanji, did you help steal it too? Zhanji shook her head, I was asleep. Are you from X University too? Songmi asked. Zhanji nodded again, I'm a first-year student in clinical medicine. A younger schoolmate then, Songmi patted Gu Sun's shoulder, did you introduce yourselves? He's Gu Sun, and I am a sophomore in architecture with him. Senpai, nice to meet you. Zhanji carefully tucked the leftover half of the bread back into the package. Do you eat so little? Songmi asked, are you full? Zhanji replied with a soft, whispering, I'm full. You're full from eating half a slice of bread. Songmi looked surprised at Gu Sun, isn't using abilities quite energy-consuming? Gu Sun glanced at Zhanji, curled up in the corner, through the rearview mirror and said, eat. This sudden kindness from Gu Sun startled Zhanji. She quickly reopened the packaged bread and took another bite. Songmi was feeding bread to Gu Sun when he saw this scene and couldn't help but withdraw his hand. Gu boss, why scare her? No, Zhanji shook her head vigorously, Senior Song didn't scare me. I just wanted to save the bread to eat later. Gu Sun extended a hand, grabbed Songmi's wrist, and forced himself to bite off a piece of the bread from Songmi's fingers, swallowing it. If you're hungry, eat. Zhanji leaned a little closer to the cardboard boxes, peeled open the bread wrapper, and softly, ate once more, thank you. Senior Gu. Songmi's home was in the neighboring city, which was only 4 to 5 hours drive away. Fortunately, the specific address was far from the downtown area, so there wasn't much traffic along the way. However, they encountered several groups of bandits on the road trying to rob them. I found my ability to be quite useful now. Songmi clenched his fist and rotated his wrist, they can't even touch me. Gu Sun, who had observed the entire combat process, hummed his acknowledgement. He truly felt that Songmi had become adept at using his power in battle. Let's leave. Gu Sun headed towards the car, it's unsafe outside. It's just that I feel like my place is nearby. Songmi bent down to pick up the long blade on the ground, glancing around, but I can't find it. Gu Sun stopped, can't find it. I wanted to say this earlier. Songmi looked in one direction, don't you think something's off here? How can there be such emptiness by the highway? In the car, Zhanji also rolled down the window, Senior Gu, there's something wrong with the tire tracks. Gu Sun lowered his head and looked at the asphalt road surface. The muddy tire tracks ran from east to west. But then his gaze shifted, noticing some flattened grass by the roadside. Gu Sun cast a glance downward and followed that trail. In the end, the trail seemed abruptly cut off, vanishing without a trace. There's something wrong here. Gu Sun raised his head, looking at the woods before him. He lifted his arm, reaching forward into the air. Yet that arm seemed to vanish into another world, disappearing entirely from the fingertips to the forearm. Songmi and Zhanji gaped in astonishment. What the hell? What's going on? Songmi stepped toward Gu Sun. However, just as he took his first step, Gu Sun suddenly stumbled forward, disappearing entirely from Songmi's sight. Chapter 9, The Hidden Town. Zhanji inhaled sharply. Before she could scream, she saw Songmi throw away the knife without hesitation and dive into the scene. Before he could make sense of what was happening, Songmi felt a cool breeze behind his head. He quickly turned around and crossed his arms to block a sudden blow from above. Run! As Gu Sun's voice faded, lightning spread instantly, lighting up an intense blue light. Running was necessary, but leaving Song Mi alone didn't seem viable. Stretching out his arm, he directly seized the stick, and with another hand pressing on the ground, swiftly twisted his body and struck hard downward at his back. Suddenly, thick fog arose, enveloping everything around. Song Mi steadied himself, unable to see anything but himself. The surroundings were very quiet, so silent that even his breathing was clearly audible. It was like a game of hide-and-seek, where people and ghosts alike hid from each other. While focusing on the sounds around him, Song Mi worried about Gu Sun in his heart. He remained silent, lightly stepping as he moved slowly. At this moment, anyone who made a sound would be exposing their position. Or perhaps they had already exposed themselves, and the enemy was just too lazy to act. Song Mi, Gu Sun suddenly called out his name, "Don't move." Song Mi froze for a moment, receiving the signal and not budging an inch. Gu Sun actually spoke. This was almost equivalent to exposing himself. Song Mi's mind was filled with panic, waiting quietly for the possible major changes next. Unexpectedly, however, the thick fog dispersed. In the next second, he faced a familiar face. Song Mi's heart nearly jumped out of his throat. Dad? On the other side. Zhanji helplessly watched two figures disappear from her sight. Her fingers clutched the car window, the nails whitening from the force. The headlights of the car illuminated the asphalt road soaked in deep red. The sky gradually brightened up as soft daylight broke through the clouds, spreading over the disarrayed area. Not far ahead, there were a group of men knocked down by Song Mi, and behind the car was food and water fully loaded. What should she do? Follow Song Mi or drive off while it's still safe? Zhanji breathed heavily, forcing herself to calm down. A few seconds later, she opened the car door, choosing the former option. Song Mi, brother Gu Sun. Zhanji's trembling voice carried fear. In the faint morning light, there was no response. The gang that Song Mi took care of consisted of 4 people, all unconscious on the ground. Song Mi hadn't dealt them harsh blows, resulting in one of them now slightly moving his arm and slowly propping himself up. Zhanji stepped back, leaning against the car door. If she went inside following Song Mi, someone would definitely take the car away. The car carried the only remaining food which couldn't be lost. She had to ensure the safety outside. Song Mi. Zhanji called again. Were Song Mi and Gu Sun still alive? With tears welling up in her eyes, Zhanji looked back at the place where the two disappeared. Help me. The man standing up was about 40 years old, with thick eyebrows, narrow eyes, dark skin, and a fresh scar on his face. After getting up completely, he looked around but didn't wake up his companions. Upon realizing that there was only a frail girl left, a lecherous smile surfaced on the face of the scar-faced man. Get obediently in the car, the man stepped toward her. Uncle will take you for a ride. Holding onto the car door, Zhanji stepped aside a few steps, and her shoe stepped on the long knife that Song Mi had thrown earlier. The blade was still sticky with some blood traces. Zhanji hesitated for a few seconds and then kicked it behind the wheel to hide it. Alright, Zhanji trembled all over, carefully dodging him. Just don't kill me. The man walked up to Zhanji and lifted his hand to pinch the small chin of the young woman. Seeing the girl's tearful little face, he chuckled. Where does uncle have the heart? With the whole car full of food and a pretty girl. The man's grin grew wider. Turning around, he got ready to open the car door, planning to find a good place for a feast. Ho rang. Behind the man came a faint metallic sound. Before he could turn his head to take a look, he suddenly felt a sharp chill on the lower left side of his chest. Above the level of the 11th thoracic vertebrae, below the 2nd lumbar vertebrae. It was the position of the left kidney. Zhanji held the knife handle, the blade deeply submerged in the flesh, almost half the length of the blade. After a few seconds, Zhanji twisted the knife, eliciting a shrill scream of pain. When she pulled it out, bright red blood gushed out, spraying onto the tip of Zhanji's shoe. With this amount of bleeding, she must have hit an artery. Zhanji's mouth hung half open, her throat emitting a ha-ha sound as she panted. Tears streamed down her pale little face, gathering on her chin before dripping to the ground one by one. Like a marionette doll, Zhanji stiffly moved her legs, slowly approaching the man lying half-slumped on the ground. The carotid artery. Her trembling hand pressed on the man's shoulder. 2 fingers aside from the Adam's apple. The girl's slender white fingers, now stained with deep crimson blood, trembled violently as they pressed against his pulsating neck. Zhanji raised the knife in her hand and stabbed down. A soft sound was heard, and her eyelashes quivered as warm liquid splashed into her eyes. At almost the same time, a large hand reached around from behind her, covering her damp eyes. I'm sorry. Song Mi wrapped the drained Zhanji in his arms. I came too late. Zhanji, who had fainted, was taken in and settled by a neighboring auntie. Song Mi didn't even take the time to wash his hands before checking on the man who lay soaked in blood. The left kidney was punctured, and the throat cut. Gu Sun stood up beside the corpse of the scar-faced man. He's dead. Song Mi froze for several seconds before incredulously asking, did she really have that much strength? Evidently. Gu Sun kicked the body aside with his foot and climbed into the car. She did. As the car started, Gu Sun drove it toward the garage. Hey, Mr. Gu. Song-mi walked a couple steps after the car but received no response from Gu-sun. Sighing, Song-mi noticed the other 3 men he had knocked out were already long gone. The tires smeared with blood rolled over the asphalt road, leaving a bloody trail. Song-mi looked down at his own equally bloody knuckles. When Zhangji had raised the knife and plunged it in earlier, Song-mi had been stunned. Had it not been for Gu-sun pushing him aside nearby, he might not have had the presence of mind to cover her eyes. That delicate young woman, after having stabbed the kidney, could still calmly deliver a follow-up blow, whereas he himself had allowed potential trouble to linger. If it had been someone less courageous, both the car and person might already be lost. Drooping his head, Song-mi stood silently. "Dig a hole and bury him," said a man walking up next to Song-mi. Raising his gaze, Song-mi locked eyes with the newcomer. "Dad. Is that girl your girlfriend?" asked Song Xiuyuan. Collapsing his shoulders, Song-mi replied, "I don't have a girlfriend." Starting to move the corpse, Song Xiuyuan suggested, "Let's bury him by the roadside. I'll go home and grab the shovel." Together, Song-mi helped drag the body to the grassy verge by the road. "What about this blood?" Straightening up, Song Xiuyuan walked along the road, waving his hand through the air. In the next instant, the surface of the road reverted back to its original state without a trace of abnormality. "Wow!" Song-mi exclaimed in amazement. "Dad, you have some pretty strong abilities, isn't that regenerative power?" "That girl before." Before Song-mi finished speaking, Song Xiuyuan smacked him on the back of the head, "Don't randomly talk about other people's abilities." Song-mi obediently muttered, "So what is your ability, Dad?" "Concealment," whispered Song Xiuyuan, lowering his voice. "I can hide objects, lower their presence, making them undetectable by others." Suddenly enlightened, Song-mi remarked, "No wonder I didn't feel anything odd until I got right up to our house." Glancing around again, he finally recognized where they were. "This is the small path in our neighborhood, right? Where's the main gate?" "Torn down," said Song Xiuyuan. A few households in the neighborhood had dismantled the main gates and concealed the surrounding buildings. Every night, they let the neighbor grandpa conjure thick fog, giving the area an abandoned feeling, deterring anyone from lingering there. "Clever," praised Song-mi as he gave his father a thumbs up. "An earthly paradise." "Temporary measures," sighed Song Xiuyuan lightly, turning around to fetch the shovel. "And what about you? What's your ability?" Choking a bit, Song-mi said, "I can enhance my strength, super effective when fighting." He definitely wasn't going to admit his real ability, controlling weight, which sounded like something completely useless. Giving him a sidelong glance, Song Xiuyuan huffed irritably, "I see all you know how to do is fight." Smiling broadly, Song-mi followed closely behind. "Where's Mom? Is she alright?" "Asleep," Song Xiuyuan sighed. "Asleep?" Song-mi echoed, surprised. "Just asleep," seemed somewhat exasperated Song Xiuyuan, "she's been sleeping for 3 days straight." Chapter 10, The Vinegar Pot Tipped Over. 2 years ago, Song Yuanxiu had just moved to a new house, relocating from the city center where every inch of land was precious, to the current semi-suburb several rings further out. The downside was having to drive for hours to work every day, but the upside was that his house turned into a 2-story attic with a rooftop and a yard to boot. No longer woken by car horns, he also enjoyed much fresher air. Song-mi's mother, Shermei, who wasn't in good health, spent her time growing vegetables and raising chickens in the yard during her spare time, enjoying a peaceful retired life. It was also due to the relatively remote location of the neighborhood that it managed to stay peaceful amidst the chaos. "When will Mom wake up?" Song-mi asked Song Yuanxiu beside the bed in the bedroom. Song Yuanxiu sat on the bed and touched Shermei's forehead. "When she gets hungry." The woman in the bed had pale skin and slightly curled long hair. Perhaps due to the days of unconsciousness, she looked thinner and a little sickly. Song-mi bent down and held Shermei's hand lying on the quilt, feeling the reassuring warmth of his mother. "Mom!" Song-mi called out. No one answered him. Knock knock knock, the bedroom door was knocked 3 times. Song-mi turned around and saw Gu-sun holding a medicine box. He let go of Shermei's hand and smiled faintly, "Mr. Gu." In Song-mi's room, Gu-sun was sitting on the sofa next to the floor-to-ceiling window, bandaging Song-mi's wound while looking down. And Song-mi, supporting his cheek, was puzzled, unable to understand how he had upset Gu-sun. "Don't move," Gu-sun said. Song-mi responded with an, "Oh," and straightened his body. His right arm was held by Gu-sun, medicated and then wrapped with bandages. This unfortunate arm, after being scalded and then bruised, plus the turmoil of a day and night, was now bruised and abscessed, swelling up. Gu-sun's movements were gentle, almost noiseless. "Mr. Gu," Song-mi leaned forward and poked his head out, "are you in a bad mood?" Ever since they got home, Gu-sun seemed to have given him no good face. After cutting the bandage and sticking it on, Gu-sun pulled Song-mi's other arm over. Song-mi's left arm still retained the outline of an arm, just finely and intricately scarred, some of which had already scabbed over and adhered to the flesh. Gu-sun lifted his hand, gathering a small cloud of rain at his fingertips, dampening a patch of gauze on his knee. Song-mi thought it was interesting and reached out to grab it. The little raincloud hit his palm, cool and refreshing, disappearing instantly between his fingers without a trace. Gu-sun lowered his eyes and carefully cleaned Song-mi's wounds with the gauze. Song Mi tilted his head and watched Gu Sun before him. Gu Sun had deep features, a high-bridged nose. Light coming from the right side cast a shadow over his left eye socket. But his eyelashes were so long that they could be seen peeking out over his nose, catching some of the evening twilight. Mr. Gu, Song Mi spoke. Gu Sun emitted a single syllable, from his throat as a response. Gu Sun rarely smiled, making him appear much more mature than his peers. In fact, he was indeed a dependable companion, equally disciplined and excellent in both academics and daily life. Thank you for not abandoning Zhangji, Song Mi grinned, and for accompanying me back home. Gu Sun picked up the medical alcohol and sprayed it all on Song Mi's wound without any hesitation. Song Mi screamed in pain. How did I offend you? Song Mi gritted his teeth, I think you're deliberately retaliating. When are you going to grow up? Gu Sun gripped Song Mi's wrist without looking up, consider the results before acting, don't act recklessly based on your temper. Song Mi retorted, what have I been reckless about? Gu Sun moved his lips, seemingly wanting to say something but stopped himself. After medicating his left arm, he bent down and lifted one of Song Mi's legs, then finally spoke, after I entered the barrier set up by Uncle, you followed inside less than 2 seconds later. What if there were dangers here? Would you come in to die? Gu Sun's tone was calm, turning what should have been a question into the tone of a declarative sentence. There would be even more reason to come in when it's dangerous, Song Mi argued, otherwise, should I just stand by and watch you die? Gu Sun paused briefly in applying the medication, then returned to normal, if I were already dead, you could stand by and watch. Are you fucking stupid? Song Mi pushed Gu Sun, oh, according to what you're saying, I should have immediately left after you went in, right? Gu Sun fell silent for a moment, then spoke, you could wait outside for a few minutes, and if I still haven't responded. Alright, Song Mi turned his face towards the window, we can't have a productive conversation about this. Stop talking to me, otherwise, we'll end up arguing again. Gu Sun didn't reply, lowering his head and continuing to treat Song Mi's wounds. The abrasion on the outside of Song Mi's right leg was caused by leaping down from the 3rd floor of the library. His powers could have spared him any injury, but carrying an extra burden led to this current situation. You can't save everyone, Gu Sun murmured lowly, so stop trying. Song Mi's gaze fixed on the dull yellow sunlight reflected in the glass, I'm not even thinking about saving the world anymore. I truly am not. But you can't make me abandon my companions, Song Mi shifted his focus back, his voice slightly hoarse, my parents, you, and Zhangji, I want to protect all of you. Even if I fundamentally cannot, I will never. I don't need your protection, Gu Sun interrupted, and neither does Zhangji. Song Mi lifted his eyes and looked at Gu Sun, she saved my life once. Gu Sun responded, she understands much more than you do, and she's far smarter than you are. Song Mi cut in, she's just a little girl. At that moment, Gu Sun applied the ointment onto Song Mi's wound with unusual force. Song Mi screamed, you're doing it again. Gu Sun acted as if he hadn't heard and continued applying the medicine without looking up. You're telling me not to be reckless. Well, let me ask you something, Song Mi mimicked Gu Sun's tone from earlier, recounting past events, when we were in the fog, I knew not to make a sound. But why did you speak? If the fog creator wasn't Uncle Sun next door, wouldn't you already be dead? Gu Sun remained silent, as if acknowledging his moment of recklessness. But then Song Mi reconsidered. At the time, Gu Sun had told him not to move, this warning had been issued after he noticed Song Mi's footsteps. This warning itself had been rooted in telling him not to make noise. So Gu Sun had known, and yet he still acted. A sudden chill ran through Song Mi. Gu Sun was always careful and cautious, how could he possibly make such a basic mistake? Yet, he had indeed spoken out loud then. The only reasonable explanation was one. He was diverting the enemy's attention for Song Mi. Compared to Song Mi's faint footstep sounds, Gu Sun's clear voice would provide a much more precise directional cue. Thus, it was ultimately Song Mi who initiated the sound, otherwise Gu Sun wouldn't have exposed himself, shifting the dynamics from active control to passive reaction. Song Mi suddenly felt a wave of powerlessness. Mr. Gu, Song Mi said despondently, am I really that stupid? Gu Sun showed no leniency, yes. Song Mi sighed, feeling like the middle schooler on the team he had harshly criticized several months ago on the street. But it doesn't matter, Gu Sun continued calmly. Song Mi looked up blankly, huh? Gu Sun maintained his usual even tone, because I'm here. Chapter 11, Sleepy Time. The evening light grew dimmer, until the world fell silent in darkness. Gu Sun seemed to carry a natural sedative. Even when he was just sitting there doing nothing, he exuded a sense of security that reassured others. Song Mi raised her hand and lit the candle on the table, tilting her head as she looked at Gu Sun. Mr. Gu, you have a cut on your face. Gu Sun grunted in acknowledgement. It's fine. How can it be fine? Such a handsome face, it would be such a pity to have a scar. Song Mi, with her arm bandaged like a mummy, picked up a band-aid from the first aid kit on the table. Come on, let me put it on for you. Song Mi's index finger gently lifted Gu Sun's chin, waiting for him to raise his head, then pressed his cheek and stuck the band-aid onto the wound. The boy's fingertips were warm, applying gentle pressure on Gu Sun's face, like a feather lightly brushing over, leaving behind a ticklish sensation deep down. Gu Sun looked at Song Mi, whose face had more than one injury, even large bruises and swelling. His Adam's apple moved up and down. Don't touch me. Gu Sun lowered his eyes again. Song Mi lifted her hand, teasingly lifting Gu Sun's chin once more. What if I touch you? Gu Sun reached out, grabbing Song Mi's wrist. Song Mi. Song Mi tilted her head. An eerie silence fell between the two, as if they wanted to say something but it remained hidden within the flickering candlelight. Gu Sun's eyes were dark, like a deep well that couldn't be seen through. Song Mi stared into his pupils, as if about to fall into this tranquil night. Finally, Gu Sun loosened his grip on Song Mi's wrist, hoarsely repeating. Don't touch me. Yet this warning seemed to have no effect. That night, Song Mi dragged Gu Sun onto her bed. Come on Mr. Gu, Song Mi threw a set of her pajamas at Gu Sun and sprawled herself on the bed, losing all restraint. In this long night, let us. She hadn't finished speaking when Gu Sun covered her mouth and pushed her onto the bed. Shut up. Song Mi, nestled in the soft bedding, smiled mischievously, nodding. All the electricity and water had been cut off, but fortunately, there was a big reservoir in Song Mi's yard made for watering vegetables, allowing them to barely keep up with water usage these past few days. However, after Gu Sun arrived, the issue of water was no longer a problem. Mr. Gu, can your cloud adjust water temperature? Song Mi shouted from the bathroom. Taking a cold shower on such a day is too demanding. Gu Sun sat on the bed, trying to charge his phone. No. Could you kindly help me then by moving your precious rear end? Song Mi hollered again. With all these bandages, I can't move. Gu Sun placed the phone back on the bedside table and went to the bathroom. Song Mi, arching her back and sticking her butt out, was washing her hair with one hand. It's in my eyes, in my eyes. Song Mi's hands flailed around on the sink. Ah. Mr. Gu, where does your cloud spray water? I'm washing my hair, not taking a bath. Gu Sun sighed, shoved a towel into Song Mi's hand, rolled up his sleeves, and washed her hair. Hum. The sound of the hairdryer hummed. Gu Sun's fingers worked through Song Mi's black hair, carefully blowing the moisture away. Song Mi, legs crossed, sat on the bed, idly picking up the black cord of the hairdryer and noticed blue electric sparks coiling around the plug. Generator, Song Mi looked up in admiration. Damn impressive. Gu Sun turned her head forcefully. Stay still. So, Song Mi obediently sat there while Gu Sun dried her hair. A few minutes later, Song Mi with fluffy hair swayed about like a clawed lion, rolling and flipping on the bed with her phone. You can even charge phones, wow. Mr. Gu, you're really worth every penny. Gu Sun pulled the blanket over Song Mi's abdomen. Go to sleep early. Suddenly, the sound of a game broke the quiet. Song Mi lay on her back holding her phone. I got a few SSR cards a few days ago, but now I can't even log into the server. Gu Sun reached out and took away Song Mi's phone. Sleep. Song Mi looked at the ceiling and sighed deeply. Sleeping is so boring, let's chat a bit. Gu Sun diligently pulled the blanket up to Song Mi's chest. Chat about what? Song Mi turned her head and looked at Gu Sun lying beside her. About stars, about the moon, from poetry and literature to life aspirations. Gu Sun closed his eyes. I'm asleep. Song Mi. The room fell silent for a few seconds, but only for those few seconds. Mr. Gu, Song Mi stared straight at the person next to her. Are you asleep? No one paid him any attention. Mr. Gu. Song Mi asked again, are you really asleep? She was still ignored. Song Mi paused for a moment and began to slowly inch closer to Gu Sun, wriggling like a maggot. When their arms finally touched, Gu Sun could no longer bear it and opened his eyes. What are you doing? Cuddle up to stay warm, Song Mi said as she pressed her legs against Gu Sun's too. Gu Sun. He turned over and faced away from Song Mi. Mr. Gu, Song Mi moved closer again, we've known each other for so long but have never slept together before. Tonight's the first night, we should do something memorable. Gu Sun sat up, what's wrong with you? The huge bed almost felt too small now as Song Mi had practically pushed Gu Sun to its edge. Song Mi fell silent for a while, then covered her face with the blanket and muffled out, whenever I close my eyes, Zhao Cheng's face appears. Gu Sun sat on the bed and tidied up the messy blanket. Do you think he deserved to kill me? Song Mi threw off the blanket and jumped angrily on the bed. One time was bad enough, but twice. All because of an argument we had during my freshman year. Was it worth remembering for a whole year? So he deserved what he got, Gu Sun said patiently as he recovered her with the blanket. You didn't do anything wrong. Song Mi looked at Gu Sun, but I've killed so many people. Gu Sun placed his palm over her eyes. Why? I don't know, Song Mi closed her eyes. They were going to kill me. Self-defense, Gu Sun replied, it's fine. At first, it was self-defense, but later, it wasn't anymore. Song Mi admitted. He'd become frenzied with bloodlust, seeing anyone and wanting to slash them down. At the thought of a sleeping Gu Sun waiting behind him, he wanted nothing more than to obliterate everyone who dared come near him, ensuring no future threat remained. There was one person, Song Mi's eyes moistened, his voice becoming lighter and lighter. He ran away, but I chased after him anyway and killed him. Gu Sun stroked Song Mi's fluffy hair, maybe he was planning to hide and ambush you. How did I become that kind of person? Song Mi's tears rolled down the corner of his eyes and trickled into his earlobe, so much blood, there was so much blood. It's okay, it's all over now. Gu Sun lay down and put his arm around Song Mi's shoulders. Song Mi turned around and buried his face in Gu Sun's chest. I've killed 26 people. Gu Sun hugged Song Mi tightly, his hand cradling the back of his head. It doesn't matter. I don't want to kill anymore, Song Mi sobbed. I'll handle the killings. Gu Sun gently patted his back. As the breathing of the person in his arms grew softer, Gu Sun lowered his head and pressed his lips against Song Mi's hair. His dark eyes concealed a fierce cruelty intertwined with shadows, all of them. I'll kill them all myself. Chapter 12, Princess Hug. The next day, Song Mi woke up when it was already bright outside. He was the only one in the room, and beside his pillow was a neatly folded sleepwear placed by Gu Sun. His brain was still foggy with drowsiness, and Song Mi vaguely remembered himself shedding tears in Gu Sun's embrace last night. Song Mi. Well, since Gu Sun isn't an outsider, let it be. Stretching lazily, he habitually turned on the faucet. However, it took a few seconds for him to realize there was no water. Lifting his eyelids, Song Mi looked at his reflection in the mirror, messy hair and all. After pausing for a moment, he picked up his toothbrush cup, went out of the room with his toothbrush and toothpaste swaying, calling out elongatedly like someone trying to summon a spirit, Mr. Gu. Song Mi walked all the way to the courtyard and saw Gu Sun talking with his dad on the edge of their small vegetable patch in the yard. Good morning, Song Mi raised his cup, speaking in his hoarse voice, would you please spare some water, Master Gu? Song Yuanxiu frowned, what kind of good morning is this? It's almost 9 o'clock. Dark clouds gathered together, and light drizzles filled a cup of water. Song Mi squeezed out the toothpaste, squatted boldly beside the vegetable garden and began brushing his teeth. Is Mom still asleep? Song Yuanxiu kicked his sons but right away, go brush your teeth somewhere else. This vegetable garden is precious. Almost losing balance from the kick, Song Mi thought that what Song Yuanxiu said was pretty much true. So reluctantly, he squatted by the roadside instead. At this point in time, vegetables and fruits were basically non-existent, but fortunately, his mom liked planting vegetables and flowers at home. Otherwise, their family would even have problems with meals. But watering the crops was necessary. Once Gu Sun left, they might even have trouble getting water, so these vegetables would eventually die. When are you going back home, Mr. Gu? Song Mi stirred his toothbrush around in a cup, making a loud sound. Gu Sun moved his lips slightly but didn't answer immediately. You live far away. Why not stay here at my place? Song Mi wiped off the foam from his chin and used the rainwater falling under the cloud cover to wash his face directly on site. Once we're rested and prepared, I'll accompany you back. The hesitation from Gu Sun earlier seemed like it had been re-swallowed, and he pressed his lips together, nodding gently, okay. Sure Mei did not wake up today either, and Song Mi sat by her bed looking worried. Yesterday, she woke up once during the night, Song Yuanxiu said, she visited your room after knowing you'd returned. Song Mi abruptly lifted his head, After returning, she ate something. Song Yuanxiu placed his hand on Song Mi's shoulder, don't worry too much. Now Song Mi had another thing to worry about. I'm telling you, Mom came into my room last night. Outside the room, Song Mi leaned towards Gu Sun, do you know about this? Gu Sun nodded. He slept lightly, any little bit of sound could wake him up instantly. Song Mi hurried, we weren't hugging or anything, right? Gu Sun stared straight ahead without answering. *****. Was I crying then? Song Mi felt awkward all over, what was Mom's expression? As the two descended the stairs together, Gu Sun calmly replied, when Auntie arrived, you were already sleeping. Were you awake? Song Mi reached out to pull his own hair, why do I feel like a teenager caught in an early romance? Gu Sun paused his steps and looked at Song Mi, aren't you supposed to prefer girls? Song Mi was taken aback as well, why do you bring this up suddenly? So, what are you worried about? Gu Sun asked. Upon thinking, Song Mi found it made sense, you're right. Gu Sun resumed walking and paid no further attention to Song Mi. But, why has my mom been sleeping continuously? Song Mi found it odd, although her health wasn't good in the past, it shouldn't be to this extent. What reason do you think it might be? Gu Sun asked. Song Mi kept pace with Gu Sun, whispering, isn't it similar to overusing abilities? Gu Sun lowered his gaze, But what ability could make one sleep for days? Song Mi asked, Dad also said he hadn't seen Mom use her powers. Auntie started sleeping the night of the massive power awakening 2 days ago, Gu Sun reminded, however, have you ever considered that perhaps Uncle and Aunt typically rest around 7 or 8 o'clock? Song Mi nodded, his parents indeed usually went to bed very early. And the awakening happened around 9. Assuming that night Auntie woke up before Uncle, and after waking up, she tried using her powers, Gu Sun dropped his voice even lower, shifting the time nearly an hour forward. Song Mi froze on the spot. Are you saying that it was because of my mom? Song Mi found this hard to believe. This is just one possibility, Gu Sun remarked. Song Mi stared at Gu Sun, still seeming shocked, does this mean I'm the weakest among the three of us? You should have kept an eye on Auntie, Gu Sun sighed helplessly. If this is indeed what happened, we're likely in for a lot of trouble. For instance. Song Mi stopped thinking and looked up at Gu Sun like a curious child. Gu Sun patiently explained bit by bit to Song Mi, just rolling back time by an hour had Auntie asleep for so long. If she used this ability on a larger scale, she might never wake up again. Song Mi froze where he stood. Gu Sun spoke plainly, leaving Song Mi bewildered. Their abilities would recover with a good night's sleep if overused. But Song Mi's mother wasn't the same. If she overused her power, she might never recover. My mom wouldn't use such an ability. Song Mi said. What if someone forced her to? Gu Sun asked. No one knows about our powers. Song Mi rested his hand on the railing, curling his fingers tightly around it. Who would force her? Gu Sun, with so many people on Earth, if someone could sense others' abilities. Stop right there. Song Mi took a deep breath, adding a touch of bitterness to his expression as he looked at Gu Sun. Mr. Gu, you're scaring me. All they'd talked about were merely assumptions made by Gu Sun. So you need to quickly learn how to utilize your own ability, Gu Sun said lightly, otherwise, you'll hold me back. Song Mi paused for a few seconds, then burst into laughter and hooked his arm around Gu Sun's neck. Got it. As noon approached, Song Mi and Gu Sun paid a visit to the neighboring house. Zhangji had woken up, but she seemed not fully recovered yet, spending the whole morning sitting on the sofa hugging a water cup without speaking. Just drank a little water this morning. Uncle's son looked worried about Zhangji. Your aunt made her some noodles, but she didn't eat. The girl wore a white sleep dress, her long hair draping over her shoulders, making her small face appear even paler. Aunt Sun sat next to her, occasionally talking to her, while Zhangji responded with only slight facial movements but remained silent throughout. Miss Sun from Uncle Sun's family couldn't handle her ability. Song Mi stepped out of the house, turning to look at the hidden two-story building. Placing Zhangji there can also be a comfort for Aunt Sunday. Are you not sending her home? Gu Sun asked. Song Mi hesitated for a moment. It's probably better not to move around randomly right now. Besides, I need to accompany you home first anyway. Gu Sun's expression softened a little. I'm not in a rush. I guess you're not in a hurry either, Song Mi said. In the past few days, I haven't seen you trying to contact your family. Knowing Gu Sun for more than a year, Song Mi understood something about his family. Rich? Very rich. Unloved. Also truly unloved. Mom passed away early, Dad's been playing around, going home would only cause troubles. But he's your father after all, Song Mi sighed. If it gets too bad at your place, bring your dad over to ours. Gu Sun watched Song Mi chattering endlessly, a hint of smile curling on the corner of his lips. Alright. Let's go find edible and usable stuff around here later and move them all back. Song Mi stretched his arms and let out a long sigh. Uncle Sun and Grandma Wang from next door, counting my family, there are only 3 households left in this area. As for young laborers, it's just us 2, the responsibility is kind of heavy on our shoulders. How's your control over your ability? Gu Sun asked him. It's okay, I guess. Song Mi started lightening himself. Bring on some wind. Gu Sun summoned a gentle breeze. Song Mi immediately felt himself floating slightly. Oh. Song Mi flapped his arms in the air, flying. Gu Sun raised his hand and grabbed Song Mi's fingertips. He took a step forward, thus holding Song Mi's entire palm. Song Mi, pulled by Gu Sun, barely returned to the ground. With a bright smile in his eyes, the youth turned back and said to Gu Sun, do you think if we cooperate well in the future, I could drop from the sky, catching people off guard? Gu Sun thought this was quite a good idea, on the condition that you can accurately control your own weight. I feel pretty accurate now, Song Mi said. Gu Sun tightened his grip on Song Mi's wrist, gently pulling him backward. Hey! Song Mi exclaimed, his body feeling like a feather, floating straight into Gu Sun's embrace. Gu Sun bent his knees slightly and lifted Song Mi in his arms. Now increase your weight. Song Mi's arm hooked around Gu Sun's shoulder as he looked up and laughed. Hold on, I'll adjust my mood. As if infected by Song Mi, a faint trace of smile appeared in Gu Sun's usually indifferent eyes. The person in his arms began to get heavier, even heavier than their original weight. Can you still hold me? Song Mi asked in surprise. Still okay, Gu Sun replied, 300 kilograms. His arms were strong, muscles bulging, with what seemed to be light blue currents flowing through them. Cheating, Mr. Gu. Song Mi shouted. Gu Sun bounced Song Mi gently in his arms, otherwise, I couldn't hold you. Song Mi immediately reduced his weight, put me down if you can't hold me. Gu Sun still held on, change slowly, keep an even speed. Song Mi tilted his head, swinging his long legs in the air, isn't this already even enough? Gu Sun had a hint of smile at the corner of his lips, get heavier. Heh, Song Mi said, you're messing with me, aren't you? Gu Sun tightened his grip around Song Mi's waist, not true. I think you're definitely messing with me, Song Mi insisted. Gu Sun glanced at the youth in his arms and admitted, actually, I do want to mess with you. Chapter 13, The Villain's Arrival. The conversation was gradually veering toward a strange direction. Before Song Mi could discern anything amiss, Gu Sun had already sent him flying up into the sky like a gust of wind. Song Mi's hands and feet felt light as he floated upward. Try making only your feet heavier, Gu Sun said, holding his hand and tilting his head to look at Songmi. Keep your body upright. Songmi attempted to increase the weight of his limbs but found it didn't work. It's not possible. I can only make everything lighter. He adjusted his position mid-air, but keeping my body upright is something I can manage. Songmi was wearing a black hoodie with the drawstring tied, revealing a clean and pale neck. His appearance exuded a crisp, youthful vigor. Gu Sun paused for a moment, then pulled out a fountain pen from his pocket and placed it in Songmi's pocket. Songmi looked down. A pen. Gu Sun retracted his hand, watching Songmi still floating in the air. Your power isn't about controlling weight, Gu Sun remarked. Not controlling weight. Songmi took out the pen, puzzled. Then what is it? Gu Sun held his hand flat and gestured for Songmi to return the pen. It's gravity control. As the pen left Songmi's fingertips, it fell gently into Gu Sun's hand, a deep brown, gold-plated pen with some weight to it. Songmi suddenly realized that what had risen earlier wasn't just himself. His clothes, the knife in his pocket for self-defense, and Gu Sun's pen, all had been affected. Fly. Songmi excitedly tugged Gu Sun's hand upward. Fly. Fly. Gu Sun raised his arm, pulling Songmi back down while gripping his hand. For now, you can only control your own weight and some small items close to you. Songmi's feet touched the ground, hearing the word, close, before suddenly embracing Gu Sun tightly. Gu Sun's body stiffened, stopping in his tracks. Songmi hugged tightly, wrapping his arms around Gu Sun with his head resting on his shoulder. Gu Sun lowered his gaze, his long lashes trembling slightly, concealing the flicker of emotion in his eyes. He raised his hand, intending to reciprocate the embrace. So if we're this close, why aren't we flying? Songmi suddenly let go, prompting Gu Sun's half-raised hand to quickly fall back to its original position. He stepped back, lifting his gaze toward a house. Take it slow. This neighborhood wasn't geographically desirable, most people bought homes here for retirement or investment. With Songmi's neighbors having moved out, and after the recent incident, the area became even quieter. They stayed home idly, venturing out to see if they could scavenge something. It's been searched already. Songmi closed the kitchen cabinet door. I bet it was those raiders we encountered before. Gu Sun kicked aside a cluttered cardboard box in the living room, softly replying with an before saying, let's go back. By noon, the skies were darker than when they arrived. It's going to rain, Gu Sun noted. Walking along the road, Songmi noticed a long sword lying by the roadside. I guess I'm destined for this thing. He bent down to pick it up. Starting today, you're mine. Gu Sun casually grabbed a piece of cloth and wrapped the blade. Be careful. Another day, I'll craft a sheath for it. Songmi held the hilt and swung it through the air twice. Feels pretty handy. Can you control its gravity? Gu Sun asked. Songmi tried, feeling the sword too heavy. Bah, what lousy ability. Can't even carry a simple sword. Gu Sun pressed his hand on Songmi's shoulder. Take it slow. When they got home, Songmi saw Song Yuanxiu laying out every pot and container they owned across the courtyard. Hey Dad, Songmi walked around the yard with his hands in his pockets, grinning, praying for rain. Need me to find some incense for you? Stop causing trouble. Song Yuanxiu wished Songmi would leave him alone, demanding instead, find some cement if you've got time. Let's build a water tank. Where will we get cement? Songmi threw up his hands. We went out today and didn't even see a soul. Looks like you're the ghost, Song Yuanxiu shot back. What's smeared all over your face? Go wash it off. Songmi touched his face, turning around to ask Gu Sun, is there something wrong with my face? A piece of spider web was stuck near his forehead and hairline. Gu Sun lifted his hand and wiped it off. It's dirty. Songmi spread his hands. Got any water? Before Gu Sun summoned any rain clouds, Song Yuanxiu struck Songmi's head first. Go to the backyard and use the vegetable watering water to wash your face. Turning, Song Yuanxiu reminded Gu Sun, don't randomly use your powers. Gu Sun nodded, responding affirmatively. However, as soon as the two were out of Song Yuanxiu's sight, Gu Sun's small cloud began to sprinkle rain. Songmi bent down and washed his face, wiping off the excess water droplets. Would using your powers like this consume too much of your stamina? It's quite humid in the air now, Gu Sun replied. An hour of rain in this range consumes about the same stamina as running 400 meters. Songmi laughed, so convenient, I could almost keep you at home just for this. Gu Sun placed his palm on Songmi's pale neck before turning back into the house. Surprisingly, Shimei had awakened. Not only was she awake, but she had even gotten out of bed. The weather was gloomy, yet no light entered through the wide-open windows. Shimei sat on the couch in the large living room with her face tilted upward, wearing a floor-length white dress with slightly curled long hair draped over her shoulders. Gu Sun stopped and admired this beautiful scene like an oil painting. Mom! Songmi grinned widely, ran over, and knelt by the couch. You're awake. Gu Sun watched from a distance, not wanting to disturb their mother-son intimate moment. Shimei had lost some weight during this time, but it couldn't hide the innate elegance and gentleness within her. Where have you been playing again? Shimei's voice was hoarse as she raised her hand to wipe away the water stains on Songmi's face. You look all dusty. Her movements were gentle, filled with love as she looked at Songmi. I went out to look for stuff, Song Mi replied, but didn't find anything in several houses. Gu Sun turned around and stepped out of the room. Outside, the sky grew darker. Song Yuanxiu finished arranging the last cup and returned under the rain shelter by the gate. It's going to rain, Song Yuanxiu brushed off the dust on his sleeves. Gu Sun looked at the man beside him and said softly, providing moisture doesn't take up much stamina. We should try not to use it unless necessary. Song Yuanxiu looked at Gu Sun and smiled, who wants to always make a kid so tired. Being called a kid for the first time, Gu Sun fell silent. I heard from little me that he owes you so much along the way, otherwise, he might not have come back. Song Yuanxiu patted Gu Sun's arm in a familiar manner. Good lad, you're really built. Gu Sun wasn't used to being touched by anyone except Song Mi, but he seemed not to mind the friendly uncle-like demeanor of the man in front of him. It's my duty, Gu Sun said, Song Mi is my friend. Me having you as a friend reassures me somewhat. Song Yuanxiu sighed, I'm sure he hasn't given you an easy time. No, Gu Sun answered seriously, he is good. In the brief conversation, the sky had already turned completely gray. With the first drop of rain falling, it didn't take long before huge raindrops came pounding down in torrents. The late autumn downpour arrived fiercely and swiftly. These few days, you can stay here. Song Yuanxiu looked at the curtain of rain ahead, we'll go back once things settle down. Uncle, Gu Sun hesitated for a long while before finally asking the question, does Auntie also possess powers? Gu Sun didn't finish his sentence when Song Yuanxiu's entire body suddenly trembled. He grabbed Gu Sun and stepped forward, standing in front of the child who was already taller than him by half a head. My barrier has been broken. Inside, Song Mi was enthusiastically telling Mei about all the hardships he encountered on the road. If it weren't for Boss Gu, I would have died long ago, Song Mi lamented dejectedly. At first, I didn't listen to him. Now thinking about it, I wish I could beat myself. He cares for you a lot, Mei remarked. Yeah, Song Mi sighed, I never thought in the library incident that he wouldn't let go until the very end. Mei stroked Song Mi's hair as if she wanted to say something. TCH. Song Mi slumped, resting his head on Mei's lap, in my life to have such a friend, I guess it's worth it. Foolish child. Mei glanced out the window toward the outside world, you shouldn't make others feel sad. Splash. A loud sound of shattered glass came from the yard outside. Song Mi immediately grabbed the long knife beside him and stood up quickly. Don't come out. Protect Auntie. Gu Sun's voice sounded, and Song Mi instantly shielded Mei behind him. In an instant, he moved to the side wall to find cover. Boss Gu. Dad? What happened outside? Another deafening clang sound echoed as the room's door was kicked open. Song Mi directly broke a nearby window, flipping into the courtyard with Mei. Torrential rain poured down, soaking both their garments instantly. Song Mi lifted his hand and pulled his hoodie over Mei's head. He steadied his nerves, turning his head to see the yard scattered with shattered glass containers. Among them stood Gu Sun alone, enveloped by a faint blue electric glow. Where was everyone else? What about his dad? Song Mi drew the long knife, wary of any changes around him. The enemy's power is control, Gu Sun's voice carried over the noise of the rain. Uncle has been controlled. As soon as those words left his lips, Song Mi felt a chilling breeze pass by his back, followed by Mei's sharp scream as she was dragged more than 3 meters away in the rain. The tightly strung nerve in Song Mi's mind buzzed like a harp string being plucked, causing his whole body to shiver violently. In a blur that almost left an afterimage, Song Mi spun around swiftly and caught Mei's arm, then delivered a fierce kick to the shadow behind him. A black sweatshirt flew off and Mei looked as fragile as a piece of paper, teetering in the pouring rain. Song Mi's eyes turned blood red as he tightened his grip on the long knife, ready to strike down. No! Mei screamed shrilly, pulling Song Mi sharply back to reality. The shadow revealed its true form, its features washed away by the rain, to be none other than Song Yuanxiu. Dad? Before Song Mi could fully voice his astonishment, a glint of cold steel accompanied by raindrops came hurtling towards him. He pushed Mei away, rolling quickly on the ground to dodge it. Gu Sun rushed over to support Mei, kicking up a large plastic basin lying on the ground. Crack. It was the sound of plastic shattering into pieces. After missing his mark, Song Yuanxiu retreated several steps, disappearing into the vastness of the heavy rain. This ability is pretty useful, came a warm, amused male voice from the doorway. It sounded like he was conversing casually, with an inviting tone. How about a game of hide-and-seek? Song Mi looked up, spotting a figure stepping out of the house. It was a man, specifically, a man holding a boy. The man wore all black, with strong, angular features. He gazed at Song Mi while maintaining a gentle smile. And on the man's horizontally extended forearm sat a boy wearing light blue suspenders. No. The boy had rosy lips and white teeth, he seemed to be only about 10 years old. Turning, he wrapped his arms around the man's neck and pouted. My socks are wet. Chapter 14, Cheat Received. The rain poured down, hitting Song Mi's face and body. His eyelashes were dotted with water droplets, trembling slightly with his breaths and the wild wind. Gu Sun held Mei behind him with one hand and slowly retreated to the wall. I don't like rain. The boy grabbed the man's hair, seemingly unhappy. Wang, let's go back. The rain showed no signs of stopping. Amidst the cacophony of sounds, the boy's whiny voice was eerie and jarring. Songmi and Gu Sun exchanged a glance from a few meters away, neither made a move, waiting for further developments. But Xiao Wei promised me to catch her. Yun Wang rubbed Qin Wei's hair. Then let's not play, catch her and leave, okay? But they're all so strong. Qin Wei glanced at Songmi, leaned in Yun Wang's ear, and seemed to say something. Wow! Yun Wang looked at Songmi and exclaimed, gravity manipulation. Upon hearing this, both Songmi and Gu Sun were startled. This man could actually see through their superpowers. No, Songmi quickly calmed down within seconds. The man's ability is control. The child in his arms should be the one who can see others' abilities. Kid, you're quite strong. Yun Wang slightly bent over and said to Songmi, I'm Yun Wang, why don't you join me? Songmi looked into the smiling eyes of the man, slowly stood up. His voice was deep as he opened his mouth. Do you always deal blows to your teammates before issuing a group application? Ah. Yun Wang straightened his spine and nodded blankly, bewildered, did I? Songmi gripped the handle of the knife a little tighter, adjusted his breathing, and glanced at Gu Sun. They exchanged a look in midair. Songmi tried to keep his voice steady, let my father go, and we will join the team. Currently, Song Yuanxiu was in the man's hands, and it was clearly evident that the opponent had already mastered his superpowers. They had Shirmai on their side. If it came down to direct combat, there was no way they would walk away unscathed. The man just learned about Song Mi's power. Song Yuanxiu's ability was simply mentioned as quite useful. So why did they come? Either because of Gu Sun or Shirmai. Song Mi had an inkling in his mind that Shimai's power must match Gu Sun's guess. Since the other party has issued a team invitation, what they needed to do now was stabilize the situation before discussing anything else. You, too. Yun Wang paused between the two words for several seconds. A moment later, it seemed like he understood Song Mi's meaning, suddenly laughing, you've misunderstood, besides you, the one I'm interested in is, her. Yun Wang's finger lightly lifted, pointing at Gu Sun. Song Mi's gaze followed the fingertip. It's Gu Sun, is it? Or, the Shirmai behind Gu Sun. Time-space reversal. Yun Wang slightly shook his head, wearing an expression of praise, admiring. Shirmai took a breath and leaned against the wall. Alright, Song Mi's heartbeat accelerated, release everyone else, and she and I will follow you. Kid, having attachments won't allow you to achieve great things. Yun Wang looked at Gu Sun, wind, rain, thunder, lightning. Your powers are passable, but lack growth potential. Gu Sun tasted a different flavor from these words. Is this guy your brother? Yun Wang asked, you two don't look alike at all. Song Mi pursed his lips, what do you want? Kill him. Yun Wang smiled sweetly, to show sincerity. Song Mi's pupils trembled. Dear friend, Yun Wang faced Gu Sun, bent over and picked up the black umbrella leaning against the wall, unhurriedly opening it above his head, you're blocking my way. He stepped forward, his boots with black laces descended another step, stepping into the rain, my treasure is anxious, give her to me. Gu Sun remained silent without any action. There was no room for negotiation. Song Mi watched as Yun Wang took another step down. He still couldn't fully control the weight of the blade, and his father was hiding somewhere around them. Could he defeat him? But he had to fight. He couldn't betray himself by killing Gu Sun. In the next moment, Song Mi loosened his 5 fingers, letting the long sword fall to the ground. His body was light, his foot tips pushed off the ground, almost instantly transferring to Yun Wang's side, dealing a fierce elbow strike to his face. Qin Wei screamed in fright, hugging tightly onto Yun Wang's neck and burying her face inside. Yun Wang quickly turned sideways, dodging the attack. Right after, a fist enveloped in cold air mixed with thunder and lightning charged towards him. The black umbrella was sent flying in the air, spinning along with the cold wind, finally splashing with the raindrops onto the ground. Qin Wei covered her own head with both hands, screaming shrilly, don't let it rain, don't. Yun Wang took a few steps back, his large hand protecting Qin Wei's back of the head. The smile on his face diminished slightly, and he sighed, ah. I'm a little upset. Song Mi retreated to stand in front of Gu Sun, the two standing side by side in the rain. Take my mom and leave, Song Mi whispered softly. We can't leave, Gu Sun replied. Song Mi's previous 2 strikes were so fast that even Gu Sun couldn't see them clearly, yet Yun Wang managed to dodge. This man was incredibly powerful even without using his special ability. Alright, stop crying. Yun Wang returned under the eaves and consoled the boy in his arms, I'll deal with them right away. Gu Sun reminded him quietly, be careful. A cold wind suddenly swept in from somewhere nearby, and Song Mi raised both arms to defend himself but was surprised to find a glinting longsword blade rushing toward him. Gu Sun pulled Song Mi aside, the electric current wrapping around the sword body and stopping it in mid-air as they struggled against each other. He then kicked towards the void behind him. A painful muffled groan followed, and Song Mi's heart almost shattered. Dad! Gu Sun grabbed Song Mi's wrist and squeezed tightly, don't lose focus. Yuanxiu, Shirmei cried uncontrollably in the rain, please don't. Auntie, Gu Sun said, don't speak. The sounds of the wind, the sound of the rain, and the sound of air currents. In the subtleties, one could detect what was unusual. Song Mi closed his eyes and carefully sensed the surroundings. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, and at that moment, his body became extraordinarily light, swiftly darting to the left. Gu Sun's lightning moved simultaneously, but even so, it couldn't catch up to Song Mi's speed. Hiss! The blade split through the rain curtain, creating a sharp sound in the air. Song Mi stepped on the raindrops with his feet, leaping into the air and instantly moving to Song Yuanxiu's back. Wow! Yun Wang stopped consoling the child altogether. That's fast. A hand knife chopped down on the neck, trying to knock the person out. It won't work, Gu Sun said. What's controlled is the spirit, physical attacks won't affect his actions. In other words, no matter how severely injured Song Yuanxiu was, as long as he didn't die, he would continue fighting forever. Song Mi rapidly locked the neck and threw the man, pressing him into the vegetable garden. Dad. For an instant, there was a flash of clarity in Song Yuanxiu's eyes, but soon he lost consciousness again and kicked Song Mi away. This isn't working. Yun Wang stroked Qin Wei's head. What if we can't win? Qin Wei wailed, I want to go home. Do you not want your mother anymore? Yun Wang pointed to Shi Mei. She seems quite desirable to me. Qin Wei looked at the weak woman in the rain, sobbed for a bit, and then gently lifted her hand, pressing downwards in the direction of Song Yuanxiu. Instantly, the veins in Song Yuanxiu's neck bulged out, and before Song Mi's very eyes, he seemingly disappeared. Watch out! As Gu Sun warned, a fierce wind arose. All the drooping vegetable leaves in the vegetable garden, battered by the heavy rain, were blown about, but Song Mi precisely caught an anomaly. One patch of leaves did not move. Song Yuanxiu's ability was concealment, not true disappearance. His body simply couldn't keep up with his own speed. In fact, he probably wasn't able to beat himself either. Song Mi's eyes turned blood red, and tears almost welled up as he discovered this crucial breakthrough. Because Song Yuanxiu was already over 50 years old. That man who could once easily carry him up a mountain had now grown old. Song Mi screamed in anguish. Though his abilities could suppress his opponent, one side simply refused to strike the fatal blow. This war of attrition wouldn't stop. Song Mi, finish it quickly. Gu Sun clasped his 5 fingers together, making a hand knife that struck down the longsword in Song Yuanxiu's hand. If uncle exhausts himself and dies, I will become the second control subject. Song Mi's loose sleeves were torn and bloody, mixed with mud, and his eyeballs were crisscrossed with fine blood vessels. His mind seemed to have drifted far away from this fight. Song Yuanxiu quickly rolled and picked up the longsword. Gu Sun furrowed his brows and deliberately met the sword edge. The cold blade pierced through his shoulder, blood mixing with the rainwater, splashing into the mud. Gu Sun. Song Mi's voice was hoarse, nearing collapse. Unless Song Yuanxiu was dealt with, they had no way of getting close to Yun Wang. But letting Song Mi kill his father seemed impossible. Gu Sun's eyes darkened slightly, revealing a hint of disappointment. Alone, he couldn't turn the situation around, and if Song Mi continued like this, things would inevitably take the worst possible turn. I'll go with you. Shi Mei's complexion was pale as she collapsed onto the ground in despair. I beg of you, I'll go with you, just let my children be free, please. Why didn't you say that earlier? Yun Wang set Qin Wei down, took a few steps into the rain, and grabbed Shi Mei's arm. Wouldn't it have been better if you had listened nicely? Mom. Song Mi was in utter disarray, leaving his back exposed to Song Yuanxiu's range of attack. This grave mistake was something even Gu Sun couldn't rectify in time. It was a moment where life hung by a thread. Suddenly, Song Mi was pushed from behind, and shortly after, warm liquid splashed all over his forearm. Stumbling a step forward, Song Mi slowly turned around to see Gu Sun clutching his abdomen as he collapsed beside him. Song Yuanxiu withdrew the longsword, its tip dripping with fresh red blood. Gu Sun's name stuck in his throat, and in that instant, Song Mi felt as if his heart had turned to ashes, collapsing powerless onto his knees. Kill me then. Me. Shi Mei screamed, no. The moment her scream ceased, Song Mi's knees sank into the soft mud. However, just as he sensed that wet chill, those feelings vanished instantly. In the next moment, Song Mi found himself standing shoulder to shoulder with Gu Sun again while Yun Wang still held Qin Wei under the eaves. For the second time, time had been rewound. Song Mi suddenly looked back and saw Shi Mei lying drenched in the rain. Ha ha ha. Yun Wang put down Qin Wei and couldn't help but applaud with his hand raised high. Impressive, truly impressive. Song Mi tightly grasped Gu Sun's hand, breathing heavily as he examined him up and down. The blood on his arm seemed to still retain warmth, making Song Mi's heartbeat accelerate and every muscle in his body tighten. And now, Gu Sun was unscathed, his lips tightly pressed together in a silent reminder, be careful. As if history were repeating itself, Song Yuanxiu once again swung his sword. This sword killed Gu Sun, and Song Mi's mind buzzed with confusion. Not only that, this same blade would soon kill him too. If there was no change, they would all die. Time seemed to rewind to that bloody night. Song Mi ended lives to stop killings, personally burying 26 souls. Was it really going to end like this? Song Mi wondered. With Song Yuanxiu blocking his path, there was no way for him to get close to Yun Wang quickly. Under such an overwhelming force disparity, without delivering a fatal blow in one go, the situation would reverse instantly. Song Yuanxiu stood firmly in the way, impossible to evade or bypass. The heavy rain poured down, and Song Mi stood at the edge between two possible fates. Gu Sun asked him, would he pull that lever? His lips parted slightly, barely producing a sound audible only amidst the pouring rain. Pull it. He closed his eyes, standing in front of Song Yuanxiu, ready to meet the cold glint descending upon him. As though accepting death. Song Mi. Gu Sun shouted so loud his eyes nearly bled, unable to believe what he was seeing. He hadn't anticipated that, upon another try, Song Mi would choose such an ending. But the next second, Song Mi opened his eyes. He swiftly snatched the long sword from Song Yuanxiu's hand, gripping it fiercely in a reverse hold with all his strength and drove it deep into his father's chest. The boy's crimson gaze shimmered with icy resolve. In a swift motion, he pulled out the long sword, blood gushing forth immediately. Not just Gu Sun, but even Yun Wang not far away was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Song Mi placed one hand on Song Yuanxiu's shoulder, using it as leverage to soar into the air. The raindrops and the wind became his best boosters as Song Mi hurtled through the air towards the man under the eaves faster than the eye could follow. Cloud Wang didn't have time to dodge, all he could feel was a chill passing by his ear. Song Mi's voice mixed with the coolness of the rain, like a ghostly water snake, slithering into his eardrum. I'll kill you. Chapter 15, B goes online. Not far away, Song Yuanxiu hadn't even fallen to the ground yet. The blood that gushed out hadn't even had time to drip into the soil. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and Gu Sun's lightning was unable to keep up with Song Mi's speed. Yun Wang was still astonished at how cleanly and decisively the knife pierced through the chest, when in the next moment, the gleaming blade had already pressed against his neck. He never imagined that the desperate boy who was kneeling in the rain just a minute ago could change so thoroughly and resolutely. It was too fast. So fast, it almost couldn't be defended against. At the instant of the torn limb, the viscous blood smeared over Song Mi's eyes. The right arm that Yun Wang lifted was entirely severed by a sharp long sword. The blade shattered bones, sending a slight vibration through the hilt. Dark clouds swirled under the eaves, and Song Mi moved as light as cotton, her feet stepping on raindrops, using the force in mid-air to twist and bound, landing before Yun Wang. The slash of the blade swept horizontally, heading straight for the face. Yun Wang fell to both knees and abruptly leaned backward. Ah! Qin Wei hugged his head and screamed as he scurried back inside. In the very moment his spine touched the ground, Yun Wang propped himself up with his left hand, swiftly adjusting his stance. At the same time, he turned his head, tearing off a piece of cloth with his teeth, binding it around his broken arm to stop the bleeding. Qin Wei. Yun Wang shouted loudly, his bloodied left hand reached toward Song Mi. He was about to use his control. Get out of the way. Gu Sun roared. Crack. A sound like shattering glass rang out. Cracks appeared in the air before Song Mi, then broke apart like thin mist. Song Mi. Brother Gu Sun. Zhang Ji rushed over together with Mr. Sun and his wife from next door. Mrs. Sun's earlier shield had nearly drained all of her strength, and after it broke, she fell directly along the path while running. Save her, said Gu Sun, leaving this one phrase with Zhang Ji, before rushing into the house without looking back. Don't hit me. Qin Wei cried out, his voice echoing in the room, I know I was wrong, I'm sorry. Gu Sun grabbed the sobbing boy by the hair, electric sparks flickering on his hands as he firmly gripped the boy's neck. Whoosh. The sliding glass doors on the living room balcony were shattered completely, countless shards flying alongside the wind currents, raining down like daggers sweeping the sky. Gu Sun immediately sought cover as the strong gusts blew the glass shards against the walls altogether. Clatter. The living room instantly became a mess, filled with mud and broken glass everywhere. In the next second, a fierce wind rushed toward Gu Sun from behind. He spun around and met the strike, both of them crashing heavily onto the pile of glass shards. Qin Wei was lost. Blue electric light circled around Gu Sun's wrists. After quickly rolling and standing up again, he clenched his fist and smashed it directly at his opponent's face. Almost instinctively, half a second before Gu Sun's punch landed, Yun Wang turned his face away. His jaw scraped harshly across the glass on the ground, leaving a trail of bright red blood. With a thunderous boom, tile fragments cracked on the floor forming spiderwebs. Just then, a long sword descended from above, narrowly grazing past Gu Sun's cheek, and plunged directly into Yun Wang's chest. Yun Wang spat out a mouthful of blood, kicking Song Mi off, and fled immediately. Without hesitation, Song Mi sped after the fleeting figure. Don't let him control you. Gu Sun reminded. As if not hearing, Song Mi disappeared instantly from Gu Sun's sight. Something was amiss. A sense of unease spread across Gu Sun's heart. Yun Wang wasn't attacking, he had been evading all along. Gu Sun stood up from the ruins, seemingly stalling for time. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, and hurriedly jumped over the window, dashing outside. Sure enough, Shi Mei who was originally lying by the side of the road was now gone. Where's Auntie? Gu Sun grabbed Zhang Ji who was tending to Song Yuanxiu. Zhang Ji panted heavily, clearly very exhausted. She looked at Gu Sun and shook her head in confusion. I saw her run out earlier. Mr. Sun pointed toward a direction, she rushed off and I couldn't stop her. Gu Sun immediately ran several meters in that direction but couldn't find any trace of Mei. Gu Sun understood completely now. Yun Wang didn't aim to control Songmi, his target was Mei. He lured away Songmi and himself so Mei could leave unnoticed. Gu Sun rapidly turned around to chase after the still fighting Songmi. Boom! A pillar of the house was kicked apart by Songmi. Gripping the long sword, stepping on raindrops, Songmi moved like a reaper floating gracefully through the air. Still, despite this, Yun Wang managed to evade once more. Songmi stood alone on the asphalt between neighborhood houses, uncertain which house the other had slipped into. Gu Sun watched Songmi's incredible destructive power with growing unease. How could Songmi's ability have improved to this extent in such a short time? He suddenly remembered what Yun Wang had said about his own ability. The ability is decent, but there isn't much room for growth. Room for growth. Gu Sun looked at the house that was now in ruins and seemed to understand something. That child's ability was likely enhancement. And Songmi was probably enhanced, which led to the current situation. But why would they enhance Songmi? Wasn't that cutting their own throat? Gu Sun didn't have time to think about it further. But he knew that extremes brought reversals, and excessive use of abilities would place an enormous burden on the body. Don't chase him, Gu Sun said. Songmi acted as if he hadn't heard, and suddenly dropped to one knee. Closing his eyes, he placed his left hand on the ground, and veins popped out sharply on his forehead. Gu Sun, Songmi began, make the wind rise. Startled at being addressed by his full name, Gu Sun paused for a moment before creating the wind as Songmi requested. In the next moment, a sight appeared before him that he would never forget. House after house lifted off the ground, floating into the air with the wind. Songmi tilted his head back, and amidst the chaos, found his target. Lifting his hand, he stretched out 5 fingers toward the direction where Yun Wang was. Then suddenly, Songmi clenched his fist and brought his arm down with force. Boom dash. A deafening roar shook the earth beneath them. Yun Wang, along with the bricks and stones around him, slammed heavily onto the ground. Even Gu Sun, usually calm and composed, was speechless for a while at the immense power displayed. He stopped the wind, and the bricks and houses in the air floated gently back down. With a clang, the long sword fell to the ground, and Songmi's body slumped into Gu Sun's arms. Chapter 16, Sleeping Beauty. Songmi slept for 2 days without waking up. Gu Sun brought gruel and fed him spoon by spoon with great care. Unfortunately, for every spoonful that was fed, half of it would be vomited out. The person lying on the bed had not blinked for 2 days, appearing as if he were dead. Gu Sun put down the porcelain bowl. Songmi, he called out softly. There was no response in the quiet bedroom. Gu Sun lowered his gaze and held Songmi's hand. The boy's skin was pale, and the blue veins on the back of his hand were particularly visible. Their fingers intertwined, and then clasped tightly. Feeling the faint warmth in Songmi's palm, Gu Sun calmed his slightly restless emotions. Songmi, Gu Sun's hand caressed Songmi's cheek as he leaned down and pressed his forehead against Songmi's. Wake up soon. Gu Sun's voice was hoarse, suppressing the emotion that was about to get out of control. I'm going crazy. At 9 in the evening, Gu Sun took the empty bowl out of the bedroom, and Zhangji was in the kitchen taking rice out of the cabinet to prevent it from getting moldy. I'll do it, Zhangji rolled up her sleeves ready to take over. But Gu Sun didn't give it to her. Instead, he washed the bowl himself with an air of gloom. It's all eaten up, Zhangji forced a stiff smile, which is good. Gu Sun indifferently, lifted his hand, and put the clean porcelain bowl into the cabinet, turning to leave the kitchen. Zhangji hurriedly followed. Is Songmi awake? Gu Sun turned around, seeing the little girl hugging a large bucket of rice. He paused, raising his hand, let me carry it. Zhangji was surprised and shook her head repeatedly, no need, no need. But Gu Sun still took the rice bucket, where to put it? Zhangji whispered, in the bedroom. Since the battle a few days ago, their group had completely moved to Uncle Sun's house. One reason was that Songmi's home was destroyed and unlivable, and the other was so they could keep an eye on each other. The neighbor Wang granny has gone. Zhangji looked down with a bit of sadness. She gave me several bags of rice before she left. Did she die? Gu Sun asked. Zhangji's voice was tinged with bitterness, maybe. A grandmother whom nobody knew seemed unable to stir much sympathy in Gu Sun. Just like pruning the withered flower branches and leaving the nutrients for the budding ones, this seemed to be the best way to gain benefits. He nodded, stopping at the bedroom door, thank you. Zhangji took over the bucket of rice, feeling that this should have been her line. Rest early, conserve your strength. Gu Sun looked at Zhangji, your ability is very useful. Upon receiving affirmation, Zhangji became more spirited, alright, okay. In these past few days, Zhangji and Aunt Sun shared one bedroom, while Uncle Sun and Song Yuanqiu shared another. The house was shrouded in mist and protective shields, any slight sound could wake Gu Sun from his dreams. Overall, it was relatively safe. Gu Sun went to Song Yuanqiu's room, where Uncle Sun was tinkering with his vegetable seeds by the window. Xiaogu, you came just in time, Uncle Sun approached holding a flower pot, water this for me. Rainwater moistened the soil. Gu Sun looked at Song Yuanxiu sleeping in the bed, his gaze lingering for a long time. Old Song can drink water now, Uncle Sun put the flower pot back, I think he will wake up tomorrow. Song Yuanxiu's wound was healed by Zhangji, but due to excessive blood loss, his body was still weak. As for being unconscious, it might also have something to do with overusing his abilities. But as long as the person was fine, that was what mattered. Gu Sun returned to the room, the yellow light of the bedside lamp seemed dimmer than before. Gu Sun raised his hand, with light blue electricity coiling around his fingertips, creeping along the wire behind the lamp. The light became brighter than before. Song Mi buried in the soft bedding was undisturbed by the light. Gu Sun sat by the bed and leaned down to feel Song Mi's faint breath. He hadn't heard Song Mi's voice for 2 days. Gu Sun had known Song Mi for over a year and never seen the latter this quiet. Song Mi, Gu Sun cradled Song Mi's cheek, his thumb brushing across Song Mi's corner of the eyes and tip of the nose, finally resting on the pale lips, don't sleep anymore. Gu Sun's eyes were full of unresolved gloom, his voice unlike its usual steadiness, even trembling slightly, wake up. Still, there was no response. Gu Sun stared at the long eyelashes covering the lower eyelids of the young man in front of him. After a while, his gaze shifted down again, fixating on those parched, pale lips. That mouth, which once incessantly chattered in his ear, now did not move at all. Gu Sun bent down, kissing those cool lips. This time, aside from the fresh scent of gruel, it was a genuine kiss. He moistened the lips but stopped at the teeth. Please. On the morning of the 3rd day, Song Yuanxiu woke up. He immediately went to see Song Mi who was still in a coma and sighed deeply. Being old and dragging my child down, Song Yuanxiu's eyes were brimming with tears, it would be better if I were dead. Uncle Song, you're wrong to say that, Uncle's son consoled him. You need to recover so your child can truly rest easy. After exchanging a few words, the 2 elders left. Gu Sun sat in the room, his entire figure shrouded in gloomy shadows, as if ready to explode at any moment. Gu Sun. Zhangji brought Gu Sun his breakfast. Don't worry, Song Mi is just. Gu Sun turned around, and the coldness in his eyes made Zhangji cut off her next words. I know he's not dead, Gu Sun said. Zhangji was so scared she didn't dare breathe loudly, dropping off the egg bowl before running away. There were eggs after all. Gu Sun fed Song Mi more than half a bowl, then took the rest to Song Yuanxiu. I've already eaten breakfast, Song Yuanxiu declined. You too should eat the eggs. Gu Sun did not respond, placing the bowl on the table and turning to leave. Little Gu hasn't been quite right emotionally recently, Uncle Sun remarked. Song Yuanxiu waved his hand. That kid never likes to talk much. It's not about personality, it's emotion, Uncle Sun corrected him. Don't you think he's too calm? Song Yuanxiu picked up the bowl of eggs and walked out. He's naturally a calm person. You don't understand what I mean, Uncle Sun followed. Where are you going? Song Yuanxiu looked back. To give the eggs to little Zhangji. Uncle Sun was right, Gu Sun also noticed something was amiss with his own emotions. He stepped out of the house and began searching for an underground water source nearby. He had to keep himself busy. Gu Sun studied architecture, but he also dabbled in geology. He planned to dig a well nearby to resolve the issue of daily water usage. Though summoning rain clouds didn't cost him much energy, he wouldn't always stay here. Mei disappeared, and Song Mi would definitely go looking for her. Gu Sun couldn't let him go alone. Gu Sun squatted down in a lush area, pressing his fingers into the damp soil. If Mei had been targeted for her abilities, she might not be in immediate danger in the short term. And since she used her abilities twice, she'd probably sleep for quite a while. She'd be safe during this period of sleep. But why hadn't Song Mi woken up yet? Gu Sun pressed his fingers further into the dirt, pulling out a few weeds by their roots. He closed his eyes, processing the sudden surge of anger inside him. After a moment, Gu Sun stood up again. He glanced around, committing the exact location to memory. When he returned home, it was already noon. He pushed open the door and saw Song Mi standing like a statue in the living room, tilting his head to watch everyone bustle about. Ah! Boss Gu, you're finally back, Song Mi's eyes immediately lit up with a smile when he saw Gu Sun. I was about to go look for you, but they wouldn't even let me out of the door. The familiar voice rang in Gu Sun's ears. Song Mi's voice was hoarse and carried a hint of weakness. The long-hidden ferocity in Gu Sun's heart evaporated like a raindrop landing on cast iron, disappearing quietly into the air with a soft hiss. You woke up. Gu Sun looked at Song Mi and spoke softly. Song Mi walked up to him. I'm awake. Chapter 17, Sugar, just right. Song Mi heard from Zhangji that Gu Sun had been very worried about him these past few days, so he assumed that the other person would be very happy upon seeing him awake. But Gu Sun just glanced at him and walked right past. That was too indifferent. Song Mi turned around and followed Gu Sun. Where have you been? Gu Sun walked into the kitchen, rummaged through a pile of metal items and found a shovel. I want to dig a well. The shovel seemed somewhat old, with the connection between the blade and the wooden stick slightly loose. Gu Sun squatted down, found some screws, and started hammering to secure it. Song Mi also squatted beside him. How are you going to dig? By hand, Gu Sun stood up, tapped the shovel against the ground. I'll do it myself. Songmi tilted his head back and also stood up. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss and being unconscious for too long, Songmi's sudden rise caused darkness to cloud his vision, and an overwhelming dizziness came rushing over him. He almost fell straight down, colliding directly into Gu Sun's arms. Phew! Songmi raised his hand to grab Gu Sun's arm, closed his eyes, and breathed hastily a few times. Gu Sun, holding the shovel in his hand, stood there letting him lean on him. Sudden drop in blood volume. Songmi rested his forehead on Gu Sun's shoulder for a while, seemingly overcoming the dizzy spell. A moment later, he opened his eyes, pressed the corner of his forehead, creating some distance from Gu Sun as he mockingly said, "The blood-selling warrior has now turned into a fragile assassin." Songmi maintained a positive mindset and could still make jokes about himself. Gu Sun raised his hand, placing his palm over Songmi's forehead. "Pay attention to keeping warm, don't get sick. With medicine currently scarce, even a bout of high fever could cost lives." Gu Sun had just returned from outside, and his hands were very cold. Songmi lifted his gaze, holding on to Gu Sun's wrist. "Your hands are so cold." Gu Sun, dead once, it's getting colder, don't go out. Songmi nodded obediently, all right. Although he answered politely, that same afternoon, he wore a thick sweater and went to his own house with Gu Sun to knock bricks together. "It's not like I'm made of glass," Songmi picked and sifted through a heap of ruins, carrying a few relatively intact bricks. "Basic labor is still fine." Gu Sun sat on a stone bench, wielding a masonry trowel in his hand. With a few deft moves, he removed excess cement and neatly arranged the bricks by his feet. Songmi stacked 2 blocks and, with his long legs bent, sat in front of Gu Sun. "Boss Gu," Songmi looked at his severely damaged house and suddenly asked, "Is that person dead?" Gu Sun paused momentarily, replying indifferently, "Dead. Not only dead, but died in a truly terrible manner." When Gu Sun went to find the corpse, the massive pool of bloody mud shocked him for a long time. Even falling from such a height wouldn't necessarily result in this condition. Songmi added his weight to it. Compared to falling to death, Yun Wang more resembled being crushed by a tremendous force. This power was terrifying. "At least my dad's fine," Songmi casually tossed a piece of cement in his hand, "otherwise, I'd be pissed." He spoke lightly now, as if making a joke, seeming to not care much. "I didn't protect Aunt well." Gu Sun lowered his eyelashes, "Sorry. I heard from Zhangji." "How could this be your fault?" Songmi bowed his head, barely managing to curl his lips. "Who would have thought he'd control my mom?" The air after the rain was particularly fresh, cool wind brushing over Songmi's hair, causing the black strands to gently sway. "Songmi," Gu Sun knocked off the last bit of cement from the brick, "go bring Aunt back." Songmi suddenly looked up, unable to hide the surprise in his eyes. "The opponent uses his abilities skillfully, should have awakened a while before us," Gu Sun said. "The place that woke up earlier than City X is only City B. City B is the origin," Songmi said. "Let's just visit my place." Gu Sun nodded. "Maybe those people are connected to my father." Songmi stared at Gu Sun, remaining silent for a long time. Gu Sun lifted his gaze, meeting Songmi's eyes. After a brief silence, he opened his mouth, saying, "I'm sorry." No matter how much he tried to distance himself from his father, his surname remained Gu. This calamity was very likely orchestrated solely by Gu Sun's family. If one day, hypothetically speaking, Songmi fiddled with the cement block in his hand while looking down, "If I ever ended up opposing your dad." Before he finished his sentence, Gu Sun cut him off, "I will always stand by you." Songmi was somewhat surprised, raising his eyes to look at Gu Sun, revealing a hint of a smile on his face, "But he just provided me with a set of genetic information," Gu Sun said. "I don't care. No matter what, he is your father." Songmi couldn't let it go as easily as Gu Sun did. He paused for a second and explained, "I'm not asking you to choose between me and him, I just want to know how far you can go." This question had been bothering Songmi all morning. He was always worried that one day he and Gu Sun would be on opposing sides. It wasn't even about being cautious of Gu Sun's abilities. He simply didn't want, wouldn't accept, and hoped never to be on the opposite side from Gu Sun. "You can kill him," Gu Sun said indifferently. The cement block in Songmi's hand fell to the ground and he was a little dazed. "What?" Gu Sun seemed reluctant to talk about these matters again, so he stood up and brushed off the dust on his clothes. Songmi placed his hands on his knees and slowly stood up. He deliberately slowed down to prevent himself from fainting into someone else's arms again. But there were still those few seconds of dizziness, and Songmi instinctively reached out his hand, only to find it resting on Gu Sun's forearm. Gu Sun was protecting him. "My fragile little body." Songmi scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "Can go berry flowers now." Gu Sun took out a chocolate bar and handed it to Songmi, who accepted it, broke off a piece, and threw it into his mouth. "Strawberry filling." Songmi smacked his lips. "Is this for some little girl?" Gu Sun looked at Songmi as he bent down like a squirrel breaking the chocolate, and his gaze softened. "Which little girl?" "More than a year has passed, aren't there plenty of admirers around you?" Songmi held a piece of chocolate near Gu Sun's mouth. "Here." Gu Sun reached out to take it, but Songmi stopped him. "Your hands are muddy. Open your mouth." Gu Sun pursed his lips and obediently opened his mouth, eating a sweet strawberry chocolate. Ah. Songmi sighed, one less piece each time. Gu-sun walked toward a collapsed wall. I've never seen you eat before. Isn't it because no one ever gave any to me? Songmi put the remaining chocolate back into Gu-sun's pocket. Doesn't it lose its meaning if it's not given by someone else? I remember a girl giving you some. Gu-sun stepped on the broken bricks, bending over to pick through them. Last Christmas, you received 5 boxes of chocolates. Songmi blinked his eyes wide. Do you remember all that? And 12 apples, Gu-sun added. Songmi was surprised, exclaiming with an exaggerated tone, do you really remember all that? Gu-sun threw the selected bricks onto flat ground, but you didn't eat them. You don't understand, Songmi seriously explained, eating someone else's chocolate means agreeing. Gu-sun hesitated slightly in his movements, turning to look at Songmi, agreeing to what? Agreeing to be together with her. Songmi, whose mouth still retained the sweetness of Gu-sun's strawberry chocolate, bluffed confidently, how could someone as cautious as me make such a rookie mistake? Chapter 18, New Teammate Obtained. After 1 week of recuperation, Songmi had basically returned to normal. During this period, with nothing better to do, he went wandering and discovered large tracts of farmland nearby. Most of the crops had already been destroyed or plundered, but there were still some scattered remains. As the top laborer, Songmi worked silently for a few days, hoeing the land and doing all the manual work that needed to be done. Zhangji brought him warm water and picked stray vegetable leaves between the field ridges. I haven't seen senior brother Gu-sun these past few days, Zhangji asked. Where did he go? He went to dig a well. Songmi tilted his head and drank the water. Why do you call him senior brother and refer to me by my full name? Zhangji seemed somewhat embarrassed. I just feel calling someone senior brother is more respectful. After saying that, she realized it might sound inappropriate. I don't mean to disrespect you. He's only 1 year older than us. What's all this respect nonsense about? Songmi said, Gu-sun is actually a very nice person. Zhangji shrunk her neck slightly, not daring to say anything further. Although she didn't think Gu-sun was a bad person, neither did she consider him as nice as Songmi described him to be. A few days ago, Gu-sun looked so melancholy that Zhangji was even worried if he would suddenly snap and strangle them all. Even if there was any shred of niceness, it seemed like it was only reserved for Songmi. Can Gu-sun manage digging the well on his own? Zhangji asked again, should we help him? He's still looking for the right spot. Songmi waved his hand to reassure Zhangji, once he finds it, he can finish it in a day. With Gu-sun's strength, he doesn't need any help. Just as Songmi said, a few days ago, that idle wanderer dug a well today. The 3 elders at home were overjoyed, washing their faces heartily around the well. This place is a bit far from the house. Gu-sun wiped the thin sweat from his forehead and looked at Song Yuanxiu. Can you hide the wellhead? Song Yuanxiu's ability seemed stronger than Gu-sun had imagined. He not only could hide the wellhead, but he could also hide the entire vast expanse of fields. It was a little troublesome, but they wouldn't have to worry about water anymore. Songmi's home was originally isolated. Combined with Uncle Sun and Aunt Sun's thick fog and protective shield, they could grow some crops and raise chickens to live in peace. The well is dug, chickens are caught, let's plant the land this afternoon and then we can leave. At noon, Songmi pulled up his trouser legs, sitting under the sun like an old farmer munching on bread. Seeing Songmi a shade darker from sun exposure, Gu-sun reminded him, be careful of UV rays causing burns. What man is afraid of getting burnt? Songmi rolled up his sleeves, look, how healthy this wheat-colored skin is. Your neck is burned. Gu-sun conjured up a rain cloud, gently covering Songmi's exposed neck. Doesn't it hurt? Songmi moved his neck and could feel a slight damp coolness. No big deal, I'll be fine after a good night's sleep. Gu-sun tore off a piece of bread and ate it. In the future, we two will rely on each other. Songmi nudged Gu-sun's shoulder and put on a serious tone imitating those passionate manga characters, friend. A person you can entrust your back to. After finishing the last bite of bread, Gu-sun held the package before Songmi's face and asked, can you control it? Songmi instantly deflated his manga main character spirit and drooped his eyes as he shook his head. I've tried several times already. As long as something moves away more than 5 centimeters from me, I can't control it. Gu-sun pressed the bag onto Songmi's face and Songmi stared at him with a look of hopelessness. Let's take it step by step. Gu-sun said. Songmi's ability needs time to adapt and develop together with his body before he can use it appropriately, avoiding incidents like collapsing unconscious for 3 days after an explosive 15-minute power surge. Boss Gu, Songmi patted Gu-sun on the shoulder, I never thought you'd be such a great guy. Gu-sun saved his life repeatedly without hesitation and accompanied him in finding his mother, which truly couldn't be repaid. Gu-sun lowered his gaze to look at the shadow on the ground. You have a lot of friends. Drinking and eating buddies, Songmi waved dismissively. In one meal, I can make friends with a whole table. Gu-sun stayed silent. There were a few close buddies from high school, but now I don't know how they're doing. Songmi sighed. Never mind, don't want to think about it. When do you plan to leave? Gu-sun asked. Tonight, Songmi finished his bread and neatly folded the packaging flat. Let's sneak away after leaving a note. He was worried that Song Yuanxiu might stop him, and if stopped, he didn't know how to convince him. Alright, Gu-sun agreed with him. Pfft. Songmi suddenly stood up, the chronicles of Songmi searching for his mother. Gu-sun also stood up. Songmi raised his arm and placed it on Gu-sun's shoulder. Let's go. At around 10 in the evening, after ensuring that Song Yuanxiu and the others were asleep, Song Mi quietly slipped out of the room with Gu Sun. On the table in the room lay a letter he had written, and in his backpack was enough food to last 3 days. As Song Mi exited the house, he backed away 3 steps, knelt down, and bowed his head. Gu Sun waited beside him, then was hooked around the neck as Song Mi stood up again. Their expressions weren't particularly serious, instead, they looked like teenagers sneaking out of home to spend the night at an internet cafe. The sound of the car engine starting echoed through the quiet night. Song Mi removed his backpack and leaned back comfortably against the car seat. Unfortunately, before he could settle properly, Gu Sun slammed on the brakes, forcing him upright again. Zhangji. Song Mi stared at the girl in front of the car, surprised. How did she manage to follow us? Song Mi, Zhangji approached the car. Let me come with you. Gu Sun and Song Mi exchanged glances. Song Mi shook his head to refuse. It's too dangerous outside. Stay here, we'll be back soon. I can help heal your wounds. Zhangji pressed her lips together. I can take care of myself, I won't be a burden. But if you just disappear, they will worry, Song Mi said. My uncles already know. Zhangji pulled off her backpack. These are pancakes Auntie-san made. There's enough for several days. Song Mi fell silent. My home is in City B, I want to go home, Zhangji whispered. Get in, Gu Sun spoke. With Gu Sun's permission, Zhangji's face lit up, and she quickly opened the door and hopped into the back seat. Mr. Gu. Song Mi thought this decision came rather quick. Her ability will be useful, Gu Sun said. Do you want to say goodbye to your uncle? Song Mi hesitated for a moment, waved his hand. Let's go. I don't want to watch some middle-aged guy wipe his tears. Though his mouth said this, when the car had driven only a few meters, he couldn't resist looking back at the dark silhouette of their little house. Do you think my dad is watching me? Song Mi asked. Uncle has been watching you all along. Zhangji struck a blow to his heart. Ah. Song Mi closed the car window, leaning backward. Lived for 20 years, still haven't given them peace of mind. Uncle says he is proud of you, Zhangji said. He told me to let you take good care of yourself. Song Mi gave a light, oh, good thing I didn't go to say goodbye or we'd chatter till dawn before letting me leave. Zhangji fidgeted with the edge of her clothes and remained silent. Can you drive? Gu Sun turned his gaze toward Zhangji from the rearview mirror. Zhangji hurriedly shook her head. I haven't yet found time to learn. Learn it, Gu Sun said. Have Song Mi teach you. Zhangji nervously nodded. I will definitely learn carefully. Song Mi propped his chin. How am I supposed to teach you? Isn't it true that you enjoy talking to her? Gu Sun asked. Zhangji's hair stood on end, sensing a slightly dangerous atmosphere inside the car. You're likely to create misunderstanding, Song Mi said. I like talking to everyone. Zhangji immediately sighed with relief. I love talking to you most, Song Mi added. I love you. Instantly goosebumps covered Zhangji's entire arms. Gu Sun shot over a slightly disdainful look. Song Mi laughed haughtily. Zhangji clutched her small backpack tightly, thinking to herself this was probably what being favored felt like. Unsure how much time had passed, Gu Sun woke Song Mi. Rubbing his eyes, Song Mi saw the dashboard clock reminding him it was already 4 in the morning. Why did you call me now? Song Mi unfastened the seatbelt, assuming Gu Sun wanted him to take over driving. Look at the road. Gu Sun said coolly. Song Mi slapped his face, and through the front windshield, he saw bodies scattered across the road in various positions, by his estimate, no fewer than 20. What the hell? Song Mi was shocked. I checked earlier, Gu Sun said. All deaths resulted from severe blows to the head. Survivors? Song Mi asked. No way. They are humans who can't fuse with abilities, Gu Sun replied. What happened? Zhangji in the back seat seemed to have woken up, her voice carrying a hint of hoarseness and confusion. However, before she received a response, there came 2 taps on the window beside her. Like eerie knocks at midnight, Zhangji took a sharp breath, her body instantly tingling. Unfortunately, this horror didn't last for even a few seconds before being shattered by a rough and authentic northeastern accent. Brother. Can you give me a ride? Song Mi was momentarily dazed and about to get out of the car to see who it was. Gu Sun grabbed his wrist. I'll handle it. Are you heading north? To City B. The young man wiped the bloodstains off his clothes and squatted down to clean himself on the concrete road. After Gu Sun stepped out of the car, Song Mi followed, noticing the youth's head covered in blood. He helplessly said, Are you asking for a ride or trying to scare people? But there's no water, right? The teenager shrugged with a gruff voice. We're all tough guys here, what are you scared of? Did you do all this? Gu Sun asked. Isn't it obvious? The young man retorted. It was just me breathing around here, so if I didn't do it, did you? Song Mi. The guy was talkative and straightforward, though somewhat brash. He didn't seem dangerous. Aren't you going to give me a ride? The young man got impatient. It's not like I'm asking for an arm. How can I let someone covered in blood sit inside the car? Song Mi asked. If you don't want me near your precious seats, I can sit on the roof. The young man wiped his face and criticized. Come on, this is life or death time. Are you still this picky? Song-mi turned back to look at Gu-sun, silently asking him, give him a ride or not. Gu-sun raised his hand, summoning a rain cloud, we'll take you to City B. In return, you'll have to agree to one condition. Whoa, where's this cloud coming from? The young man laughed, what the hell? It's raining now. Song-mi sighed as he glanced at the teen, lifting his hand to rub his forehead, we're negotiating. The youth washed his face under the clouds and rain, alright. Help me take care of someone, Gu-sun stated. Standing under the rain cloud, the young man started rubbing his arms, who? The rear window slowly rolled down, revealing Janji's bright eyes. Holy crap. Song-mi quickly covered Janji's unprepared eyes and pushed her back into the car, yelling, why the hell are you taking off your pants? Chapter 19, A Chatterbox. Taking off pants to take a bath. The young man casually threw his bloody clothes by the roadside. Brother, do you have any clothes? Can you give me a set? Who the hell is your brother? Song-mi sat in the driver's seat, flipping through his backpack while muttering softly. Taking a cold shower in November, aren't you afraid of freezing to death? He pulled out a large black tracksuit, but it was somewhat tight on the other person. My name is Liang-su, as in, continue, dot. Liang-su rubbed his wet cropped hair. Your clothes are a bit small, brother. How much do you weigh? Why don't you go to the gym? Hey, that brother over there, you've got broad shoulders. Should we exchange clothes? Gu-sun turned around and got into the car. Song-mi fastened the seatbelt and started the car. I'm 183 centimeters tall with a perfect body. Liang-su grabbed the car bar and flipped directly onto the roof. Do you have pecs? 4-pack abs. 6-pack abs, thank you. Song-mi reached inside his hoodie, feeling his chest and abdomen. I don't want to build my chest muscles, I'm going for the pretty boy look. Gu-sun gave Song-mi a faint glance. What are you looking at? Song-mi's accent was successfully swayed by Liang-su, am I not a pretty boy? Gu-sun took back his gaze. Your pale little face looks like it would fit the pretty boy route. Liang-su said cheerfully. The car started, Song-mi rolled up the window, why is this guy like a parrot, chirping non-stop? You're the one who wants to talk to him. Gu-sun leaned against the seat, closed his eyes to catch some sleep. Song-mi wanted to say something, seeing Gu-sun sleeping, he shut his mouth. Is he not coming in? Janji asked carefully. She had already reserved the spot, but the person hadn't come yet. On the roof, Song-mi said impatiently, he thinks if his hair doesn't dry properly, he won't feel comfortable. Isn't he cold? Janji was surprised. He might catch a cold. With his physique, he's solid like a brick, no virus can invade him. Song-mi looked at Gu-sun beside him, then turned back to Janji. You, give me one of the blankets in the back. Janji obediently handed it over. Song-mi single-handedly draped the blanket over Gu-sun's thigh. Mr. Gu, you need to cover yourself when you sleep. Gu-sun didn't open his eyes, pulling up the edge of the blanket, They drove down the road for several hours, until morning at 7 o'clock, when the sky finally began to lighten. Hey! Stop the car. Suddenly, the windshield was tapped, startling Song-mi, who then remembered there was someone on the roof. He stopped the car and lowered the window to look up. What's up? Eating. Liang-su leaped down from the roof, heading toward the roadside without turning back. Song-mi followed his gaze, spotting an abandoned gas station not far away. Beside him, Gu-sun was still sleeping. Song-mi turned around and saw Janji sitting at the back, holding her backpack, cautious. Song-mi pointed at Gu-sun, then at the gas station, gesturing with his lips that she should wait in the car. Janji nodded, Song-mi unbuckled his seatbelt and got out. Hey, buddy, Song-mi ran a few steps to Liang-su's side, noticing under the sparse morning light that the teenager was well built with protruding muscles. Aren't you cold? What's there to be cold about? Liang-su said. I go jogging outside bare-chested even during heavy snow. What do you do? Song-mi asked, that strong. A sports school student, Liang-su replied, just joined the army last year, trained for almost a year. Just returned from leave and met with this mess. No wonder the body is so solid, having attended sports school. Song-mi thought of the gruesome scene of bodies last night and was amazed by Liang-su's fighting prowess. We're also going to City B, Song-mi said, how about we form a team? No way, Liang-su refused straightforwardly. I'm the solo king. Teammates will only drag me down. Song-mi cursed silently in his heart and didn't bother with Liang-su anymore, starting his search for food instead. Gas stations usually have a small supermarket attached. This place was remote and hadn't been discovered yet. The gate was locked, Song-mi hadn't decided whether to break it violently or cleverly pry it open, when there was a sudden clink, and Liang-su kicked through the thick glass display case with his foot and walked straight in. Song-mi. Where's that sourpuss? Liang-su went to the beverage section first, opened a beer bottle, and drank it all down. His name is Gu-sun, Song-mi munched on a sausage, he's not as nice as me, so stay out of his way. Why would I bother trying to flirt with him? Why provoke him? Liang-su smashed a locked glass cabinet with one punch, took out a pack of cigarettes and lit one up. I'm not in a good mood either. Tell him to leave me alone. We have a girl in the car, Songmi reminded him, don't come back in if you're covered in cigarette smoke. Wow, running for your life and still bringing a date. Liang-su puffed on his cigarette while picking some good packs to stash in his pockets. Is she yours or his? Neither. Songmi put down a fully packed shopping bag against the wall before searching for the next one. Her name is Zhangji. She's timid, so don't scare her. How about if she falls in love with my handsome face? Liang-su started eating after opening a pack of flavored snacks. Hey, man, Songmi paused his actions. Are all of you Northeasterners this shameless? Do you even know anything? Liang-su replied, this is called manly charm. Songmi, you wish. 20 minutes later, under Songmi's strong urging, Liang-su was carrying 7 or 8 fully packed bags. They both returned to the car laden with packages. It's much easier being like me. When one's full, the whole family is satisfied. Liang-su dropped the shopping bags by the car and lit another cigarette casually. That's why I say forming a team is impossible. At the end of the day, it just means babysitting noob teammates like an old woman. He leaned against the car and exhaled a ring of smoke into the morning breeze. Do you understand the concept of a lone wolf? I am the lone wolf. Inside the car, Zhangji rolled down the window for the first time to meet the powerful man face to face. Hello there. Liang-su turned lazily with a cigarette between his fingers to look at her. The petite girl leaning out of the car window had a sharp face, almond-shaped eyes, black hair, and dark eyebrows. My name is Zhangji. With a snap, Songmi closed the trunk. He picked up a sausage and a bottle of mineral water, slipping them through the car window to Zhangji. Have something to eat. Zhangji accepted it politely and thanked him. Her voice was soft, tinged with the sweet accent of Southerners. Don't roll down the window unless necessary. Songmi glanced sideways at Liang-su who was still confused. Be careful of wolves. Zhangji blinked and quickly shut the window. Songmi bent over and picked up the plastic bag filled with breakfast prepared for Gu-sun. Hey, buddy. Liang-su stomped out the cigarette but in his hand and urgently grabbed Songmi's arm. How about forming a team? My team awareness is super strong. Chapter 20 Explosion. Human nature is to love what's fragrant, and Liang-su was perfectly arranged. Fearing cold wind blowing in, Songmi closed the car door. Aren't you a lone wolf? How come you're teaming up now? Brother, there's something you don't know, said Liang-su seriously. Wolves are social animals. Having reliable teammates feels like being home. Songmi rolled his eyes and sat on the driver's seat. Gu-sun rested his elbow on the car window, propped his fingers under his temple, with knitted eyebrows. Songmi passed over a bottle of milk. Gu-sun turned his face to look at it. Just as he reached out to take it, Songmi took back the milk, removed the straw to puncture the foil, and handed it back to him. Do you have a headache? Yes. Gu-sun took the milk and sipped once. Let me drive. He originally had the problem of headaches. Poor sleep in these few days seemed to have worsened his condition. In a few more hours we will arrive in City B. I'm not sleepy, you should rest some more. Songmi tore open the bread packaging and handed it over similarly. Eat something to pad your stomach. No jam, here you go. The front windshield was tapped twice. Liang-su's head hung down from above. Are you two dating? Are we moving or what? Songmi shoved the bread into Gu-sun's hand, fastened his seatbelt, and stepped hard on the clutch. The car suddenly started. Liang-su almost lost his balance atop and almost fell upside down. Are you angry because you're jealous? This moron. Though cursing, Songmi's gaze swept over both rearview mirrors, unexpectedly noticing that Gu-sun seemed to be smiling faintly. Songmi immediately felt less upset. Being able to make Boss Gu laugh could also be considered a kind of skill. This idiot on the roof might still be somewhat useful. Without incident they drove for a while longer. Liang-su settled down briefly but quickly became restless again. Stop. Liang-su knocked on Songmi's side window. I've gotten rid of the smell of cigarettes on me, let me get in the car. The lone wolf needs to stand against the wind. Songmi lowered the window without reducing the speed. In case of danger, we'll have a teammate with a wide view who can spot it in time, right? It's you who's playing ball. Liang-su got angry. I want to get in the car, don't delay my marriage. Marriage with whose sister? Songmi also shouted loudly, corrupt man, as long as I'm here, you better not flirt with my sister. Zhangji sitting at the back seat was bewildered. Don't shout, Gu-sun spoke up. So you're the brother-in-law. Liang-su's tone instantly became peaceful. That's why you're so stubborn. Songmi had a vein throbbing on his forehead. If you can't praise properly, then don't. Don't speak. Gu-sun held Songmi's wrist. There's an abnormal sound. How could it be? The chattering continued from the car top by Liang-su. I see you as a good person, clear-eyed, with a nose and eyes. Songmi automatically filtered out these nonsense words but heard indeed an unusual rustling sound. Sand. Songmi stated. But where would sand come from at this place? Songmi immediately stepped on the brake. However, before the car fully stopped, the next second, a huge shadow came straight smashing directly from the front. The collision happened almost instantaneously. Reacting swiftly, Songmi and Gu-sun jumped out of the car in the first moment. Yet just when Songmi's foot left the car, he suddenly remembered that there was still a Zhangji in the back seat. She couldn't see the giant object coming from the front, much less escape quickly. Zhang Ji would die. That instant seemed especially long. Songmi spun a direction mid-air, wanting to warn Zhang Ji. But everything was too late. Shit, Liang Su's loud roar thundered into Songmi's ears. What the hell is this? Bam. It was the sound of him pressing one hand onto the hood of the car. Next, under Songmi's shocked eyes, Liang Su's upper body almost pressed entirely onto the car hood, and his long and strong legs high lifted, kicking away the rushing giant object. Boom. Because of the reaction force, Liang Su's whole person directly broke through the glass, got completely smashed into the car. Countless pieces of glass and iron mixed with strong wind swept into the car. Liang Su flipped himself over, protecting the frail Zhang Ji in his arms. The next second, he kicked the car door open, running out more than 10 meters, only then letting the still-shaken Zhang Ji down. The fuel tank dripped gasoline drip by drip. Songmi and Gu Sun quickly left as well. Yet Liang Su didn't take the normal path, instead ran against their direction, brushing shoulders past them. What are you doing? Songmi was about to chase after him. Come back. Gu Sun caught Songmi's arm. Don't go. Liang Su ignored him, walked to the rear of the car, and pried open the deformed trunk, insistently carrying out 2 packages of food. Gu Sun summoned rainclouds, drenching the car to prevent any sparks from igniting an explosion. However, the sparks on the car were not something water could entirely extinguish. Just as Liang Su was about to leave with the food he had retrieved, a spark ignited the gasoline. A deafening explosion followed, and the car exploded right beside Liang Su. The 2 packages of food were forcefully thrown by Liang Su at Songmi's feet. Among them fell a bucket of potato chips that rolled quite far away. Zhang Ji's legs went limp, and she fell to her knees. Songmi stood dumbfounded, staring blankly at the raging fire not too far away. He was utterly in shock. He just watched as Liang Su died. 2 snacks. But the next moment, Liang Su's voice came through the thick smoke. Damn, it's hot. Torrential rain poured down, quickly extinguishing the inferno caused by the car. Liang Su looked as if he had just rolled out of a coal pile, his face and body completely covered in soot. Seeing that Liang Su was unharmed, Zhang Ji got up on all fours and ran towards him. The Liang Su who was yelling a moment ago suddenly grinned from ear to ear, arms wide open as he welcomed her. Don't worry, big brother will give you a hug. Are you hurt? Tears streamed down Zhang Ji's face. I can heal your wounds. This person had just saved her life and almost lost himself in the fire. Zhang Ji's sense of guilt towards Liang Su had reached its peak. Even being held in his arms no longer seemed so significant. Why is your little face scratched? Liang Su wiped the blood from under Zhang Ji's eye. Why don't you heal yourself first? Zhang Ji wiped her tears away, her gentle hands covering Liang Su's burnt arm. In no time, the arm healed, even the hair on it grew back as dense and lush as before. Amazing. Liang Su bent over, smiling slyly as he coaxed her. I didn't cry, why are you crying? Do you pity me? Zhang Ji couldn't help but burst into laughter through her tears, her face blushing bright red. Songmi looked at the pink bubbles rising between the 2 not too far away and forcibly stopped his legs from moving closer. Songmi, Gu Sun called out nearby, take a look at this. Songmi walked over and saw the giant object that Liang Su had kicked away earlier. The object was roughly cylindrical, 2 meters long, with a cross-sectional radius of about 1 meter, resembling a giant soft tree stump. What is this? Songmi squatted beside the object and poked it casually with a stick he picked up, an octopus leg. No suction cups, said Gu Sun, it shouldn't be. It's soft, Songmi noted when he pulled the branch away, leaving behind a trail of mucus, gross. It's a limb, Gu Sun turned around, raising his eyes far off, it has been severed. Are you serious? Songmi was shocked, a 2-meter-long limb. Listen, Gu Sun remained still, it's coming. Chapter 21, Opening with an Elite Monster. As Gu Xian's voice trailed off, Songmi felt a slight tremor under her feet. It seemed Liang Su had also detected the anomaly. The man stood up straight and protected Zhang Ji behind him, raising his head to look at the highway extending to the end of the forest. Sasa sa. The previous sound grew louder and louder. Songmi took off the long knife on her back, and the cotton cloth wrapped around it fell to the ground. Wow. Songmi saw something approaching rapidly from above the forest in the distance and was startled speechless. How, this big? The approaching creature was estimated to be 10 meters tall, about 4 stories high. But this figure couldn't be described as human. Holy shit. It's a tentacle monster. Liang Su's whole body trembled. 10. 8. Prohibitions. Songmi's hand holding the knife trembled. Are the tentacles of a tentacle monster really that thick? Dude, Liang Su looked at Songmi, are you really that innocent? Songmi. Don't say someone is innocent, thank you. The ground is turning into sand. Gu Xian's gaze shifted to the road and he said softly, let's go into the forest. The 4 immediately ran toward the nearby forest. Liang Su thought Zhang Ji was running too slowly, so he picked up the little girl directly with one arm. Hold on tight. His forearm cradled her thigh. In the life and death situation, Zhang Ji didn't care about being shy. She entangled her legs around Liang Su's waist and tightly held his neck with her arms. Liang Su nearly fell down because his legs became soft. Worth every second. The sandification wasn't as severe in the woods, but the dense forest blocked their vision, making the fight not as smooth either. Song Mi's body was light, and he leapt onto the tree canopy to get a clear view of the entire monster. It was a pink-brown mutated creature that had sprouted 6 or 7 thick limbs from its torso, like an octopus navigating on the sandified ground. There were amputated limbs and bloodstains, indicating it was likely the victorious side in a recent battle. Song Mi was contemplating how to deal with it when he saw the row of sturdy trees before him, fall over. Then, the tree he was standing on swayed and collapsed. Song Mi returned to the ground and saw Liang Su felling trees like a lumberjack, each punch knocking one down. What's this guy doing? Song Mi asked Gu Xian. Clearing the battlefield, Gu Xian said. The roots buried deep underground could slow down the sandification, but the towering trees not only obstructed their line of sight, they also offered powerful tools for the powerful monster to attack them with. So clearing them first would offer more benefits than disadvantages. Did you tell him that? Song Mi didn't believe Liang Su could have figured that out. No, Gu Xian said, Zhangji did. In no time, a whole patch of the forest had been flattened by Liang Su. That monster found its broken limb, let out a long scream, and then launched an attack on Song Mi and the others. Bad luck always comes in bunches. They almost got killed by this creature's severed limb a few minutes ago, and now they're being attacked again. Soft fruits are chosen. If they don't properly punish this stupid 8-limbed creature, it'll think they're easy prey. Can we fight? Song Mi asked. Let's run. Gu Xian didn't want to fight. However, before the two could come up with a unified plan, Liang Su hacked off some messy branches with his bare hands, grabbed a round tree trunk, and made a standard javelin-throwing stance. With a "cu" sound, the tree trunk cut through the air, heading straight for the 8-limbed creature's forehead. The creature flicked its lower limbs in the air and deflected this incoming, hidden arrow. Let's fight. Gu Xian changed his mind. It seemed the opponent had already been enraged. This time, fighting was unavoidable. Holy shit, Liang Su spat into his hands and didn't bother to remove the branches. He just kept picking up several trees, changing positions to throw them at the 8-limbed creature. I'm gonna kill you, bastard. This behavior by Liang Su pleased Song Mi greatly. With his long knife in hand, he stepped on the tree trunk, borrowed the power of the incoming wind, leaped up, and swung his long knife down hard against one of the limbs. The blade deeply embedded itself in the skin, feeling like slicing through a soft and chewy pudding. There was no sense of tearing, rather, there was a somewhat bouncy feel. The next moment, sticky liquid splashed all over, spraying Song Mi face to face. A gust of strong wind suddenly arose from behind Song Mi. He instantly became heavier and fell backwards. That wind was swift and forceful, blowing the sticky liquid right back to the body of the 8-limbed creature with a "pa" sound. Even so, a few drops splashed onto Song Mi's arm. They felt like hot oil splatters, not very painful, but if there were more, it might be unbearable. Song Mi flipped backward in the air and landed smoothly. But before he could steady himself, Gu Xian grabbed his arm and smeared rainwater all over his face. The slime has a mild corrosiveness, don't let it touch you. As soon as he finished speaking, Liang Su roared loudly. The man's arm muscles bulged as he tightly hugged one of the tentacle monster's limbs and threw it down hard. Just like an ant that can carry food many times heavier than its body, this nearly 10-meter-tall monster was actually yanked out from the sand and thrown into the air. It then crashed with a boom sound into a fallen patch of trees. Liang Su was covered in sticky slime, looking as if he had just crawled out of the creature's mouth. He felt utterly disgusted and spat out some sandstones from his mouth. You motherfucker, playing with sand. After suffering only burns from the car explosion earlier, this mild corrosiveness posed almost no threat to him. Song Mi was surprised for a second, then tugged at Gu Xian's sleeve. It's raining, watch me chop it to death. Son of a gun, they couldn't lose in terms of intimidation. At the next moment, dark clouds filled the sky, and huge raindrops began pouring down instantly. Liang Su tore off his old shirt, baring his chest while washing off the slime in a haphazard way. Song Mi reduced his own weight to the minimum, stepping on the raindrops as he closed in on the tentacle monster's face. He darted through the curtain of rain, constantly borrowing force from the raindrops to change direction, maintaining indefinite levitation. A pair of eyes appeared, right above the tentacle monster, where there was a human-like face. Song Mi clenched the handle of his long knife, slashing horizontally, severing half of the creature's head in one strike. Not possible, right? Could it be that easy? As soon as Song Mi succeeded with his first strike, he immediately leaped back. But just a second later, the decapitated head paused briefly before sprouting a new one. The features of the two faces were completely different, they seemed forcibly stitched together, producing a nauseating and eerie sensation. Shit! Song Mi's scalp tingled as if crawling with goosebumps. And when Liang Su climbed out of the sand pit, he unexpectedly discovered that several fleshy buds had started growing on his arms. Biting his teeth, he pulled them out, taking chunks of skin along, blood gushing out. Gu Xian's fingertips sparked with electricity, cutting off the fleshy growths on Liang Su's arms smoothly. There are parasites in the slime. Liang Su frantically touched his face with his hands. Damn. No way. My whole body is covered with it. Gu Xian used wind to wrap around Song Mi floating in the sky, enhance your body to the maximum extent. Liang Su followed the order without hesitation, and his skin instantly turned incredibly hard. Then what? Stay away from here and maintain this state for an hour. After speaking, Gu Xian rushed towards Song Mi. He didn't guess wrong, Liang Su's power was indeed muscle enhancement. As long as his body reached a certain level of hardness, those parasites wouldn't be able to penetrate his skin. An hour would be enough for them to die. Not far away, several small fangs grew on Song Mi's arm as well, and Gu Xian quickly cut them off with electric light. Shit, so disgusting, Song Mi almost went berserk. I got this gross thing at the start. Can't I kill a few slimes first and level up? He parasitizes, then merges. Gu Xian evaded the attack of the tentacle monster, explaining his observation to Song Mi. Each segment of the limb is likely someone who's been parasitized. It even has a face. Song Mi was about to vomit. After cutting half, another half pops out. That's not the weak spot. Gu Xian circled around to the rear of the tentacle monster and pried open the fuel tank of the car trapped in the sandpit. His body has a defense mechanism. Hacking will only lead to parasitic contamination by the slime. Song Mi didn't understand why Gu Xian suddenly decided to extract gasoline from the wrecked car, but his hand acted without thinking and joined in helping. What are you doing? Gu Xian raised his charcoal-blackened hand. Gasoline. Song Mi only then noticed that Gu Xian's hand was coated with oily liquid. Gu Xian, make it float. This wasn't a suggestion but a command. No matter how much control Song Mi had over his ability, the gasoline must float. It was the only way. Use fire. Gu Xian stood up. He fears fire. Chapter 22, Jealousy. It turns out that a person will never know their true potential unless they push themselves. Song Mi, who just a few days ago couldn't even make a bread wrapper fly, actually managed to make the gasoline in Gu Sun's hand slowly float up entirely after focusing for several seconds. Gu Sun summoned a gentle breeze, controlling the direction and speed of the air flow, keeping the gasoline suspended in front of them. This series of actions required both Song Mi and Gu Sun to have an incredibly precise control over their powers. Compared to Liang Su's straightforward brute force approach, this kind of operation was much more exhausting. Song Mi tried her best to feel the residual gasoline on the car, allowing it to slowly rise into the sky along with the gentle wind. The octopus attacks hadn't stopped yet. Gu Sun tightly gripped the crossbar of the car, finding a fulcrum on the not yet severely sandified land. He exerted all his strength, veins popping out on his forehead as he dragged the car out of the sand pit with dirt and sand together. In the next moment, he threw the car aside, rushed toward the octopus, and pressed down heavily on Song Mi's shoulder as she was about to get up to help. Don't stop. As they passed each other, Song Mi had Gu Sun behind her. It was like a barrier had been erected between the two of them. Gu Sun and Song Mi faced away from each other, standing merely a meter apart. However, before Gu Sun, the fierce winds howled and lightning flashed. While Song Mi gathered one drop after another of slightly yellowish water droplets under a mild breeze. Flying splashes of sticky liquid, mixed with tree branches, were struck by flashes of silver light. The sparks ignited the wood, lighting up flames in midair. The smell of burnt protein filled the air, confirming Gu Sun's suspicions even further. Kneeling on one knee, Gu Sun placed his palm on the ground, spreading out his 5 fingers, then suddenly grabbing with great force. The soil crackled and surged with electricity, like a twisting dragon rising from underground straight towards the creature's feet. Fire alone wasn't enough, its outer layer might withstand high temperatures. There were no flammable materials around, so a big fire wouldn't last long. There was only so much gasoline available, meaning there would be only one chance. A breakthrough point needed to be found, otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Brother, I'm coming. Liang Su's voice echoed from a distance. Gu Sun hesitated briefly. Don't come over. It's fine. With his entire body hardened, Liang Su grabbed one limb of the octopus and slammed it onto the ground again. Hum. Electricity surged from the ground, electrocuting him along with the fish until they were golden brown outside and raw inside. Liang Su. No fault in punishing my teammates. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated Gu Sun's mind. The breakthrough point had been located. Without delay, he dispelled the strong winds, moved the golf ball-sized amount of gasoline gathered by Song Mi to his own side, and swiftly dispersed it with gale winds, forming a mist of oil. Just this much. Song Mi stood up and walked beside Gu Sun, breathing slightly harder. Is it enough? It's enough, Gu Sun said. Soon, the oil mist formed by the small amount of gasoline became larger. Gu Sun instructed Song Mi, get Liang Su to throw the monster high. Having received the order, Song Mi stepped forward with her sword drawn. Throw it high. Despite being electrified, making him appear disheveled, Liang Su gave Song Mi a thumbs up. I can handle it myself. You'd better stay far away. Song Mi couldn't afford to get any of the slime, so he quickly retreated without competing with Liang Su. Throw. Gu Sun shouted loudly. Liang Su grabbed the octopus, roared, using all his strength to throw it into the air. With sheer physical power, the octopus was thrown at least 10 meters high. As drops of mucus fell down continuously, a large cloud of oil mist followed the wind, instantly covering the octopus. Looking up, Song Mi saw a black hole open beneath the thick limbs of the monster. That was the mouth of the octopus. Seriously? It is an 8-armed fish? Song-mi exclaimed in surprise. In the next second, the oil mist was forced into the mouth by the wind. Gu-sun casually picked up a dry branch from the ground, tossing it into the air. Struck by lightning, it ignited immediately. Then, that twig set off the oil mist, producing a dull boom. The octopus swelled up abruptly like a balloon inflating, puffing up into a perfect circle. Phuck. Lightening his load with his blade in hand, Song-mi started running while muttering non-stop, "Don't explode, don't explode." Taking a half-step back, Gu-sun conjured a whirlwind, enveloping himself within the eye of the storm. Among the three of them, only Liang-su watched curiously as the balloon fell from the sky and crashed into the ground not far from him, exploding into fireworks. Like a cake bursting with sauce, scorched mucus rained down and buried him completely. Liang-su. Damn it. Why didn't anyone remind him to dodge? After roughly half a minute of silence, Gu-sun ceased the wind, looking at the devastated surroundings. The area was covered in slime, except for the small patch of land beneath his feet which was still relatively clean. Deadpan face. Liang-su emerged from the slime. "Why the hell didn't you summon a wind for me?" Gu-sun gave him a faint glance. "Stay away from me." This man was infested with seed parasites all over his body, making him disgustingly sticky. Gu-sun didn't want to get near him at all. Afraid? Liang-su raised his slimy arm and walked close to Gu-sun, trying to scare him. Afraid or not? Afraid or not? Gu-sun paused silently for a moment, then also raised his hand toward Liang-su. 2 question marks popped into Liang-su's mind. What are you doing? A powerful current burst out of Gu-sun's palm, turning the already pitch-black Liang-su even darker. Liang-su, his hair singed by electricity, twitched his lips and fell back into the slime. "Mr. Gu. Are you alright?" Song-mi dragged a tree and threw it beside Gu-sun. Gu-sun gracefully stepped on the log and approached Song-mi, patting dust off his clothes. "I'm fine." Liang. Zhanji, who rushed over, looked terrified. What happened to him? Without looking back, Gu-sun simply turned around. "He's dead." "Well, isn't he alive?" Liang-su wiped away Zhanji's tears with his finger. "Don't cry now." Zhanji choked for quite a while before calming down. Song-mi sipped on her soy milk box and sat next to Gu-sun, smacking her lips. "Why do you scare young girls like that? Now she's crying." Gu-sun remained silent as he ate his cookie, then spoke after a while. "Can't I scare her?" Song-mi found this amusing, wondering why Gu-sun was so annoyed just because Zhanji was upset. "Why do you want to scare her?" Gu-sun showed no expression on his face as he looked at the 2 people cuddling closely nearby. "She likes Liang-su." Song-mi crumpled the empty soy milk box in her hands, exasperated. Damn it. She felt like her own cabbage had been rooted up by a pig. Gu-sun glanced at Song-mi and stood up without a word. "Where are you going?" Song-mi got up too. Gu-sun ignored her and walked away. Song-mi scratched her wet hair curiously. Was Gu-sun angry? Why was he angry? She looked at Gu-sun's retreating figure, then looked at Zhanji in the distance and slapped her thigh suddenly. Could Gu-sun be interested in Zhanji? Song-mi immediately threw the soy milk box and chased after Gu-sun with her knife. They had just dealt with an elite monster and were resting where they stood, replenishing energy. The car was also ruined, so they would have to find somewhere to sleep tonight since it would take until tomorrow to reach City B. Song-mi was still wet from being caught in the rain during the fight. Gu-sun blew warm air onto her hair so she wouldn't catch a cold. "You know," Song-mi racked her brain trying to comfort Gu-sun, "I think Mr. Gu looks pretty handsome." Gu-sun lifted his eyelids slightly, question mark. "With such good conditions like yours, you're definitely very popular." Song-mi said with a grin. Gu-sun paused for a second and his expression softened somewhat. "What do you want to say?" "Nothing." Song-mi walked alongside Gu-sun. "Just don't worry, I'll stay with you." Gu-sun stopped, turning to look at Song-mi sideways. His Adam's apple bobbed as he hoarsely asked, "Really?" Song-mi nodded. "Anyway, we 2 lonely dogs have been accompanying each other for over a year. I won't abandon you to find a girlfriend." Gu-sun's expression dropped instantly. "But fate is inevitable," Song-mi happily said. "Do you know the flower of the neighboring economics and management school? Can we try anyone else besides her?" Gu-sun's face turned extremely unpleasant as he turned around and left. "Hey." Song-mi hurriedly caught up and grabbed Gu-sun's wrist. "I was just joking. The school flower doesn't even know me." "But you know her." Gu-sun shook off Song-mi, frowning. "I shouldn't even care about you." Chapter 23, Peacock Spreading Its Feathers. Song-mi couldn't figure out why Gu Xian was angry again. Could it be that he liked the top beauty from the neighboring economics and management school? No way, the university friends Gu Xian could actually converse with can be counted on one hand, let alone female friends. At 6 in the evening, Song-mi was sitting on a stone by the roadside, holding his long sword across his knees, staring into the flames as they roared to life. He truly couldn't imagine what kind of person the boss Gu would fancy. Shit. What's this? Liang-su thrust a big round log into the fire pile, a human leg. The segment of the human leg looked like it had gone moldy, covered with flesh akin to sprouting fungal buds. If it weren't for those few burned toes, Song-mi wouldn't have recognized it. You motherfucker. Songmi's expression turned complex. You started flipping sides while cooking an octopus. Should I give you some cumin and solve your dinner problem while I'm at it? No need to trouble yourself. Liang-su snapped the wood a few times and threw it into the big fire. My wife will deliver something soon. After they dealt with the octopus in the morning, the place was covered in goo. Most of the parasitic worms inside were still alive, posing dangers if left on the road. Gu Xian and Zhanji went looking for a nearby house suitable for spending the night, while Songmi and Liang-su stayed here burning almost all day. What do you mean by wife? Stop calling her that. Songmi threw him a stick. That girl has just come of age. Shouldn't we care about the influence? Earth is about to explode. Should we even care about such influences? Liang-su lazily took the stick and tossed it into the fire. I say, we should make use of this final time, doing whatever we want. Brother-in-law, you're truly naive. Liang-su approached Songmi. Haven't you ever been in love? Songmi. Shit, being looked down upon. Actually, neither have I. Liang-su said. Then why the hell are you boasting to me? Songmi got angry. Am I boasting? Liang-su thought he was quite innocent. Isn't this normal conversation? Maybe because you've never had a girlfriend, so you're particularly sensitive to these topics. Songmi. What a bitter life indeed. By the way, Songmi wanted to change the topic. Why didn't the little bug hatch on you? Did it hatch? Liang-su raised his leg. There's a whole patch on my leg. Songmi moved closer, spotting a layer of pink scars on Liang-su's calf. Is this it then? Liang-su, tisk, dead, overly humble, isn't it? What's your special ability? Songmi asked, more specifically. Enhanced muscles, accelerated recovery. Liang-su showed off his forearm muscles. One punch from me can burst a skull. And he still regenerates after battle damage. You. Liang-su asked, besides jumping exceptionally high, what else do you have? These 5 words really hurt me deeply, Songmi said. It doesn't serve much purpose, I just control weight. Songmi was too shy to admit he controls gravity. He felt the phrase was too flashy. Oh, Liang-su considered for a moment. Indeed seems useless. Songmi. Fine, he won't get mad at a fool. After 7 in the evening, the sky gradually darkened. Bathed in warm yellow firelight, Liang-su squatted down and lit a cigarette. Want a smoke? He asked Songmi. Songmi shook his head, no thanks. Little lamb. Liang-su squatted by the side of the road, puffing out a mouthful of smoke. Songmi's lips twitched. Damn it, how could he feel so uncomfortable? Not long after, Zhanji came over carrying several hot sweet potatoes. There's a villa near the mountain. Zhanji handed out the sweet potatoes to both of them. Gu Xian wants you to finish up quickly and return home. The first sentence was for both of them, but the latter was specifically for Songmi. Why are your eyes still so red? Liang-su peeled the sweet potato and handed it to Zhanji, laughing. Have you eaten? Take a bite. I've eaten already. Zhanji blushed red and dodged him. You eat. Songmi forcibly suppressed his impulse to meddle. Alright, these two seem mutual interested, no point for him to mess around. After finishing burning the trees and stepping out the sparks, Songmi poured a lot of soil over it. Accompanied by Liang-su's broken voice slogan, one wisp of smoke on the mountain, 15 days in detention, they finally returned to their temporary resting place. Zhanji was boiling rice porridge in the kitchen. Both Liang-su and Songmi drank a bowl greedily, and then each retreated to their rooms to sleep. The specifications of the villa were quite similar to Songmi's home, ground floor entrance hall, second floor bedrooms. For safety's sake, there were 2 people per room. At first, Songmi opposed this idea with every hair on his head, but he was overruled by Zhanji blushingly giving her approval. Songmi was about to warn Liang-su through his nose not to mess around, when Zhanji erupted like a mushroom cloud exploding on top of her head. Zhanji, he sleeps on the ground. That's how the issue got resolved. Songmi scratched the back of his head, feeling as if he were an overly worried old mother. With fullness and drowsiness coming at the same time, Songmi yawned as he returned to his dormitory. The room was dark without any lights. Songmi called out, Mr. Gu, and received a response from the curtains being blown by the wind from the balcony. Gu Xian stood outside on the balcony, turned around and looked at Songmi. He had changed into a suit that fit perfectly to show off his waistline. His long, straight legs wrapped in trousers left a little bit of white wrist bones visible at the bottom. Songmi, looking disheveled with even part of his sleeves missing, now faced a well-dressed Gu Xian, feeling for a moment as though the timeline had become confused. Are you? Songmi dumbly asked, on a date? I told you, Songmi shivered in the bathroom, there isn't a ghostly shadow here, so dressing up like a peacock won't attract anyone. Gu Xian didn't think about attracting anyone, he just found it necessary to change clothes. It was only after he searched the house that he managed to find one set of clothing that no one else had worn. Don't shower with cold water. Gu Xian brought the kettle into the bathroom, you'll catch a cold. We've washed enough during the day. Songmi mixed the hot water with cold, splashing himself. Let's quickly rinse and sleep, I'm very sleepy. The teenager wasn't muscular, but his slim and strong physique was aesthetically pleasing. His shoulder blades protruded slightly beneath the warm water, resembling a pair of butterfly wings ready to take flight, submerged in a deep sea of shimmering light. A flicker passed through Gu Xian's eyes as he looked away. I have washed all the bed linens, Gu Xian placed a glass of warm water on the bedside table, rest tonight and replenish your strength. Songmi wrapped the towel around his waist and dashed into the blanket like a 100-meter dash, cold. 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 Drink the water. Gu Xian picked up the clothes thrown on the floor and washed them right there in the bathroom. Underwear dried separately in the breeze, Gu Xian walked to the bedside, noticing that Songmi had already fallen asleep. Even the water by the bedside had been untouched. Gu Xian sighed softly. Wake up, Gu Xian lightly shook his shoulders, put your pants on. Songmi muttered a few words and rolled over to continue sleeping. Probably exhausted from earlier in the day, he couldn't be woken up now. Gu Xian sat beside the bed, letting his hands move from Songmi's shoulders to the side of his face. The boy's hair was still wet, his eyebrows damp too. The lashes looked as though they bore dewdrops, creating a misty haze that rested quietly against his cheekbones. His eyelids were thin, marked by delicate folds extending to faintly raised corners, tinged with a blush. Songmi. Gu Xian's thumb pressed gently onto the inviting red, calling his name softly. He had repeated these two words countless times, spoken and unspoken, carrying all the tenderness he could offer. Songmi opened his eyes a crack, raising his hand to grab Gu Xian's wrist. His voice raspy and filled with languor, I dreamed you spread your feathers for me. Chapter 24, Hot-Tempered Lolita. The next day, Songmi woke up and pulled back the blanket to find that he was not only wearing underwear but also had a t-shirt on. It was already bright outside, and Gu Sun was nowhere to be seen. In the room, Songmi had occupied 3/4 of the 1.5-meter wide bed all by himself. He sat up and rubbed his eyes, vaguely remembering that last night Gu Sun had thrown him the underwear in his face and told him to put it on. At that time, feeling bothered, he had put it on himself, although he had no memory at all of when the clothes were worn. Songmi grabbed the collar of his shirt and smelled the faint smell of laundry detergent as he lowered his head. There was a glass of warm water by the bedside. Songmi picked it up and gulped down half of it before stepping on the disposable slippers placed beside the bed with care and patting under the carpet. There was a basin of clean water in the bathroom, and the clothes hanging on the balcony had been washed and dried. Songmi's face dripped with water droplets. Standing outside the bathroom for a while, he actually felt a faint sense of warmth. Is Boss Gu so good at taking care of others? He was starting to feel a little embarrassed. After washing up, Songmi went downstairs and just then ran into Gu Sun climbing upstairs holding onto the railing. Hey, Boss Gu, Songmi greeted him cheerfully. Gu Sun had changed from yesterday's flamboyant suit into an original jacket and jeans, once again resuming the appearance of a pure-hearted college student. He was about to wake Songmi up, and now seeing him come down, he just gave a calm, and turned back. Songmi jumped off 3 steps at once and laughed as he pounced onto Gu Sun's back. Did you wash my clothes? Gu Sun stabilized himself, and his facial expression softened slightly. Thank you, Boss Gu. Songmi leapt onto Gu Sun's back at the final step. I'll wash yours today. Gu Sun let his arms hang down and naturally supported his thighs. Don't fool around. Zhang Ji and Liang Su sat at the Shi Tu Lanya restaurant on the first floor and witnessed all their intimacy. Are these two not bent? Liang Su whispered to Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji neither confirmed nor denied, her little head hanging low, murmuring softly, don't interfere too much. But Liang Su wouldn't let things go that easily, the more trivial the matter, the more he loved to meddle. I said, are you guys on your honeymoon? Liang Su happily slurped his noodles. How about a morning kiss to set the tone for the rest of the day? Songmi jumped off Gu Sun's back. Get lost. Boys who play well together either hold each other's necks or pin each other's bodies. Songmi's jump was pure horseplay, but he didn't expect Gu Sun to actually catch him. Boss Gu is really great, Songmi thought. He's different from those unruly friends of his, this one's a real bro. After breakfast, the four decided to walk to City B. Their location was on the edge of City B, not exactly close but not far either. As long as they don't dawdle too much along the way, walking for a day would get them there approximately. Liang Su and Songmi, those two rivals, bickered the whole way, exhausting Zhang Ji and annoying Gu Sun. So Liang Su put Zhang Ji on his back and began to placate her, while Songmi came closer and chatted with Gu Sun. However, Gu Sun ignored him, and after chatting alone for a while, Songmi quieted down. Yet, his silence didn't last very long, and before he knew it, he was starting another conversation without any reason. Yesterday, Liang Su said something to me that I think makes sense. Songmi walked shoulder to shoulder with Gu Sun. Hey, aren't you going to ask me what it is? Gu Sun went along with him. What did he say? He said the earth is almost about to explode, and we should take advantage of the remaining time to do whatever we want, Songmi said. Gu Sun paused in his step and looked at Songmi. What do you want to do? The weather today is quite nice. Songmi squinted and looked towards the clear, azure sky stretching endlessly. Gu Sun followed his gaze, gazing at the final serenity of this chaotic world. Songmi bent over, pulled a few stalks of foxtail grass from the roadside grass patch, and held on to Gu Sun's wrist. Actually, I've always wanted to do this. Gu Sun's heart skipped a beat, and his breathing quickened slightly. We've known each other for over a year, even though we've been close, we haven't really opened up to each other much. Songmi stripped away the extraneous leaves from the 3 stalks of foxtail grass and presented them to Gu-sun. I've caused a lot of trouble on this journey, if it weren't for you saving me, I'd be gone already. Gu-sun lightly closed his thin lips and reached out to take the bundle of foxtail grass. In the midnight wind carrying the warmth of the sun, it brushed past the fluffy tops of the foxtail grass. Gu-sun looked down and found the trembling small green buds especially beautiful today. After this visit to your place, I don't know when we'll meet again. Songmi pulled Gu-sun's hand and walked to the edge of what used to be a lush grass patch, crouching down and pressing the weeds flat with his hands. I know it's a bit crude this time, but time is limited. Let's not worry about formalities. Gu-sun, holding a bundle of foxtail grass, stood nearby as he watched Songmi casually take off his jacket and lay it on the grass right next to his face. With a plop, Songmi knelt directly onto the patch of grass. Question marks flew from Gu-sun's head all the way into the stratosphere. Under the heavens above and the thick earth below as my witness. Songmi's 8 words were solemn and resounding. He paused halfway, probably not knowing what else to say, so he skipped right to the point. From now on, Gu-sun and I will be stepbrothers. All of the bubbling anticipation in Gu-sun's heart dried up instantly. He let his arm fall, and the 3 foxtail stalks drooped as if abandoned, lowering their fluffy heads. Songmi raised his arms solemnly and swore on the dogtail grass, treating it like incense. In the future, if anything happens to my brother, I'll jump in without hesitation. Gu-sun threw the bunch of dogtail grass straight into Songmi's face. Songmi turned around, huh? Gu-sun left him with the cold shoulder, refusing further conversation. So he rejected you? Liang-su wore an amused expression, half surprised. He stared at the clouds dripping rain on Songmi's head and almost choked laughing. Look, he even gave you rainy clouds. Ha ha ha. Songmi rolled up his sleeves, ready for a fight. Ji. Liang-su dodged while laughing. You shouldn't have dragged me away, I missed the best part. Songmi's anger boiled over as he grabbed a weapon to cut him down. Gu-sun walked at the back, watching them bicker with a darkened expression. It wasn't until the 4 entered the urban area of City B that a faint burnt smell in the air caused them to become serious again. What's that smell? Liang-su sniffed the air. Songmi and Gu-sun remained silent simultaneously, except for Zhang-ji who tugged at his sleeve, standing on tiptoes to whisper something in Liang-su's ear. It was the smell of charred corpses. The putrid odor mixed with the smell of decay drifted into their nostrils with the breeze. This was no longer the suburban area, everywhere in City B's downtown was filled with people, and where there are people, there is danger. Gu-sun stopped walking and erased the misty cloud of rain above Songmi's head. Songmi felt pleased inside, grinning and trying to strike up a conversation. But just as he lifted his heel, he was interrupted by an acute sensitivity of his own. Ding! A metallic clanging sound exploded in Songmi's ears. His long sword blocked a blow behind his head, and after deflecting the attack, he rapidly spun around to slash horizontally. The cloth wrapping around the blade was torn apart by a wave of energy, slowly floating down around Songmi in pieces. Liang-su quickly scooped up Zhang-ji and found cover. Gu-sun glanced up to see a twin-tailed Lolita wielding 2 blades in the air, wearing an approving smile. It's gravity. The girl's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. This one's good, I want it. Songmi's face changed. This person could identify his powers. Then, the girl closed her eyes, and upon leaping again, she soared over a dozen meters high. Ha! This is fun. She unsheathed both her swords mid-air and dove toward Songmi with incredible speed. Songmi immediately swung his sword and dodged, raising his arm to block another strike aimed directly at him. Both their bodies were light and agile, almost sticking together in front and behind as their blades produced sharp screeches, moving too fast to even make out their silhouettes. Clang! The long sword heavily struck the dual blades, causing the girl to struggle against Songmi's strength and fall from the air. Songmi didn't show mercy, chasing her and striking overhead. However, in the next second, the girl reversed direction, revealing that her fall had merely been a ruse. She performed an elegant flip and landed gracefully, lifting her gaze with intense greed filling her eyes. Big brother, play with me. Songmi smirked, I'm worried I might get played to death by you. If you don't play with me. The girl tapped her chin thoughtfully, her black pupils rolling mischievously, then I'll kill them all. Damn. Another psycho. Songmi exhaled slightly in frustration, mentally complaining. The last psychopath nearly wiped out their team, and now it was unclear whether this one had similar abilities or not. Songmi gripped his longsword tightly, ready for the worst outcome. At this moment, after settling Zhang-ji, Liang-su also returned. The few of them formed a triangular formation on the battlefield. 3 against 1, they shouldn't lose. Songmi consoled himself with this thought, but he didn't feel very confident inside. After the previous fight, Songmi roughly guessed the girl's ability. It was replication. However, the degree and duration of replication still needed confirmation. This ability was quite difficult to deal with. Songmi took a deep breath. He had to kill her, she must die. Even though she was just a little girl, she had to be killed. Songmi's body instantly became as light as a wisp of feather. He believed that his coordination with Gu Sun would lead to an onslaught like torrential rain right after he leaped up. But things didn't go as he expected this time. Before Song Mi could take the initiative, he was grabbed by the wrist from behind by Gu Sun, who then pulled him back. Song Mi's body was so light that Gu Sun's pull was like flying a kite, he almost got flung several miles away. Liang Su, who wasn't too far, charged halfway but stopped abruptly when he noticed the lack of action from his comrades. He spun around again and returned. Are you kidding me? Fighting and yet someone is selling out the team. Gu Sun looked at the girl not too far away and said solemnly, she's my person. Chapter 25, Problems Everywhere. Song Mi stood behind Gu Sun, stretching her neck like an old goose. Gu. Sharing the same surname as Gu Sun. Was this person his? Whose person was she anyway? Huh? Gu tilted her head, pointing at her own nose, do you know me? Gu Sun looked at the girl in front of him, paused for a moment, and then spoke, I am Gu Sun. Gu slowly widened her eyes as if analyzing the credibility of this statement. Suddenly, she threw the twin blades in her hands to the ground and rushed towards Gu Sun with open arms, brother. This time Song Mi's eyes were wider than Gu Yu's. Gu Sun took a step back and dodged her. Gu Yu pouted after hugging thin air, so cold. You belong to my brother. Gu Yu smiled mischievously towards Song Mi, are you my sister-in-law? Song Mi. The little weirdo who had just decided to kill not long ago came close smilingly, and Song Mi couldn't process it temporarily. What's going on? Liang Su walked over, know each other. This uncle, Gu Yu turned to look at Liang Su, didn't you run away? The two words, uncle, hurt Liang Su's heart, I'm only 21, how do you think so? 21 but looks 41. Gu Yu said bewilderingly, still seems pretty capable though. Liang Su hadn't shaved for days, indeed appearing more mature than Song Mi. Liang Su wanted to hit someone with the sole of his shoe. Kind reminder, Gu Yu lowered her voice towards Liang Su, if you don't go save your hidden little treasure soon, she might die. She spoke seriously, not joking. Liang Su's eyes turned cold, that joke isn't funny. If you don't believe me, go check. Gu Yu blinked, maybe you can still find a whole body. Liang Su immediately changed direction and ran toward Zhangji's hiding place. You're kidding, right? Song Mi harbored a bit of hope in his heart, even though he himself didn't quite believe it. Nope, Gu Yu laughed, they should have captured her by now. Song Mi was about to ask which they, but Gu Sun interjected, are they here? What are you doing? Gu Yu blinked, showing her teeth in a smile, I don't know. Before her words' echo had settled, Liang Su returned and grabbed her by the neck. Gu Yu leaned back sharply. Then, a heavy punch descended straight at her face. The petite girl hooked Liang Su's calf with her foot, using her strength to drag herself around his leg, narrowly avoiding a punch that would have burst her brain. Seeing this, Liang Su immediately knelt down. His knees were as hard as iron, striking the concrete floor. Bang! A spiderweb-like crack instantly appeared on the ground. Gu Yu used force from her waist and climbed onto Liang Su's back. Two white and tender arms coiled like water snakes spitting their tongues, directly locking onto Liang Su's throat. So hard. Gu Yu was shocked inside, realizing she couldn't lock him down. I don't want to play anymore. Gu Yu clutched her head and rolled on the ground, you're bullying a girl. As soon as she finished speaking, Liang Su smashed her head against the ground. The two moved incredibly fast, completing this series of fighting in less than 10 seconds. Song Mi didn't have enough time to intervene, watching Gu Yu get slammed hard to the ground by Liang Su. Clang dash. A large dent appeared in the concrete floor. Song Mi's lips parted slightly as he turned his head to glance at Gu Sun next to him. Compared to this stranger, as her own brother, Gu Sun showed no reaction whatsoever. He watched everything happen before with indifference, as if observing an irrelevant street matter. Contrary to the imagined scene of brains and blood splattering everywhere, there was silence for a few seconds, followed by Gu Yu's complaint. It hurts, uncle. Experiment subject? Song Mi lowered his voice, full of shock, there are still experiments happening today. Uncertain, despite being mid-sprint, Gu Sun's voice remained steady, if she's an experiment subject, she should still be alive. Liability talking non-stop usually like a broken gong, Liang Su now spoke scarcely, resembling a mirror version of Gu Sun, if anything happens to Zhangji, she won't survive either. Gu Sun glanced at Gu Yu, whose limbs were broken and dangling from Liang Su's hand, and said calmly, you can kill her now too. Song Mi was surprised, never expecting these words from Gu Sun. Big brother, you're so cruel, Gu Yu complained while pouting. Gu Sun shifted his gaze, no longer looking at her. Song Mi recalled how Gu Sun had remained indifferent while Gu Yu fought Liang Su earlier, and thought that perhaps Gu Sun had anticipated all along that Gu Yu would replicate Liang Su's abilities, hence why he didn't intervene. But on further reflection, Song Mi realized it probably wouldn't have mattered to Gu Sun whether he had known or not. It seemed like Gu Sun cared little for Gu Yu's life or death. This made Song Mi wonder if Gu Yu was truly Gu Sun's sister. Though these were legitimate questions, there'd be plenty of time later to ask Gu Sun. For now, the primary concern was ensuring Zhangji's safety. Led by Gu Yu, the three of them ran for roughly an hour. In the distance, they could faintly see a cluster of houses. The place looked somewhat familiar, it turned out to be only one street away from the house where they had spent the night yesterday. After all the twists and turns, 4 people had traveled most of the day, yet the 3 men had reached their destination in just 1 hour. Something's wrong, Gu-sun stopped, examining the surrounding trees and landscape. The distance we've covered is off. Even if they had been running fast, they shouldn't have covered this much distance so quickly. We need to find Zhangji first, said Liang-su as he continued running ahead without looking back. The spacing between the streetlights isn't right, observed Gu-sun as he stood still, carefully surveying the surroundings. Before, they were 15 meters apart, now, it's 20. Plus, the side with the denser tree canopies doesn't always face south anymore, added Gu-sun. There are no weeds in the bushes, no trash on the roads, and no birds in the sky. Song-mi stopped as well and followed Gu-sun's gaze, observing the surroundings closely. The leaves, Gu-sun glanced up at a large tree on the side of the road. This tree has 2 types of leaves. Song-mi walked over and picked a leaf, revealing its deep green winter oak blade. On the other side of the crown though, the leaves were also deep green but belonged to a sweet osmanthus tree. Both types of leaves were oval-shaped and shared a similar color. The only difference was that in winter, the sweet osmanthus bore small pearl-sized fruits hidden among the leaves. This is not the time to check out the leaves, urged Liang-su impatiently. Let's hurry and get to your place and find Zhangji. We haven't returned there at all. Gu-sun turned his gaze to Guyu. She's trapped us here. Wow, you're really my brother all right, Guyu's eyes twinkled brightly. Your friend is about to die, and you still take the time to examine leaves. Listening to her words, Song-mi suddenly had a rather disheartening thought. Perhaps it was because Gu-sun never considered Zhangji a friend that he could calmly analyze the situation instead of getting flustered and anxious like Song-mi and Liang-su did. She won't die, Gu-sun stated expressionlessly. If I'm not mistaken, we should already be where we're supposed to be. Guyu's pupils flickered slightly with surprise. How did you figure that out? Gu-sun didn't answer her question. He closed his eyes and very slowly raised his hand as if it were difficult for him. After pausing for a moment in mid-air, he suddenly swung it down hard. A sharp sound, akin to breaking glass, rang out. The volume wasn't loud, but it sounded distant, as if emanating from the dark depths of the ocean. Like flipping a switch, immediately afterward, countless complex, cacophonous sounds surged into Song-mi's eardrums. Waves of noise crashed chaotically against the fragile nerves inside his brain. Huff. Song-mi suddenly jerked awake and sat up. His body was drenched in cold sweat, and the rapid heartbeat reverberated endlessly in his eardrums. Song-mi, someone called his name nearby. Song-mi turned his head and saw Gu-sun sitting by his bedside. This was a room, they were sitting together on a double bed. On the floor lay shattered pieces of a glass cup, and on the bedside table were a plush cup mat and a metal stirring spoon. Song-mi felt like he had just had a dream in which he had picked a leaf from a winter oak tree. Was it an illusion? Or hypnotism? Song-mi couldn't immediately tell what was real and what was imaginary. Looking at the person before him, he even doubted whether the person truly existed. Gu-sun. Song-mi tentatively called out. But the person by the bed grew somber and replied coldly, "You're not Song-mi." Chapter 26, Meeting the Parents. Gu-sun's single sentence left Song-mi dumbfounded. He paused for a moment, carefully thinking about what to say next. Don't be reckless, stay calm. Who knows if the other party is human or ghost and what their intentions are. The two of them sat quietly for a while, their gazes darting back and forth in the dim room. Suddenly, a loud clang came from outside the door, sounding like a heavy object hitting the ground. Song-mi was startled and immediately prepared to get out of bed. He sprang up like an energetic rabbit from the soft mattress. Gu-sun raised his arm and forcibly stopped Song-mi. However, driven by impetuousness, Song-mi didn't stop. Instead, Gu-sun's action caused both of them to fall off the bed. There were shards of a glass cup on the floor. Acting quickly, Song-mi placed his palm behind Gu-sun's head to cushion the fall. Ouch! Song-mi felt pain on the back of his hand and supported himself on Gu-sun's cheek as he asked, "What are you doing?" Gu-sun propped himself up and grabbed Song-mi's wrist. A cut on his hand bled down onto Gu-sun's fingers. There's trouble outside, Song-mi struggled against Gu-sun's grip but couldn't break free. Gu-sun. Hey, what's with the daydreaming? Why do you call me by my full name? Gu-sun gazed earnestly into Song-mi's eyes. You never used to call me that. Mr. Gu. Song-mi tilted his head, finding it amusing. You're still hung up on this? Gu-sun blinked, causing his thick lashes to tremble lightly. He shifted his gaze and loosened his grip on Song-mi, "Stop the bleeding." "It's nothing," Song-mi got up from Gu-sun. "Let's quickly check outside." As the two left the room, the corridor was silent and empty. The earlier sound seemed fake, there was no trace of it. Song-mi stepped onto the sound-absorbing carpet laid in the corridor, feeling several degrees less secure without a weapon in his hands. Suddenly, the hand dangling along his trouser seam was grasped from behind. Song-mi gave a start, turning around only to find Gu-sun holding him. The warm bandage carried body temperature as Gu-sun bowed his head and carefully wrapped Song-mi's wound. "Could you at least give a heads up before grabbing my hand, Mr. Gu?" Song-mi's heart was nearly pounding out of his throat. I thought it was something else. It's safe here, Gu Sun said. With me, they won't touch you. I'm worried about Zhangji and that idiot, Song Mi sighed in relief. Are they okay? Gu Sun softly replied with a Gu Yu is here. Hearing that name, Song Mi couldn't help but ask, is she really your sister? Yes, Gu Sun finished wrapping the bandage, his fingers brushing past Song Mi's warm fingertips before letting go. She's my half-sister. I met her once when I was little. Gu Yu looked to be around 16 or 17 years old. When Gu Sun was young, she probably had no memory. No wonder she wasn't recognized at first. But why is she fine at Liangsu? Song Mi didn't quite understand. Gu Sun pursed his lips, she has feelings for Liangsu. Auntie, Gu Yu pouted prettily in front of Liangsu. What's your name? Liangsu, with chains locking his hands and feet, growled ferociously like a wolf tethered by ropes. Uncle, untie these chains. Even if I did, you still wouldn't be able to escape. Gu Yu lifted her hand, using the tip of her finger to gently poke Liangsu's bearded chin. Right now, don't you feel weak in your limbs, can't use much strength, stiff muscles, and numb extremities? Liangsu ground his teeth together so hard it made a clicking sound. Did you drug me, you witch? It's just regular ability inhibitor. Gu Yu blushed faintly. I'd love to give you some aphrodisiac, but I simply don't have any. Liangsu's eyes widened as he rattled the chains loudly. You even dare think of such things? Motherfucker. Gu Yu covered her face bashfully. Ah, how embarrassing. What if I kiss you, then I'll release you, Gu Yu pointed to her cheek. Kiss here. Liangsu spat, I only kiss my own wife. If you dare try anything, may you die trying. Gu Yu stomped her foot angrily, do you already have a wife? The girl you captured is my wife, Liangsu raised his chin defiantly, looking down at Gu Yu. If a hair on her head is harmed, I will take your life as compensation. Divorce. Divorce now. Gu Yu pressed her hands on Liangsu's shoulders, leaning in to kiss him, I am your wife now. Creak, the room's door opened from the outside. Song Mi peered inside with an innocent look on his face. In the next second, his expression froze and with a loud clang, he slammed the door shut again. Little white-faced bastard. Liangsu shouted. Hurry up and save me. So you were forced into this, Song Mi's gaze drifted around the room, I didn't think, Scaffolds, chains, half-naked bodies. An isolated man, a single woman, a burning passion. He had thought something X-rated was happening in the room. My wife isn't even here, so how could I be doing anything with her? Liangsu roared furiously, besides, is she even an adult yet? Do you want to commit a crime? Song Mi felt somewhat guilty and edged closer to Gu Sun. I just turned 18 this year, Gu Yu smiled sweetly, I'm old enough to get married. Marriage? To hell with that, Liangsu cursed, why don't you marry your brother? Neither of you two are normal. Gu Sun gave Liangsu a cool glance, but before he could speak, Song Mi jumped in first, what does Gu Sun have to do with it? You were caught by a little girl, and it was him who saved you. Bullshit, Liangsu yelled back at Song Mi, I was tricked. If you wanted to fight fair, let's go, I'm not afraid of anyone. Being captured by an 18-year-old kid was probably the most humiliating experience Liangsu would ever endure. He'd die before admitting it. The group squabbled all the way down several flights of stairs, finally arriving at a spacious basement. Gu Yu skipped ahead and pushed open the double-layered reinforced doors, bouncing inside happily. Dad. Gu Yu ran a few steps to a man sitting on the couch and bent down to give him a big hug. Gu Yueli's face softened, tall and stately, wearing a brown cotton pajama set that seemed to make him look slightly tired. He patted his daughter's back and looked over her shoulder at Gu Sun. After a moment of silence, Gu Yueli closed his eyes, you're back. Song Mi looked at this gentle and frail man and realized that Gu Sun's father was completely different from what he had imagined. He had thought Gu Yueli would be some kind of overbearing CEO who commanded the winds of power, maybe with a touch of debauchery or even mercilessness, someone willing to drag the whole world along for their selfish goals. But instead, Gu Yueli seemed approachable, even a bit paternal. Like the cheerful uncle's son next door who could probably join a table of elderly men for mahjong. Could this really be the person Gu Sun claimed conducted human experiments that caused gene mutations in secret? Meanwhile, upon seeing his father, Gu Sun showed none of the familial intimacy that Gu Yu had displayed. He didn't even change his expression, standing still where he was as he coldly inspected this man. The atmosphere grew awkward. Uncle, hello, Song Mi broke the silence, my name is Song Mi. He's Liangsu. We're Gu Sun's friends. Spare me your formalities, Liangsu stepped forward, where's the girl you captured earlier? Give her back to me. Gu Yueli raised his hand, covering his mouth with his fist as he lightly coughed, sorry about that. One of my subordinates made a mistake and captured Xiao Sun's friend. She's fine, already asleep now. With that, he summoned a man to escort Liangsu away. Gu Yueli's voice was soft, but occasionally the volume would spike or become heavier. Song Mi noticed this and found it peculiar. That's someone I want. Gu Yu complained, I want him. Don't cause trouble, Gu Yueli frowned deeply, pressing his temples with his fingers as he mildly scolded Gu Yu. Songmi observed the father-daughter pair and suddenly felt that Gu Sun seemed so estranged from them, almost like they weren't a family at all. Aren't you coming? Gu Yueli looked at Songmi, his expression easing slightly. Songmi replied with a confused, only realizing afterward that it was probably because they were going to hold a family meeting, and his presence as an outsider wasn't convenient. I'll go, Songmi quickly started to leave, I'll just. Hold on. Gu Sun gripped Songmi's hand, pulling him behind himself. Caught off balance, Songmi hesitated, feeling torn. It doesn't seem right for me to stay as an outsider. Gu Sun remained silent for a moment before stepping towards Gu Yueli. Gu Yueli looked pained, rubbing his temples and slowly closing his eyes. Dad, Gu Sun's eyes flickered with hidden turmoil, each word and syllable dripping with fatal danger. Why won't you look at me? Chapter 27, The Guide. The hall fell silent for a few seconds, and before Gu Yueli could speak, Gu surprisingly started speaking on behalf of their father. Brother, don't get too close. Dad will feel uncomfortable when those with special abilities approach him. Don't talk nonsense, Gu Yueli interrupted Gu Yu. He looked up at Gu Sun, his eyes filled with unrelenting bloodshot streaks and deep fatigue. What's wrong? Yun Wang, Gu Sun suddenly mentioned a name. Is this person part of your group? Gu Yueli shook his head. Gu Sun didn't say anything further, he merely stared silently at the increasingly weary man before him. The boy's gaze was cold and sharp, like a poisoned dagger that had pierced through the cornea into the lens, cutting through flesh and all without mercy. Under such scrutiny, Gu Yueli couldn't bear to meet the gaze after just half a minute. He seemed utterly exhausted as he massaged his yin-tang point. You should rest early. Songmi, who stood nearby, could sense the unspoken communication between these two through their mere eye contact, something clear only to them, as if it were encrypted. Upon returning safely to their original room, Gu Sun's expression remained solemn, and he stayed silent throughout the journey. When his mood was bad, he was quiet as a stone. The more people chattered around him, the more annoyed he became. Songmi chose not to invite trouble. He walked to the window and pulled it open, only to be met by an abyssal darkness outside. It was so dark that even the moonlight was absent. It wasn't normal. Songmi extended his hand to explore outside, but before he could even reach the frame, someone from behind grabbed him firmly. Jesus, Gu boss, do you walk soundlessly? Songmi was startled. The house has been shielded, Gu Sun said as he released Songmi's hand and looked out the window. The black mist may be toxic, don't touch it. Songmi obediently withdrew his hand, seeming to have understood something. This was likely done to avoid revealing the location of the room. They must have traversed some kind of illusion just to arrive here. Oh, right, Songmi straightened up. Didn't we enter an illusion earlier? Gu Sun hummed in affirmation. Shit. I didn't even notice. Songmi felt a chill run down his spine afterward. If we're in an illusion, does that mean in reality we're asleep? Yes, Gu Sun's voice was deep. It's dangerous. Had the other party wanted their lives, they might have already died before achieving anything. So how do we prevent it? Songmi began to worry. We fall victim unknowingly, and we wouldn't even know if we've died. It's not that easy to die, Gu Sun said. Illusions aren't real, they require artificial setup. Songmi did not fully understand what he meant. The previous illusion was set up rather sloppily, which allowed me to catch its flaw and control my body to knock over the cup, waking me from the illusion. Gu Sun closed the window and looked at Songmi. That means an illusion needs a guide. This person follows our consciousness and movements to set up the illusion. It might take only 1 second since it exists in the world of consciousness, and its complexity lies in understanding the entrance. Songmi gazed eagerly at Gu Sun, like a youth thirsty for knowledge, attentively absorbing this documentary-like explanation. So who is the guide? Songmi asked. Anyone could be, Gu Sun replied, even you, or me. Songmi broke out in goosebumps. Impossible. We might not be in the same illusion, Gu Sun continued, we just happen to follow the same storyline. Songmi's eyes widened slightly. Despite being hard to believe, Gu Sun's words made perfect sense to him. Creating an illusion incurs no cost, duplicating it 4 or 5 times would be a breeze. After we decided to return with Gu Yu, we entered the illusion, Gu Sun went on. If we are not in the same illusion, that Gu Sun might also be fake. My goodness, Songmi squeezed closer to Gu Sun. Boss Gu, you should switch careers tomorrow and tell ghost stories. You'll scare people silly every time. As long as we find the guide, we can break the illusion. Gu Sun ignored Songmi's mockery, or, like me, disrupt existing awareness and directly control your body to create sounds that can wake the sleeping self. That's it, Songmi chuckled miserably. If it were me, I probably wouldn't make it out. Gu Sun glanced down at Songmi. I'll teach you a very simple way to dispel the illusion. Songmi immediately perked up. Tell me. Kill everyone you see. Gu Sun said. Songmi's eyes lit up. Great idea. But there's a problem, Gu Sun continued. In the illusion, the guide is like the creator of everything. If you show any murderous intent, he will conjure up irresistible natural disasters to prevent your actions. Songmi deflated. Where's the simplicity in that? You can kill stealthily, Gu Sun said it with an air of nonchalance, secretly eliminate those you suspect to be the guide. Ah. Mr. Gu, Songmi narrowed his eyes, you're kind of bad. Gu Sun didn't deny it, he felt he wasn't a good person anyway. The two looked at each other for a moment, and then Gu Sun lowered his head slightly, a hint of a smile gracing the corner of his lips. Damn. Don't think too much, just take one step at a time. Songmi saw Gu Sun's mood improve, so he relaxed as well. He walked over to the bed and plopped down on it. By the way, why are we sharing a room again? But the bed is pretty big, sleeping together would be safe. It should be around 6 p.m. now. Gu Sun also approached the bed. It's not time for sleep yet. Songmi looked around the room but couldn't find a clock. How do you know? In the afternoon, I was a little thirsty, but now my level of thirst hasn't increased much, Gu Sun explained. I roughly estimated, from when we entered the illusion until now, it's been less than half an hour. You're thirsty. Songmi noticed the water kettle by the bedside. I'll pour you a glass of water. Don't consume anything in this room. Gu Sun took an empty cup, gathered a cloud to clean it before filling it halfway with rainwater to drink, and don't trust anyone except me. Although Songmi had already noticed something odd about Gu Sun's family, the level of caution here still surprised him a bit. Why? Songmi asked, do you think uncle has a problem? Gu Sun paused, he wants to kill me. You're crazy. Songmi thought his ears might be deceiving him, he's your dad. Gu Sun seemed to have anticipated Songmi's reaction, and made no attempt to explain further, simply waiting for Songmi to calm down. You're overthinking it, right? How could that happen? After a minute, Songmi started his nagging, even tigers don't eat their own cubs. What benefit would he get from killing his own son? He can eliminate an uncontrollable factor, Gu Sun replied. Songmi's face showed numerous expressions, but if he wanted to kill you, why didn't he do it when we were in the illusion? He wasn't ready to kill then, Gu Sun answered. You even know this? Songmi thought this sounded far-fetched. Didn't you notice how strange he spoke? Gu Sun pointed out the crux, his voice volume changes without continuity, some words even have incorrect tones. Songmi noticed, but he didn't understand why. Gu Sun sighed, seemingly exasperated by Songmi's lack of understanding. A person who has a congenital hearing impairment often develops speech impediments later on. You mean, he has a hearing problem? Songmi asked. Gu Sun sighed again, he can talk to us normally, meaning there's nothing wrong with his hearing. So what's wrong with him? Songmi grew impatient, can you tell me all at once? His hearing is fine but it's under severe interference. This time, Gu Sun didn't pause midway, converting all his observations into easy-to-understand sentences bit by bit, telling them to Songmi. When he looks at me, his expression is pained, but when he looks at you, it eases slightly. You mentioned he feels uncomfortable when people with special abilities approach, but now all those with special abilities have merged with their bodies into conscious humans. We can rephrase it, he feels uncomfortable when conscious people approach. Songmi was stunned, so does that mean his ability is? Mind reading, Gu Sun finished Songmi's sentence. My god. Songmi lay down on the bed like a dried up fish, then all the things I thought of, he knows them too. Thoughts about assuming he was some highbrow antisocial guy turned out to be just a random old man playing mahjong next door. However. Songmi suddenly sat up again. What were you thinking about that made him look so distressed? I was contemplating faking an accidental murder together. Gu Sun paused briefly, then added, I was also thinking that maybe during times of chaos, I could avenge my mother, who died innocently more than 10 years ago. Chapter 28, Give to Grandpa. At night, Songmi lay beside Gu Xian, tossing and turning unable to sleep. Gu Xian had already returned home, and Shermei's matter had nothing to do with Gu Yueli. It seemed as though this place also had nothing to do with him, so logically, he should have left. However, Songmi felt that it wouldn't be easy to leave Gu Xian's house. Moreover, Gu Xian wasn't someone who could easily be trusted. It seemed like light rain started to fall outside the window. The raindrops tapping on the eaves and window frames made a rustling sound. Liang Su and Zhanji in the next room had likely already rested. Songmi thought about the recent events, not knowing where he should go tomorrow. You can never imagine how dirty this world really is. Some people will do anything for wealth and fame. Gu Xian's voice echoed into Songmi's ears, making him feel drowsy, and he realized that he didn't know when he fell asleep. The vast bed held only him, Gu Xian wasn't by his side. Songmi flipped over, reaching under Gu Xian's quilt, still faintly able to feel some warmth. Creak, the door was pushed open from the outside. Songmi immediately sat up and grabbed a lampstand for self-defense. With deliberate soft footsteps, a sweet fragrance wafted from the entrance. Are you awake? Recognizing Gu Xian's voice, Songmi instantly relaxed. After placing the lamp properly, Songmi curled himself at the foot of the bed like a lapdog, asking, where did you go? I prepared some food. Gu Xian casually pulled over a stool and placed a tray by the bedside. These are things I made, you can eat them. Songmi tilted his head, looking at the bowls of vegetables and rice on the tray, saying, you actually know how to cook. Gu Xian handed him the chopsticks. I don't know how to cook, just threw in some salt and fried them randomly. Songmi hastily slipped on an outer layer, then under the dim nightlight, took the chopsticks. Have you eaten? I've eaten, Gu Xian replied. Songmi appeared skeptical. Truly, I've eaten, Gu Xian's eyes curved slightly. There's abundant material here, I'm not yet at the point where I'd starve myself to save it for you. Songmi stretched out his arm to touch Gu Xian's stomach. Let me feel. The two horsed around for a bit, and Songmi finished off 3 bowls of food cleanly. Mr. Gu is being modest, Songmi wiped his mouth. They taste really good. Gu Xin smiled faintly while collecting the dishes. Go to sleep now. How could Songmi possibly sleep? He cheerfully followed Gu Xin to return the plates and cutlery to the kitchen, feeling somewhat indebted. In the dead of night, his brother ran all over just to make him food. Later on, even if Songmi were to have a girlfriend, she wouldn't treat him as well as Gu Xin. For the first time in 20 years of being single, Songmi experienced the benefits of mutual support between two people. Once this world stabilizes, he would definitely form a sworn brotherhood with Gu Xin. As for the two here, they were full and satisfied, preparing to sleep. But in the basement of this house, another pair seemed to be far from harmonious. You cannot touch her. Guyu spread his arms before a large cylindrical glass container. This is my mom. All of you are crazy. Liang Su stared blankly at the woman suspended in midair inside the container, muttering, are all of you mad? In the pale yellow liquid, the woman's face seemed frozen at an age just over 20. Her slightly curly long hair scattered through the air, appearing exceptionally gentle and peaceful. Liang Su looked at the closed eyes of the woman. She's dead. No. Guyu explained, Dad will bring her back to life. It's impossible, Liang Su said. It's possible, Guyu said, before you obtained your powers, did you believe such a day would come? Liang Su hesitated for a moment, spending several seconds digesting these words. Is it your doing? Liang Su turned his face toward Guyu, is this what your dad has done to this world? Liang Su's expression turned cold, and Guyu retracted his playful mood, similarly lowering his tone. I shouldn't have brought you here. The two fell silent for a moment, and suddenly, without any warning, Liang Su struck a punch against the glass container next to him. Crack. Instantly, fine spiderweb cracks covered the surface of the glass. The next second, Guyu grabbed a double-bladed weapon, pressing it directly to Liang Su's neck. You've gone too far. Liang Su sidestepped to avoid it, using his arm to block the shining edge of the blade. Guyu stepped onto an instrument counter with one foot, gaining momentum to launch himself in the cramped space, aiming to take Liang Su's life. Just because I like you doesn't mean you can act like this. Accompanied by whooshing wind sounds, the blade moved so fast it seemed like thin blades flying everywhere, sweeping Liang Su into a storm with no time to evade. Even Liang Su, who could enhance his muscles, was still slashed open with several bloody knife wounds. I should have locked you up. Guyu's agile body launched relentless attacks, and then killed that woman. Liang Su's eyes flashed coldly as he grabbed Guyu's slender ankle with one hand and threw her forcefully toward another glass container. Guyu contracted her body, bending almost completely at the waist. She held the knife backwards and slashed viciously at Liang Su's hand gripping her ankle. The blade cut deep to the bone, yet Liang Su did not let go. Clash. The entire pane of glass shattered upon impact, releasing a torrent of pale yellow liquid all over the floor. An intense, pungent odor instantly filled the air. Guyu rolled amidst the broken shards of glass and wiped the blood from her face with her hand. Her eyes now filled with blood, even the whites tinged a startling red. I'll kill both of you. Liang Su's lips curled into a smirk, try me. Boom. A huge explosion sounded from the basement, shaking the entire building. Songmi had just arrived at the door with Gu Xian and hadn't even had time to push it open when he was confused by the massive commotion. He raised his gaze to meet Gu Xian's for an instant, and without hesitation, both immediately rushed toward the source of the sound. The sound of shattering glass grew louder, the tremendous racket causing the whole wall to shake. Liang Su, what are you doing? Songmi grabbed the arm-swinging Liang Su engaged in destruction mid-action, but was shocked speechless by the sight before him. A pungent smell hung in the air, and the floor was wet with several bodies sprawled out everywhere. Brother! Guyu cried out in distress, I brought him to see Mom, but suddenly he lost his temper. Gu Xian's steps paused, and he raised his eyes to glance at the large glass container. Familiar faces came into view, causing Gu Xian's pupils to contract rapidly as he took a step back. You call her Mom? Gu Xian looked at Guyu. Isn't she Mom? Guyu frowned, looking puzzled, don't you remember, brother? Songmi noticed Gu Xian's emotional change and stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front. Gu Xian was always calm in the face of problems, so any movement from him was bound to be significant. Gu Xian, has your family been doing something strange? Liang Su asked loudly, breathing heavily, is your father insane? It doesn't feel right. Gu Xian calmed himself within seconds. He looked around before abruptly turning away. What is it? Songmi quickly followed up. Why hasn't anyone come despite the loud noises? Gu Xian's breathing quickened slightly, such a place should be under heavy protection. Where are you going? Songmi asked again. To Dad's room. After knocking on the door several times with no response, Gu Xian directly broke it down. The room was pitch black. Gu Yueli lay silently on the bed, his breath already gone. Dead? Gu Xian moved his finger away from below Gu Yueli's nose. He gripped the edge of the quilt, as if stuck in a dark vortex unable to understand or grasp the situation. What happened? Gu Xian, who never panicked in emergencies, now acted quite differently. After standing bewildered by the bed for a while, he finally lifted his eyes to look at Songmi. Songmi, Gu Xian called out suddenly. Songmi went around the big bed and found a letter on a desk nearby. This seems to be something left behind by your uncle. Gu Xian rushed over and opened the envelope quickly. The desk lamp cast bright light on the red line stationery. As Gu Xian read line after line, his breathing became heavier and heavier. By the end, he leaned heavily on the desk, lowering his head and gasping deeply for air. Songmi patted Gu Xian's back in silent comfort. Brother. Gu Yu burst into the room, shouting, Liang-su wants to leave. I can't stop him. Looking at the still Gu Yueli in the bed, she realized something was wrong. Dad? What? Her sentence was cut off halfway, as if she suddenly understood something, and screamed loudly, rushing to Gu Yueli's bedside, Dad. What's wrong with you? Holding the letter, Gu Xian didn't look at the sobbing Gu Yu beside the bed but walked straight out. His body stiff, though walking fast, it seemed like he could collapse at any moment, which made people worried. Songmi supported Gu Xian's arm and went back to the room with him. The door had barely closed when Gu Xian collapsed weakly onto his knees. Songmi helped him onto the bed where Gu Xian pulled Songmi's hand, muttering unclearly. Mom, Gu Xian whispered, it was my fault. Songmi's eyebrows furrowed as he grasped Gu Xian's hand. What's wrong? Gu Xian closed his eyes and remained silent. Songmi. Liang-su knocked loudly on the door, don't just stand there. Let's go. Songmi was about to open the door, but Gu Xian's hand gripped tightly around his wrist. He spoke softly and used some force to free himself before opening the door. Gu Xian is still asleep. Leave him, Liang-su said, the Gu family's human experiments have harmed countless people. The way the world is now might be their fault entirely. Gu Xian didn't know about it, Songmi replied. Liang-su fell silent. Zhangji beside him tugged at Liang-su's sleeve and persuaded, Gu Xian is a good person. If you're staying, fine, Liang-su pulled Zhangji closer, but I'm leaving. Where are you going? Songmi asked. Liang-su turned back and looked at Songmi, anywhere but with the Gus. Songmi stood outside the door, watching Liang-su take Zhangji away. He couldn't figure out exactly what had happened, but if he wanted to find out everything, he'd have to wait for Gu Xian to wake up. Just as he thought this, someone suddenly grabbed his wrist from behind. Immediately afterward, a powerful force yanked Songmi into the room. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut forcefully. Before Songmi could react, he was pinned against the wall by someone gripping his wrist high above his head. Gu Xian. Songmi stared in surprise at the person in front of him. Are you leaving? Gu Xian's voice was rough and deep. He was standing against the light, making it impossible to see his expression. I wasn't. Songmi glanced at Gu Xian's face close up and felt somewhat disoriented. What's wrong with you? Everyone else can leave me. Gu Xian stepped even closer, shadows of despair lingering in his eyes, but you can't. It sounded like a threat, baseless yet terrifying. Gu Xian had nothing left, but he could destroy everything. Songmi felt an unsettling foreboding rise in his chest, sensing something amiss in those words. But right now, Gu Xian's emotions seemed off-kilter, leaving Songmi little time to contemplate further. Just as Songmi opened his mouth to say something calming, such as, I won't leave, I'll stay by your side, his entire plan was abruptly cut short. Gu Xian leaned down and kissed him. Chapter 29, No Loss in Force. Gu Sun's lips were icy, biting and prying open Songmi's lips. Songmi was quite scared, standing still for half a day without thinking of pushing him away. Not until his jaw defenses broke did the sensations of sucking and licking become increasingly hard to ignore. Only then did Songmi shakily place his hands on Gu Sun's shoulders. Gu Sun. His voice trembled, the simple two words bitten into Gu Sun's mouth and swallowed down. This being Gu Sun's first kiss, it was both hurried and disorganized, with his teeth clinking against soft lips. Soon, an iron-like rust taste spread throughout his mouth. Rationally, Songmi wanted to push Gu Sun away quickly, but his hands just kept shaking, and he eventually couldn't bring himself to do it. If Gu Sun was this scared that Songmi would leave, how could Songmi push him away at such a moment? Inside Songmi's heart, there were some fierce curses, and ultimately, he gave up struggling. Kiss, let himself be nibbled on by his buddy, no loss here. The room was dimly lit, ambiguous sounds circulating around Songmi's ears. His face turned red, feeling as if the surrounding temperature had risen along with everything else. Gu Sun kissed fiercely, holding Songmi's cheeks, as if trying to dismantle and swallow him whole, devouring everything in Songmi's mouth. Breathing became rapid, Songmi gripping onto Gu Sun's collar, searching for fresh air within their impenetrable kiss. It wasn't until much later, when Gu Sun had kissed his fill and returned to his senses. Only then did he slightly pull back his nose tip, breathing heavily while looking into Songmi's eyes. Songmi's lips shimmered with moisture, sucked until they bled color. His face too was red, even his ears turning not only red but also hot. Are you going with him? Gu Sun lowered his head and asked again. No, Songmi's back pressed against the wall, feeling a bit weak-kneed. Gu Sun held him tightly, burying his face into Songmi's neck. Don't go. Song Mi had originally planned to push Gu Sun away once he cleared his head, but now, he weakened again. Mr. Gu is already like this, how can I push him away and still call myself human? Song Mi sighed, moving the hand resting on Gu Sun's shoulder back further, encircling his back. I haven't gone. Song Mi embraced Gu Sun back, aren't I still here? Gu Sun grunted softly, embracing Song Mi without speaking. I don't know what's going on. Song Mi touched Gu Sun's hair, is there anything I can do? Don't move. Gu Sun said. Song Mi responded with an, oh, and really stood there motionless. After holding on for a while, there was no intention of letting go from Gu Sun. Song Mi thought, wouldn't they really hug all night? It's late, it's better to lie down on the bed than to stand at the door. However, just as his mind conceived a thought before implementing it, suddenly he saw Gu Sun raise his arm and land a hard punch right next to Song Mi's face on the wall. Song Mi's pupils abruptly widened. Is this wall blocking? Is it really necessary? There's someone. Gu Sun, as if fully recharged, returned to being the cool guy he normally is. Song Mi immediately entered a defensive state, turning around and sticking his spine to Gu Sun's, who? He can phase through walls, Gu Sun said, I just saw his face on the wall. Upon hearing this, goosebumps ran all over Song Mi's body, don't talk. Please. Gu Sun truly excels at telling ghost stories, whatever words come out of his mouth can make Song Mi shiver all over. He even began to feel as though every part of the room's walls was filled with faces. Gu Sun pushed open the door, go find Gu Yu. Both of them returned to Gu Yu's room, only to unexpectedly discover that not only was Gu Yu missing, but the person lying in bed, Gu Yueli, had also disappeared together. Did Gu Yu take her away, or did Gu Yueli leave by herself? No, isn't Gu Yueli dead? Another layer of goosebumps rose across Song Mi's body. Go to the basement. Gu Sun turned and walked away, Song Mi immediately following. The basement had already been smashed up in chaos by Liang Su, with the only survivor being the cylindrical glass container at the very back. That used to be the container for Gu Sun's mother, Liang Su having spared it somewhat in the end. And now, there was another person inside. It was Gu Yueli. The two floated in pale yellow liquid, leaning against each other, close as could be. Gu Sun stopped his steps, tilting his chin slightly upward to look at his parents. His features relaxed, yet his gaze was hollow, as if he had fallen into immense pain. Song Mi walked to his side, holding Gu Sun's hand. This is my mother. Gu Sun pulled Song Mi with one hand while touching the glass casing fractured into a spiderweb pattern with the other. Song Mi looked at the woman suspended in a solution and silently greeted her as aunt. The power of genes was indeed strong. Gu Sun's good looks came from his mother. I always thought it was my dad who killed her, Gu Sun's voice choked, but it wasn't that way. An eerie sound came from the basement room, making Song Mi instantly alert as he quickly scanned his surroundings. It was you who killed your father, the voice continued, you wanted him to die. Gu Sun's body stiffened slightly as he turned to look for the source of the voice. He listened to you and died. Shouldn't you be happy? That voice was like a venomous snake, hissing and spitting poison straight into Gu Sun's heart. Who the hell are you? Song Mi gripped Gu Sun's hand forcefully, seemingly trying to calm him down with this strength. What kind of coward hides like this? I couldn't beat you, the voice went on, so don't I have to hide? Suddenly, someone grabbed Song Mi's ankle. He instinctively looked down and saw a grinning face on the floor. This strange and nauseating scene far exceeded the horror of the previous octopus. Song Mi quickly picked up an iron stand from the experimental table and smashed it down. Clang! The iron stand hit the ground with a sharp clang, and just as Song Mi's leg was grabbed by a hand emerging from beneath the floor, he fell backward. Fortunately, there was Gu Sun behind him who caught Song Mi steadily. Cold sweat dripped from Song Mi's forehead, this place was truly terrifying. Do you remember Xian? Gu Sun, pulling Song Mi's hand, quickly left the basement. This person's ability is probably similar to hers. Song Mi was shocked. If so, the entire building might be under this person's control. If they didn't leave soon, they could easily be buried alive under tons of steel and concrete. The corridor was dimly lit, and Gu Sun summoned lightning, lighting up the path ahead. Following closely behind Gu Sun, Song Mi suddenly felt a gust of wind coming from behind. Almost instinctively, he dodged sideways. Yet, while dodging, Song Mi realized if he did so, he would leave Gu Sun exposed to danger. Biting his teeth, he turned around to meet the attack. A dull thud of flesh splitting apart resounded. Gu Sun turned and saw a deep gash on Song Mi's left arm, the skin torn wide open. He came out of the wall, then went back in. Song Mi bound his sleeve tightly and quickly described what he'd seen. I guess he doesn't have Xian's full capability, or else he would have already melted the entire house and buried us alive. However, Gu Sun seemed not to hear, his emotions affected by Song Mi's wound. Gu Sun, stay calm. Song Mi winced in pain, yet still pulled Gu Sun to run. If my brain isn't working, and yours breaks down too, we're doomed. Gu Sun's breathing trembled, and his grip on Song Mi's hand tightened even further. Okay. This couldn't go on anymore, they had to adjust their mindset quickly or it would drag Song Mi down. Gu Sun took a deep breath, trying his best to calm down. Song Mi, he looked at the youth pulling him and asked, can I find you again later? Song Mi looked back, huh. Why the sudden question? Gu Sun's Adam's apple moved, unsure how to start speaking. And Songmi paused for a few seconds, seemingly understanding. Gu Sun was asking if after that kiss, he could still find him. Of course, anytime you want to find me, you can, Songmi said, no matter when. I'm sorry, Gu Sun furrowed his eyebrows. Some things didn't need to be stated directly. Smart people only needed subtle hints to avoid awkwardness while still clarifying their stance. Songmi pressed his lips together, realizing he wasn't particularly bothered. It's fine, Songmi replied, I don't mind. Together, they exited the house. During this time, that person appeared several more times. But Gu Sun had adjusted his mindset, so the attempts didn't succeed this time. Songmi's left arm stained half his clothes with blood. Due to excessive blood loss, his lips started turning pale. It really hurt, and his arm began to feel powerless. But in such a critical moment, won't die equaled no problem. Songmi gritted his teeth and bore it without saying a word. Just as he was prepared to lay down his life here, he unexpectedly noticed Zhangji hiding in the shrubs by the perimeter fence outside the house. Didn't you go with Liangsu? Songmi exclaimed in surprise. Zhangji noticed Songmi's injured arm and quickly started healing it by untying his clothes. I didn't go with him. Gu Sun looked at Zhangji, unsure of what this frail-looking girl was thinking. All I did was try to convince him not to leave, but he didn't listen to me. Zhangji took her hand off Songmi's arm. The deep wound that went straight to the bone was now completely healed. So I came back. Zhangji seemed a bit tired. She rubbed her eyes, forcing herself to stay awake. You're not leaving with him. Songmi tied up his bloody sleeve, then rummaged in his pocket for a small bag of cookies, which he handed to Zhangji. Zhangji took the cookies, shook her head. I promised Uncle Song I'd protect you guys. We're friends, and I won't abandon my friends. Songmi paused for a moment, then suddenly laughed out loud. You've got guts. Zhangji raised her gaze, and there was a faint smile in her eyes. Crack, the crisp sound of bricks shifting. Gu Sun immediately pulled Zhangji, who was still looking down and eating the cookie, and kicked fiercely at the wall behind her. Zhangji almost tripped over herself being pulled like that. She fell to her hands and reacted extremely fast, crawling up and running. Stay away from the walls. Gu Sun ran with her toward the open lawn outside the house. This person needed a medium to move. If they stood in an open space, they only had to worry about the ground beneath their feet. We can't fight without weapons. Songmi flexed his wrist. Can we pull this guy out? Aya. Zhangji's scream erupted right next to Songmi's ear, and he immediately grabbed her arm, almost spinning her around midair. Watch your step. Songmi placed Zhangji on his back. Alert me if anything seems abnormal. Zhangji's teeth chattered as she couldn't speak, but she nodded vigorously. I'll carry her. Gu Sun grabbed Zhangji's arm, pulling her off Songmi's back. You won't be able to use your ability carrying someone. Songmi currently wasn't able to hop around on raindrops while carrying someone else. Zhangji never imagined that Gu Sun would one day carry her, and the shock of it was almost comparable to seeing a face in the ground earlier. Hold tight. Gu Sun's voice was emotionless. Don't slow us down. Zhangji had some psychological resistance, but after hesitating for a few seconds, she closed her eyes and clutched Gu Sun's neck like it was a life-or-death situation. Carrying a tyrant's neck is just part of it. The two boys leaned back to back, protecting the girl between them. Beside them, a large mass of rain clouds drizzled softly, ready to spread and allow Songmi to hover momentarily in the rainy curtain at any time. The outdoors at night weren't lit up, but the black mist that originally enveloped the house dissipated, allowing silver moonlight to shine on the ground, faintly illuminating the figures of their companions. Although the enemy was in the dark while they were in the light, they weren't at an absolute disadvantage. Songmi kept his eyes on the ground, and if the person dared to show up, he was certain he could. Swish. A sudden flash of cold light streaked before them, reflecting the faint moonlight on the edge of a thin blade. Songmi ducked low to avoid the attack, grabbing hold of the tail end of the cold glow with his palm. In an instant, he tightly grasped a pair of bony wrists. Got it, he shouted loudly, but before he could finish, the pair of wrists dissolved as though evaporated, vanishing instantly from his grasp. What the hell was that? Songmi was stunned. I clearly had him. There was clearly no medium for him to move around, and the surroundings were wide open. Why could it come and go so freely? It made no sense. Did it disappear? Gu Sun asked in a low voice. It vanished suddenly. Songmi squeezed his own palm, trying to assure himself that the sensation he felt just now wasn't an illusion. Can a person have two powers? Zhangji interjected. Both Songmi and Gu Sun remained silent. It was already difficult for a person to withstand one power. If two powers coexisted within one person, the chances of survival would be very slim. However, even if the possibility was 1 in 1,000, that possibility still existed. If they happened to encounter such a rare case, then this person's abilities might not just be limited to two. Be careful, Gu Sun warned, he might have. No, Zhangji abruptly interrupted Gu Sun's words. These two words were like a burst of strong light, suddenly illuminating a fundamental principle that Gu Sun had overlooked. He only has one ability. Gu Sun raised his hand, and an instant windstorm raged around them. I know how to get him out now. Chapter 30, I didn't pay attention. Among the three, it seemed like Songmi was the only one who didn't know what was going on. Air, Zhangji tightly hugged Gu Sun's neck, he's in the air. Songmi was startled, he hadn't thought of that layer. The first lesson in junior high physics introduced air as a medium. Despite years of studying physics, he had forgotten this basic knowledge. A strong wind rose on the vast lawn, growing stronger by the minute, lifting fallen leaves and pebbles from the grass, forming sharp-edged barriers around them as if creating a natural defensive shield. Songmi, Gu Sun said, go into the wind. Such a fierce wind meant that if someone left its center, they were likely to be swept up into the air. However, Songmi understood Gu Sun's meaning. He didn't need to reduce his weight this time but rather needed to be heavier to ensure stability in his movements. Understood. Songmi, with his eyes fixed on the wind blade swirling in front of him, raised his hand to protect his face, and boldly walked forward. It was like fishing in the sea. At first, Songmi wasn't sure how he would catch anyone once he stepped into the wind. But after lingering for just a moment, he adapted to the wind's rhythm and quickly noticed an unusual spot amidst the surrounding airflow. He stretched out his hand, paused momentarily amidst the rapid flow of the wind. Suddenly, his wrist bumped into something, and he grabbed immediately. Clang. At the same time Songmi caught the figure, he slammed the person forcefully to the ground. His arm, heavy like 1,000 caddies, struck directly onto the chest of the disoriented person due to the wind's rotation, causing them to spit blood. And you dare to disappear again? Songmi grabbed the man violently and delivered a punch straight to his face. That punch contained considerable force, instantly making blood spurt from his nose. Gu Sun stopped the wind, and Zhangji slid fearfully down from his back. Clank, the sound of a long sword hitting the ground, it was the one that Songmi had lost. Gu Wen. Gu Sun grabbed Songmi's clenched fist and intercepted the second punch about to land on the face. You recognize him? Songmi threw the dazed boy to the ground, stood up, and wiped the blood off his hands. Cousins by bloodline, Gu Sun squatted next to him, speaking calmly, why did you try to kill me? Shouldn't you die? Gu Wen closed his eyes, seemingly having already given up on struggling against his fate, you killed uncle. What the hell are you talking about? Songmi pinched Gu Wen's cheeks, do you want to die? Gu Sun didn't refute this. He stood up and looked at the house bathed in moonlight ahead of them. Let's go. Although Songmi could not muster even a trace of goodwill towards this brother who had once slashed him with a knife, since Gu Sun had spoken, it wasn't proper to pursue matters further. You clearly knew about uncle's special abilities. Gu Wen shouted loudly, how could someone as smart as you possibly not know? Gu Sun turned his back on Gu Wen and took step by step toward the house. Songmi picked up his long sword and walked alongside Zhangji next to Gu Sun. You clearly knew and yet still harbored thoughts of killing him, Gu Wen continued, you intentionally let uncle know your hatred for him, forcing him onto a dead end. Gu Sun took a deep breath and didn't pause his steps. Right, Zhangji, Songmi interjected, changing the subject, where's Liang Su? He left. Zhangji said, hanging her head, I couldn't stop him. Couldn't stop him. Never mind then, Songmi patted Zhangji's nape, we're great as three. When we return, our older brothers will see you home. Zhangji nodded heavily. All right. Gu Sun glanced lightly at the little girl by his side, her image reflecting in his pupils. Did you see Gu Yu? Gu Sun lowered his head and asked. I saw her chase after Liang Su. Zhangji's tone revealed intense disappointment, I saw her come out and hid in the bushes. No problem. Songmi consoled, after things settle down, I'll introduce you to someone better looking. Zhangji pressed her lips, a sense of loss evident in her lowered gaze. When they returned to the basement, Gu Sun stood in front of that glass container for a long while. In the end, he decided to bury his parents in the yard. By dawn, the sky had begun to brighten. Zhangji hadn't slept all night and now rested her head against the wall, her eyelids furiously battling sleep. The two boys cleaned everything up, and Songmi and Gu Sun both bowed their heads 3 times at the simple graveside. The morning mist was thick, Gu Sun squinted as he watched the sunlight pierce through the fog, the day is breaking. Songmi hoisted Zhangji, who had fallen asleep, and stood beside Gu Sun, more than 6 already. Let's go, Gu Sun leaned the shovel against the wall, straightened his body and said indifferently, send Zhangji home first, then find someone. Who? Songmi asked. Lin Li, Gu Sun said, Yun Wang is his person. Songmi was startled, how do you know? The letter said it, Gu Sun lowered his eyes, his hands in his pockets, holding the letter Gu Yu left for him, moreover, the core of the experiment is in his hands. We find Lin Li, and maybe we can eliminate the abnormal abilities, returning this world to what it used to be. Wasn't the experiment done by your father? Songmi didn't understand why Lin Li had come up. My father. Gu Sun frowned deeply, he moved his lips and spoke with great difficulty, he just wanted to save my mother. Gu Sun closed his eyes, his original intention was to save people, but in the end, it became harming them. Things got out of control, the experiment fell into Lin Li's hands, and everything changed. Is this also what the letter said? Songmi asked. Gu Sun softly, ed once, and after calming himself down, he assured Songmi, I will find Aunt with you. Give me some time, and I'll tell you everything. As Gu Sun and Song Mi walked and talked, the sunlight grew warmer and warmer, and Zhangji on Song Mi's back woke up. She dared not sleep on the Empress Consort's back while the tyrant was watching. The little girl quickly slid off, nervously walking herself. Unfortunately, the physical strength of girls was slightly inferior to that of robust boys, and without the continuous care from Liang Su by her side, Zhangji obviously couldn't keep up with Song Mi's pace after only half a day. Get you a bike to ride, Song Mi coincidentally saw an abandoned bicycle shop. He directly kicked open the glass door and entered. What about this pink one? Suitable for young ladies. Before Zhangji could express her opinion, Gu Sun refused on her behalf. Take the electric bike. Song Mi went to Gu Sun's side, looking at the row of electric bikes. Electric bike. Where do you charge it? Song Mi seemed to have overlooked Gu Sun's extraordinary ability again. Mr. Gu, you are simply too convenient. Song Mi rode a deep blue electric bike at high speed. We should have got a car long ago. Zhangji rode behind Song Mi on a pink bike, the wind blowing her bangs upward, and there was rarely seen smile on the little girl's face. It seemed that Gu Sun disliked her less than before. On the contrary, this aloof teenager began to take care of the weaker ones in the team in his own way. They were partners, Zhangji smiled. Partners who trust each other and cannot be separated. Walking from day to night, Zhangji finally found her home in the city that looked completely different. The front door was wide open, a mess everywhere. Shouting for a long time, Zhangji received no response. Song Yuanxia was able to protect himself after the eruption of special powers not only due to the peculiarity of his powers, but more importantly because they were located in the suburbs, where there were few people around, greatly reducing the possibility of unrest. And the central district of B City was incredibly valuable land, densely packed with people. Although Zhangji had prepared mentally beforehand, when it came to facing the harsh reality, she couldn't help but buckle under pressure. Dad, Mom. She called repeatedly, hoping for a reply in this quiet city. The sky gradually darkened, and the surroundings began to seethe with hidden dangers. Danger lurked in every corner that couldn't be seen, and everyone who was still conscious was sparing no effort to survive. Stop shouting, Gu Sun glanced around and discovered many pairs of eyes hiding in the shadows watching them. We need to find a place to spend the night. Zhangji knew well that the chances of meeting her family were almost non-existent, yet she couldn't let go, looking back 3 times every step towards the place where she had lived for decades. They might have left, or they might have died. Without her family, she would rely only on herself in the future. Wiping her tears and gritting her teeth, Zhangji followed Gu Sun resolutely. Surviving meant having a chance to meet again. Finding a place to spend the night was easy to find or hard to find depending on how you looked at it. Easy because there were so many houses in the urban area. If lucky enough to find one fully stocked with mattresses and supplies, one could get a good night's sleep. Hard because if your luck was bad and you encountered an antagonist, finding a house might very well turn into meeting the Grim Reaper. Song Mi and company's luck wasn't good. Not even finishing getting into the room and checking what's inside, they were pressed to the ground and smeared a head full of dust. You fucking. Song Mi thought the figure in front of him seemed familiar, Liang Su. Liang Su loosened his grip, surprised, pretty boy. Zhangji's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Before she could say a word, a figure suddenly darted out from behind Liang Su. Gu Yu's clothes were still stained with blood, brother. The 5 of them gathered in this room of less than 10 square meters, and the atmosphere became somewhat eerie. Zhangji was the first to lower her head and edged closer to Song Mi. Seeing Zhangji, Liang Su's anger burst forth without hesitation. He bent down to pick up a few thin quilts, cursed as he left, "You deadpan face, coming just in time, take care of your sister so she doesn't bother me anymore." Gu Yu shrugged, "When I saved you, why didn't you say I was annoying then? Did I ask you to save me?" Liang Su shouted loudly, "Don't follow me." Gu Yu ed and picked up his dual knives, following after. "Are you leaving?" Song Mi took a few steps forward but received no response. As the 2 successively left, only Song Mi, Gu Sun, and Zhangji remained inside. Zhangji sniffed and walked over to straighten the rumpled bedsheet. Song Mi scratched his hair, wanting to say something to relieve the awkwardness. "You can sleep in the inner room," Gu Sun said to her as he moved closer to Zhangji. Zhangji let out an "oh," woodenly turning and going into the inner room. Gu Sun continued with Zhangji's work. Just as he finished tidying up the blankets, it seemed as if he remembered something and slowly stood up straight. "I'll go next door." Gu Sun looked at the corner by the bed, about to leave. Song Mi knew what Gu Sun was hung up on. He grabbed Gu Sun's wrist but immediately let go. "Actually, there's no need for all that." Song Mi carefully chose his words to make himself sound more tactful. "I really don't mind. We will be the same as before." To Song Mi, Gu Sun had already transcended the simple relationship of friends. He could accept Gu Sun's different feelings towards him and even refrain from rejecting or distancing because he didn't want to hurt the other person. "Boss Gu, stop stressing." Song Mi hesitated near the bed. "I really didn't care. He tried hard to explain that he had no problem to ease the awkwardness, but it seemed the more he explained, the more awkward it got. Finally, Song Mi gave up. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Gu Sun stared at Song Mi for a long time and finally spoke. "I'd rather you cared." Song Mi, mortified. Night fell, Janji slept in the inner room, Song-mi in the outer. Gu-sun wasn't used to using someone else's sheets, so he simply spent the night wrapped in Song-mi's coat on the sofa. Song-mi hadn't slept well last night, and today, after rushing around all day, he was tired now. But even so, he couldn't sleep soundly. It felt like there was a taut string in his mind, keeping him tense and unable to relax. Song-mi tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Finally, a slightly warm hand rested on his forehead, still not sleeping. Gu-sun, Song-mi opened his eyes and, under the faint moonlight, saw Gu-sun's expression clearly. I don't want you to be sad. Night is a time that makes people sentimental. After saying this, Song-mi himself thought it sounded cheesy. Not going to, Gu-sun pulled at the corners of his mouth, no worries. But Song-mi could tell Gu-sun was sad right now. If you were a girl, I would definitely be with you, Song-mi said. Song-mi could accept his embrace, even forgive his kiss, because it was Gu-sun. But he couldn't accept feelings from the same sex, even if it was from Gu-sun. Drip, 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 drip. The familiar alarm clock rang like a ghost urging death, driving a person out of the warm covers. Song-mi buried himself in the soft bedding, rubbing his eyes to find his phone and hit stop. Song-mi. Someone called his name by his ear. Song-mi forced his eyes open and saw a pair of elegant, attractive eyes. Boss Gu. Song-mi rasped, his gaze shifting from Gu-sun's face to behind him. Yellow original wood panels, gray iron railings, bunk beds above and desks below, 4 rooms in one. Song-mi's brain went blank. Then, with a jerk, he sat up. What the? It's 7:45, Gu-sun walked to the balcony and forcefully pulled the dark light-absorbing curtains aside. Hurry up and get up. Bright sunlight flooded the room, making Song-mi squint. What kind of ghost? Song-mi was completely dumbfounded. Gu-sun walked to his desk and pulled out a few textbooks from the shelf. We have to submit our stereometric geometry homework today. Did you finish drawing it? Gu-sun's tone was casual, as if nothing happened, just like how he normally behaved. Song-mi grabbed the phone on the bed and unlocked it to see the date displayed, September 23rd. This time was shortly after he started his sophomore year, a month before his ability broke out. Another time regression? The thought appeared in Song-mi's mind for merely a second before he rejected it himself. If it were regression, Gu-sun should have the memory of these past months, just like him. Then, it must be an illusion. Song-mi looked at Gu-sun, who turned around and raised his gaze towards him. Why haven't you come down yet? Song-mi tilted his head slightly, deliberately calling out his full name, Gu-sun. How could you? Gu-sun's eyebrows slightly furrowed. He stopped halfway. Just get up now. Song-mi raised his hand and imitated the way Gu-sun broke the illusion last time. He held his breath and focused for a while before suddenly waving his hand. Nothing happened. There are still 7 minutes, Gu-sun reminded him again. I'm leaving. Song-mi hurriedly responded, coming, and got off the bed to wash his face and brush his teeth. He bit on his toothbrush and glanced at the crowd downstairs when he was washing up on the balcony. There is indeed a gap between him and Gu-sun. Since the first method didn't work, he'd try the second one. But which guide would it be in this illusion? Chapter 31, Has the Heart Changed? After Song-mi decided to develop his brain without Gu Xian by his side. However, he listened to algorithmic geometry all morning but didn't get any feeling out of it. Song-mi refused to admit from the bottom of his heart that he was not smart, so he found a perfect excuse. This illusion was created too meticulously. It was obvious that this time when he and Gu Xian entered, it wasn't the same illusion. If Gu Xian had gone out earlier than him, he should have awakened him as well. From this, we can see that Gu Xian hasn't gone out either, and therefore it is very reasonable for Song-mi to be unable to go out as well. After all, his brain isn't good enough. Song-mi bit the pen cap and tilted his head to scrutinize each person in the classroom. Finally, he stopped his gaze, looking at Gu Xian, who was diligently taking notes right in front of him. Since the incident in this world happened, Song-mi felt that his days were spent with constant anxiety, and he hadn't seen such a quiet and peaceful Gu boss in a long time. Thinking of this, Song-mi immediately sat up straight and patted his face. This is damn illusion. No matter how beautiful it is, it's still an illusion. If you indulge yourself in it, you might die without knowing how you died. Song-mi's series of actions had no warning, appearing slightly neurotic. Gu Xian glanced sideways. What's wrong? Song-mi's shoulders sagged, his entire body slumped on the table. Nothing. He couldn't sit around idly like this anymore, yet he still couldn't discover any issues. Song-mi sighed, thinking how lucky he was that he previously discussed with Gu Xian about methods to deal with illusions. Only he couldn't find the guide, or did he really have to kill everyone inside? He looked at Gu Xian beside him and felt that even if it was fake, he wouldn't be able to do it. With the teacher's voice in his ears, Song-mi's thoughts flew in one ear and out the other, and he could hear nothing. He inexplicably remembered the kiss with Gu Xian the previous night. Gu Xian kissed very passionately, almost kissing him senseless. Yesterday he ran around all day and didn't have time to think about it carefully. Now that he has settled down, that tactile sensation became more vivid, unforgettable. Does Gu Xian now have those feelings for him too? Song-mi stole a glance at Gu Xian and quickly retracted his gaze, then he peeked again. After several such back-and-forth attempts, it finally drew Gu Xian's attention. What's wrong? Gu Xian asked again. Song Mi's cheeks burned, burying his face in his arms. Nothing. Actually, he also didn't care as much as he said. The first kiss of nearly 20 years of being single, it just disappeared. Alas. Song Mi emitted a long sigh. After class, Song Mi and Gu Xian left the classroom together. The narrow stairs with many people made them slowly move forward. Hello. A clear female voice suddenly sounded in the noisy corridor. Song Mi turned around and saw a somewhat familiar face. Seems like he has seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't recall her name. I'm Yu Qingqing from the neighboring economic management school. The girl seemed a little shy, lowering her head and curling a strand of hair on her shoulder with her index finger. Can I talk to you alone? Song Mi gasped. She was the school flower of the neighboring economic management school whom he was verbally joking with Gu Xian just recently. He remembered that Gu Xian seemed to be angry at the time, and he didn't understand the reason behind it, but now everything was clear. Song Mi immediately turned to look at Gu Xian, wondering if he would be mad this time as well. However, Gu Xian showed no reaction, calmly asking whether he wanted to go. Song Mi instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, he was just boasting. He didn't actually intend for anything to happen between him and the school flower. Moreover, this place is an illusion. How could he date a cardboard cutout? Realizing this, Song Mi paused in his step. The plot development in the illusion was predetermined. Since the plot has been set up already, if he doesn't go, won't he miss out on the opportunity to find loopholes? Go. Song Mi shoved the book in his hand into Gu Xian's chest and asked Yu Qingqing, where to? Yu Qingqing arranged the meeting at the long corridor outside the library's rear door. Song Mi clearly remembered that a bloodbath took place here on the first day of the superpower outbreak. It had left quite a shadow on his little heart. Crisp green leaves, bright red flowers, a quiet corridor, fine sun rays. It was a scene almost present in every youth campus romance soap opera. Yu Qingqing was a little shy, rubbing her skirt hem with her fingers. In fact, I always. Song Mi staggered backward, his face full of despair. Come on, sir. Is his illusion supposed to only perform this cliched romantic trope? I've always liked you. Finally mustering up her courage, Yu Qingqing blurted it out. Song Mi blankly emitted an ah. And said, thank you. He glanced around but found nothing abnormal. Let's talk. Song Mi sat down on a chair by the corridor. Since you like me, do you know what games I love to play? If this confession were real, after rejection, he wouldn't act unreasonable. But since everything here was an illusion, his mission was to actively search for clues. Yu Qingqing mentioned a game name and even claimed she could be an assistant whenever and wherever Song Mi needed. A perfect girlfriend who would play games with him anytime. Song Mi almost got excited. Then he asked a few more questions, and Yu Qingqing answered them all without hesitation. She acted just like a girl who had secretly liked Song Mi for a long time, knowing her crush's preferences very well. Song Mi frowned, feeling slightly uneasy. Is this guide so powerful that it knows whether I prefer tomatoes or eggs in my scrambled eggs? It was when we coincidentally met at the cafeteria. Yu Qingqing smiled faintly. I saw you eating the egg first. Song Mi. Without further ado, he ended this meaningless conversation and returned to the dorm as fast as he could. At 12:10 in the afternoon, it was the time Gu Xian took a nap. Song Mi hadn't eaten yet, or rather, he'd forgotten. It seemed going to the canteen happened in another lifetime. Now, he struggled to adjust. The door clicked lightly when opened. Song Mi moved gently and closed the door softly. On the table was a packed lunch that Gu Xian brought from the cafeteria. Drumstick, beef, shredded potato. Gu Xian lay in bed, his voice calm. Song Mi laughed. You sound like someone shouting, beer, drinks, mineral water on the train. Gu Xian turned over and ignored Song Mi. Even in the illusion, hunger and appetite existed. Song Mi opened the food box and ate a few bites. It was nothing extraordinary, just the usual large pot of cafeteria rice, but the crispy potatoes, tender beef filled his mouth with a salty aroma, almost bringing tears to his eyes. Delicious, really delicious. He hadn't enjoyed such a proper lunch in a long while. He didn't know how he was doing in the real world, but he had to find the guide soon. With a full stomach, Song Mi immediately ignited his motivation. Having no classes in the afternoon, instead of taking a nap, he prepared to wander aimlessly around the campus. However, no matter how many times he checked the roads or the trees, or even walked through each teaching building one by one, he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Standing on the balcony of the third floor of the library, Song Mi touched the hard ground where there had once been a collapse. A terrifying thought suddenly arose in his mind. This might not be an illusion at all. What about all the bloody twists? They were merely part of a dream. The moment this idea emerged, Song Mi dismissed it firmly. This is an illusion. Standing on the balcony looking down, Song Mi repeated to himself. He said it to remind himself. The world has experienced drastic changes, humans developed superpowers. Shermay was still waiting for him to find her. Bending forward, Song Mi grabbed his head with both hands and rubbed his face hard. He began recalling everything he had gone through these months, only to discover some memories had already become vague. Turning back to the library, Songmi borrowed paper and pen from the administrator, carefully jotting down everything he had experienced in the real world. Songmi wrote 2 whole pages and folded them before putting them into his pocket. By the time he left the library, it was already dark. There was a message on his phone from Gu Xian asking where he was and where they should have dinner. Songmi remembered at the beginning of the school year, Gu Xian always went around alone and never talked to them. Later, when Zhao Qing moved out of the dorm and Hao Ji Xian buried himself in the lab, their 4-person room became a double occupancy, and their relationship gradually improved. Songmi wasn't sure where to eat. While he was lowering his head typing a reply to Gu Xian, he bumped into someone. Looking up, he saw it was Gu Xian. "I was just messaging you." Songmi put his phone away. "Did you come to the library in the afternoon?" Gu Xian wore a backpack, exuding a scholarly elite aura. Songmi casually hummed and changed the topic. "What are we having for dinner?" "Let's walk around and see." Gu Xian replied. Finally, the two went to a new fish noodle shop. Smelling the aroma inside, Songmi realized how long it had been since he last tasted something like this. Even if it was an illusion, he still wanted to indulge in a craving. Songmi had a bowl of rice noodles and felt rejuvenated. On the way back to the dormitory, he started looking around again for any inconsistencies. "What are you looking for?" Gu Xian asked him. Songmi stuffed his hands into his pocket, fingers gripping the 2 pieces of draft paper. "Nothing." "You've been acting strange today." Gu Xian slightly furrowed his brows. "What are you doing?" Gu Xian's straightforward question made Songmi feel like a small person scheming behind the scenes. His heart fluttered nervously as if he were trying to hide in the nearby shrubs to calm down his startled heart. Mr. Gu was truly Mr. Gu, even if it was a fake version, he was just as formidable. He didn't look like the guide at all, otherwise, he wouldn't be asking such a stupid question. Songmi stroked his chin, realizing he could take advantage of this. "Mr. Gu," Songmi asked, "have you noticed anything odd recently?" "Yes." Gu Xian replied very quickly. Songmi didn't expect the answer so soon and hurriedly asked, "What's off?" Gu Xian looked at Songmi, paused for a moment, then said, "You." "Songmi. Forget it, paper men can't be relied on." At night, lying on the bed, Songmi reviewed what he had discovered throughout the day. Result? Nothing at all. "Am I this dumb?" Songmi complained. "Mr. Gu, am I really this dumb?" "Yes." Gu Xian had already turned off the light and went to sleep. Songmi sighed. "Mr. Gu." Gu Xian responded with a soft, As always, Gu Xian was so dependable, answering every call. Songmi picked up his phone, pretending to browse the web. "I have a riddle, see if you can solve it." Gu Xian gave another, determined to stay silent until the end. "If you entered an illusion, and there was a guide directing the story within it, and you could only leave by finding them out, what would you do?" After hearing this, Gu Xian remained silent for a long time. "Mr. Gu." Songmi sat up, thinking Gu Xian had fallen asleep. To his surprise, he realized that Gu Xian had sat up some time ago. "Shit. You scared me." Songmi covered his racing heart. "Before I answer your question, you need to answer mine first." Gu Xian's voice was low, sounding distant and profound in the quiet night. "Is this world an illusion?" Songmi never expected the plot to unfold in this direction. He caught his breath, nearly choking himself. In the blink of an eye, Songmi's right foot stepped onto the railing beside the bed, flying onto Gu Xian's bed and pinning him down underneath him. "Are you the damn guide?" Songmi grabbed Gu Xian's neck. "Quickly let me out." However, Gu Xian was much stronger than Songmi imagined. He gripped Songmi's wrist, pulling it forcefully, pressing against the bed with his elbow, and after a few moves, he took control, pressing Songmi onto his own bed. Sure enough, it's an illusion. Gu Xian pressed down on Songmi, their noses almost touching. The iron single beds, each only 1.2 meters wide, groaned audibly as the 2 tall and well-built teenagers wrestled on top of them. Panting heavily, Songmi struggled but couldn't break free. He realized that these days, his combat had overly relied on his abilities, leading to serious underestimation of his opponent, and now he'd ended up pinned to someone else's bed. "Let go." Songmi resisted in his final moments, refusing to lose his composure. "Will you behave yourself if I let you go?" Gu Xian asked calmly. Songmi narrowed his eyes and tried to communicate peacefully. "You're not the guide." Gu Xian released Songmi's hands. "I'm not." Songmi immediately jumped away from Gu Xian, and the two occupied the head and foot ends of the narrow bed respectively. "Don't sit on my pillow," Gu Xian reminded. Songmi pulled Gu Xian's pillow out from under his butt and hugged it tightly. "You're really not the guide?" Repeating the same question, Gu Xian wasn't interested in answering again. "But I didn't say anything special." Songmi was confused. "How did you figure out this world is an illusion?" Gu Xian paused, lowering his gaze to his open palms. "Because I felt strange about myself." "Strange?" Songmi was a little confused. He hadn't noticed anything wrong with Gu Xian, yet Gu Xian had found an issue. "What's strange about you?" "I've been too good to you." Gu Xian lifted his head again, his dark eyes like a deep well, impossible to see through, too good to be normal. Song-mi felt a lump in his throat, finding it laughably absurd. Could it be that the current Gu Xin still hadn't realized his feelings? And how the hell was he supposed to say something like, "It's because you like me"? "I think I shouldn't be so close to you." Gu Xin furrowed his brows slightly, "but I can't help but want to get closer." Song-mi internally thought, isn't this just a backhanded confession? The reasons are so obvious. Probably your typical straight man couldn't imagine being in the closet himself, which is understandable. Song-mi sighed with relief. Eventually, things would become clear. "I even questioned whether my sexual orientation was normal." Gu Xion's words shattered Song-mi's fantasies. "I realized I have an extreme aversion to homosexuality." Song-mi stretched his neck and exclaimed, "Huh." Shocked beyond speech. "I could never like you." Chapter 32 Leaving the Illusion. "A man's mouth is a deceitful ghost. It's only been a day, there's no way I could already like you." Song-mi was momentarily at a loss on how to face Gu-sun's shift in attitude. That kiss from the other night, was it all just for his amusement? How could you? Song-mi threw the pillow in his arms onto Gu-sun's face. "How can you act like this?" Gu-sun caught the pillow with a raised hand, uncertainly asked, "Do you like me?" "I like a fart." Song-mi immediately denied, "You wish." Gu-sun. "The reaction doesn't have to be so intense." "I like you." Gu-sun added afterward, "In your world." Song-mi paused, feeling incredibly annoyed. "Like what? Two guys? Isn't that disgusting?" He got up and jumped back onto his own bed, turned over, curled up in the blanket and wanted to sleep. Gu-sun seemed to quiet down as well. Neither of them spoke. The dormitory fell into an eerie silence. After a long time, so long that Song-mi had dozed off slightly, he heard Gu-sun calling his name from the adjacent bed. "Song-mi." Song-mi jolted awake. "Huh. That world." Gu-sun paused. "What was it like?" Song-mi sat up again. Your world." There was no emotion detectable in Gu-sun's voice. "It's the same, right?" Song-mi scratched his head. "Otherwise, why call it an illusion?" "Did you reject me?" Gu-sun asked. "Because we are of the same sex." Song-mi was momentarily speechless. "Why do you dwell on this? You don't even mean anything to me. Do you not want to leave here?" Gu-sun said, "I'll help you." Song-mi's eyes widened in surprise. "You'll help me? You were originally part of this place, how could you possibly help me?" Gu-sun lifted his gaze to look at Song-mi. "I'll help you capture the guide." The dormitory curtains weren't drawn. The silvery white moonlight shone on the corner of Gu-sun's bed, like a layer of frost. Just like Gu-sun now, cold and clear, yet bright. Song-mi suddenly felt somewhat useless. He couldn't do anything without Gu-sun. Even when he entered the illusion alone, he still needed Gu-sun within the illusion to help him. "Why do you want to help me?" Song-mi asked. Gu-sun frowned, pondering for a few seconds. "It's habit." He began doubting his memories over the years, which ones were true and which ones were false. Perhaps even more terrifying was the possibility that all of it was fake, including himself. He was merely a tool embedded with memories in the illusion, without a past, without a future, and didn't need to exist. Habitually treating Song-mi well, prioritizing Song-mi, placing Song-mi first. Yet he had no reason for doing so. "My character isn't complete." Gu-sun revealed doubts he'd harbored all along. "If I am just a hallucination, then my consciousness hasn't been fully extracted by the guide." Song-mi felt a chill run down his spine. It was hard to believe someone could accept everything about themselves being false in such a short time, and still calmly analyze the reasons, breaking free from the original logical circle, finding the root of the problem. "If I liked you but you rejected me because of our same sex," Gu-sun analyzed aloud, "I would suppress those feelings and wouldn't bring it up again." There was a thud in Song-mi's heart, fine, intricate heartache resembling spider webs of fractured porcelain, creeping out bit by bit from his chest. "You caused trouble, and I don't want that." Gu-sun's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. "My extreme aversion to homosexuality now is probably self-protection, unwilling to let myself repeat the same mistake." Gu-sun almost dissected himself, presenting his truth bloodily before Song-mi, shocking the latter to a point where he didn't know what to say. "Answer me one question seriously." Gu-sun pursed his lips, solemnly said, "Do I like you?" Song-mi's Adam's apple moved up and down, his lips parted, breathing became a little rapid. He remembered that passionate kiss between the two from that night. The torrential emotions hidden in Gu-sun's eyes couldn't be concealed. For a long time, Song-mi closed his eyes. Night deepened, but Song-mi still couldn't fall asleep. "Mr. Gu." Song-mi spoke. Gu-sun was also not asleep. "Song-mi, if I break the illusion, will you still be around?" Gu-sun, "Probably not." Song-mi's heart suddenly felt somewhat sad. "Then why do you still help me?" Gu-sun seemed unfazed. "If everything is fake, then there is no need for existence." "Are you this cruel to yourself?" Song-mi asked. "Was I ever kind to myself?" Gu-sun shot back. Song-mi thought about it, and it seemed like Gu-sun hadn't been kind to himself either. Every day, all he did was clean up messes and deal with problems for others. After such a long time, apart from liking him, Song-mi hadn't seen Gu-sun seek anything else. And his feelings had been rejected. Damn. Song-mi tossed and turned on the bed. How could he have been so blind to Gu-sun's condition before? Did rejecting me cause you great pain? Song-mi stared at the ceiling, throwing caution to the wind. Anyway, this person in front of him wasn't the real Gu-sun. Once he left the illusion, Gu-sun might not even exist anymore. No harm in asking. It hurt. Gu-sun deliberated on his response, but I wouldn't let you know. Then why tell me? Now he'd made Song-mi feel bad too. I want you to be nice to him, Gu-sun said. After all, he's me. Song-mi sat up again. Is this your self-protection mechanism? Gu-sun remained lying down. I don't know, it's just what I want. I see. Song-mi lay back. When I get out, I'll treat you better. But it doesn't matter anyway. Gu-sun's voice was soft. Your kindness is what I don't need. The kindness that Gu-sun needed, Song-mi couldn't provide. Mr. Boss, Song-mi's hand rested on his chest, feeling like his heart was breaking. What should I do with you? Don't know, Gu-sun replied. You should have gone out earlier and asked him. Song-mi grunted. I'll miss you when I'm out there. You don't need to miss me, Gu-sun responded. I am merely an illusion. Still will, Song-mi insisted. We shared a very pure brotherhood, purer than the one outside. The room was quiet. Song-mi could even hear Gu-sun's breathing. It seemed as if Gu-sun sighed with a trace of laughter. All right. The next morning, Song-mi woke up from a nap. He rubbed his eyes and grabbed his phone. It was already 7:40. Today we need to submit the homework to the professor. Gu-sun pulled out a book from the shelf. Did you write it? Not yet. Song-mi climbed down from the bed, yawning as he headed to the balcony to wash up. Copy it at the classroom later. Did you stay up gaming last night? Gu-sun walked over to Song-mi's desk and picked up the textbook for today. No. Song-mi mumbled through his toothbrush. I didn't do much yesterday. What had he done yesterday? He didn't remember doing anything special. Song-mi finished brushing his teeth hurriedly and splashed some water on his face. Do we still have time for breakfast? Gu-sun stepped aside, revealing the steaming hot buns on the table. Love you. Song-mi messed up his hair casually, grabbing the jacket draped over the stool, lifting the plastic bag and heading out. Gu-sun stiffened slightly but quickly recovered. He felt somewhat exhausted upon waking up this morning, but he couldn't recall what he had done last night. The weird sensation passed quickly, and everything continued as usual, progressing orderly as a train on its tracks. What's this? As Song-mi was leaving, he habitually patted his pockets and unexpectedly pulled out 2 sheets of manuscript paper, library draft paper. He bit into the bun while unfolding the papers on the spot. There was nothing written on them. You went to the library yesterday. Gu-sun remembered they met in front of the library in the evening, then went out to eat after that. Ah, that's right. Song-mi looked at the 2 blank sheets, lost in thought. Why did I go to the library? He suddenly questioned. Song-mi hated going to the library the most. He always found it too restrictive. Moreover, none of his 3 roommates liked staying in the dormitory either. Whenever Song-mi wanted to read books, staying in the dormitory gave him peace. Song-mi soon realized something was off. And Gu-sun was even more perceptive, detecting the missing memory. There's something we forgot. Gu-sun reopened the door and returned to the dorm, and it must be important. This incident caused Gu-sun such unease that he couldn't ignore it. They both took sick leave from their counselor and sat quietly by their respective desks, pondering deeply. On Qingqing confessed her love to me, Song-mi recalled yesterday's events, and I rejected her. Gu-sun glanced up and continued, at that time, I thought you wouldn't go with her. Song-mi also thought that since he wasn't interested in the girl, why go with her at all? Especially with Gu-sun still around, what if he got angry again? At this thought, Song-mi opened his mouth as if something was on the tip of his tongue, yet he couldn't recall it. Mr. Gu, Song-mi said blankly, are you gay? Both were startled, and the room fell quiet for a few seconds. This question was like a key that instantly unlocked memories in Gu-sun's mind. The conversation they had last night in the darkness surged forth like torrential water, fiercely rushing into Gu-sun's brain. He lifted a hand to rest on the edge of the table and gazed at Song-mi, his chest rising and falling dramatically. What's wrong? Song-mi quickly went over. I suddenly blurted that out. Just pretend I'm talking nonsense, don't mind me. Don't you remember? Gu-sun retracted his hand, trying his best to steady his emotions. Remember what? Song-mi looked at Gu-sun, seeming somewhat anxious. Do you know something? Tell me. Gu-sun fell silent for a moment before shifting his gaze out of the window. Give me some time. Today, the weather was wonderful, with moderate temperatures. As the end of September approached, the National Day holiday was just around the corner. Gu-sun sat on the balcony, watching as a small brown sparrow landed on the railing in front of him. The sparrow pecked at the railing, chirped a few times, spread its wings, and flew away. Gu-sun looked expressionlessly at everything in front of him. Was all of this fake? He raised his head, seeing a few thin white clouds floating in the azure sky. Was all of this fake too? Gu-sun raised his hand, exposing 5 distinct fingers under the gentle morning sunlight. Even himself felt fake. His setting had flaws. He was forced to reject feelings he wasn't supposed to have. Only Song-mi was real, and he wanted to return to his own world. A sound came from the sliding glass door. Gu-sun turned his face, and saw Song-mi standing behind him. I can't remember anything. Song-mi walked to the railing, leaning over and placing both arms on it. Ah. I'm about to go crazy. Perhaps if they slept again, they would forget about this event once more. Maybe then, Songmi would forever remain in this illusion. Letting him stay here forever wouldn't be bad. Gloom gathered in Gu Sun's eyes, growing darker. I always feel sorry for you. Songmi touched his own heart area. It hurts when I think about it. Gu Sun paused as if his power had been interrupted, and all the previously built-up emotions disappeared entirely. He stood up and moved next to Songmi. Did you recall anything? No, Songmi shook his head, looking rather distressed, just feeling so uncomfortable inside. Uncomfortable inside? Gu Sun looked down, gazing at Songmi's furrowed brows and said softly, because of me. This feels a little melodramatic. Songmi lowered his head, resting his forehead on Gu Sun's shoulder and lightly nudged him. It seemed as though he was pleading, hoping Gu Sun would tell him straight, can you tell me now? Gu Sun raised his hand and wrapped an arm around Songmi's shoulder, pressing his face against Songmi's ear. Feeling the youth's warmth that was so real, it was the genuine presence of Songmi. You don't belong here. Each word Gu Sun spoke was like a sharp dagger cutting into his own heart. I'll take you out. Shit. I almost forgot. Songmi washed his face several times with cold water, breaking out in cold sweat which soaked through his shirt. This fucking is too terrifying. Previously, Gu Sun had warned him that the guide might cause some irresistible natural disasters to prevent them from being discovered. Since it was described as natural disasters, Songmi thought only about earthquakes, fires, and tsunamis. He never imagined it would involve erasing memories. Narrow escape. Songmi looked at Gu Sun beside him, with complex emotions. Boss Gu, I really can't make it without you. It was because you recorded something on paper yesterday, Gu Sun said, otherwise, I wouldn't have remembered either. Though the specific notes didn't prove useful, if not for these 2 sheets of paper, Gu Sun might have struggled to counteract the guide. We need to find the guide before sunset, Gu Sun said, otherwise, our memories might be erased again tomorrow. But we don't have any leads right now. Songmi frowned. Do we really have to kill everyone who's suspicious? Gu Sun stood up. Songmi looked up in surprise. What do you mean, Are you going to kill people? Gu Sun didn't care, they aren't human. Songmi found this remark familiar. After a while, he recalled that Gu Sun had told him similar words during the initial outbreak of his abilities. You and Gu Sun are really similar, Songmi said. I am Gu Sun. Gu Sun looked at Songmi. When the guide created me, it just didn't detect Gu Sun's feelings for you. Aside from that, there was no deviation. Songmi felt a little sad upon hearing those words about feelings for you. Gu Sun must have been so disheartened after being rejected by Songmi to bury those feelings deep inside his heart, so deep that even the creator of the illusion couldn't discover and replicate them. Suddenly, Songmi felt like he had grasped something in the vast ocean of consciousness. You realized there was a discrepancy between yourself and the real Gu Sun and thereby deduced this was an illusion. Songmi stroked his own chin as he analyzed. Gu Sun has a very strong psychological resilience, and the guide failed to replicate it, which caused this unexpected situation. It's an obvious flaw. If there were no accidents, this world should be exactly the same as the real world. Gu Sun nodded and continued following Songmi's train of thought, and the cause of the discrepancies with the real world could be another possibility besides flaws. The guide, both almost said simultaneously. The guide will create everything you desire to keep you in the illusion, Gu Sun said, like the confession of the campus beauty next door. To be honest, I'm not really interested in her confession, Songmi explained, I just made a good first impression on her. The less you interact with her, the more likely that impression is to become overly beautified in your mind. Gu Sun glanced at Songmi. In reality, she probably wouldn't even pay attention to you. I'm not that unattractive. Songmi felt a bit flustered. Songmi wanted to explain, but looking up, he met Gu Sun's deeply meaningful gaze. Alright, I don't want to explain anymore. You interpret it however you like. Anyway, there was no washing away the misunderstanding even if one jumped into the Yellow River. So, Songmi decided to let things develop as they would. You don't need to feel uncomfortable around me. Gu Sun seemed not to care much. I don't have any feelings for you. Songmi. Damn, can we end this topic already? So Yu Qingqing is the guide, Songmi said. We need to take care of her as soon as possible. Gu Sun turned and opened the drawer, taking out a sharp folding knife. Are you capable of doing it? Please, Mr. Gu, Songmi sighed helplessly. I've killed countless people. It's hard to imagine you killing someone. Gu Sun put the knife in his pocket. Looks like you've changed quite a lot. The image Gu Sun had of Songmi was still stuck in, a slacker who works hard only during finals. Songmi scratched his head, feeling the passage of time. He wasn't the Songmi of a few months ago, but Gu Sun was still the Gu Sun from a few months ago. People always change, Songmi sighed. By the way, do you know where the business and management college is? There are no classes for their department today. Gu Sun looked down at the school website schedule. Go directly to her dormitory. Do you know which dorm room she's in? Songmi asked in surprise. The campus beauty of the business and management college is easy to find out about. Gu Sun swiped away a chat box on his phone screen. Room 206 in building 8, the second floor doesn't have burglar bars, climb right in. Songmi. Infiltrating girls' dormitory sounded extremely perverted, and Songmi resisted with all his heart. However, special times called for special measures. He'd break into kindergartens if necessary. It's just an illusion anyway, so he'd let go of his dignity. Building 8 of the female dorms was located at the edge of a row of dormitory buildings, its balcony facing the campus river, making it very convenient for sneaking in. Song-mi and Gu-sun, both tall with long arms and legs, climbed up the balcony deftly and boldly entered the dorm. It was only 8:30 in the morning, and there was only one girl in the dorm. Still wearing her pajamas, the girl turned her face to see 2 boys breaking in and was terrified enough to open her mouth to scream. Gu-sun rolled up his sleeves without stopping his stride, pulling out the folding knife from his pocket with his right hand. The knife made a light, shing, sound in the air. At the same moment, his left hand shot up, covering the girl's mouth while the blade was pressed against her throat. Gu-sun stood behind the girl, carefully avoiding the splatter of blood. Only a few drops of red landed on his wrist and forearm. Song-mi was stunned by Gu-sun's fluid motions. He had seen plenty of killings and bloodshed over these past few months, but this Gu-sun had not yet gone through those experiences. Such clean and decisive actions, followed by eyes showing no ripple of emotion after committing murder, how was this even possible? "She's not Yu Qingqing," Song-mi said in a daze, "why did you kill her?" Gu-sun softly hummed and hemmed, and as he put down the girl whose limbs were still convulsing, he nonchalantly wiped his palm and the blade clean with a few wet wipes. She would have caused a commotion. Song-mi opened his mouth to say something but was cut off by Gu-sun. "This is an illusion, you won't face any moral condemnation even if you destroy the world." Song-mi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "That's right. This is an illusion, the consciousness world, basically just a dream. As long as you can wake up, anything goes." Gu-sun picked up the girl's phone on the desk and unlocked it using her finger. While skimming through the social media apps on the phone, he walked to the door and locked it from the inside. "Soon, someone will discover her death. We must find Yu Qingqing before that happens." Song-mi turned and drew the curtains of the dormitory. He glanced at the thickening pool of blood nearly reaching his shoes and involuntarily looked away. "Self-study room on the 3rd floor of the library," Gu-sun said as he placed the phone back in its original spot. "Let's go." "Fucking 3rd floor of the library again," Song-mi muttered under his breath, feeling annoyed. "Every time I step into this rotten place, bad things are bound to happen." Gu-sun gave him a curious look, waiting for him to continue. "But misfortune often brings blessings along," Song-mi said. "I also awakened my superpower here." "Superpower?" Gu-sun asked, puzzled. "What is it?" "The people in my world underwent genetic mutations and developed superpowers," Song-mi explained. Gu-sun paused mid-step, frozen in place. "You want to blame your family's experiments, right?" Song-mi stopped too and patted Gu-sun's shoulder. "Although I don't know much about your family affairs, in that world, I went home with you once. You told me that your dad only wanted to save your mom, he never hurt anyone." Gu-sun's usually tranquil eyes finally showed a hint of shock. Song-mi observed this, feeling a mixture of emotions. The current Gu-sun still hated his father. With the illusion about to collapse, there wasn't much time left for him to understand his family's matters. "Your uncle pointed us in the right direction," Song-mi consoled him. "We just need to find someone named Linley, and we might be able to end the disaster." "So many things have happened," Gu-sun murmured. Song-mi had been through so many life-and-death situations, none of which Gu-sun participated in or knew about. "I wonder how things are over there. Has Gu-sun woken up yet?" Song-mi scratched his hair anxiously, feeling worried. Gu-sun should have woken up, but why didn't he call me? After grumbling for a while, Song-mi looked up again and noticed that Gu-sun's eyes had turned bright red, filled with intense anger. A chill ran down Song-mi's spine as he hesitated to take a step back. "What's wrong?" Gu-sun stared at Song-mi, his heart churning with jealousy. Someone was with the other Gu-sun. But why not himself? Why not him? "Mr. Gu." Song-mi gripped his arm and asked in concern, "What's wrong with you?" Gu-sun shut his eyes tightly, forcing himself to suppress the violent emotions welling up inside him. He wanted to ask if Song-mi really had to leave. But that question seemed to have only one answer. Why torture himself? Since the decision had already been made, there was no point in changing midway. After all, he was merely an illusion. Gu-sun thought bitterly. He couldn't even exist truly, let alone talk about staying with Song-mi. As long as someone stayed by his side. Even if that person wasn't him. "Let's go," Gu-sun's voice rasped unnaturally. "You need to leave quickly." The library of X University had 7 floors, including quiet self-study rooms and more active areas like corridors and rooftops. Song-mi had barely reached the library entrance when he came face to face with his counselor. "Man, when things go wrong, even drinking cold water feels painful," Song-mi muttered, pulling Gu-sun and walking away. They had just taken sick leave that morning, and now wandering around campus wouldn't they just embarrass themselves? "That's not right," Gu-sun not only refused to be pulled away but stepped forward instead. "The counselor has classes this morning. He shouldn't be here." Song-mi hurried after him, "Maybe he has some business at the library." "The guide might have found us." Gu-sun ignored the counselor's calls and rushed toward the library. "She's creating obstacles to prevent us from approaching. The library isn't letting people in anymore." The security guard outside blocked Gu-sun. "The school will be sealed off soon." Gu Sun completely ignored him, placing his hand against the sensor gate and leaping directly into the hall with his long legs. Hey! Which faculty are you from? The security guard chased after Gu Sun to stop him. Song Mi followed behind, taking out the chatty old security chief with a single hand strike. You. The counselor threatened at the entrance with his phone in hand, I've called the police. Song Mi didn't bother paying attention, leaping into the library together with Gu Sun. Fine, let them call the police. By the time they arrived, Song Mi and Gu Sun would have already dealt with Yu Qingqing. Song Mi rushed straight to the stairwell, bounding up several steps at a time, practically flying upstairs. She's on the run, Gu Sun came out of one of the study rooms, we need to find her quickly. The two of them barged in hastily, drawing attention from numerous students. There was a queue by the elevator doors, it wouldn't be available for some time. And there were 4 staircases in the library located in the south, east, north, and west directions, making it impossible to block all routes. Holy shit. Song Mi spotted a slightly familiar figure at the end of the corridor, thinking how convenient their timing was, she's over there. The two instantly sprinted to the edge of the corridor, pinning down Yu Qingqing who tried to escape amidst the chaos. Help. Yu Qingqing immediately screamed for help, but Song Mi's hand covered her mouth a little too late. In the university campus, there were never a shortage of righteous young men ready to jump in, especially when they saw 2 guys bullying a girl, it was like striking a nerve that sent them into furious action. Hurry, Gu Sun tossed a knife to Song Mi, you kill the guide. Song Mi caught the knife as Gu Sun stood up to deal with the approaching male students. Song Mi wasted no time and immediately unsheathed the blade to threaten Yu Qingqing's neck. However, the next moment, he suddenly suffered an excruciating headache and opened his eyes to find that the person in his hands had changed appearance. Mom. Song Mi was momentarily confused. Clang. His wrist suddenly hurt as someone forcefully swatted away the dagger. Song Mi snapped back to reality and immediately grabbed the neck of the woman in front of him, you dare impersonate my mom. You think this'll make me hesitate? I would stab my own father if I had to, Song Mi flipped over and kicked the dagger back with his foot, you're nothing compared to that. In the next second, Song Mi gripped the dagger, breaking through the fabric and plunging the blade into the heart of the guide. Time seemed to pause, as though everything had frozen in that instant. A moment later, Song Mi suddenly realized something and turned quickly toward Gu Sun standing behind him. Everything around began to pixelate, dissipating slowly from the edges of the vision with the breeze. Gu Sun stood under the sunlight at the end of the corridor, looking down at his fingers as they gradually became digitized. So it's fake after all, Gu Sun said softly. Song Mi choked slightly, stepping quickly forward, Gu Sun. Why do you call my full name? Gu Sun put his hand down and looked at Song Mi, you never used to call me that. The familiar words echoed again in Song Mi's ears, stirring warmth in his tear-filled eyes. Mr. Boss. Song Mi raised his hand to touch Gu Sun but surprisingly found his finger passing through Gu Sun's skin. Will you miss me? Gu Sun's body grew fainter, turning translucent as the surroundings rapidly dispersed, will you miss me? I'll miss you, Song Mi's voice carried a hint of choking emotion, even if you don't feel anything for me, you're still my buddy. The pixel spread to Gu Sun's neck and shoulders, and Song Mi couldn't resist raising his hand, brushing against what seemed to be a smiling face. I want to keep you here, Gu Sun's eyes held a faint smile, but you have to leave. A gentle breeze passed by, carrying away the last strand of hair belonging to that aloof and cold youth whose laughter could blend seamlessly into the sunlight. I'll remember you, Song Mi tilted his head to gaze at the warm sky, you're different from him. Slowly, even the sunlight started to fade. In the stark white light transitioning to utter darkness, Song Mi felt his body being lifted, signaling the awakening from the illusion. In his daze, Song Mi heard Gu Sun's voice. The same, the voice deep and distant, as long as it's Gu Sun, he'll always love you. Chapter 33, Waiting. The floating consciousness began to settle, and the cacophony of sounds rushed into his eardrums. Song Mi's limbs started to regain sensation. He moved his eyelids and suddenly opened them. Gu Xian. He was still in bed, instinctively calling out a name. In his line of sight, there seemed to remain traces of that rare smile of the young man, like a brief dream, fading gradually with time upon waking. A hand was placed on his forehead, and Gu Xian's familiar features appeared before Song Mi's eyes, I'm here. Song Mi's thoughts were in disarray, his heart felt as though pierced by a gushing spring welling up continuously, brimming with sorrow, Gu Xian. He closed his eyes, his mind full of images of Gu Xian dissolving into the wind. Gu Xian. A voice responded to him, and there before him was Gu Xian. Song Mi raised his arm, encircling Gu Xian's waist, pulling the person forcefully toward himself. Mr. Gu, Song Mi was still grappling with his sorrow, Gu Xian. Gu Xian's palm was propped beside his pillow, tightly embraced by Song Mi, I'm here. Song Mi repeatedly called out Gu Xian's name, and each time, Gu Xian tirelessly responded. Damn, it hurts so much, tears wetted the corners of Song Mi's eyes, what kind of hellish illusion is this? I don't want to go in again, ever. If there were countless illusions, then there would be countless Gu Zins, all dissipating into the wind. As long as it's Gu Xian, he will love you. Song-mi thought about the last words left by the Gu Xian in the illusion, like a long needle, piercing into his heart bit by bit, spreading dense pain. Even with the slightest movement or thought, the pain was almost unbearable. I'm sorry, Song-mi's voice was hoarse, burying his face in Gu Xian's neck, I'm sorry. That cold Gu Xian, perhaps all the fervor in his life was somehow related to Song-mi. He knew he would be rejected, so he hid those feelings away secretly. He concealed it so deeply that even the guide fell for it. Just to avoid troubling Song-mi. A heart cannot give itself to someone else, yet has to trample itself underfoot and discard it. Song-mi tightened his embrace on Gu Xian, feeling such pain that his hands trembled. Why are you so cruel? Cruel to others, cruelest to himself. As long as it fulfilled Song-mi's wishes, he was even willing to accept extinction. Gu Xian's entire warmth towards this world was placed solely on Song-mi. Damn it. Song-mi clutched at the fabric around Gu Xian's waist, tears streaming from the corner of his eyes into his ears. I'm an asshole. He didn't know how to respond to Gu Xian's affection, unable to accept it but unwilling to let it go. Don't mess with me anymore. Song-mi cried, I can't handle it. After venting his emotions while holding on to Gu Xian, Song-mi seemed to gradually recover from the emotional turmoil within the illusion. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he blankly stared at a shadow on the ground. Eat something, Gu Xian handed Song-mi a bag of bread. Song-mi's eyes were swollen from crying, turning away and not wanting to face anyone. Where's Janji? He took a bite of the bread, feeling his throat raw and sore. Gu Xian held a cup, poured warm water from the kettle, still in the illusion. Can't she be awakened? Song-mi asked. Gu Xian shook his head, I tried, no luck. Song-mi realized the truth. It turned out that even inside the illusion, thinking about Gu Xian waking him up wasn't possible. How long did I sleep? Song-mi questioned. 1.5 days. Gu Xian replied. Song-mi calculated it in his mind, the timing matched what he had experienced in the illusion. What about you? Song-mi continued asking, how long did it take for you to come out of the illusion? Half an hour, Gu Xian said calmly, I killed everyone inside. Song-mi paused mid-action. There was no way Gu Xian couldn't find the guide, but he chose this method instead. Probably wanting to come out sooner, Song-mi thought. Gu Xian was concerned about him, so he wanted to emerge early. Song-mi emphasized this point several times in his heart but still couldn't help looking at Gu Xian, was it to come out faster? Gu Xian met Song-mi's gaze with the same intensity, answering his question with silence. Enraged by Song-mi's rejection and oppressed by a long-term suppression, his extreme killing spree was an outlet for his emotions, relieving pressure and perhaps even bringing a sense of pleasure. Gu Xian. Song-mi's concern was evident. I'm fine, Gu Xian looked out the window, saying indifferently, don't worry. Janji, who was sleeping soundly in the inner room, still hadn't woken up by evening. Song-mi tried calling out to her a few times, but all without effect. He felt puzzled. Song-mi thought that given Janji's intelligence, she shouldn't have been stuck for 2 days without emerging. But nothing is certain. Unaware of the guide's existence, Janji might simply not know how to break out of the illusion. Being without water for 3 days could be dangerous. Gu Xian approached Song-mi and said, she might not make it out. A lump formed in Song-mi's throat, how could this happen? Perhaps she reunited with her family in the illusion, Gu Xian suggested, staying there might not necessarily be bad. Song-mi suddenly looked up at Gu Xian with an expression of astonishment, then she would be dead. Gu Xian averted his gaze, his long lashes nearly touching his lower eyelids. As if realizing he had said something wrong, he remained silent, making no rebuttal. Song-mi held a cup and slowly fed half a cup of water to Janji drop by drop. The night was very quiet, Janji's facial features relaxed as she slept deeply. There seemed to be a sense of death in the air, plunging Song-mi's mood far below zero. Clearly exhausted and sleepy, he couldn't fall asleep. So he got up from the bed, went into the inner room, and called out to Janji a few more times. Still, there was no response whatsoever. Her lips began to crack and turn pale, moonlight enveloping the bed, where Janji lay with her hands crossed. She resembled a corpse already lifeless, cold and devoid of any vitality. Song-mi sat by the bed for a while before getting up and leaving. Turning around, he unexpectedly saw Gu Xian standing by the door, almost giving him a heart attack. How did you wake up? Song-mi walked over to Gu Xian and left the room together with him. I couldn't sleep, Gu Xian frankly admitted. Are you worried about Janji? Song-mi reached the bedside, pulling back the blanket and sitting on it. Gu Xian followed and sat down beside him, I'm more worried about you. Song-mi lowered his head and chuckled, you're always like this. Everything puts him first, even in worry, he cares more about Song-mi. Even if one day Gu Xian were dying, probably what he'd worry about in his final moments would be whether anyone would protect Song-mi or if Song-mi would be bullied. Do you know, I almost didn't make it back either. Song-mi glanced at Gu Xian's fingers resting on the blanket, then closed his eyes, recalling the boy who had asked him if he'd miss him. Someone brought me out, Song-mi spoke slowly, then he disappeared. Who was it? Gu Xian gently asked. Song-mi opened his eyes and stared at the reserved Gu Xian before him, it was you. Gu Xian's deep well-like eyes rippled slightly. Do you know what he told me? Songmi suppressed his voice, barely controlling the trembling in his tone. I'm going crazy because of you. Chapter 34, Whimpering. Songmi felt as though his spirit was like a balloon filled with hydrogen, becoming fuller and fuller. If something were to lightly touch him, he would instantly explode into shards. How could this happen? Songmi hugged his knees around his head in anguish, saying, everything was fine before. He and Gu Xian had returned home, also bringing Zhangji back with them. Moreover, they now had a goal, having found some leads on Shirmai. If they worked a bit harder, they might even be able to terminate this F******Ketup experiment, eliminate human superpowers, and restore the world to its original state. But just one day later, he could not face Gu Xian, and Zhangji was critically ill. You brought the emotions from the illusion out, Gu Xian said, you need to control your emotions. Songmi slightly loosened his arms. Through the gap between his arms, he saw Gu Xian's fingers still resting on the quilt, and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of panic for lacking support. Gu Xian was right, Songmi also felt that his emotions were somewhat abnormal. Since leaving the illusion, he began to feel inexplicable unease and irritability. Negative emotions surged like an unstoppable tide, driving Songmi towards a breakdown. Gu Xian. Songmi realized he loved calling Gu Xian's name. This name may be as silent as the deep sea, yet as reliable as a mountain. It seemed that just by calling out this name, one could gain enough strength to feel at ease. Gu Xian gently lowered his gaze, looking at Songmi. Songmi lowered his arms and stared into his eyes. The moon cast its dim light, falling on Gu Xian's sharply defined face. His high nose ridge resembled a continuous mountain range, blocking most of the moonlight and casting shadows on the other side of his eye sockets. But those eyelashes, curled as if ready to fly away like a sparrow taking off from the other end of the mountain ridge. Their tips, long and dense, quivered beyond the clouds, holding a sliver of the cool moon. This is Gu Xian. Songmi placed his hand over Gu Xian's 5 fingers. No matter what, even if it's just an illusion, this is Gu Xian, the person who he would love regardless. Songmi let out a soft sigh from his throat, his eyes welling up with tears, feeling unbearably sour. Gu Xian, Songmi choked back a sob, don't leave me. Gu Xian looked at Songmi, his eyes shimmering with unusual meaning, I won't leave. Songmi's fingers curled slightly, gripping onto Gu Xian's palm. He lowered his head, pressing his forehead against Gu Xian's arm. What I mean is, forever. Gu Xian did not move for a long while. Songmi's breathing trembled, unsure of what he wanted to express. Finally, Gu Xian raised his hand and gently patted Songmi's hair. Sleep, he said softly, as if coaxing a child, ignoring the difficult-to-answer part, you're tired. The next day, Songmi woke up alone in bed. The dizziness came along with severe headaches, almost making him faint again. You have a fever, Gu Xian's slightly cool hand rested on Songmi's forehead, stay lying down, don't move yet. A fever? Songmi thought hazily. His body had been trained by Song Yuanxiu since he was young to be resistant to viruses. In nearly 20 years of life, he didn't even know what cold medicine tasted like. How did he suddenly come down with a fever? A warm liquid was brought to Songmi's lips. Struggling to open his eyes, Songmi saw Gu Xian feeding him medicine with a porcelain spoon. The smell was like cold remedy granules, probably couldn't find any fast-acting antipyretics. Songmi slightly opened his lips and swallowed. Zhangji. Songmi's voice sounded like a piece of sandpaper had been stuffed in his throat, each word rasping harshly and deeply, did she wake up? Gu Xian shook his head. Songmi closed his eyes again. He was still worried about Gu Xian and Zhangji yesterday, but now it was his turn. In this time of drug shortage and food scarcity, minor fevers and illnesses could be fatal. He had a fever, possibly even infectious to Gu Xian. I'll drink it myself, Songmi struggled to sit up, you stay away from me. It's alright, Gu Xian supported Songmi's arm, if you don't have the strength, don't move recklessly. I'm fine, Songmi picked up the cup and drank all the medicine without hesitation, you shouldn't be here. You might catch it. Gu Xian remained silent, then left with the empty cup. Even without a mirror, Songmi knew how disheveled he must look. He hadn't shaved for days, and his chin was already starting to feel prickly. His eyes felt dry and gritty, and when he rubbed them, it only made the pain around his eyes worse. Perhaps they were bloodshot, or maybe swollen. Songmi lay in bed, staring at the intricately carved plaster ceiling. He had contemplated his own death before, maybe even dying without a body to claim or being left out in the wilderness after a struggle. But that would have been after fighting back. If he lost, he would have accepted his fate. But Songmi never imagined he would hover near death like this. A trivial fever and cold, something he used to ignore entirely, now became his biggest threat. He refused to accept it, he wouldn't give in. He couldn't die here, Shirmei hadn't been found yet, and Song Yuanxiu was still waiting for him at home. If he died, what would happen to Gu Xian? At the thought of Gu Xian, Songmi's chest tightened with heartache. He curled up on his side, resembling an infant. It felt as though someone had stabbed him repeatedly in the chest, leaving him in ruins. Songmi cupped his hands over his chest, as if protecting the last remaining fragment of Gu Xian's gentleness meant for him. He wasn't ready to share it with anyone else, nor did he have the courage to keep it all to himself. Song-mi rarely cried. Growing up wild, he had a face tougher than a fortress wall. Hampered by his parents and surrounded by playmates, his outgoing personality gave him an expansive social circle. Song-mi had access to all kinds of affection, except for the one special kind resting right at the tip of his heart. How many years has it been since kindergarten? And I still need others to coddle me? Is the game not fun enough, or is advanced mathematics not challenging enough? Why find a girlfriend? Song-mi had never seriously considered having a girlfriend, perhaps until the time he saw Dragon Maiden on TV at age 8. Back then, he might have liked girls. But things were different now. Song-mi drew back the hand he'd been clutching against his chest and pressed it to his heart. Maybe it was during the early days of his powers when Gu Xian didn't leave him alone. Or maybe it was on the third floor of the library when Gu Xian held onto his hand until death. Perhaps it was also in his house, when Gu Xian shielded him from Song Yuanxiu's fatal blade. Somewhere along the line, Song-mi had become dependent on Gu Xian, not just for protection, but simply on Gu Xian. That boy, who could face off against anyone, kept his vulnerabilities and softness exclusively for Song-mi. Gu Xian. Song-mi choked softly under the covers, his voice breaking, "I'm sorry." At some point, Song-mi fell asleep. Exhausted, he dreamt of a complex, vivid scene where Gu Xian walked by his side in a campus setting. Raising his hand, Song-mi grabbed Gu Xian's wrist. "What if we take our friendship of over a year to the next level?" Song-mi grinned mischievously, an indestructible love that rivals the hardness of diamonds. Gu Xian stared at Song-mi quietly, and after a moment, smiled faintly and agreed. "Gu boss." Song-mi pounced onto Gu Xian with a bear hug. "Were you waiting for these words from me?" Gu Xian caught Song-mi in his arms, holding onto his thighs firmly. Song-mi rested his hands on Gu Xian's shoulder and gazed down at the smiling youth. Those perennially frost-covered eyes had melted, storing within them the warmth of spring water, rippling softly. "No," Gu Xian's lips moved slightly, but the words that came out were cool. "I couldn't dare wait." "Song-mi, wake up." The abrupt voice intruded into his dream, slicing through the relatively warm scenario like a merciless blade. Struggling, Song-mi raised his heavy eyelids and opened his eyes to meet Zhangji's anxious gaze. Zhang. An extreme sadness akin to dead would suddenly rehydrated Song-mi's inner world, revitalizing him slightly. Bracing his elbows on the bedsheet, he struggled to sit up painfully. "You're awake." "I'm sorry," Zhangji let her tears flow freely. "I didn't realize it was an illusion. I've held you back." "How did you escape?" Song-mi's voice was light. He was too weak and exhausted. "Gu Xian saved me," Zhangji sniffled. "He killed the person who set up the illusion." "Gu Xian." Song-mi's eyes widened slightly as he looked around, but there was no sign of Gu Xian. "Where is Gu Xian?" "He's inside the other room. He sustained serious injuries." Zhangji stepped aside, revealing that Gu Xian remained unconscious despite her efforts to revive him. Song-mi instantly threw off the covers and got out of bed. His limbs felt weak, and upon standing, he almost stumbled to the ground. On the bed inside the other room lay Gu Xian. Song-mi felt like all this was just some farce, the plot twist strange and unexpected. "What are you guys doing?" Song-mi stumbled to the bedside, looking at the sleeping Gu Xian with a trembling voice. "Stop messing with me." "I'm sorry." Zhangji tried hard not to cry. "I don't know what happened. When I woke up, Gu Xian was almost unconscious." "What did he say before he passed out?" Song-mi asked. "He said let me cure your illness," Zhangji replied. For a second, Song-mi felt as if his vision went dark, and his body abruptly lurched forward, his palm pressing beside Gu Xian on the bed. Through the covers, he seemed to be pressing onto Gu Xian's hand. Song-mi took a breath, slowly arching his back, burying his face in his palms. "Let me have some time alone." Although Zhangji was worried, she obediently left the room. Only Gu Xian and Song-mi were left in the room. Song-mi lifted the covers, gripping Gu Xian's cold hand. There was breathing, there was a pulse, he was still alive. "Gu Xian, wake up," Song-mi's voice carried heavy nasal congestion. "As long as you wake up. As long as you wake up, I'll agree with you. I'll agree to all your requests, to be together with you." Song-mi's tears fell onto Gu Xian's arm, one drop after another. Like the belated rain, it cannot moisten the parched earth anymore. His fingers interlaced with Gu Xian's, their fingers entwined in intimacy that transcended friendship. As Song-mi felt the touch of their fingertips, he remembered the kiss with Gu Xian that night. The Gu Xian in the illusion, the Gu Xian in the dream. Whichever Gu Xian it was always Gu Xian who loved Song-mi. "Loves me?" Song-mi stared at Gu Xian's slender knuckles, his gaze becoming somewhat vacant. It seemed as though an indistinct thread floated in his mind, and Song-mi struggled to grasp it. But just when his fingertips were about to touch it, the thread vanished again. It was a feeling without solid evidence. Song-mi released Gu Xian's hand and glanced around this spacious room. After a moment, he stood up and walked out of the room. Zhangji was outside the door, moving broken furniture to block the entrance. "Zhangji," Song-mi called her, "come over here." Zhangji responded with an okay, then put down the things in her hands and moved toward Songmi. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks, and a sharp blade pressed against her neck. Isn't it you? Songmi's eyes were icy, looking at Zhangji as if she were an inanimate object, the guide. Chapter 35, Turned into a Cat. Zhangji froze for a moment, stepping back in panic. What? The knife that Songmi pressed against her neck did not move, and she stepped forward as well. This is an illusion. Zhangji widened her eyes, slightly shaking her head. Songmi, what's wrong with you? The fear and worry in the little girl's eyes were almost identical to the one Songmi imagined for Zhangji. It seemed like she was really Zhangji, and this was really the world. This is the real world. Zhangji's eyes were moist, desperately persuading him. You are influenced by the illusion, unable to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Songmi hesitated for a moment, his breathing became heavier. You're lying, this is just an illusion. Zhangji's white and tender skin on her neck was cut by the blade, trembling all over, tears streaming down like beads broken from a string. This isn't an illusion. If you kill me, I'll be really dead. Songmi closed his eyes forcefully, then opened them again. His hands were shaking too, his jaw muscle was tightly strained. Zhangji held on to his uncertainty, stubbornly betting that he wouldn't dare to hurt her. Even though Songmi didn't move his arm, he still hit the sore spot. There was nothing wrong with Zhangji in front of him, he couldn't find any flaws. This frail young girl vividly portrayed herself as pitiful and vulnerable. Perhaps it would be useless for Gu Sun, but for Songmi, soft-heartedness was his greatest weakness. If he was mistaken, Zhangji would really die. Songmi's pupils contracted slightly, his hands were shaking more and more. Was it an illusion or reality? If he made a mistake, how could he face everything that followed? Songmi, don't be soft-hearted. Suddenly, Songmi remembered what Gu Sun once said to him. Don't be soft-hearted, don't hesitate. Once you've made the decision, don't be afraid to bear the consequences. Gu Sun is still sleeping, we can't. Zhangji stopped halfway through her sentence as the knife plunged straight into her throat, emitting a dull sound of piercing flesh. How dare you mention him? Songmi swung the knife, almost cutting half of Zhangji's throat. Your biggest mistake is Gu Sun. The anticipated gush of blood did not come. Zhangji retreated half a step, covering her neck. The Zhangji, who was tearing up earlier, now had her eyes filled with shock and confusion. Who exactly is he? The surroundings started to ripple with familiar pixels. Songmi took a step forward, grabbing the collar of the Zhangji, and threw her violently onto the ground. Him? He's my lover. As his body jolted, Songmi sprang to his feet the second he regained consciousness, quickly catching the figure trying to run out. You motherfucker, Songmi slammed the person's head into the wall. Nested traps. Watched Inception too much. A muffled thud sounded. The person's brain went blank for a moment, their vision swarmed with stars, instantly becoming limp. Songmi tossed the person to the floor, then moved his numb wrist joint around. Gu Sun was still sound asleep on the couch, while Zhangji inside remained still. Songmi sighed in relief, glad that everyone was fine. The prone youth looked quite young, seemingly underage. His forehead was covered in large patches of blood, but he was still conscious, protecting vital areas with his arms. Clearly, he lacked combat skills. Whose subordinate are you? Songmi squatted beside the youth, holding his wrist, flipping him over. Don't kill me, please don't kill me, the youth yelled loudly while hugging his head. I'll confess everything. You bastard, Songmi slapped him twice. Watched too many war dramas, talk properly. I'm called Zhou Mingming. Zhou Mingming rolled on the ground. I'm single, I'm no one's subordinate. The kid seemed somewhat mentally disconnected. Songmi grabbed Zhou Mingming's ear, lifting him like a chicken, carrying him to Gu Sun's side. Take your damn illusion away. Songmi threw Zhou Mingming aside near the couch, also, released the one in the inner room completely. With 2 red slap marks on his face, Zhou Mingming obediently cancelled his illusion. Moments later, Zhangji woke up from her dream, experiencing strong emotional fluctuations. She sat on the bed clutching her chest, unable to regain her strength for a long time. However, there was no movement from Gu Sun on the sofa. What kind of nonsense game are you playing with me? Songmi kicked Zhou Mingming down, making him lie flat. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Zhou Mingming frowned with a grieving face. I've already cancelled it. There's nothing I can do if he refuses to wake up. Refuses to wake up? Songmi picked Zhou Mingming up again. What do you mean by refuses to wake up? Who the hell are you trying to fool? It's true. Zhou Mingming cried loudly. There's something wrong with this guy. He has a problem in his brain. You bastard. Songmi raised his hand and slapped him twice again. Saying bad things about Gu Sun right in front of him. Asking for death. While they were making a commotion in the outer room, Zhangji got off the bed and walked to Songmi's side. She was still shaken, her almond-shaped eyes blinking rapidly as if she was scared. Songmi. I'm here, it's fine. Songmi reached out and rubbed Zhangji's head, pushing her nape gently to keep her behind him. There's food by the bedside, go ahead and eat. Zhangji glanced at Zhou Mingming crying on the ground, hesitantly walking over. Is this guy smart or not? Zhou Mingming covered his face, fearing Songmi would continue hitting him. Before, he directly controlled his body to break the illusion. I even specially created an ultrafine illusion for him. As a result, he was the easiest to control among the three, so obedient that I didn't have to worry at all. Song Mi's lips twitched. The easiest to control? So damn obedient? Is this really Gu Sun? However, this was also something strange to Song Mi. When they first entered the illusion, Janji wasn't there, so it made sense she couldn't break it. But why hasn't Gu Sun come out after such a long time? Even when Song Mi himself had left the illusion, Gu Sun hadn't awakened yet. This was too abnormal. Maybe because he's too smart enough to willingly stay in the illusion, Zhou Mingming analyzed, so it's not me controlling him, it's his own will. Bullshit. Song Mi scolded, with your petty tricks, even a shadow of Gu Sun could destroy them, let alone the real person. If he wanted to leave, he could take you down entirely. Then there's nothing I can do. Zhou Mingming hugged his head and cried bitterly, I can't beat him, nor can I control him. He refuses to wake up, and I truly don't know what to do. Can't you just forcibly make the illusion disappear? Although Song Mi had doubts in his mind, he still pretended to be calm, don't play tricks on me, he won't wake unless you want trouble yourself. How is it my business? Zhou Mingming felt extremely aggrieved, it's his own choice not to wake up. Forcibly removing the illusion would drive him insane. How is it your business anyway? Song Mi got angry, if it weren't for your damn illusion game, we wouldn't encounter this nonsense. Zhou Mingming pouted, wanting to cry but held back, I wasn't planning to kill any of you. I just... He spoke halfway through, growing weaker, finally sniffled and hugged his knees like a turtle. You didn't plan to harm us, then why delay time? Janji walked to Song Mi's side, was it Guyu who sent you? Zhou Mingming's eyes widened, how did you know? Song Mi. He also wondered how Janji knew. I don't compete with her. Janji looked at the broken stones on the ground, her words filled with deep disdain, she doesn't need to go this far. A question mark slowly appeared on Song Mi's head. Janji frowned, you make Gu Sun wake up, and I guarantee I won't compete with her for Liang Su. It's really not that I'm stopping him from waking up. Zhou Mingming became extremely flustered, it's him. He refuses to wake up. Why doesn't he want to wake up? Song Mi sat beside Gu Sun, pulling his wrist gently into his arms. Gu Sun's features were relaxed, breathing evenly, seeming to sleep soundly. If he continues refusing to wake up, what will happen? Song Mi asked. Zhou Mingming didn't answer. The worst outcome, whoever mentioned it would get punched. Doesn't want to leave the illusion. Song Mi played idly with Gu Sun's fingers while lowering his head, seemingly unintentionally saying, would that mean, dead? His voice was light, toneless, like casually asking a question where the answer didn't matter. But Zhou Mingming trembled. Janji also noticed something was wrong. Song Mi was furious, extremely so. You'd better think of a way quickly, Janji squatted next to Zhou Mingming, or I can't help you either. Who should go inside and call him? Zhou Mingming suggested tentatively. Fine, you go, Song Mi lifted his eyelids. I can't. Zhou Mingming shook his head violently, I don't know him, he won't listen to me. Oh, then I'll go. Song Mi gripped Gu Sun's hand, calmly saying, and you'll trap me in the illusion again, leaving only the young girl outside. Smart move. I have no grudge against you. Creating an illusion also takes energy. Zhou Mingming, scared, shrunk into the corner and said humbly, moreover, you already know how to break the illusion. If I continue like this, isn't that asking for death? It sounded somewhat reasonable. You free illusions. The more Zhou Mingming spoke, the more wronged he felt, no. You had 2 illusions. 2 of them. And yet you broke through so quickly. Song Mi wasn't sure whether Zhou Mingming was complimenting him or insulting him. I barely managed to create the second illusion temporarily and I'm already exhausted. Zhou Mingming rubbed his eyes and wept. Moreover, do you think I dare harm her? Zhou Mingming pointed at Janji, that young man, the boyfriend of the miss, he would certainly kill me. Janji frowned as if she was very dissatisfied with the term, the miss's boyfriend. Zhou Mingming didn't seem to be lying, and they had no other choice. Alright, Song Mi let go of Gu Sun's hand, how do I enter? I can send your consciousness inside, Zhou Mingming said, you'll use a random carrier. Song Mi carried Gu Sun to the bed and pulled the quilt over his chest. He looked at Gu Sun's peaceful face, his fingers brushing over his fingertips, reluctant to leave. Send me in, Song Mi lay down next to Gu Sun. Zhou Mingming walked to the side of the bed, preparing to activate his ability. Wait, Janji stopped Zhou Mingming, what if Song Mi fails to wake Gu Sun, how will he come out himself? Zhou Mingming paused, the illusion now belongs to Gu Sun, how should I know? So you mean, Janji's words were deliberate, just like the freezing wind of deep winter, scraping on one's skin causing both coldness and pain, if Song Mi doesn't wake Gu Sun, he'll die too. Zhou Mingming covered his eyes, I don't know. Janji's delicate eyebrows knitted tightly, you shouldn't take such a risk. The room remained quiet for a few seconds. Song Mi sat on the bed, unaffected by Janji's words. Even if Gu Sun is indulged in the illusion, could it possibly be more appealing than a living person? Physical affection won't work, but dying for love might. I can wake him up, Song Mi said. No, Janji cut him off, what if this guy does something funny during the process? Even if he doesn't have the energy now, there's no guarantee he won't trap me in an illusion again later. Zhou Mingming wailed, saying it was impossible. If you fall asleep, there will only be me left. Zhanji bit her lower lip, her voice trembling. Even if nothing happens to him, who knows if someone else won't follow. She alone had to bear the lives of Song Mi and Gu Sun. She was afraid, she couldn't handle it. I cannot protect both of you alone. Zhanji sobbed. What do you intend to do? Song Mi asked. I'll find Liang Su, Zhanji said. How are you going to find him? Song Mi asked, will he come back with you? Liang Su said he wouldn't stick around with the Gus, let alone protecting him and Gu Sun. Zhanji wiped away her tears, I will find a way. Song Mi got up, I will go with you. You stay here and guard Gu Sun, I can take care of myself. Zhanji pursed her lips, before tonight, regardless of whether I find Liang Su or not, I will come back. After Zhanji left, Song Mi and Zhou Mingming were glaring at each other silently in the room. I have a question. Zhou Mingming lay on the bed's foot, cautiously asking, what's your relationship with him exactly? Partner. Song Mi held Gu Sun's hand, do you understand what partner means? You two males. Zhou Mingming was shocked, two men being partners. Song Mi kicked with his long leg, almost kicking Zhou Mingming in the face, are you dissatisfied? Ah, no wonder. Zhou Mingming pointed at Song Mi, his finger trembling, I'm sorry. I should have chosen differently. Shouldn't have chosen Gu Sun as the guide. Song Mi completed Zhou Mingming's sentence according to his hint, and a smile flickered on his face. How did you? Zhou Mingming was shocked, you're clearly the dumbest of the three. Song Mi's expression fell flat. Not. Zhou Mingming quickly corrected himself. I am indeed less intelligent compared to them too, Song Mi admitted, but you're even dumber. Zhou Mingming shrank his neck, what can I do? He even broke my illusion with just a copied hallucination. If I left him, you'd never be contained. He made Zhanji sleep, ensured the surroundings were completely empty, leaving only the guide Gu Sun. He isolated Song Mi all alone, with no one helping him escape. It was an infallible plan. Zhou Mingming believed he could easily deal with Song Mi's level of intelligence. However, what no one could have anticipated was that Gu Sun and Song Mi inadvertently ended up forming a pair amid their ambiguous interactions. You couldn't see how Gu Sun felt about me and yet you dared to choose him as the guide. I thought it strange from the very beginning. Gu Sun. Song Mi's words trailed off midway, his Adam's apple moving as he swallowed down whatever he had intended to say. Zhou Mingming eagerly prodded, what about him? Song Mi's lips twitched into a half-smile, none of your damn business, get out. Zhou Mingming scrunched himself into a ball and rolled away with round, smooth movements. I know where I went wrong, Zhou Mingming muttered under his breath, it's because I'm not gay. Song Mi grabbed the bedside lamp and hurled it at him. Zhou Mingming was right in a way. The reason why Song Mi managed to discover the second illusion was entirely due to a fatal mistake made by Zhou Mingming. The initial guide wasn't Zhanji, it was Gu Sun. Something seemed off about Gu Sun, his eyes, his tone of voice, even his attitude towards Song Mi. When Song Mi held onto Gu Sun's fingers, Gu Sun didn't reciprocate by clasping his wrist. When Song Mi leaned on Gu Sun's shoulder, Gu Sun failed to wrap an arm around his back. When Song Mi developed a fever and struggled to get up, Gu Sun simply helped him steady himself. When Song Mi feared infecting others and asked Gu Sun to leave, Gu Sun actually left without question. The true realization of being inside an illusion, however, was something Song Mi couldn't bring himself to articulate. It all boiled down to just a feeling without concrete evidence. Gu Sun wasn't doting on him like before. Zhou Mingming tried his best to maintain a high and mighty demeanor as a companion. He hadn't foreseen that for Song Mi, Gu Sun meant more than just being a partner. This was also why halfway through the process, Zhou Mingming realized something was amiss and decided to wake Zhanji to take over as the guide. This revelation, a loss of security, and combined with the previous dissipation of Gu Sun within the illusion, caused Song Mi to verge on breaking down. To put it bluntly, it was pure melodrama laced with middle school angst. A simple hug from Gu Sun could have resolved everything, but thanks to Zhou Mingming's incompetence, the situation spiraled uncontrollably until even someone as dense as Song Mi started noticing things weren't right. That kind of subtle change could only be perceived by two people caught in the throes of flirtation. What is his illusion about? Song Mi suddenly asked. It's the same as yours, Zhou Mingming replied, at school. Why doesn't he want to come out then? Song Mi pressed further. He assumed it would involve lavish indulgence or some heavenly paradise. I don't know, Zhou Mingming sniffed, maybe it's because of you. By 8 in the evening, the sky had turned pitch black. Song Mi squatted by the door, starting to worry about Zhanji. Perhaps he shouldn't have let her go out alone in the first place. A petite young girl, whose legs were thinner than his arms, what if she ran into trouble out there? That'd be tantamount to feeding her to the wolves. She's terrifying. Zhou Mingming whispered cryptically, kills rats and rabbits without blinking. Song Mi. He recalled the time when Zhanji stabbed someone and finished them off with a throat slash, which seemed perfectly in character for her. Suddenly, a set of footsteps approached from a distance. Song Mi stood up, directing his gaze toward the end of the path. A towering man nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall carried a frail-looking girl in his arms, striding solemnly face by face until he stood directly in front of Songmi. Songmi smiled, brother. Liang-su gritted his teeth, widening his eyes, who the hell is your brother? Songmi. You disloyal bastard. I heard that Mr. Gu is dying. Liang-su placed a large hand protectively behind Zhangji's head as he bent down to step into the dilapidated room. I came to see the commotion. Songmi followed Liang-su inside. What happened to Zhangji? Are you only concerned now? Liang-su scoffed with a bitter laugh. She's just a young girl. She agreed to follow you guys, yet you let her go alone to find me. What if something bad had happened? Liang-su. Zhangji's voice sounded heavy and muffled, as if she had just woken up. We agreed you wouldn't lose your temper. Fine, Liang-su gave in instantly. I'll stay quiet. I don't want to argue with you. Songmi's expression darkened. Help if you will, otherwise leave. Do you think I wanted this? Liang-su entered the inner room, lifting the blanket to lay Zhangji down gently on the bed. I don't have time to waste with you all. Do whatever you need to do quickly, and after that, I'm taking Zhangji and leaving. Perhaps it was part of the deal Zhangji struck with Liang-su. Songmi sighed, realizing he couldn't afford to dwell too much on this. Rescuing Gu Sun took priority. He walked outside and dragged Zhou Mingming to the bedside. Alright, let me in. Songmi lay down next to Gu Sun. Then hurry up and come out. Zhou Mingming glanced at Liang-su, whose frame was twice as big as his, and nervously asked, where's the young madam? He wouldn't kill me, would he? Hurry. Songmi felt like he couldn't hold back any longer and might just kill him first. Zhou Mingming hesitated reluctantly and activated his ability. Songmi closed his eyes and felt as if all his senses were temporarily lost, like he was covered by a glass dome, completely isolated from the world. He recalled what Zhou Mingming had said before, curious about what random form his consciousness carrier might take this time. Not until light seeped through his eyelids and stimulated his pupils did some sound slowly return to Songmi's ears. There was a warm breeze brushing past his nose, just like spring. Songmi opened his eyes and saw the toe of a pair of red canvas shoes. Who pressed his face onto the ground? Wow, such a cute kitty. The owner of the red canvas shoes reached out and patted Songmi's head. Songmi, ? He stood up and looked down to see two furry little paws, black and white in color. Kitty, where do you come from? Songmi was picked up by the armpits. Stunned, he looked up and met an enlarged face of a girl. The girl's pupils were clear, reflecting Songmi's round eyes, and a pair of sharp cat ears. Shit. I turned into a cat. Chapter 36, Cat Rearing Routine. Songmi knew that the consciousness carrier was random, but he didn't expect it to be this random. He thought, even if he didn't get a cool, stylish guy or a tall, elegant woman, at least a cute short-legged girl would do. At least a human being could have normal conversations. But what he didn't expect was that he wasn't even human. Meow. Songmi tried to make a sound, only to trigger a group of excited screams. Oh my god, it's making noises. It's so adorable. Baby kitten. So cute. Songmi. What the hell, why? Throughout his life, apart from his own parents, no one had ever described him as cute. It's probably a stray cat. It's a little dirty. The girl held Songmi up in the air and examined him thoroughly. Let's take it home and give it a bath. Alright, but we have to lock it up first, her friend responded. Otherwise, if the dormitory supervisor auntie sees it, we'll be scolded and reported. Lock it up. That's absolutely unacceptable. Songmi curled his tiny paws and started struggling fiercely. Let me go. I still need to find my lover. Hey, it has quite a temper, the girl chuckled while tapping between Songmi's ears. Don't be afraid, little kitty. Afraid of ghosts. Songmi was too weak, he couldn't break free. We should hurry back before missing the lunch at the cafeteria. The girls grabbed Songmi and left. Songmi meowed all the way, but it did no good. If he dies on the battlefield without winning, he didn't want to end up stuck in the girls' dormitory forever without finding Gu Xian. He didn't want to be caged, didn't want to eat mushy cat food. He needed to find Gu Xian for cuddles. Where was Gu Xian? Just thinking about Gu Xian, Songmi suddenly felt energized. He revealed his sharp claws and apologized mentally before swiping hard against the girl's hand. Ah. In pain, the girl loosened her grip, causing Songmi to fall from a meter high onto the ground. Cats were flexible, with thick pads under their paws. Songmi didn't feel much pain when he fell and quickly scrambled up despite tripping over his legs. Don't run. Unexpectedly determined, the girl chased after Songmi relentlessly, clutching her hand. Songmi wasn't used to this body yet, nor to crawling on all fours. He stumbled as he ran, falling every few steps, nearly getting caught by the girl. What the fudge? A tiger fallen on hard times is mocked by dogs. Songmi never imagined he'd have such an embarrassing day. In a panic, Songmi made a sudden turn and crashed straight into a passerby's shoe. Whack. Songmi's head hurt, and stars spun in his vision. I'm sorry, the girl approached. My cat is a bit hyperactive. My cat? Who the hell says this cat is yours? Struggling to shake his head amidst the dizziness, Songmi opened his eyes. A blue-black basketball shoe came into view, it seemed familiar somehow. He looked up, seeing someone like a giant towering many meters high. It was too high, impossible to see his face clearly. But then, the giant squatted down. Songmi supported himself and tilted his little cat's head to look directly at the person. "You're mistaken," a familiar voice said from above. "This is my cat. Gu Xian. Gu Xian. Gu Xian." Songmi sprawled across Gu Xian's shoulder, using his dirty self to rub against his neck vigorously. What's called soulmates? What's called deep connection? Songmi truly felt the power of love this time. Meow meow meow. Songmi babbled in Gu Xian's ear, turning everything he said into soft hums resembling baby kitten coos. Language barriers caused communication problems. Songmi retracted his sharp claws and gazed at Gu Xian longingly. The boy's profile had sharp lines, looking just like a black and white sketch where the contrast was so distinct. This was the real Gu Xian, the same one who had gone through countless experiences together before. Songmi's heart overflowed with adolescent emotions, thrashing around recklessly in Gu Xian's embrace. Gu Xian carefully held the kitten, letting Songmi flail without restraint. It wasn't until they returned to the dorm room and Songmi was placed on the desk that things calmed down. Songmi watched Gu Xian strip off his shirt and enter the bathroom before realizing how tolerant this normally meticulous person had been to let such a filthy little cat act wildly on him. Songmi sat on the table, wagged his tail, and slowly regained his composure. If this had been any other time, encountering a kitten on the road might have at least prompted him to squat down and play for a moment. However, Gu Xian would probably not even spare a glance. Disliking small animals was one issue, but the root problem was likely his fear of dirt and viruses. So, Gu Xian's behavior just now should be considered abnormal. Songmi's tail perked up immediately, and his alertness skyrocketed. In this illusion, there was a chance that he might end up dying along with Gu Xian. He needed to quickly make Gu Xian realize that they were still trapped in the illusion and get them both back as soon as possible. Songmi spun around in place, trying to find paper and a pen to express his thoughts. But Gu Xian's desk was spotless, cleaner than his own face. Songmi had just caught sight of a penholder high on the desk and hadn't yet reached for it when someone suddenly picked him up by the armpits, supporting his hind legs and lifting him. Confused, Songmi turned around to see Gu Xian, whose hair was still damp, looking indifferent. Meow, Songmi called out Gu Xian's name. Gu Xian's index finger scratched Songmi's head before placing him into a basin filled with warm water. Songmi. No matter what, escaping bathing seemed impossible. However, the water temperature was just right, so taking a bath could actually be comfortable. Songmi lazily soaked in the basin, allowing Gu Xian to scrub his fur. But as Gu Xian continued, something began to feel off. Songmi tucked his tail between his legs, using his paws to protect his vital areas. Yet, Gu Xian didn't seem to notice anything unusual and even flipped Songmi over forcefully. Meow. A cloud of cat hair erupted as Songmi frantically jumped out of Gu Xian's hands, splashing him with soap water all over. Female cat, Gu Xian finally spoke. Songmi froze on the spot. Knock knock knock. 3 soft knocks echoed on the dormitory door. Gu Xian stood up straight and walked out of the bathroom. Femme. Female. Songmi immediately looked down at himself. Although he wasn't very familiar with the structure of a cat's body, he could clearly feel the absence of an important organ. Meow. A heart-wrenching scream of despair resounded from the bathroom. The kitty shampoo you requested, pest control included, said a student from school who specialized in running errands for others, handing a plastic bag to Gu Xian. The store also threw in some dental sticks for cats. Gu Xian glanced down, took the bag of dental sticks, and handed it back to the person outside. I don't need this. After closing the door, he tore open the shampoo packaging and swiftly returned to the bathroom. In the basin, Songmi was passionately cursing Zhou Mingming's ancestors for 18 generations while Gu Xian rolled up his pant legs, sat on a stool beside the basin, and officially began giving Songmi a bath. The water had already cooled, so Gu Xian fished out the tiny kitten with one hand and swapped the water for a slightly warmer batch. Defeated by reality, Songmi began to feel somewhat hopeless. He lay on the edge of the basin, watching Gu Xian squeeze out a large dollop of white shampoo, washing him 4 or 5 times until his fur nearly went bald before letting him go. After the bath, Songmi was wrapped in a dry towel as Gu Xian held him out on the balcony to bask in the warm noonday sun. Meow. Songmi sniffed his own freshly scented little paws and started to doze off under the sun. Gu Xian lowered his eyes, his fingers combed through the kitten's fur to help it dry quickly. What the hell, I'm a female cat. Songmi remained stuck in the shadow of his newly discovered gender. Would he get pregnant if mated with by a male cat? At the thought, Songmi trembled all over and burrowed desperately into Gu Xian's arms. Gu Xian's palms were large, his spread fingers could easily cradle the balled-up kitten. With his head lowered, his half-dried bangs hanging loosely over his forehead, his peaceful gaze revealed a meticulous gentleness. Meow. Songmi yawned wide with his mouth open. Gu Xian's palm stroked his head, pressing down gently on his 2 perked-up ears. Song Mi turned his head, allowing those soft ears to escape from under Gu Xian's palm. Gu Xian's long, calloused fingertips from frequent workouts occasionally brushed against his wet nose. Chin tilted upward, Song Mi chased after Gu Xian's fingers. Warm sunlight fostered a sense of satisfaction, and Gu Xian's thumb caressed the soft whiskers of the kitten, occasionally tapping his damp nose. Song Mi tilted his chin upwards, chasing after that finger. The warmth made contentment bloom easily, and Gu Xian's fingertip gently tickled the kitten's soft whiskers while occasionally brushing against his wet little nose. Song Mi tilted his head upward, chasing the movements of Gu Xian's fingers. Lost in pleasure, his vertical black pupils slowly narrowed. Under the warm glow, Song Mi's sharp little nose pressed affectionately against Gu Xian's finger, his mood light and carefree. Basking in the warmth of the sun together, all seemed well in their shared world. The furry claws pressed against Gu Sun's wrist as Song Mi's nose sniffed at the base of his fingers before extending his tongue to lick the underside of his third finger. A cat's tongue is rough, like sandpaper, grazing over sensitive fingertips and leaving a slightly wet trace behind. Gu Sun's fingers curled slightly, his thumb pressing on the damp spot for a moment before withdrawing. Song Mi had cut his sunbath short. Gu Sun carried him back into the dorm wrapped in a towel and carefully dried his fur with a hairdryer. Be good. Gu Sun tapped Song Mi lightly on the forehead and turned to leave the dorm. The door closed softly behind him, though it was unclear whether he locked it or not. But in Song Mi's current state, vulnerable as he was, it was probably better not to wander outside much anyway. If someone spotted him and decided to catch him, that would be one thing, but what if he encountered a dog with a habit of chasing cats for fun? He'd really be done for then. Standing on Gu Sun's bed, Song Mi placed his front paws on the railing and looked around the 4 beds in their dorm room as if inspecting troops. Zhao Cheng's bed was empty, he must have moved out. Hao Zhishuan's bed was also unoccupied, the bamboo mat likely still untouched from the start of the school term. This all seemed normal, and unchanged even in Gu Sun's illusion. But Song Mi couldn't help but feel something was off when he noticed his own desk opposite Gu Sun's bed. Everything there was neatly organized and clean. Previously, Song Mi hadn't thought too much about it, but now he increasingly felt this wasn't right. Although he sometimes went on sudden sprees of cleaning, this obsessive-compulsive level of neatness, where blankets were folded into perfect squares, keyboard wires meticulously coiled up, was beyond him. Maybe very few college students could achieve such tidiness. As Song Mi descended the steps leading to his own table, he found the slippers he liked wearing now sitting neatly on the top shelf of the shoe cabinet. He never put his slippers there, not even close to the top shelf. Song Mi leaped onto his expensive gaming chair and climbed onto the desk using its armrests. Lowering his head, he sniffed beside the keyboard and couldn't detect even a hint of instant noodles aroma. Sitting on the edge of the desk, he looked up at his own tidy table. All the items belonged to him, yet there was an unsettling strangeness among these familiar objects. Was this really his bed? Song Mi felt it was way too bizarre. Could it be that in Gu Sun's illusion, he himself was transformed into some enthusiastic learner, a disciplined young man who lived healthily, rose early, and slept early? After an indeterminate period of time, a creak sounded, the dormitory door reopened. Startled, Song Mi's hind legs lost their footing, nearly causing him to fall off the desk. A warm hand caught him mid-air and cradled him back into the arms. Curling his front paws, Song Mi looked up to see Gu Sun who had returned. Meow. Song Mi climbed up Gu Sun's clothing towards his chest and tilted his head to rub against him. Gu Sun's palm supported Song Mi's hind legs while his fingertips brushed the kitten's small ears, reaching into his pocket to pull out a pack of sausage. You must be hungry, Gu Sun said, taking out one sausage and peeling off its wrapping before offering it to Song Mi. Eat. Chapter 37, A Kiss. Song Mi's cat body was no bigger than the palm of a hand, and after devouring a sausage, he lay on the table, completely stuffed. Gu Sun scratched his round belly, then pulled out 2 books from the bookshelf. Classes this afternoon. Gu Sun glanced at the watch on his wrist. Do you want to come with me? Song Mi immediately jumped up and gave a cooperative meow. Gu Sun put the books into his backpack and cradled Song Mi, who was lying on the table, in his arms. Something wasn't quite right though. Song Mi leaned against Gu Sun's chest, sensing the problem. Wasn't Gu Sun being way too nice to a cat? He actually asked if it wanted to go to class with him. Could Song Mi even pull off such a thing? Isn't it clear that Gu Sun knows he's not just an ordinary cat? Meow. Song Mi's claws hooked onto Gu Sun's coat, climbing all the way up to his shoulder where he called out a few times near his ear. Gu Sun stroked his head as if he hadn't understood a word. Song Mi rubbed against the earlobe that was nearly transparent, catching sight of the bag of sausages still sitting on the table from the corner of his eye. Hadn't Gu Sun sent someone else for cat shampoo earlier? So why did he have to leave himself to buy the sausage? With Gu Sun guarding him, Song Mi left the dormitory building. Lifting his gaze, he saw the small supermarket downstairs. Their dormitory building was one of the closest ones to the supermarket. An errand like this shouldn't take more than 5 or 6 minutes back and forth. However, Gu Sun had been gone for at least 20 minutes. What else could he have done besides buying the sausage? Don't run around. Gu Sun removed Song Mi from his shoulder and carried him protectively in his arms. Despite Song Mi's suspicions and confusions, deep down, he loved Gu Sun without a doubt. In the past, when Gu Sun liked him, Songmi didn't cherish it enough, and now transformed into a cat, even confessing has become exceedingly difficult. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow. Songmi's nonsense only resulted in Gu Sun calmly stroking him down to calm him. You shouldn't meow much in class. Gu Sun lowered his eyes and said softly. Something is definitely off about Gu Sun. Even if he couldn't understand cat language, there was no way he wouldn't know that this cat isn't just any ordinary cat. Otherwise, how could Gu Sun be so nice to just a cat? Songmi was getting jealous. He needed to quickly find something, like a keyboard or paper, that could express his thoughts, telling Gu Sun as soon as possible that this place was an illusion and get them both out of here. During the period for the afternoon class, the main path across the school campus was bustling with people. Tall, leggy, and good-looking, Gu Sun naturally drew everyone's attention as he walked by already, but holding a black and white kitten made him even more noticeable. The combination of a handsome guy and a cute little cat attracted even more gazes. Songmi hadn't paid much attention before since his nerve endings were too thick, but now, knowing his own feelings, he wished to keep Gu Sun hidden away from prying eyes. Only then did he realize just how much of a flirt magnet this man was. Senior, is this your cat? Senior, your cat is adorable. Senior, I also love cats. Could we perhaps exchange contact information? Meow. Songmi stared fiercely, fur fluffed out, scaring off wave after wave of terrible admirers. Don't cause trouble. Gu Sun gently smoothed down Songmi's ruffled fur along his spine. Songmi felt annoyed. What trouble? He'd only meowed a few times. Meow, meow, meow. Songmi climbed higher onto Gu Sun's chest, ignoring the crowd, going all the way until he faced him. Gu Sun supported the little kitten, tilting his head slightly backward as if uncertain what Songmi intended to do. Songmi stood up straight, patting Gu Sun's smooth chin with his chubby paws before leaning in and pressing a kiss below his lips. The girls around let out delightful gasps, and even Gu Sun's steps faltered momentarily. Songmi felt rather smug, tapping Gu Sun's cheek in warning, as if saying the Empress consort was watching closely right here. Then suddenly, Songmi thought of a question. Why was Gu Sun alone heading to class today? Where was the illusory version of himself? Songmi hid back into Gu Sun's embrace, turning his head to glance toward the nearby teaching building. He still remembered the Gu Sun from within the illusion, the Gu Sun who would rather dissolve himself to send Songmi out of the illusion. So, was there perhaps another Songmi in this illusion? Another Songmi who loved Gu Sun just as much and was willing to stay by his side? If there really was, then it would make sense why Gu Sun might not want to leave the illusion. But if Gu Sun fell in love with the illusory self, then what would Songmi be? Songmi buried his face in Gu Sun's palm, sniffing carefully at the scent on his body. This was his Gu Sun, and no one could take him away, not even the version of himself from the illusion. 10 minutes later, Gu Sun arrived at the classroom. The situation Songmi feared didn't happen because he didn't see himself anywhere in the room. Songmi guessed that his other self probably skipped class to wander off somewhere again. In the familiar back row of the classroom were still those same classmates. Gu Sun placed his backpack on the desk, took out his textbook, and then pulled out his tablet. At the sight of the tablet, Songmi's eyes lit up. He no longer cared about the version of himself in the illusion, scrambling with his paws on Gu Sun's hand in an attempt to climb onto the desk. As long as Gu Sun turned on that tablet, he could open the Notes app and type messages directly for Gu Sun to see. But things didn't go as planned. Gu Sun pressed down on Songmi's kitten head, along with the tablet, and placed them both into the desk drawer. As the lecture began, Songmi paid no attention to what the teacher said. His focus was entirely on the tablet under his bottom. Open it. Open it. Songmi squatted on the tablet and began fiddling with the trifold protective cover. After spending half a class period, he finally managed to open the tablet's protective case. The case had a sensor, so the screen automatically lit up. Gu Sun's desktop background was a deep blue, calm and simple, just like him. Next came the password. Gu Sun's password was always the same, and Songmi knew it well. He carefully pressed the first digit with the soft pads of his paws. It worked. Overwhelmed with excitement, Songmi typed in the rest of the password and successfully unlocked the tablet. I'm such a genius, Songmi felt like dancing on the spot. Without hesitation, he opened the Notepad app but unexpectedly discovered two entries. 20x0/12/16. 20x0/12/17. Two records with only dates, logged over half a month ago. Songmi glanced at the current time displayed on the tablet, 20x0/4/13. The timeline in the illusion was before the ability outbreak, matching the timeline of his first illusion. But what was December 16th in Gu Sun's record? Furrowing his brows, Songmi suddenly realized something. That was the day they entered the illusion. Gu Sun had indeed known this was an illusion all along. Songmi's heart shook violently. Then Gu Sun must have known his true identity too. Without delay, Songmi opened a new note and painstakingly typed out a message, letter by letter. I am Songmi. This is an illusion. I'll take you out. As soon as he finished the last period, he quickly jumped onto Gu Sun's thigh and clawed at his clothes. Gu Sun put down his pen, leaned down, and stroked Song Mi's spine. The tablet in the desk drawer lit up, but he didn't even glance at it, instead closing the protective cover. Song Mi, just look at it once. Biting onto Gu Sun's sleeve, Song Mi used his hind legs to forcefully kick the tablet cover. Gu Sun simply picked up the tablet and stuffed it back into his bag. Song Mi was furious now, suspecting that Gu Sun was deliberately opposing him. You can never wake someone pretending to sleep, and Song Mi's usual tricks were clearly useless here. Meow my ass. Song Mi climbed straight onto Gu Sun's desk, squatting on top of the book and glaring at him defiantly. Gu Sun seemed somewhat helpless as he looked at the kitten in front of him. He pulled out a sausage from his pocket, tearing it slightly and bringing it close to Song Mi's mouth. With great dignity, Song Mi swatted the sausage aside with a paw. He then ripped a piece of scrap paper from Gu Sun with his mouth, using all four limbs to chew it into a heart shape and proudly presenting it by Song Mi's finger. Gu Sun couldn't help moving his fingers to pick up the heart that the kitten on the desk had made, though twisted and abstract, one had to look at it through lover's eyes to see its meaning. Wow, did your cat just become sentient? The student behind Gu Sun exclaimed in surprise. It bit out a peach. Peach. You're the peach, your whole family's peaches. Song Mi bared his sharp nails, preparing to carve out another phrase on the scrap paper, this time in English, for Gu Sun. But the next moment, Gu Sun gripped his waist and took him off the desk, forcibly pressing him down on his thigh. Be good. Twisting his body, Song Mi flipped over under Gu Sun's palm, using his hind legs to kick the warm, large hand while embracing two fingers with his forepaws and sticking out his tongue to lick them directly. Gu Sun twitched and immediately pulled away, leaving Song Mi free once more. He then started bouncing recklessly against Gu Sun's body. Alright, fine, I can't handle you anymore. Song Mi climbed onto Gu Sun's shoulder again, his claws pressing against the edge of Gu Sun's ear as he began calling into it. Meow meow. Go back with me. Meow meow meow. Are you insane? Meow 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 meow. I'll go out with you if we go back. The classroom was disrupted by cat calls, instantly drawing everyone's attention. I'm very sorry, I'll handle this. Gu Sun lifted Song Mi from his shoulder and stood up to leave the classroom. Meow. Song Mi struggled furiously in Gu Sun's arms. Don't be unreasonable, Gu Sun stopped in a corridor behind the teaching building after leaving, or I won't want you anymore. He spoke softly, not an ounce of credibility in his voice, even the most basic threat was meaningless. But Song Mi immediately deflated. Your sister, when has Gu Sun ever told him something like, I won't want you? Meow. Song Mi felt utterly wronged. Gu Sun held Song Mi and lifted him to face himself, scared. Song Mi turned his head away, refusing to look at him. Scared my ass. If you really didn't want me, then fine. Let's see who ends up more scared in the end. I was just teasing you. Gu Sun hugged Song Mi back warmly. Song Mi pushed against Gu Sun's chest, clearly resisting. Can you behave for a few days? Gu Sun looked down at Song Mi with a gaze filled with a soft request, his tone carrying negotiation. Song Mi placed his paws on Gu Sun's arm, stretching his neck upwards to peer into his eyes. Gu Sun's back was to the light, his pupils dark and profound like an endless ocean of deep blue. It was as though Song Mi saw a reflection of himself, the young, carefree boy within. Song Mi believed that Gu Sun could distinguish truth from falsehood, and that Gu Sun wouldn't be lost in illusions. There must have been his own reasons why Gu Sun didn't want to leave the illusion. Would behaving for a few days be enough? Song Mi stared at Gu Sun, unable to resist moving closer to him. In the sunlight, Gu Sun seemed surrounded by a layer of gentleness, making him feel all warm and cozy. Yet Song Mi knew, Gu Sun's warmth belonged only to him, and his kindness extended only to Song Mi. How had he once allowed such a person to be sad or upset? Song Mi's forepaws pressed against Gu Sun's chin. His round cat eyes wide open, Song Mi gently nudged Gu Sun's lips with his furry little mouth. Our partner deserves indulgence, doesn't he? Just for a few days. Chapter 38, Once. Song Mi didn't know what Gu Sun was up to, but since she had agreed to be obedient for a few days, she might as well play along. After finishing her afternoon classes, Gu Sun carried Song Mi back to the dormitory. He didn't go to the library today and instead lounged like a retired official, quietly stroking his little cat on the desk. Song Mi, lying on Gu Sun's arm, closed her eyes contentedly under his caresses. By now, Song Mi was 100% certain that Gu Sun definitely knew that this cat was herself. What baffled her was how Gu Sun figured it out and why he stayed in the illusion rather than leaving. Meow, Song Mi stepped on Gu Sun's sleeve, attempting to climb onto his lap again. Gu Sun supported Song Mi, lifting her close to his face. Sniffing Gu Sun's scent, Song Mi affectionately rubbed her cheek against his neck. Gu Sun made no movement except raising his hand to keep her steady so she wouldn't fall. After having her fill of affection, Song Mi leapt onto Gu Sun's desk, nudging the closed laptop with her nose. Even though she had promised Gu Sun to behave for a few days, she still wanted to talk to him. Gu Sun rested his fingers on the edge of the computer but did not turn it on. Song Mi crouched next to his hand, meowing twice. Gu Sun remained expressionless and didn't cater to her request. Now desperate, Song Mi used both her paws and legs to pry open the monitor. Don't ask, Gu Sun said softly. You'll find out. Songmi tilted her little cat head, not understanding what Gu Sun meant. She hadn't intended to ask anything, she simply wanted to express her feelings to Gu Sun. Pushing her head beneath Gu Sun's palm, Songmi coaxed his touch, rubbing against the center of his palm. She wanted Gu Sun to know that even if they left this illusion and returned to reality, she would still choose to stay by his side, always and forever. Looking at the kitten before him, Gu Sun's usually calm gaze flickered with a trace of emotion. His fingertip traced over her long whiskers, landing near her fluffy mouth. Opening her mouth, Songmi's rough tongue licked at his finger. Changing into a cat seemed to alter some of her habits as well. However, after only a couple licks, Gu Sun retracted his finger. Without warning, he stood up, picked up the coat hanging on the rack, draped it over himself, and walked out. Confused, Songmi watched from atop the table as Gu Sun disappeared from view. Unable to remain in the corridor due to the dorm's no-pet policy, Songmi returned to the room. Jumping onto Gu Sun's desk, she found, inside a pen holder, missing just one pen, a torn-out phone number from a promotional flyer. Gu Sun never kept useless things, whose number could this be? Songmi memorized the number, then carefully placed the paper strip back in its original position. Next, she jumped off the desk and rummaged through her drawer. Songmi remembered at the start of the semester, when she had pursued faster internet speeds, she specifically got a telecom SIM card. She was even given a phone with the card which had since been left neglected in the drawer collecting dust. Though she hadn't noticed much improvement in her telecom internet connection speed afterward, she never expected that it would come in handy now. The drawer was tricky to open, requiring significant effort from Songmi, who managed inch by inch using her tiny spine to push it wide open from beneath the table. Not only was she utterly exhausted from this effort, but she had forgotten the phone number too. So, Songmi scurried back to Gu Sun's desk to remember the number again, bouncing back to her own drawer. To Songmi's surprise, in the drawer lay not only her old telecom feature phone but also her currently active smartphone. Shit. Could he live without a phone? Songmi was astonished. She would get frantic within moments without her phone, yet Songmi had spent an entire afternoon outside the dorm. If she forgot to bring it, it should have been left on the table. Why was it in the drawer? Songmi felt a chill run down her spine, realizing she was entangled in a massive mystery. Where was the Songmi inside the illusion? And where did Gu Sun go? Before Songmi could mull over these questions deeply, she sat inside the drawer and turned on her phone. There was an unread message, it was Shermay. Songmi opened the chat with her mom and discovered that they were conversing just yesterday. However, it was a text-based conversation. Since there was no voice communication or phone calls, the person typing on this end could be human, ghost, or even a cat for all she knew. But thanks to the lack of voice data, Songmi deduced from the chat records that she had supposedly gone on vacation. Amongst various scenic photos, Shermay was apparently deceived by the illusion. Vacation without a phone? Ridiculous. Confounded for a moment, Songmi closed the conversation with Shermay and clicked on the Add Friend option, entering the string of numbers she found on Gu Sun's desk. Sure enough, there was a valid signal. Songmi instantly sent a friend request. Since he was a cat, he couldn't make phone calls. If he wanted to understand the situation thoroughly, the best way would be to add someone as a friend and send messages. The other side almost instantly agreed and sent Songmi a 2-second voice clip. Who are you? The voice on the message was rough, with a touch of dialect, sounding like someone from City X. Songmi quickly typed back a response. However, compared to a tablet, the phone screen was much smaller. It took her cat paws a long time to type out, I'm Gu Sun's friend. Very soon, the other side sent another voice clip. Who's Gu Sun? Songmi was just wondering when the other side sent another voice clip almost immediately. Oh. Gu Sun, right? He rented my house. What's up? Gu Sun renting a house outside? Songmi was even more surprised. Gu Sun had been living comfortably in his dorm, why rent another house outside? She curled her claws, preparing to ask for the address of the house. Just then, the door of the dormitory let out a soft creaking sound. A startled Songmi turned around to see Gu Sun standing beside the table. Meow. Songmi, nearly scared to death, collapsed like a limp cat on Gu Sun's shoulder, barely moving. Gu Sun stroked her back while carrying her out of the dormitory. Hidden in Gu Sun's coat, Songmi peeked out through the collar with a pair of perfectly round cat eyes, looking around at this familiar campus. 10 minutes ago, Gu Sun had discovered that she was using his phone to chat with someone else. But Gu Sun didn't react strongly. He simply picked Songmi up from the drawer, left the glowing phone as it was, and closed the drawer again. Once they exited the dorm building, Songmi emerged from the coat. She retook her usual perch on his shoulder, her tail occasionally swiping against Gu Sun's ears. Most of the time, Gu Sun ignored her, unless her tail came close to his mouth or nose, whereupon he would raise his hand to brush it away. The night breeze in April was cool but carried hints of early summer. Gu Sun walked aimlessly across the campus with Songmi. They strolled down covered walkways, past lakesides, through clusters of towering buildings, and across wide plazas. Finally, Gu Sun stopped by a cluster of bamboo groves next to a gravel path. It was raining that day, Gu Sun suddenly spoke. Drowsy Songmi shook her head and propped herself up. You popped out from here, splashing water all over my pants. Song-mi tilted her head, looking at the tranquil bamboo forest, and seemed to have some vague memory of it. I was a little mad, but you didn't notice, Gu-sun said softly, as if telling a story unrelated to himself. You were holding a cat, asking me to lend you an umbrella, and soaked my sleeves too. Song-mi. Wasn't this something that happened during their freshman year? Did Gu-sun remember it so vividly? After I agreed to share my umbrella with you, you ended up accepting someone else's. Gu-sun lifted his foot and turned to leave. At the time, Song-mi had been braving the light rain to catch a stray cat for their club's senior member. The cat had run into the bamboo forest, and Song-mi followed. Later, he met Gu-sun, who was holding an umbrella, and temporarily took shelter under his umbrella from the rain. Afterward, the senior member fetched an umbrella for Song-mi, so he stopped sharing with Gu-sun. Such a normal thing, what was the problem? You have many friends, Gu-sun said lightly. I know. Song-mi tilted her head and looked at Gu-sun's face. Gu-sun lowered his gaze, his long lashes casting shadows before his clear eyes. Song-mi had many friends, not just Gu-sun. But Gu-sun had few friends, only Song-mi. With both front paws, Song-mi hugged Gu-sun's neck, rubbing her warm head against him. Yellow streetlights illuminated the road, painting the dark night with warm hues. A gentle evening breeze ruffled the hair at Gu-sun's temples. Song-mi, Gu-sun kept walking forward as he spoke slowly, I've been waiting for you. Song-mi stopped her movements and tilted her head to listen to what Gu-sun would say next. For you to realize. I'm a monster. Chapter 39, Song-mi 2.0. The night's wind seemed to be accompanied by a drizzle, dampness mixed with a bit of cold. Song-mi curled her tail, tucking her small self against the side of Gu-sun's neck. A monster? Song-mi pressed against Gu-sun's warm skin, watching his Adam's apple move slightly as he swallowed. Even someone as calm and confident as Gu-sun could get nervous. Song-mi lifted her tiny paw, touching Gu-sun's jaw. What kind of monster? Once I'm out there, you're my precious little sweetheart, and if you're a monster, you're one like those cute and invincible villains in children's cartoons. The little kitten straightened herself up, leaning into the warmth of Gu-sun's hand. Her white furry belly peeked out, showing her trust in him. Meow. Song-mi flailed her small paws, pushing her back legs forward until they bumped against Gu-sun's chin. I'm talking to you, Gu-sun scratched the fur on Song-mi's neck with his index finger. Did you hear me? Meow woo. Song-mi tilted her head, rubbing it against Gu-sun's fingers. She thought, asking what? What am I supposed to answer? I can't speak, and you won't look at my typing, so how am I supposed to respond? Gu-sun watched the kitten playing happily on his palm for a while, then sighed after a moment. Never mind. At 11 o'clock at night, the dormitory door was closing. Song-mi nestled next to Gu-sun's pillow, yawning with her mouth open. Gu-sun went to sleep early, climbing into bed just past 10. Today, perhaps due to Song-mi sitting by him, he hadn't fallen asleep yet. Song-mi lay on the bed, rubbing against Gu-sun's cheek with affection. Gu-sun turned sideways, meeting those vertically slit pupils that glimmered with an emerald glow in the dark. He reached out and stroked the kitten's back. Though he seemed to have nothing to say, he couldn't help but speak out. Gu-sun opened his mouth and called Song-mi's name. Song-mi. Song-mi placed her front paws on Gu-sun's cheek, lowering her head to nuzzle her nose against his tall bridge. Meow. Her voice was very light, as though responding to Gu-sun's earlier call. The night was quiet, footsteps occasionally passing in the hallway, only to fade away soon after. Darkness, the bed, their eyes locked, two hearts deeply in love. Song-mi always felt there was some vague intimacy between her and Gu-sun, but everything failed because she was a cat. Come on. Why don't we go further, animal style? Song-mi was dying of frustration. Meow. Her shoulders slumped, and she rolled around on the bed. Gu-sun kept his hand over the edge of the bed to prevent her from falling off. Ah. I can't behave myself anymore. I want to go outside, I want to turn back into a human, I want to take off Gu-sun's pants and spank his butt. Meow meow meow. Meow meow. Meow 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 meow. After venting for a while, Song-mi wrestled on Gu-sun's chest in anger until she grew tired and sleepy. She smelled Gu-sun's scent, laying her head on his broad, warm chest and fell into a deep sleep. Gu-sun's hand gently gathered the kitten resting on his chest, waited a few moments, and then carefully moved her to his pillow side before covering her with a thin blanket. The cat's breathing was so light that Gu-sun couldn't even feel it. Therefore, every minute or so, he had to tilt his head to check on Song-mi to ensure she was still there. Time passed slowly, Song-mi's tail wrapped up, looking like she was deeply asleep. In the dark, Gu-sun sat up and pulled the thin blanket around the kitten tighter. He stared at the black curtains that absorbed all the light for a while, then silently got out of bed. When the dormitory door opened, it made a soft sound. Gu-sun looked back at his bed, hesitated for a few seconds, and then stepped out, closing the door behind him. After a short moment of corridor light entering the room, the darkness returned. About half a minute later, Song-mi shook her ears and stood up from beside Gu-sun's pillow. The dormitory door wasn't locked, so Song-mi pushed it open and immediately ran towards the exit of the dorm building. The night was quiet, and the vast campus was deserted, making it somewhat eerie. Gu-sun walked alone in the dimly lit path, wearing a black coat, resembling a protagonist preparing to accomplish something great in a movie. Song-mi was tense, her heart pounding. But being a cat, her paw pads were soft, and she moved without any sound. And being such a small creature, she could easily hide in the bushes on the roadside, so tracking became relatively easier. Still, Song-mi was extremely cautious. With his intelligence, was it even possible to stealthily follow Gu-sun? She even suspected that Gu-sun didn't actually notice because he was pretending. So where was Gu-sun taking her? Song-mi had a faint impression in her mind, but she wasn't sure. University X was located in the suburbs, surrounded almost entirely by trees except for a few other schools. Under the dim streetlight, mosquitoes buzzed around. Even through the layers of leaves, little light was cast. Gu-sun just walked on the road full of fallen leaves, step by step, as if it would never end. His figure was lonely, even somewhat desolate. Song-mi felt heartache and wanted to walk beside him. The one cat walked for about 10 minutes when Gu-sun stopped at the entrance of a residential community. He paused, turning his face to look at the grass where Song-mi had hidden. Song-mi. Indeed, he'd noticed long ago, right? No, it should be that Gu-sun deliberately brought her here, right? Forget it, this is already meaningless. Song-mi followed Gu-sun into the community and entered a building. He no longer cared about whether he had been exposed or not, even walking openly behind Gu-sun. There's a basement. Song-mi only thought it was not good. Gu-sun took out the key and opened the door but did not go inside. Song-mi hesitated for a while, then stepped out from the wall. Meow. She softly called out. Gu-sun looked down at her, stepping back half a pace to give her room to pass. This means I'm supposed to go in. Song-mi lifted her forepaws, hesitating for a moment. Gu-sun squatted down, stretching out a hand toward Song-mi. Song-mi then went over, showing great trust as she rubbed against Gu-sun's fingers. Gu-sun gathered her into his arms and pushed Song-mi into the room. The basement was still a rough concrete unfinished house, with a bed placed in the middle. In the faint light, Song-mi saw herself sitting on the bed. Or maybe it should be said, the illusory Song-mi. Not exactly, Song-mi took a half step forward because she couldn't see the face. The person sitting on the bed had their face wrapped in bandages. There was a slight smell of blood in the air. Song-mi's heartbeat quickened as she turned back to look at Gu-sun. He looks like you. Gu-sun's voice was very light, as though talking about something unimportant. I ruined his face. Song-mi stood frozen on the spot, unable to recover for quite some time. The sound of chains dragging on the ground hit Song-mi's eardrums. What had Gu-sun done? A soft sound, Gu-sun closed the door. Song-mi got a shock and took several steps into the room. She was getting farther and farther away from Gu-sun. Are you afraid? Gu-sun stood at the door, his gaze bleak. I've always wanted to do this. Lock you up so you can only look at me. Song-mi made many mental preparations, but when the moment truly came, she still couldn't handle it. Song-mi, the person on the bed uttered a hoarse voice, is that a cat? Song-mi turned to look at the illusory Song-mi, her heart almost stopping. Is this an illusion? That person continued asking, is it fake? Listening to the familiar voice, Song-mi didn't know what to do. That's Song-mi. Even in the illusion, it's a conscious Song-mi. Thinking of the Gu-sun who dissipated with the wind, Song-mi's heart ached as though squeezed, too painful to make a sound. How could Gu-sun treat him like this? You can leave. Gu-sun leaned against the wall, as if giving up, lowering his head and sighing deeply. I'll stay here. He could endure it before, but he couldn't accept rejection. Every time he thought about Song-mi pushing him away, Gu-sun felt as if he had died, losing control of himself. I don't want to go out. Gu-sun slowly squatted down along the wall, the once calm tone trembling for the first time. Let me stay here. Stay in pain and regret, using endless torment to suppress the dark side that shouldn't exist within. Even if losing control doesn't matter, because this is an illusion, right? Time seemed to have stopped, with 2 humans and 1 cat in this empty room, the atmosphere becoming strange. Truly, an illusion, the person on the bed muttered. I'm actually fake. Song-mi slowly approached the bed, jumping onto it by pulling at the quilt edge. Looking at the familiar young man in front of her, tears were almost falling. Good. The illusory Song-mi reached out and patted the kitten's head. His vocal cords seemed to have been run over multiple times by wheels, hoarse beyond measure. If this really is an illusion, you should take him out, otherwise it would be too hard for me. Song-mi's eyes watered, licking his finger. Could I be my own substitute? The illusory Song-mi smiled. Unfortunately, most of his facial features were hidden under the bandages. Unclear. I haven't spoken for a long time. He wouldn't let me speak. Almost drove me crazy. Gu-sun looked up and glanced at the chatty young man. I thought he was just bluffing at first, but now I know it's true. Everything Gu-sun said is right. This place is indeed an illusion. Otherwise, how could there be such a well-behaved cat? Song-mi saw one eye through the gaps in the bandages. That eye was clean and clear, filled with laughter. Are you uncomfortable? Don't be, the illusory Song-mi said. Apart from cutting my face, he hasn't done anything else. Oh, except not letting me talk, especially not allowing me to call him Boss Gu, or he'd go crazy right on the spot. Song Mi. It really was himself, his comedian nature hadn't changed. Almost 2 weeks locked up here, I can barely hold on, the illusory Song Mi poked the kitten's chin, when gods fight, the mortals suffer. Stop playing with me, you two should leave quickly. Song Mi pressed down on that slender finger, trembling slightly. Alright, I'm just fake, the illusory Song Mi slapped the kitten's bottom, hurry up and take him away, don't torment me anymore. Song Mi was pushed off the bed, hopping a few steps until he reached Gu Sun's side. Gu Sun's eyes were half closed as he met Song Mi's gaze. A moment later, he turned his face away, no longer looking at Song Mi. I'll send you out, Gu Sun murmured softly. Meow. Song Mi instantly went wild, directly leaping onto his calf. This was Gu Sun's illusion, if Gu Sun insisted on sending him out, it wasn't impossible. But if Song Mi really left, then if he wanted to come back in, perhaps it wouldn't be possible. In that case, Gu Sun would stay forever inside the illusion. Then the real Gu Sun would truly be dead. No. Gu Sun. Song Mi clung onto his calf and climbed into Gu Sun's embrace. No. However, Song Mi was a cat. Apart from meowing, he couldn't make any other sound. Please, don't. Song Mi felt like his heart was about to break apart. His body and mind felt like they were tearing apart as Song Mi plunged into immense pain. Darkness enveloped his vision, and gradually, he began to sense the presence of his own body. He'd experienced this once before, it was the feeling of disengaging from an illusion. He was about to wake up. Boss Gu. Just before he completely detached, Song Mi heard his own voice. Even though I don't have those feelings towards you, it seems like the real me might have them after all. Chapter 40, About the Bride. Boom. A tremendous explosion jolted Song Mi back to reality as his consciousness wavered. The flying dust and rock fragments almost hit his face. Song Mi felt a sharp pain in his waist, as if he'd been thrown like a rag doll. Shit. A familiar curse rang in his ear. Song Mi snapped to full awareness and pushed himself up with his palms. As he rose, streaks of water slid down his face. He wiped hastily and found his hand covered with sticky blood. The whooshing sounds were incessant. Turning his head, Song Mi checked on the person beside him and twisted his wrist slightly, almost startling himself to death. Shit. Who the hell was this bloody monster all over blood? But before Song Mi could react, this creature of blood dived straight into the dark ahead. Its fingers tightly grabbed the edge of something, actually flinging the whole shadow into the air. Shadow? Could it actually move? The part uncovered by the shadow briefly lit up, but quickly fell back into darkness. Song Mi noticed Gu Sun lying not far away. Gu Sun! He shouted loudly. But before he could rush over, the monster suddenly hugged Gu Sun around the waist and threw him toward Song Mi. Catch! This voice was hoarse, with a slight break. It sounded familiar, yet Song Mi couldn't quite recall who it belonged to. He caught Gu Sun in one swift motion, settling him behind him using the force from the throw. Gu Sun was still warm, still breathing, alive. Song Mi's heart settled momentarily. Just as he turned his head, he saw that the monster was rushing at him. With reflexes honed from months of life and death battles, Song Mi instinctively raised his arms to block. That monster somersaulted to avoid the attack, propped itself up, and swore, to hell with it. I risk my life to save you, and when you wake up, you don't bow to me in gratitude, but instead try to hit me? Liang-su. Song Mi exclaimed, thinking he must have gone mad to see such a thing. It seemed to come back to him. Before bed, Liang-su had been called back by Zhangji to protect them. Still, the sheer desperation Liang-su showed earlier while pulling Gu Sun back was unexpected for Song Mi. Huff. A strange cold wind swept past his ear. Song Mi ducked instantly, lifting his foot for a fierce kick backward. What the hell is going on? Song Mi shouted loudly. Song Mi. Zhangji's voice cut through the chaos. Song Mi's ears perked up, catching a metallic sound amidst the deafening booms. Zhangji. GG. Liang-su barked furiously, don't move. Don't call her, Song Mi. She can't move. In response to the sound, Song Mi gripped the hilt of his long sword and swung it horizontally across the misty darkness. Clang. It was solid. Realizing this instantly, Song Mi reversed his grip on the blade, using the tip as a pivot point to gain leverage in the air, then delivered a powerful kick onto the thick black shadow. Sure enough, it was tangible. Standing on the shadow without lingering, Song Mi circled through the air and returned to stand beside Liang-su. What the hell is this thing? Song Mi held the long sword firmly with both hands, standing apart with legs spread in a defensive stance. I don't know which little bastard it is, Liang-su wiped the blood stains, standing back to back with Song Mi amidst the heavy darkness, capable of turning shadows into physical entities, tougher than I am. It was night, and there were shadows everywhere. How the hell are we supposed to fight? Why isn't that deadpan face awake yet? Liang-su blocked an invisible dark attack while panting heavily, I ain't gonna last till sunrise. We can't win against this brute strength. Song Mi glanced at the sky, it looked like dawn was still some time away. Where's Zhangji? Songmi asked again. While they were fighting here, what about Janji? She was taken by this jerk. Liang-su retreated a few steps, standing in an open space, but the bastard's female. She said she only fights men. Faint moonlight spilled onto the earth, tree shadows swaying in the night breeze. Songmi stood beside Liang-su with Gu Sun on his back, glancing down at his own feet. Speaking of which, don't we also have our own shadows? Songmi asked. Oh, no problem. Our own shadows don't attack us, Liang-su replied. Will your shadow attack me? Just as Songmi finished speaking, Liang-su's shadow started moving irregularly underfoot. It surged upward like a ghost crawling out of the ground, bracing itself against the soil to rise. Shit. Songmi truly got scared. Liang-su watched Songmi's shadow also start climbing, swiftly putting distance between them. You've got blessed lips. Clang. 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 The shadow was as hard as cast iron, repeatedly striking against Songmi's long sword, vibrating through his arms until they felt numb. Songmi gritted his teeth, increasing his force. He kicked Liang-su's shadow with a swift kick and slashed his sword across the shoulder of the shadow. Shit. Liang-su in the distance grunted while covering his shoulder. Can't fight. Songmi immediately retracted his sword. This damn thing, is it a substitute attack? We gotta take out the controller. Liang-su roared as he flung the shadow aside. Songmi glanced around. Everything that could be smashed or destroyed had already been obliterated by Liang-su. Yet there were no ghostly shadows in control. Or we can just drag this out, Songmi panted heavily, engaging the shadow in a Tai Chi-like manner. Until sunrise. As he spoke, a sudden feeling came over him, emptiness behind him. Songmi abruptly turned, barely catching sight of a fleeting ghostly shadow. In the next moment, his body became weightless, crazily chasing after that shadow. Gu Sun. Songmi watched helplessly as Gu Sun was pulled into a thick darkness. Gu Sun. Furious grief distorted Songmi's features, thin veins of blood appearing in his eyes. Aya. Liang-su descended like a cannonball, colliding head-on with the shadow holding Gu Sun. A strange shiver coursed through Songmi, as if Liang-su's body instantly increased in weight by several degrees, breaking through the black shadow with a deafening crash. Splash. It sounded like shattered glass. The black shadow broke into countless pieces under the weight of Liang-su's body. Songmi immediately scooped up the still unconscious Gu Sun, quickly relocating to a safer place. Gu Sun, Songmi's voice trembled as he tightly embraced Gu Sun in his arms. Wake up. He believed if Gu Sun knew of the danger they were facing, he would never let himself stay asleep. No one could beat Gu Sun, except for himself. Until his heart knot was untied, Gu Sun could never escape this state. I like you, I love you, Songmi cradled Gu Sun's shoulders, pressing his cold lips to his forehead. I can't live without you, I'll die. Don't leave me here alone. Please, wake up. Shit. Liang-su, who struggled to get up from the ground like an overweight bowling pin, gasped, you two really are having something going on. The crushed shadow fragments on the ground began to slowly gather together again, while Liang-su's legs produced clang-clang sounds as he ran. Hurry up and turn me back, Liang-su demanded from Songmi, I'm too heavy. At the time when Gu Sun was captured, Songmi's latent ability had suddenly surged, directly taking control of Liang-su's entire body. But now that Songmi had calmed down, he didn't know how to deactivate his own power. Songmi picked up Gu Sun and retreated. I don't fucking know how. Don't bullshit me. Liang-su swung a punch, driving away a patch of dark shadow. Quick. I'm running out of strength. I really don't fucking know. Songmi wielded his long sword, helping Liang-su slash through the dark shadow ahead. You're halfway there. Liang-su panted more heavily. Not only did he have to defend himself from attacks, but he also had to deal with his own body's extra weight, gradually exhausting all his energy. Don't move anymore, Songmi placed his hand on Liang-su's shoulder. Let's drag this out. If they could hold out until dawn, with fewer shadows around, perhaps the battle would become easier. We can't drag it out. Zhanji's voice interrupted them again. Look at the, ugh. Her words got cut off midway, accompanied by muffled struggles indicating someone might be covering her mouth and nose. Zhanji. Liang-su nearly lost his mind, charging toward the source of the sound. Don't rush. Songmi held Liang-su back, shouting, Zhanji, stop talking. Protect yourself. Songmi's chest rose and fell violently, though outwardly calm. Inside his mind raced with thoughts about what Zhanji had said before she was interrupted. Look at the ground. What about the ground? Which ground? Songmi scanned their surroundings briefly, noticing a few small piles of stones outside the fighting area. Those piles were absolutely not naturally stacked rocks. They were deliberately layered markings. Judging from Liang-su's loss of blood, combat must have continued for some time before Songmi regained consciousness. And now, with Liang-su's stamina nearing depletion and the shadow controller remaining elusive, their situation grew dire. Gu Sun remained unconscious. Zhanji had been captured. Out of the four of them, only Songmi was left to hold on for a bit longer. Even though Zhanji was controlled by the enemy, she still managed to rationally analyze the problem and make markers. As a man, Song Mi couldn't afford to panic either. Song Mi took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. If Gu Sun were here, what would he do? Just thinking about Gu Sun softened a part of Song Mi's heart. He gripped the long knife and closed his eyes. Stay calm. A little more. The enemy hadn't lost a single drop of blood yet, while they were all gravely injured. The longer they dragged this out, the less favorable it would be for them. And in such a situation, there was no way they could hold out until sunrise, especially since winter nights were long and days were short. Even if they reached daylight, the sun might not shine brightly enough. A quick battle to conclusion was necessary. Song Mi roughly traced the path connected by the marked piles of stones. If he followed this path swiftly, perhaps he could catch the manipulator. But Gu Sun was still on his back. With Gu Sun on his back, Song Mi couldn't increase his speed. Yet leaving Gu Sun behind was something Song Mi resisted a million times over. What if he left Gu Sun with Liang Su? This thought crossed Song Mi's mind quickly. Liang Su was only barely able to keep himself safe now. If Gu Sun was added to his burden, their combined effectiveness would equal 0, one attempt and they'd be caught instantly. It seemed as if the situation had fallen into an impasse. Abandon Gu Sun. Song Mi would rather die right here. Yet if he died, what about Liang Su and Zhangji? Song Mi gritted his teeth, unable to make a decision. Why did it always have to be him making these choices? In the end, it was because he wasn't strong enough. Clang. Liang Su forced Song Mi to dive under an ambush from a ghostly shadow that came from behind. Lying on the ground, Liang Su stretched out his arms and legs. What are you daydreaming about? Liang Su gasped heavily, I'm about to die from exhaustion. Song Mi pulled Liang Su up, I'm thinking. Liang Su laughed sarcastically, with that brain of yours? Doubtful. Aren't you refusing to team up with us anymore? Song Mi tilted his head and asked, why are you risking your life to save me? Just keeping my promise to my wife. Liang Su raised his arm, annoyed, got nothing to do with you. Song Mi snorted lightly, all right. Some things didn't need to be clarified, comradeship formed amidst flashes of swords and spilt blood didn't require explicit articulation. Brother, I'm sorry. Song Mi adjusted Gu Sun further up on his back, but I also made a promise to my wife. I can't abandon him. Chapter 41, Settling Accounts in Autumn. Is he your wife? There was a look of great disdain on Liang Su's face. I don't believe it. Song Mi had already grown tired of arguing with him over who was whose wife. Anyway, Gu Sun was still unconscious, so whoever said who was the wife, that would be the wife. You'd better not die. After Song Mi finished speaking to Liang Su, he quickly took off his shirt, grabbed both sleeves, and tied Gu Sun securely onto his back. Although he knew how much he weighed, perhaps there might be an instant when potential energy bursts forth. If he could control Liang Su, then maybe he could also control Gu Sun on his back. If that didn't work, he would close his eyes and wildly grab around. A barefoot man fears not one wearing shoes, anyway life or death. If Gu Sun really didn't come out, he would go to accompany him. In just a few short seconds, Song Mi thought about a lot. He concluded in the end that his entire life had been too despicable. He had let down his parents, his brothers, and Gu Sun. If he were fortunate enough to survive this time, he would surely become a good person afterward. Mr. Gu, Song Mi held his long sword and then changed tone, sweetheart, baby Gu. The darkness ahead was thick, danger lurking everywhere. You must wake up sooner rather than later, Song Mi said, otherwise, if you wake up too late and see me dead, I'm afraid you'll go out and wreak havoc on society. His Gu baby, apart from being psychologically deranged, had no other issues. Song Mi feared that if he died, no one would take care of him, and thus the world would gain another despotic big boss. Song Mi was always paying attention to his surroundings while simultaneously connecting various marked points given by Zhangji, planning the route in his mind, waiting for the next offensive move from the opponent. Hum. There was a sound as an overturned plastic rain shelter shook. Song Mi flipped the edge of his blade, reflecting the cold light of the moon. This is it. In an instant, Song Mi greatly reduced the weight of himself and Gu Sun, rapidly leaving this flat square. His speed was extremely fast, and even remnants of his figure were hard to spot in the dark night. With a soft swish, that was the sound of the blade slicing through the air. The shadows here hadn't been materialized yet, and their controller wasn't present. Song Mi immediately followed the planned path, leaping swiftly to the next place. No, it's not fast enough. Song Mi gritted his teeth, switching the grip on his long sword, thrusting straight into the fog-like darkness before his eyes. Clink. The tip of the blade collided with something hard, sparks flying off. Song Mi's arm tingled momentarily, and he immediately retreated his upper body. Due to momentum, he stepped on the shadow and landed with a backward flip. Did it get through? Song Mi didn't have time to ponder further, immediately increasing the gravity, swinging the long sword in his hand with great force downwards. The noise was far louder than what Liang Su had caused earlier. The darkness was like a black cloth, directly torn into two pieces. Song Mi's arms, along with his eardrums and brain, were harshly shaken. Numb. And buzzing constantly. And amidst this darkness, Song Mi saw a stunned face. The manipulator. At the same moment, the long sword shattered with a sound, disintegrating into shards in midair. Oh no! Which passionate manga protagonist has their sword break at such a crucial moment? Dying from getting pierced by one's own sword would certainly be a miserable way to die. Die and be done with it. Songmi gritted his teeth, welcoming the oncoming barrage of knives and grabbing someone directly. 1 for 1, no losses. But the next second, the person in the darkness moved quickly away, and Songmi barely caught a strand of hair. Too slow. The blades grazed his cheek, drawing blood. Songmi raised his hand to protect his neck, ready to plunge into the darkness. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind him and covered Songmi's eyes. Songmi's heart startled, and he was immediately pulled back. His head bumped against a broad and strong shoulder. Songmi looked up suddenly but was pressed down by someone holding the back of his head. Don't move. It was Gu Sun's voice. Songmi's eyes watered. Okay. The sound of this person, along with his scent, felt like a natural tranquilizer, instantly making Songmi feel secure. Gu Sun woke up. With Gu Sun around, everything would be fine. Once his feet touched the ground, Songmi let go of Gu Sun, raising his hand to wipe the bloodstains off his face. Gu Sun tore off part of his clothing and kicked away the rushing darkness. This person can materialize shadows. Songmi dodged while forcefully slapping his numbing arms and torso. I almost caught her earlier, she was hiding in the shadows. Shadows, Gu Sun whispered softly. Songmi must have been tortured badly by Gu Sun. Now, just hearing his voice brought an inexplicable sense of relief. Yeah, be careful. It's really hard, and it takes a lot of effort to break through. He and Liang Su had only managed to break the shadows twice before, and both times it was only successful after Songmi increased the gravity. Difficult to handle. Just as they were exchanging words during their brief respite, a massive shadow suddenly emerged before their eyes. Shit. She went to the small forest over there. Liang Su knelt on one knee and pointed toward the nearby artificial park. There are all sorts of shadows over there. It seemed that upon realizing Gu Sun had awoken, she knew if things weren't resolved soon, they might get out of hand. So, she gathered all the shadows together and unleashed her ultimate attack. You, Songmi's lips twitched slightly, you make me feel unworthy. As he spoke, an unbearably hard black shadow plummeted directly towards them. Songmi's pupils contracted immediately, and he scattered apart from Gu Sun in order to dodge. A thunderous boom resounded, shaking the ground beneath their feet, creating a huge crater on the earth. Liang Su panted like a dying old ox. I can't keep running anymore. Songmi knelt down beside him with one knee, recalling how he had once made the fuel lighter. Boom! An identical explosion sounded near them, causing Songmi instinctively to look up to see where something was falling so he could drag Liang Su away. But then, the next moment, everything was as bright as daylight. That massive darkness simply disappeared into thin air. Underneath the dim night sky, a lightning bolt struck. Who is undergoing this calamity here? Liang Su was so astonished that his mouth wouldn't close. Calamity my ass. Songmi slapped Liang Su on the forehead. That's Gu Sun's ability. Liang Su's reaction time was long, seeming to only now understand what Gu Sun's ability was. If there's light, the shadows won't exist. Songmi calmed down, returning Liang Su's weight to normal, then the controller won't be protected by the solidified shadows, and lightning has extremely strong attacking power. No. Liang Su immediately got up and shouted loudly, Ji is still with her. Don't let the lightning strike. Songmi's pupils shrank sharply. Yes, Ji was still with the controller. Gu Sun, no. Songmi also shouted loudly, Ji was taken. Don't strike directly. Gu Sun cast a glance at Songmi and nodded slightly to indicate understanding. For a moment, Songmi felt a little strange. Gu Sun actually abandoned the best opportunity for an attack so easily. Just because of Ji. Boom. Several lightning bolts descended from the sky, silver-white electric light with a faint blue hue, some nearly lasting several seconds in midair. Like operating room lights, as long as multiple sources of light shine from different angles, the shadows will weaken infinitely, even approaching nothingness. Songmi looked at Gu Sun standing amidst the celestial lightning, feeling as though a god had descended. And this person liked him. Songmi thought it was quite unreal. Someone like himself, who wasn't worth a proper big move from an enemy. Sigh, suddenly feeling so defeated. Gu Sun waved his hand in the air and released a shallow blue bolt of lightning. The bolt of lightning circled around Gu Sun's fingertip, as though incredibly reluctant to leave, brushing back and forth. Songmi, Gu Sun suddenly spoke, I see her. In that instant, Songmi captured sight of a fleeting shadow, raising his lips in a smirk, quickly chasing after. Come on, give some light. He didn't even need to say it, as Gu Sun already had 2 lightning bolts guarding either side of Songmi, flying along with him. Without having to carry someone on his back, Songmi felt as though he'd shed a load, finding his speed faster than ever before. Wherever the lightning reached, there were no shadows. The controller had nowhere to hide, and Songmi caught her red-handed. A chop of the hand knife landed behind the neck, and the person collapsed onto the ground in a heap. Songmi stopped walking and found the controller was a young girl about Gigi's age. Although he didn't really want to admit it, being played around by a little girl until half dead was a bit hard to justify. Just this? Liang-su gritted his teeth in anger. Where's my wife? Searched through the rubble in the grass, Song-mi lifted the girl by the arm and threw her onto the ground. Go find yourself. Thus, Liang-su hurried off to search for Ji. With everything settled, the danger was also gone. Gu-sun stood amidst the ruins, watching Song-mi approach step by step. Gu-sun, who had just wielded thunderous authority with the force to destroy heaven and earth, now looked somewhat uneasy, like a housewife who had committed a fault. They're going to sort out their own issues. Song-mi lowered his head and stretched his wrist. How about we sort out ours? Gu-sun's lips twitched as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he chose to stay silent. After taking the last step, Song-mi raised his hand and landed a punch on Gu-sun's face. Gu-sun took half a step back, his head forced to the side by the blow, and endured the punch without resistance. Then, Song-mi grabbed the collar of Gu-sun's shirt and pulled him close. His hand slid past Gu-sun's ear and gripped the back of his head. He pressed his lips hard against those pale ones and kissed him fiercely. Chapter 42, Straightforward Player. Perhaps Song-mi's action couldn't even be called a kiss. He was urgent and reckless, full of love but without any method. His lips almost crashed onto teeth, the collision intensifying the metallic taste in his mouth. Song-mi's heart trembled, unsure whether it was anger or pain. So disobedient, he thought about just biting hard. Song-mi touched Gu Xian's cool lips, surprisingly softer than expected. Gu Xian seemed not to have recovered from the punch earlier. Confusion and shock lingered in his eyes. Startled by Song-mi's desperate kiss, he stepped back. Before Song-mi could recover his momentum, Gu Xian dodged. His hand placed at the back of Gu Xian's head felt useless, weak and lacking strength. What are you doing? Song-mi wiped the moisture from his lips and gave Gu Xian's chest a hard push. Aren't you supposed to stay there? Aren't you supposed to not come out? Being pushed, Gu Xian took another few steps back. He let Song-mi vent. Did I give you permission to send me back? Song-mi's eye rims turned red as he grabbed Gu Xian's battered collar. You didn't even let me speak. Did you ask for my opinion? Gu Xian stood still like an idiot, looking down quietly, making no defense. Are you mute? Song-mi clenched his fists, ready to hit again. Song-mi. Finally, Gu Xian spoke, softly calling his name. Song-mi's nose tingled, all his anger melting away. Who doesn't have a spoiled princess? But his little princess needed someone to indulge her. You. Song-mi's eyes moistened, suppressing the lump in his throat. Still holding Gu Xian's collar, he lowered his head and rested his forehead on his own arm. You scared me to death. Zhang was found in a pile of ruins with a damaged arm, but she had already self-repaired. Liang-su was covered in superficial injuries, sitting on a cement slab like a bloody corpse, emanating an air that kept others away. Only Zhang wasn't repelled by him. She painstakingly treated the miscellaneous wounds on his body. What are you looking at? Liang-su lifted his chin at Song-mi irritably. My wife has to prioritize me. Want me to treat you? Wait your turn. Song-mi twitched at the corner of his mouth. A gash on his face wasn't serious enough to make him vie with Liang-su for medical attention. Just the fact that his beloved Gu's hand was cut up protecting Song-mi irked him. What kind of hero are you being? Song-mi held Gu Xian's right hand as they sat shoulder to shoulder on a pile of bricks. What if you'd slashed a vein? You're one to talk, Liang-su mocked from the side. Do you know how I got all this blood on me? It was from entering her shadow. My tough hide nearly peeled off. What about you? You wouldn't even leave bone fragments. Song-mi made an uncomfortable, tisk, sound. I could have finished her. Why didn't you catch her when you were inside? Armchair quarterback, stop bragging. Liang-su confronted him. If that pale face hadn't woken up, I might have been collecting your remains. They bickered intensely for a while until Zhang pressed a hand over Liang-su's mouth to silence him. After handling Liang-su, she approached Song-mi to mend his facial wound. I'm fine, help him first. Song-mi quickly handed over Gu Xian's right hand. Zhang extended her hand, covering Gu Xian's wound until it returned to its original state. Thank you. Zhang looked down, too shy to meet Gu Xian's eyes, for not giving up on me back then. Song-mi glanced at Gu Xian who had a composed expression, politely responding, it's nothing. Zhang looked up in surprise, meeting Gu Xian's calm deep-sea-like eyes. Oh. She felt honored, pointing at the bruised left cheek of Gu Xian. That place, do you want me to heal that as well? That one can wait, Song-mi said, let him feel the pain. Zhang wore a knowing look but still wanted to heal Song-mi's face. Really, it's okay. Song-mi lowered his head, kicking the broken iron scraps on the ground with his foot, but there is something I want to bother you with. Can you restore my knife? He was accustomed to using his knife. Without it now, it was inconvenient to find a weapon immediately. It can be tried. Zhang squatted in front of Song-mi, frowning at the blade. I haven't restored something this large before. If you can't keep up with the stamina, we'll resume tomorrow, Song-mi said, no rush. Zhang shook her head. I'd better restore now. Her stamina was not of great importance. Moreover, Liang-su would take her away soon. Zhang eyes were full of disappointment, not knowing how to start talking about this with Song-mi. It had been a hard-won moment for Gu Xian to treat her as a companion, and she didn't want to leave Song Mi. But since she had agreed with Liang Su initially, she couldn't go back on her word. This time Zhang Ji's palm could not completely cover the long sword. Song Mi bent over, his face close to the ground. He had been curious about Zhang Ji's special ability for a long time but never had a chance to take a closer look. What was it like to restore? He wanted to see the process. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. There was no sign of change in the blade on the ground. Song Mi was getting depressed when at the 5th second the blade suddenly disappeared, magically replaced by a long sword appearing on the ground. Song Mi, is that all? He thought there might be some sort of magical evolution process. Huff. Zhang Ji sat down on the ground, breathing slightly as if tired. Liang Su came over and helped Zhang Ji up. His body was covered with blood mud, which easily stained the girl's clothes. Hey, Liang Su looked at Gu Xian, a little rain please. Gu Xian looked up at the blood-covered man in front of him and conjured up a cloud of rain to wash off the blood mud from his body. Song Mi picked up the long sword on the ground and tapped the edge with his fingers. Can it at least look like the main character's weapon? Not only does it not enhance my fighting ability, but it even drags me behind. After listening, Gu Xian raised his hand and released a lightning beam as thick as a finger. The beam floated from his fingertip into the air and finally wrapped around Song Mi's blade. Song Mi suddenly remembered the early days when they first awakened their powers, and Gu Xian made the lightning wrap around the iron rod they were holding. Lightning magic enchantment. Song Mi raised the long sword, which looked particularly cheesy under the pale blue electricity. Finally, it has the appearance of a main character's weapon. It can increase the hardness, Gu Xian said, but it will reduce the toughness. What kind of sword needs toughness? Song Mi gripped the hilt and slashed diagonally in the air. Part of the lightning shot out straight along the tangent due to inertia. Boom. A small explosion echoed, and the nearby tree trunk where Song Mi aimed got scorched. Damn. Song Mi was shocked, jaw hanging open. Is this level 1 grass sword equipped with a full level enchantment? Gu Xian always indulged Song Mi, and seeing the lightning used almost ran out, he gave Song Mi another round. Song Mi turned around and looked at Gu Xian. What did we do earlier? Gu Xian stared back at Song Mi and honestly answered, I don't know. If only they had done this earlier, what boss would they be worried about defeating? What's compatibility? This is. Has my cheat finally arrived? Song Mi walked to Gu Xian's side. Our powers are simply perfect together. Cough cough. As they were laughing, the controller who had been captured woke up not far away. Little girl, whose side are you on? Song Mi casually picked up a piece of rag to cover the long sword. Do you know Gu Yu? Or Yun Wang? Qin Wei? Or Lin Li? The little girl recovered her senses, hugging her knees and curling up into a ball like a quail. She looked pitiful. However, Song Mi now was no longer the heart-softened rookie he used to be. He held the handle and patted the little girl's face with the blade, threatening, you won't be able to see tomorrow's sunrise if you don't speak. As he spoke, the other three also walked over. Song Mi slightly shrugged, indicating that he had no idea. Liang Su sighed heavily looking at the girl curled up on the ground. He seemed unable to believe that he couldn't even handle a little kid whose thigh wasn't as thick as his arm. You decide. Liang Su pulled Zhang Ji aside. She's sleepy, I'll take her to sleep. After the two left, there were only Gu Xian and Song Mi remaining. Gu Xian squatted down, pinching the girl's chin and forcing her to look up. You're one of Lin Li's people, Gu Xian said definitely. He sent you here to kill me. The little girl lowered her eyes, without reacting. Song Mi didn't understand why Gu Xian was so sure. Just as he found it strange, Gu Xian changed his statement. Gu Xian, you're from Gu Li's team, and he sent you to kill me. 3 question marks popped into Song Mi's mind. What was he doing? She's being controlled by someone. Gu Xian let go of the girl's chin and grabbed her nape. Just after a while, the little girl closed her eyes and fell onto the ground. What happened to her? Song Mi asked. Dead. Gu Xian answered. After Gu Xian finished speaking, he seemed to suddenly realize something and nervously glanced at Song Mi. She wasn't a normal person. Because her consciousness had been controlled. Because she wasn't normal. Because living was worse than dying. That's why I killed her. Aha, Song Mi didn't seem particularly concerned either. I'll dig a hole and bury her. Song Mi had become an expert at digging holes. It didn't take long for him to finish it. After they buried the little girl, the two of them found a half-broken park bench and sat by the roadside to talk. How did you know she had no awareness? Song Mi bent over and randomly pulled up a blade of grass, holding it in his mouth. She had no light reflex in her pupils and showed no micro-expressions. Gu Xian said lightly, it's brain death. Is that a special ability? Song Mi asked again. I don't know, Gu Xian replied, but if it is, it would be terrifying. To cause brain death and control someone certainly was terrifying. The morning mist dissipated, revealing the first warm ray of sunlight through the clouds. In front of Song Mi was rubble, behind him were mounds of graves, giving off a tragic yet solemn beauty. Mr. Gu, Song Mi pulled another blade of grass, tilting his head as he used it to scratch Gu Xian's chin. What exactly did you tell me inside the illusion? Why did it take you so long to come out? Gu Xian lowered his eyes, staring at the broken stones beneath his feet. After a long silence, he finally spoke, he made me come out to find you. That's all. Song Mi heard more than just this sentence before leaving the illusion. He also said, it's not my fault. Gu Xian placed his hands on his legs, aligning the tips of his fingers, a habitual gesture when he felt uncomfortable. You could have avoided all this if you'd let me type a message on your phone or computer, Song Mi remarked. What would you have typed? Gu Xian turned his face toward Song Mi. Are you really clueless or pretending to be? Song Mi leaned closer to Gu Xian, grabbing his chin with one hand. You act like you don't know, but you do. Gu Xian straightened his back under Song Mi's grip, leaning back slightly. It seemed he might know, yet he feared what he knew could be wrong. Gu Xian closed his eyes as if searching his mind for an unwelcome memory. In the illusion, you saw it. Gu Xian said. Song Mi let out an affirming, ah, so what now? Gu Xian hadn't expected such a quick response. He reopened his eyes and stared into Song Mi's, you know who I am. Isn't it just that you're a little, twisted inside? Song Mi smiled, the way you treated him, did you see him as me? He's not you, Gu Xian replied, I know that. But would you treat me like that? Song Mi moved his thumb to rub against Gu Xian's pale lips, slowly moving upward, would you? Gu Xian paused silently, no. Song Mi was the only thing in this world Gu Xian cherished too much to harm. Fearful of losing control, Gu Xian even willingly locked himself within the illusion. They all had some sort of consciousness. Song Mi rubbed Gu Xian's lip corners playfully with his thumb, mocking his flesh. When I entered the first illusion, the Gu Xian there helped me out. So when you hurt Song Mi inside the illusion, it broke my heart, I wanted to beat you to death. Gu Xian raised his hand, gripping Song Mi's wrist tightly, they were all fake. Song Mi retracted his hand from Gu Xian's face. Gu Xian was right, even if they had awareness, they were still fakes, non-existent illusions. They were merely replicas at that moment, possibly existing endlessly. Understand all the reasons, but it doesn't change a thing. Every time Song Mi thought about the last words Gu Xian said to him before dissipating in the illusion, his heart ached. Gu Xian, I know what you're thinking, Song Mi frowned earnestly, if I didn't accept it earlier, is it still possible to accept it now? Gu Xian froze, even blinking more frequently than usual. I'm being serious here, Song Mi emphasized, since you've come out of the illusion already, I'm sure you don't want us to remain just friends anymore. Gu Xian's lips quivered, trembling slightly. There's no need for us to beat around the bush, Song Mi looked straight at Gu Xian, exuding a sense of inevitability, I'll say it clearly, do you think we could change our relationship from now on? Even though I used to be straight, but now, I think I might, be gay. Gu Xian was speechless, unsure how to respond. Song Mi grabbed Gu Xian's hand and placed it on his thigh, intertwining their fingers together within his palm. Don't think that I'm agreeing with you just because I can't let you go. I still know the difference between friendship and love. Although I used to call the business school's top flower, I've never really been in a relationship. Moreover, I'm not some literary youth, so it's understandable that I'm a bit dull in this area, right? Song Mi kept muttering for half a day without being acknowledged, growing increasingly anxious. Why aren't you responding? Song Mi tapped Gu Xian's hand and started complaining, in this situation, is it really good that you don't say a word? Gu Xian's Adam's apple moved up and down. He shifted his hand, which was held by Song Mi, feeling the tight grip between their fingers. Interlocking fingers was a way of holding hands that only lovers did. Was it, really this smooth? Gu Xian started questioning life. Can't you at least make a sound? Song Mi lifted Gu Xian's chin, give me an answer if you're interested or not. Gu Xian looked at the slightly frowning Song Mi in front of him. Behind the youth was the morning light breaking through. How do I prove that you are the real Song Mi? Chapter 43, Proof. How do you prove that you are who you say you are? This question made Song Mi think of, if you were wrongfully admitted to a psychiatric hospital, how would you prove that you're sane? Did your trip into the illusionary realm turn you dumb? Song Mi extended her hand and playfully ruffled Gu Sun's bangs. Gu Sun hadn't cut his hair for a while, the strands that fell over his eyelashes were brushed up by Song Mi, only to softly fall back down. He leaned back a little, then returned to normal. This action was natural for Song Mi, and Gu Sun also remained unresponsive with his gaze cast downward. If Shan Ji were here, her perception of Gu Sun as a tyrant would have shattered completely. This isn't the Empress Consort and a tyrant emperor, it's more like the Empress Consort and a junior palace maid, one that's being bullied. How can I prove that I am myself? I can't, Song Mi stood up, you either believe me or not. If you don't, go find the real Song Mi and leave sooner rather than later. She was a bit upset and walked away in a huff. Gu Sun stayed seated, making no move at all. Alright, the princess needs to be indulged, coaxed, and accustomed. She must never be left cold, otherwise, she'll start causing trouble again. I've been clear enough, Song Mi returned to Gu Sun's side, bending down to cup his face, tell me, how should I prove to you that I am Song Mi? Gu Sun slightly tilted his head upward, looking at the young man before him. His cheek was held by Song Mi's hands, able to feel the dry, warm temperature of her palms. Gu Sun believed that the person before him was Song Mi, but he didn't believe Songmi would utter such words. Songmi liked girls and had never expected anything from the beginning. Long-term restraint and suppression allowed Gu Sun to perfectly hide these feelings for a lifetime. But that night's emotional outburst was unexpected even to him. He kissed Songmi, and things started spiraling out of control. If you were a girl, I would definitely be with you. I don't want to see you sad. Put another way, because you're not a girl, you will inevitably make me sad. Songmi rejected him. Gu Sun feared rejection more than he anticipated. He was afraid of losing Songmi, afraid of being parted. He couldn't suppress the cruelty inside himself and projected it onto someone else. Boss Gu, what the hell are you doing? The person looked exactly like Songmi, sounded like Songmi, even their temperaments were identical. But he wasn't Songmi. Gu Sun held a knife and didn't want to see this person anymore. Don't speak in his voice. Gu Sun grabbed the person by the neck and forcefully slammed them against the wall. A mere shadow could possess everything about Songmi. He didn't deserve it. Gu Sun tightened his fingers, and soon pain spread across the young man's face in front of him. The shadow's fingers trembled, struggling to grip Gu Sun's forearm. Gu Sun suddenly released his hold and threw the person onto a suitcase near the door. It wasn't compassion for the cry for help, but instead Gu Sun thought of Songmi. If Songmi knew he killed someone resembling him, wouldn't he be afraid? Songmi was different from himself. He was soft-hearted, seeing just a stray cat made him want to feed it something. Songmi would be afraid of him. Gu Sun's chest rose and fell as he took a breath. Gu Sun, cough. You son of a bitch. The shadow struggled to stand up, clearly surprised. What's wrong with you? Gu Sun struck the shadow on the back of its head with his hand, knocking it unconscious. He temporarily rented a house and locked the shadow inside. He didn't allow it to leave, forbade it from speaking, and even ruined its face. Life without Songmi was hard to endure. Every day, Gu Sun tidied the desk and bed, pretending Songmi would return someday. He knew who the guide was, yet he didn't bother disrupting them. Gu Sun confined himself to this tiny space, suffering every day. He waited for Songmi to come find him. If Songmi didn't come, he vowed never to leave. Like a child deliberately causing trouble to draw special attention from their parents, Gu Sun concealed his darker self within the illusionary realm, filled with both anticipation and fear of being discovered by Songmi. Unable to restrain himself due to the inability to control his impulses. His possessiveness for Songmi grew so strong that it frightened even him. But Songmi would never belong to him. Perhaps in a few years, Songmi might end up fully belonging to someone else, sharing physical intimacy, growing old together. The thought drove him almost mad, wishing to drag the entire world into death. Can you behave for a few days? Behave for a few days, that's all. Even if it's just a cat, a little more time with him would be nice. However, Songmi would rub against him and lick him, cooing and acting cute in front of him, even causing a ruckus. He would even step on his shoulders to kiss him, albeit in the form of a cat. Gu Sun felt not a shred of warmth from any of this, instead feeling as though he was being driven to despair. He increasingly hoped that Songmi would uncover the monster within him. He wanted to die here completely. It's true, I can feel it, the phantom said with a smile. He is different from me. He truly doesn't want you to stay here. Gu Sun lowered his gaze, watching as the black cat lying unconscious on the ground awoke and fled away, jumping over his side. Shut up. Gu Sun closed his eyes, tilting his chin upward. His entire demeanor was one of collapse and decadence. He clearly wants you to leave. If you don't listen to him, once he leaves, he will be furious, the phantom said without hesitation and almost cheerfully. Imagine how pitiful he'll be when he returns to reality all by himself. Gu Sun remained silent for a few seconds, then supported himself on the wall and stood back up. He approached the bed and pressed the phantom's neck down onto it with his fingers. Do you want to die? I don't want to die, and I don't want you to carry the weight of a human life, the phantom replied, but if this place is an illusion, you shouldn't be here. Gu Sun's fingers trembled as he considered killing this imposter to resolve everything once and for all. But he remembered the look of concern on Songmi's face earlier and couldn't bring himself to do it. If he really killed this person, Songmi would be upset. Gu Sun let go. He pulled out a set of keys from his pocket and tossed them onto the bedside. You go. He no longer cared about maintaining this absurd illusion. Songmi had left, and he was almost dead. The phantom quickly freed his ankles from the shackles, then slowly moved toward the door and opened it. Gu Sun sat at the edge of the bed, his gaze empty. The roles seemed to have reversed. What bound Gu Sun now was none other than himself. Mr. Gu, the phantom paused beside the doorframe. Leave. Gu Sun lifted his gaze toward the door, and the phantom smiled at him. Even though you might think I am fake, I consider myself real. We've been living together for so long. I know your character is a little odd, but I treat you as a friend and don't want you to give up on yourself like this. Go back, the phantom urged. I want you to go back. Gu Sun gazed at the phantom but said nothing. Don't feel sorry for me, although you probably didn't intend to either, the phantom grinned, revealing white teeth. After all, I am fake, so it's not your fault. Songmi. Gu Sun closed his eyes, basking in the winter sunlight caressing his face. I'm sorry. Huh. Songmi pinched the lobe of Gu Sun's ear with his fingers, apologizing to me suddenly. Gu Sun opened his eyes. The youth before him furrowed his brows slightly, his features serene. A scratch mark on his left cheek had already started to scab over. Gu Sun raised his hand to touch the wound. Songmi lowered his eyelashes, looking at the hand Gu Sun had raised. "You're touching my face." Songmi said, "Are you only sure I'm real after checking this?" Gu Sun's fingertip touched his face, followed by the pad of his finger. Finally, his entire palm came to rest against Songmi's cheek, his thumb gently stroking the skin below his eye. "Songmi." Gu Sun gradually moved his palm, threading his fingers into Songmi's dark hair. Songmi immediately felt the heaviness at the back of his head, and then found himself falling directly into Gu Sun's embrace. Sitting, on his lap. "That works too." Songmi sidled up and twisted his body around, wrapping his arms around Gu Sun's shoulders. He nestled his face into Gu Sun's hair. "Wasn't I a bit taller?" "Songmi." "Songmi." Songmi tightened his arms, rubbing the back of Gu Sun's head with his hands, adjusting his head until finding a comfortable hugging posture. Gu Sun's arm looped around Songmi's waist, nearly crushing him. "Do you believe I'm real now?" Songmi bent down, blowing softly into Gu Sun's ear. Gu Sun remained silent, burying his face in Songmi's chest without a word. "Ah." Songmi sighed. Gu Sun looked like he still hadn't fully realized what had just happened. How did I deserve such devotion from Gu Sun? It was lucky that he had managed to respond accordingly in time to meet the others' expectations. Songmi teased Gu Sun's soft earlobes with his fingers, then leaned down to steal a kiss. "Does this mean you agree?" Gu Sun's voice was muffled against Songmi's chest, trembling slightly. "Well then, let me see your little face." Songmi pried Gu Sun's face away from his chest and, to his surprise, noticed that the other's eyes were red. Not possible. Was he crying? Songmi's fingers brushed against the reddened tail ends of Gu Sun's eyes, discovering a trace of moisture. "Songmi. Don't do this, he doesn't even know what to say." "How could you?" Songmi stammered, "Gu Sun." Gu Sun buried his head in Songmi's arms again. "Songmi." He didn't expect Gu Sun to be so shy in a relationship. Was the one who kissed him against the wall possessed by a ghost back then? "Hey." Songmi patted Gu Sun's back intermittently, "Stop crying now." Gu Sun pinched Songmi's waist. "I'm crying. I'm crying." "You're not." Songmi immediately changed his words, "It's all me crying." Gu Sun's unusual behavior made Songmi start doubting whether this was an illusion. The sky had become very bright, and warm sunlight poured out from the clouds. Songmi hugged Gu Sun, feeling like he could embrace him forever. "Gu Sun, I suddenly remember how to prove that I am the real Songmi." Songmi said. Gu Sun let out a voice deep in his throat with a rising tone at the end. The Songmi in your illusion probably isn't interested in you, right?" Songmi once again turned Gu Sun's face to look at him. "Do you know why he's not interested in you?" "No." Gu Sun honestly answered. Gu Sun didn't want to analyze such a question. "Because people in the illusion are just copies." Songmi squeezed Gu Sun's cheeks, "and when your illusion copied me, I was still straight." At that time, Songmi still thought about being with Gu Sun because he assumed Gu Sun was a girl and couldn't accept the love Gu Sun developed for him. "So the Songmi in your illusion will always be straight," Songmi said. "He will keep up the persona he was copied as, forever like that. But reality has infinite possibilities, like me becoming gay." Songmi pulled Gu Sun's face to both sides, making his normally cool and handsome features unexpectedly adorable. "Maybe I have always been gay, perhaps I was born this way but didn't realize it before. In the first illusion, I watched you disintegrate, my heart almost shattered. I guess it was probably around that time that I noticed my feelings for you, emotions. This kind of transformation in an illusion would be OOC. Do you know what OOC is? It means some significant traits of a character get altered, like sexual orientation. If such changes happen in the illusion, they would immediately be detected by those entering the illusion, so the replicated shadow in the illusion can never experience such a change." Gu Sun looked up, letting Songmi ravage his face, listening quietly to his words. "Understand." Songmi held Gu Sun's face in both hands, leaned down, and gently brushed his lips with a light kiss. "I'm confessing. I couldn't accept it before, but now I gladly accept it. I like you, and this situation could only occur in reality." Gu Sun blinked, showing no reaction, as if he were still digesting all the words Songmi had just said. "Do you know what you told me in the illusion?" Every few sentences, Songmi would lean down to peck Gu Sun's lips playfully, never getting tired of teasing him. But Gu Sun stood there like a wooden stake, watching Songmi and listening to his words. "You said. As long as it's Gu Sun, he will love you." Songmi leaned down until their foreheads touched. "Does that still count for you?" The two were so close that Songmi's trembling eyelashes felt like they were tickling Gu Sun's heart. Gu Sun turned his head, dodging his nose tip, meeting Songmi's mischievous lips. Their lips connected, producing a different sensation than any other time before. Gu Sun felt Songmi's ragged breathing, softly torturing him in another gentle way. It counts. Chapter 44, Between Lovers. Songmi thought he wasn't very good at kissing compared to Gu Xian, who seemed much more talented in this area. "How do you manage to be so skilled?" Songmi wiped his mouth, his voice still slightly breathless. Aside from me, have you kissed anyone else? Gu Xian's lips moved slightly, but he ultimately chose to remain silent. He hadn't expected that Songmi's first words after their kiss would be this. He wanted to slap him, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. But I guess there's definitely no one. Songmi admitted to having said the wrong thing and quickly added, who else could ever catch your attention other than me? Gu Xian looked at Songmi, calmly listening to his banter. With no response from Gu Xian, Songmi started feeling a little awkward. Why aren't you saying anything? His palm cupped the side of Gu Xian's face, his thumb rubbing gently by his temple and corner of his lips. It's only me talking all the time. How embarrassing. Gu Xian lowered his gaze, clasping Songmi's hand back, pinching it slowly in his palm. This was Songmi's hand, he was allowed to hold it. Songmi's face he could look at, Songmi's lips he could also kiss. The person in front of him was his, and he could do whatever he wanted with him. Songmi. Gu Xian called his name softly. Songmi responded with a questioning hum as he waited for what Gu Xian had to say next. Gu Xian always loved calling him like this, whether at any moment, so formal without overstepping or breaking boundaries. Even after embracing, after kissing, he still carried an air of cautiousness and disbelief. Songmi sighed lightly and comforted him, I've already explained myself so clearly, don't dwell on those unnecessary thoughts. Gu Xian lifted his eyes, I'm not thinking nonsense. Songmi raised a brow, oh, then what proper things are you thinking about if you're staying quiet? Gu Xian lowered his gaze again, moving his hand and gripping Songmi's waist, I'm thinking about how far you'd let things go. Between layers of clothing, his fingers grazed the skin at Songmi's waist lightly, which made Songmi feel ticklish despite himself. What do you mean? Songmi asked cautiously. Gu Xian nudged Songmi closer to himself and directly asked a question, would you make love with me? Hey, the young couple is back together again, smooching already? Liang Su didn't know where he got a cigarette from, squatting outside a room puffing it. Get lost. Songmi's head felt flushed, keeping a 2-meter distance from Gu Xian, he walked straight into the room looking down. My wife's inside sleeping, Liang Su stopped him, if you want to rest, let your wife take you to find a bed. At hearing the word, your wife, Gu Xian glanced up briefly at Songmi. Go away. Go away. Songmi kicked Liang Su in the butt, looking around in the pile of broken rooms for a decent place to rest. Liang Su nearly fell flat on his face due to Songmi's kick, supporting himself on the ground angrily, he stood up, are you green with envy? Why so pissed off? Gu Xian took a step following Songmi but stopped. Looking at Liang Su, he opened his mouth and said, thanks. Liang Su was shaking off the ash when these words startled him almost out of his wits, the cigarette nearly dropping altogether. What did you say? What are you thanking me for? Gu Xian ignored him further and followed Songmi's footsteps. They barely found a half-collapsed room. A beam fell down forming a stable triangular shape with the wall. Songmi worked hard to shake the stones and dust off the bedding, kicked off his shoes, and went straight to sleep. Gu Xian inspected the walls carefully, patrolled the surrounding area once more, ensuring there was no danger before sitting next to Songmi. What are you doing? Songmi peeked out from under the covers, sitting here neither talking nor sleeping like some kind of statue, it's creepy. I'll keep watch while you sleep. Gu Xian picked up a porcelain cup on the ground, summoned rainclouds leisurely washing it. Songmi pulled the blanket over his head again, with you here, I can't sleep. Gu Xian paused for a moment, then got up and left. Knowing Gu Xian was less than 3 meters away, but Songmi felt like he couldn't fall asleep without seeing Gu Xian. Mr. Gu, Songmi muttered, calling his name. Gu Xian responded with a returning impatiently to the bedside, what is it? Songmi felt like he was acting like a capricious girl in love, thinking day and night about how to bother her boyfriend. Why did you suddenly ask me that question? Songmi couldn't help but ask again. Gu Xian looked down at his own fingers, just asking. Songmi propped himself up slightly, do you want to? Gu Xian met his gaze, not really. He just wanted to make sure whether Songmi could really accept it, as after deciding to be together, they would face this question. If they could truly reach that final step, then everything else should not be an issue. However, if Songmi was mentally okay with it but physically rejected it, he'd need to prepare earlier and address it ahead of time. But, the most crucial reason was, he was aroused. He had a sexual impulse, and impulsively blurted out the question. For him, making love was no different from kissing or hugging, it was an action representing a level of intimacy. He hadn't expected that Songmi, who normally joked around so freely, would become so shy over one single word and flee embarrassingly. If my dad knew his son was messing around with another man, would he beat me to death? Songmi lifted his arm to cover his eyes. And I'm fucking. Though bent toward men, for a straight guy, completely accepting those things which seemed ridiculous was still somewhat challenging. Songmi was self-aware enough to know that compared to Gu Xian, he was nothing more than a naive girl. If Gu Xian himself hadn't agreed to let down that side of himself, Songmi wouldn't have had a chance in life to turn things around. I can. Gu Xian said. No, you cannot. Songmi cut him off. Taking the lead wasn't going to solve anything, Songmi worried about what might happen to his ass. Gu Xian paused briefly. What I meant was, I could not touch you. Songmi instantly dropped his arm. What? Gu Xian lowered his voice. If you are concerned. Songmi suddenly sat up from the bed. No, how come you're jumping to conclusions? It wasn't bad before, right? That's not what I mean. You shouldn't have asked that question so randomly, anyone would have hesitated. Not answering doesn't mean I'm refusing. Why are you so stubborn? Can't you think with some emotional depth? As Songmi ranted a torrent of words, Gu Xian remained silently without uttering a sound, quietly listening. His gaze fell downwards, his dense lashes resembling crow feathers fluttering slightly. He looked tired, occasionally closing his eyes for a moment before reopening them after a couple of seconds, seemingly deep in thought. Never mind, your brain circuitry is abnormal. Songmi grasped Gu Xian's wrist and pulled him closer to the bed. Otherwise, we could sleep together. Gu Xian didn't usually like sleeping on someone else's bed, but given the special circumstances, with Songmi cuddled under the blanket, his habits began crumbling bit by bit, finally yielding to lust. Having a wife and children gathered by a warm stove was fine, there were no kids and no stove, but having a wife was also nice. Gu Xian pulled aside a corner of the blanket and lay down next to Songmi. Songmi did not reject physical contact with Gu Xian, in fact, he even liked it a little. Gu Xian naturally exuded a sense of security. In the past 3 or 4 months since the outbreak of his powers, Songmi had already gotten used to sleeping beside Gu Xian. There's nothing to be concerned or unconcerned about. Songmi snuggled closer to Gu Xian and held his hands lying flat under the covers. With time, naturally you'll stop caring. Their fingers intertwined, firmly interlocking, while Songmi's thumb moved restlessly, gently pressing against Gu Xian's hand back, able to feel the faintly protruding veins beneath the smooth skin of the youth. Lying next to Songmi, Gu Xian sensed the small actions happening under the blankets. A short while later, he flipped over, holding Songmi in his arms. Go to sleep, I'll keep watch for you. Don't bother watching. Songmi squeezed Gu Xian's hand. Liang Su is outside, if there's any problem, he'll make a lot of noise. Your abilities were pushed pretty hard earlier, you must be exhausted. Sleep now while it's peaceful, and save your energy for whatever happens later. Gu Xian gave a faint response, wanting Songmi to quickly fall asleep. Instead of sleeping, Songmi became more energetic. Are you faking being agreeable with me? Songmi questioned. Mr. Gu, are you upset? I never said no. But give me some time, alright? After all, we're both men, how about we fight, and whoever wins gets to be on top. Just moments ago, he thought letting the guest take the lead wasn't ideal, but now he considered fighting Gu Xian for dominance. Gu Xian would definitely not back down in bed, but outside of bed, that was another story. People were clearly hypocritical, flipping their ideas and thoughts in an instant. What are you thinking about? Gu Xian covered Songmi's eyes. Don't think anymore, go to sleep. Think about the big picture. Songmi pulled Gu Xian's hand down. But Mr. Gu, don't you think we're developing too fast? We've been together for less than half an hour and you're already thinking about sleeping with me. Were you thinking about this all along? When did you start having ill intentions towards me? You hide things so deeply, I didn't even know. Songmi wasn't not sleepy, but with Gu Xian in front of him, he couldn't help but say a few more words to tease him, and he couldn't stop. Sleep. Gu Xian sighed helplessly. Can you sleep while holding me? Songmi snuggled closer to Gu Xian. Are you just waiting for me to be like this? Songmi seemed to have forgotten who had dragged the person onto the bed. Mr. Gu, what do you see in me? Songmi became more and more energetic, his eyes seeming clearer. Tell me about it. Gu Xian. So noisy, like a sparrow chirping endlessly, non-stop. Just as Gu Xian was considering whether to block Songmi's mouth by leaning down, his ear tip slightly moved, and he instantly sat up. Someone's coming. Gu Xian quickly got out of bed. At the same time, Songmi also stood up. Who? Gu Yu. Don't you say you won't bother with her anymore? Gu Yu questioned in front of Liang Su. You liar. I wouldn't bother with her, nor would I bother with you. Liang Su pulled Gu Yu's hand away. Girls these days, can't you have some shame and stop harassing me? She is just using you, said Gu Yu. She only comes to you when she finds you useful. Why don't you understand? Screw that. Liang Su walked a few steps towards the room door. Lower your voice, my wife is sleeping. Gu Yu fell silent for a moment, bloodshot eyes climbing into her gaze. Why won't you listen to my advice? Are you my mother? Why do you care about me? Liang Su was unfazed. Gu Yu raised her hand, gripping the twin swords behind her back. You're so annoying. Dang, it was the crisp sound of metal clashing. Songmi held his long knife crosswise, blocking the attack aimed at Liang Su. What the hell are you spacing out for? Songmi roared. You bitch, are you really trying to kill me? Liang Su was so angry he wanted to hit her with his shoe. I thought you had changed somewhat these days. It turns out people surnamed Gu are all freaking perverts. Who are you cursing? Songmi swung his knife, pushing Gu Yu back several steps, arguing with Liang Su. Stick to the facts. Can you stop throwing accusations around? Gu Xian. He actually didn't care. Gu Yu, stop. Gu Xian stepped in front of Songmi. We are not enemies. Our mom is dead, dad is dead, there's no one left. Gu looked at Gu Xian blankly. Brother, why are we still alive? What kind of logic is that? Songmi pulled Gu Xian's hand, pulling him back behind him. He's your brother, don't mess around. All die well then. Gu glanced over Liang Su, towards the house behind him. Let's die together. In the next instant, Songmi felt all his senses fade. It was as if he was standing still, yet lying in the air, his mind completely blank. Songmi. Suddenly, his hand was gripped, followed by a sudden pull. His hearing instantly recovered, the chaotic sounds rushing in like surging waves, filling Songmi's ears. Then, his vision and touch returned simultaneously. He met Gu Xian's gaze, realizing he was being held in his arms. Liang Su. Songmi almost used his fastest action, tackling Liang Su who was a step away. Pain reached the brain, Liang Su regained consciousness after a brief moment. It's an illusion. Gu Xian looked at Gu Yu lying not far away, she replicated Zhou Mingming's power. We were almost all caught in it. Songmi's heart beat violently, heavily impacting his eardrums. Good thing Gu Xian noticed it in time. Ji. Liang Su muttered sitting on the ground. It was as if he suddenly realized, crawling into the house with both hands and feet. Ji. Chapter 45, Solo Run. Following Liang Su's roar, Songmi also realized something. He followed Liang Su into the room, only to find that no matter how much Liang Su shook her, he could not wake the girl sleeping on the bed. That wench, Liang Su was consumed with rage, pushing past Songmi as he stormed out of the room. I'll take her life. Songmi quickly turned back and followed him, trying to intercept him. Outside, Gu Sun crouched by Gu Yu, his finger pressing lightly on her neck. You bastard, don't get in my way. Liang Su had barely taken a few steps when Songmi suddenly hugged him from behind. Calm down. Songmi exerted all his strength to pull him back. Killing Gu Yu won't wake Zhangji up. Liang Su growled angrily, then I'll kill her anyway. Can you act your age? Can't you calm down? Songmi was already calm, but this fool was still acting impulsively. It's not your wife who's sleeping. Liang Su shrugged off Songmi, what are you saying such cold-hearted words for? My wife has never slept before. Songmi pushed Liang Su hard and slammed him against the wall. When my wife sleeps, do I want to kill Zhou Mingming just like you do? Gu Sun. With this attitude of yours, can you save anyone? Songmi shouted, Zhangji is so smart, yet she's wasted her genes on someone like you. Liang Su couldn't respond to the rebuttal, and tried to pry Songmi's iron grip off his collar. You damn coward. Don't make noise. Gu Sun stood up, no chaos. I am about to lose my wife while arguing with both of you. Liang Su shoved Songmi aside, if this woman doesn't wake up today, I'll. His pace hadn't even made it halfway when his knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. Gu Sun glanced at Songmi standing by the wall. Do you think you're smarter than me now? Songmi brushed off the dust on his clothes, stay there like a good boy. He seemed adept at controlling objects relatively close to him, either increasing or decreasing their gravity. You damn coward, messing with me. Liang Su supported himself on the ground, trying not to collapse. Who's messing with you? This is fair and square. Songmi saw the veins bulging on Liang Su's forehead, and thought to himself whether it was too heavy-handed. As he walked towards Gu Sun, he began to ease the gravitational force on Liang Su. But accidentally overdid it, leading to Liang Su getting up and attempting to start a fight. An unexpected punch came from the side, with faint blue electricity amplifying its force, directly taking Liang Su down. Calm down. Gu Sun remained unfazed, stepping between Liang Su and Songmi. Zhangji can be saved, but not by killing Gu Yu. Songmi jumped several steps to Gu Sun's back, that's right. If you kill Gu Yu, Zhangji might really never wake up. Liang Su wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and steadied himself slightly. How to rescue her? Zhangji should be able to find the guide, Gu Sun analyzed, but maybe she can't kill. Songmi furrowed his brows, feeling that what Gu Sun said wasn't entirely accurate. Can Zhangji kill if she wants to? The creator of the illusion is Gu Yu, and she's inside the illusion too, Gu Sun calmly replied, perhaps Zhangji will be the one killed. A chill ran down Songmi's spine, damn. What happens if you get killed inside the illusion? Gu Sun paused briefly in silence, I don't know. Though he didn't explicitly say it, Liang Su and Songmi already understood the implications deep down. Being killed in the illusion probably meant you wouldn't wake up in reality. Ji. Liang Su's voice trembled, smashing a fist into the ground, should we just sit here waiting? Find Zhou Mingming. Gu Sun bent down and picked up Gu Yu, walking towards the room where Songmi had rested earlier, and then let him send you into Zhangji's illusion. Zhou Mingming. Liang Su stared at the ground, where do we even find him? Zhou Mingming belongs to the Gu family, and that person isn't capable. If trouble arises, he'll surely seek Gu Yu out. Gu Sun continued while walking, since Gu Yu is back, he must still be in City B. I'll go find him now. Liang Su stood up, ready to leave. You stay here. Songmi looked at Gu Sun, then turned to Liang Su, you keep an eye on Zhangji and Gu Yu. Gu Sun and I will go search. Zhou Mingming's rather clever, even if you manage to find him, you won't be able to bring him back. Stay here, in case Zhangji wakes up midway, there would be someone to take care of her. Rarely did Liang Su not argue with Song Mi. He stood in place, head bowed, thinking of something unknown. Well, isn't there still a chance? Song Mi couldn't bear it and walked over to pat Liang Su on the shoulder. Back then, Gu Sun lay there for such a long time, but wasn't he still brought back by me? Don't worry. Liang Su turned his head to look at Song Mi and softly responded with a "hm." This was the best plan so far. Can we really find Zhou Mingming? Song Mi returned to Gu Sun's side, feeling a little uneasy. City B is quite big as well. Finding a person. It's not certain that we'll find him, but this is the only way. Gu Sun picked up a cup from the bedside table and filled it with a full cup of water. He found a relatively clean piece of cloth, washed it, wrung it out, and placed it over the blanket. Song Mi sat on the bed, grabbing his hair. Zhanji can come out herself, right? She should be able to deal with Gu Yu, right? She cannot. Gu Sun shook his head. She will be killed. Song Mi. What the hell are they even playing? Zhanji has almost no combat ability. She can only kill others through disguise, but Gu Yu won't give her this opportunity. Gu Sun was correct. Zhanji's greatest advantage was her pitiful appearance. It could make people lower their guard, and thus lose their lives. To eliminate the guide, an unexpected strike to death would be necessary. Otherwise, once the opponent realizes and retaliates, there would truly be no more chances. But Gu Yu is in the illusion too. That brat's combat strength is about to explode. If she starts a fight directly, there wouldn't be even a bone left of Zhanji. If Zhanji doesn't wake up, neither will Gu Yu live. Song Mi didn't have the confidence to stop Liang Su from killing someone recklessly. Gu Yu's life is worthless. Gu Sun looked at the sleeping girl in the bedding. She didn't want to live anyway. Will you hand her over to Liang Su? Song Mi asked cautiously. There's no need for me to hand her over. Gu Sun averted his gaze and walked outside. If Zhanji dies, Gu Yu will die too. We have only a day or so. Whether we find Zhou Mingming or not, we must return. The sky outside had already brightened. Gu Sun walked out of the room to see Liang Su still squatting by the door, smoking silently. Gu Sun went over and stopped beside him. Liang Su glanced up briefly, finally stubbing out his cigarette. Anything? Gu Sun grunted affirmatively. I'd like to ask you to take care of Gu Yu. What? I'm supposed to take care of her. Liang Su glared, seemingly quite shocked by Gu Sun's words. Gu Yu is my younger sister. Gu Sun's voice was flat, lacking emotion. But Song Mi could hear the concern in Gu Sun's voice. Just feed her water daily, it won't take long. Gu Sun looked towards the room where Gu Yu slept. I've placed the water on the bedside table. Why should I take care of my enemy? Liang Su asked. Gu Sun said nothing more. He turned around and exchanged glances with Song Mi. Song Mi carried a long sword wrapped in hemp cloth and followed Gu Sun's footsteps. What makes you so confident, huh? Liang Su shouted at Gu Sun's retreating figure. I don't give a damn about your sister. Song Mi walked beside Gu Sun, looked back at Liang Su with a frown, and smiled. Don't worry, he will definitely do it. Alright. Gu Sun kept looking forward. I know. Another separation, this time leaving only Song Mi and Gu Sun. City B was neither too large nor too small. To search thoroughly would take much more than 2 days. Zhou Mingming will go towards the city area. Gu Sun removed 2 public bicycles from the roadside. He won't go to the suburbs alone. He should be seeking out companions. You mean, he went back to your place? Song Mi pushed the bicycle uncertainly, asking. Probably. There are still some people at home. Your little cousin. Song Mi remembered the person inside the wall who almost got cut down. Cousin. Gu Sun corrected. That's not important. Song Mi rode alongside Gu Sun on their bicycles. Let's just check back first. Gu Sun had many residences. The house they visited earlier was merely one among them. Song Mi recalled bowing his head a few times at Gu Sun's parents' graves, suddenly feeling a bit nervous about returning. After all, now his relationship with their son had changed. Song Mi's Adam's apple moved up and down as he glanced sideways at Gu Sun riding beside him. Their relationship had changed, but somehow it seemed like it hadn't. The way he interacted with Gu Sun remained the same. Perhaps it was just that their significance in each other's hearts had increased slightly. Not that both parties mattered equally, Song Mi always held significant weight in Gu Sun's heart. At the thought, Song Mi's heart ached. Lately, his heart always ached, as if he had been through all the ache of knowing Gu Sun since more than a year ago. But Gu Sun acted as if nothing was wrong, completely unaware, which made Song Mi start to reflect on whether he himself was being overly sentimental. Mr. Gu, Song Mi redirected his gaze and looked ahead. After Zhanji wakes up, we'll go find Lin Li, then find my mom, and then we'll go back. Gu Sun glanced at Song Mi. Go back. Forget about the experiment. If this world is going to be like this, it will be. If Zhanji wants to follow Liang Su, she can, or she can stay with us. We'll just go home together, spend the rest of our lives like this. Last time it was Gu Sun, this time it was Zhanji, next time it could be anyone. He was terrified of losing someone again. He didn't want to lose anymore. But Gu Sun gave Song Mi no response for a long time. You don't want to. Songmi asked, what do you want to do? You can discuss it with me. After a long pause, Gu-sun finally spoke, Songmi, I can't do that. Even though this disaster wasn't directly caused by my father, it was indirectly triggered by him. Your parents are both still alive, wanting a peaceful life is understandable. But Zhanji has to find her parents, and I have to help mine expose the mastermind behind this, stop Lin Li's experiments, and find a way to eliminate superhuman abilities. Songmi pursed his lips and lowered his head, I'm too selfish. He only thought of himself, without considering others. Songmi, I love you, so I understand your feelings. If I could, I'd also hope that after finding your mom, you too could go back. Songmi was momentarily stunned by the blunt confession of, I love you. However, Gu-sun said it so naturally, as if it were just a simple statement without emotion, leaving Songmi no room to indulge in any emotional sentimentality. You know I won't leave you behind. Gu-sun softly said, that's why I said, if I could, ... It's not possible, I will stay with you. I'll help resolve what you need to handle, and then return home with you. Suddenly, Gu-sun squeezed the brake, there's some movement. Songmi stopped too, what kind of movement? They were currently on a fairly intact asphalt roadside. The surrounding greenery was well maintained, and several dozen meters away there was an ornamental lake. Splash. The lake water splashed against the man-made reef stones on the shore, making the sound of summer waves. No wind, Gu-sun directed his gaze towards the lake, but the water is moving. Songmi followed Gu-sun's gaze and saw a loud splash. From the not-so-big artificial lake surged a giant wave 3 stories high, rushing straight towards them. Shit! Songmi let out an exclamation, but before he finished, the wave began to, click, form a thick layer of ice starting from its front. The sharp edges of the icy surface gleamed under the sunlight, looking like a row of jagged giant blades heading their way. My goddamn shit! Songmi's exclamations escalated, immediately throwing the bike aside and changing direction at the last second. With one quick motion, he scooped up Gu-sun at the knee joint, feeling feather light. Wasting these precious fractions of a second meant Songmi couldn't get a good jumping point and estimated they wouldn't bounce far. However, before Songmi could even attempt to jump, Gu-sun summoned a gust of strong wind that instantly blew them nearly 200 meters away. The ice blades barely missed Songmi's heels, smashing into the ground with an earth-shaking roar. Songmi held Gu-sun firmly as they landed steadily. Real men never look back at explosions. Perfect teamwork, Songmi leaned his head over, quickly planting a kiss on Gu-sun's face, good job, baby. Chapter 46, Revisiting Old Ground. A gentle breeze carried the chill of an ice blade, making Songmi's warmth on his lips all the more apparent. Gu-xin raised a hand to touch his face before being gently placed back on the ground by Songmi. Songmi. Gu-xin called out suddenly. Would you like to be the one on top? Songmi was momentarily at a loss for words. As he stood there speechless and even wanted to laugh, he heard a few cracks, the sound of ice breaking. Gu-xin quickly grabbed Songmi's arm and pulled him behind himself, raising his hand with fingers spread wide to press on the air behind Songmi. With a crackle of electricity, blue currents surged forth from Gu-xin's palm like a mighty dragon coiled in weight, wrapping around the massive ice blade suspended in midair. After a tense standoff lasting mere seconds, it shattered into countless tiny ice fragments, sparkling in the sunlight, refracting a kaleidoscope of light points. Gu-xin swiftly moved out of the ice blade's range of attack. Looking at the slowly ascending pieces of broken ice in the distance, he realized that not a single drop of water had accumulated on the ground. Ice control, Gu-xin pressed against the ground, with a faint glow of blue emanating from his fingertips, or water control. Water control, Songmi drew the long sword from behind his back, considering the wave caused earlier. Songmi, don't get wet. It will freeze. Oh. The shards of ice gathered in the air, assembling like puzzle pieces forming a solid mass. Songmi bit one end of a cloth strip and tied the sword handle to his hand. Ice was not the key, now they needed to quickly track down the person controlling it. They still needed to rush back to find Zhou Mingming and couldn't afford to waste too much time on this. Standing by the road, Songmi suddenly thought of something, if I can't touch water, then can you not make it rain? Without raindrops as assistance, how would he be able to leap? Before Songmi could think through this clearly, a huge column of ice loomed like a giant snake standing on the road and lunged fiercely toward them. Songmi grabbed a handful of leaves and scattered them into the sky. Gu boss, look at the wind. Gu-xin slightly furrowed his brow but pulled Songmi back, don't act rashly. Compared to raindrops, using leaves indeed helped avoid direct contact between Songmi and water. However, Songmi had never stayed airborne by wind alone, and the chances were high that he couldn't precisely control his direction. Unlike raindrops supporting Songmi's weight, leaves could only adjust his course, wind was actually Songmi's main method of movement. Given Songmi's lightweight build, he was bound to be affected by the wind. In other words, if either Songmi or Gu-xin made even the slightest mistake in their coordination, it might lead to irreversible consequences. This approach was far too dangerous, especially in front of a powerful enemy. Songmi entrusted his life to Gu-xin, so Gu-xin didn't dare attempt this lightly. What are you doing, Gu boss? Songmi ran around wildly pursued by the ice column, make some wind. Can we fight yet or what? We can't fight, Gu Xian explained quickly while running, we won't win. How can we not win? Songmi jumped up angrily, you haven't even fought yet and you're already saying we won't win. Don't waste time, Gu Xian grasped Songmi's hand, reduce your weight. This was reasonable. Their time was precious, they could flee rather than risk pointless fighting. Songmi gritted his teeth and reduced the gravity affecting both himself and Gu Xian. The next second, Songmi felt himself suddenly pulled, bumping his head on Gu Xian's shoulder. Gu Xian summoned strong winds, and they instantly shot up into the air. Shit! Songmi held onto Gu Xian's shoulders, feeling as though he were on a roller coaster. The sudden sense of excessive weight compounded by the sensation of weightlessness nearly made him vomit. Watch out! Gu Xian leaned closer, speaking near Songmi's ear. Chin resting on Gu Xian's shoulder, Songmi caught sight of a vague human figure lurking behind the enormous ice pillar. He's inside the ice. Splash! Instantly, the ice column melted into water, crashing down forcefully onto the asphalt. The roadside shrubs were immediately submerged, the powerful water current striking the trees and grinding against branches and trunks with terrifying noises. Small trees unable to withstand the pressure snapped in half, getting dragged by the rushing waters and swept away downstream. The person originally trapped in the ice layer was a short-haired youth. He stood amidst the flow of water, looking up to flip Songmi off with a middle finger. Before Songmi's brain registered it, his hands reacted faster, he flipped the youth off right back, not just one finger, but two. Even if they lost the battle, mockery was a must. He flipped me off. Songmi grabbed at Gu Xian's clothes, shouting, I'm gonna snap his fingers. Don't make a fuss, Gu Xian firmly pressed Songmi's back of the head, stepping steadily onto the ground with wind underfoot. His control over the wind grew increasingly precise, to the point where he could maneuver in the air just like Songmi, controlling his movements and landing direction. Realizing this convenience later, Gu Xian directly landed outside the Gu family estate. Concealing himself in the ice and refusing to come out while flipping me off, Songmi clenched his fists until they cracked. I better not run into that bastard again, or I'll definitely kill him. This person is waiting for us, he'll come looking for us again. What? Songmi was confused, waiting for us? We don't have any grudges with him. Why would he wait for us to fight? Your abilities are growing stronger. Gu Xian climbed over the nearly collapsed wall of his home and walked toward the house. Lin Li's people might already be searching for us. You mean, that person earlier was from Lin Li? I don't know, it's just a guess. Lin Li wants to kill us. Songmi exclaimed, shit, the enemy is hidden while I'm exposed. Aren't we just sitting ducks waiting to be killed? Don't be afraid, Gu Xian grabbed Songmi's hand, we won't die easily. The warmth of the youth's palm felt rare in the cold winter month. Songmi felt his heart warm up, his fingers slightly curling to return the grip. Yeah, I know you're smart. You definitely won't let me die. They were lovers, partners who could entrust their lives to each other, wanting to stay together forever. This feeling was different from the camaraderie of fighting alongside brothers. Songmi felt warm and tender deep inside, as if there was a sponge soaked in hot water stuffed in his chest, filling it completely. Suddenly, an idea struck Songmi, and inspiration lit up his mind. Gu boss, Songmi pulled Gu Xian's hand, I have an idea. The two quickly searched the rooms but, unfortunately, found no trace of Zhou Mingming. Winter days darken early, and it wasn't even 5 o'clock yet, but daylight was already fading into twilight. Gu Xian looked at the yellow-tinged clouds outside and furrowed his brow, by this time tomorrow, we must go back, whether we find him or not. Songmi frowned even more deeply, how can this kid hide so well? Could he already be dead? His powers are enough to protect himself. Gu Xian moved towards the back of the house, let's search one more time before nightfall. Songmi nodded and followed Gu Xian side by side. When they reached the backyard, Songmi raised his eyes and took a deep breath. These were the graves of Gu Xian's parents, dug together by the two of them initially. There was no pile of earth nor gravestones, only the overturned soil distinguishing it from the surroundings. Gu Xian approached and squatted down, pulling up some grass that had grown on the graves. Songmi wasn't sure whether he should help too, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. It hadn't been many days since they left, so there wasn't much grass to pull. Letting their son do it would suffice. Songmi walked to the edge of the grave and looked at a small heap of stones placed there. Initially, he had gathered quite a few stones and stacked them at the tomb, but now only a few remained. Back then, he thought of these two as ordinary elders, but their significance now had changed. Songmi unsheathed the long sword he carried and knelt before the tomb on one knee. Uncle, aunt, I'll take good care of your son. After saying this, Songmi bowed 3 times. Gu Xian stood up and looked down at Songmi. Alright, Songmi also stood up, after everything settles down, we'll have a good chat with uncle and aunt. Gu Xian's eyes were deep, carrying a hint of something special. He stepped next to Songmi and held the other's hand. Don't, Songmi tried to dodge and turned to leave, uncle and aunt are watching. Let them watch, Gu Xian insisted on holding Songmi's hand tightly, let's go. Songmi glanced back nervously at the 2 graves but tacitly allowed Gu Xian's gesture. Sentimentality could only last a moment, Zhanji was in mortal danger, and they still needed to rush to find Zhou Mingming. However, just as Songmi was about to leave the courtyard, a tremendous gust of icy wind sent shivers through him. At the same time, Gu Xin sensed unusual movement behind them and swiftly turned around. On the other side of the wall, it seemed like a vast ocean had appeared, surging with towering waves. Songmi's pupils contracted sharply as he lunged forward, but was stopped abruptly by Gu Xin. "Don't act rashly," Gu Xin warned. "But..." Songmi's voice trembled. "Uncle and aunt, they're still there. Calm down." Gu Xin pulled Songmi close to him. Their palms touched, and Songmi could faintly feel the sweat seeping through Gu Xion's palm. "Don't be afraid," Songmi squeezed Gu Xion's hand hard and then slowly released it. "It's just a fight. Should we really fear him?" "The sun is about to set," Gu Xion said. "No." However, before he could finish his sentence, Songmi darted out like an arrow. The long blade, enveloped in pale blue lightning, clashed with the ice blade. It was like slicing tofu. The massive ice blade was split into two, all the way down to its base. The tremendous sound mixed with the sharp cracking of ice gave Songmi goosebumps. An ordinary blade, covered with a layer of lightning, significantly increased in both hardness and power. The youth encased in ice seemed startled by Songmi's destructive capability and failed to react in time. "Let me teach you what happens when you flip me off." Songmi shattered the last layer of ice, the long blade aimed straight at the face of the icy youth. "Do you really think I can't beat you?" The youth fled in panic, retreating quickly while waving his hand to condense a transparent layer of ice in the air. Songmi twisted his body, stepping on a nearby ice pillar for leverage, and his blade descended like lightning from the sky, directly breaking through the layer of ice. Boom! The air was filled with coldness. Songmi breathed lightly, and puffs of white mist could be seen in front of him. Gu Xion's lightning was truly unmatched. With this power, one slash could conquer the world. Suddenly, he saw the previously terrified youth turn around, his face now bearing a look of arrogance. "You're so stupid." With a splash, the standing ice pillars suddenly melted, drenching Songmi head to toe in water. "Shit!" Songmi's eyes widened in shock. He had fallen for the trick. In the next moment, the water resolidified into ice. Songmi became stiff, unable to move, and fell heavily from the sky, immobilized. Chapter 47, Not a Brutish Fool. In the depths of winter, Songmi was already thinly clad due to a shortage of clothing. However, with the fiery energy of youth, he felt no cold after running all the way. Yet, no matter how fearless of the cold one might be, this kind of freezing was unbearable. With the weight of the ice, Songmi adjusted his posture mid-air and was held aloft by a slight breeze sent by Gu Xian before landing on the cobblestone path on his buttocks. Pained, Songmi gritted his teeth and flipped himself up with a palm press on the ground. His entire body drenched, Songmi clenched his fist slightly, arm muscles taut as the thin layer of ice on his skin crumbled off with his movements. Songmi tore open his collar, casually tossing his cotton jacket lined with icicles to the side of the road. He only had on a thin shirt, now soaked and clinging to his lean yet muscular waist and abdomen. Holding his long blade horizontally, Songmi raised a hand to brush away the damp strands of hair hanging in front of his forehead, revealing a smooth and full forehead. The icy cold gaze in the young man's eyes seemed to have absorbed the chill from the sky. White mist exhaled from his pale lips dispersed into thin air with every breath. Gu Xian watched with a faint glimmer of uncertain surprise. "This is Songmi. Sweetheart, it's raining." Songmi licked the corner of his split mouth, a faint smirk appearing on his lips. "Songmi," Gu Xian appeared reluctant to comply, "don't act recklessly." "Don't worry," Songmi turned the edge of his knife, its cold gleam reflecting the sunset and casting upon his almost porcelain-white face. "I'll definitely kill him before I freeze to death myself." Songmi was taking a gamble, betting that he could finish off the opponent before his energy was depleted. Probably out of youthful fervor and arrogance, he always believed that after an explosion of power, he could conquer heaven and earth. But reality does not offer verbal burst escapes or sudden power-ups in the middle of a fight. The outcome of this reckless bet would inevitably be more perilous than auspicious. "Come back!" Gu Xian roared. "It's raining." Without looking back, Songmi advanced with his blade. In the next moment, dark clouds filled the sky, and torrential rain poured down. Surrounded by lightning, Songmi leaped high, wielding immense force with his long blade, unstoppable. Songmi's eyes turned crimson like blood, fearless of death as he slashed sideways, stepping firmly onto the final icy wall. "Do you think I can only slash around recklessly?" The blade scraping against the icy surface emitted an ear-piercing sound that made the scalp numb. Breathing heavily, Songmi's smile grew more defiant. "I really do only know how to slash around recklessly. Disdainful for your little tricks. Even if I fell into your trap, I'd still be able to take you down." Clang, boom. The solid ice wall shattered into countless sharp fragments in mid-air, scattered by the wind. Songmi placed his blade in front of him to shield his throat from vital harm, dodging swiftly. Clang clang clang. Unending ice walls to cut through, continuously forming layers of ice. Songmi became increasingly drenched with water, having no time to wring himself dry. He only continued to fight fiercely. His fingers were frozen stiff, but fortunately, he had bound the blade to his hand in advance. Every movement of muscle for Songmi required breaking another layer of ice covering his skin, and while he tried to avoid the water jets, he could not stop the falling rain. It was too cold. Songmi's body temperature dropped sharply, starting to feel weak and drained. The strength of the attacks gradually weakened, and breaking through the ice became increasingly difficult. Conversely, the size of the opposing ice layers grew smaller, and the time consumed for condensation extended longer. Still, the opponent remained concealed behind the ice wall, unwilling to reveal themselves. Mixed with raindrops, shards of ice scattered about as the surrounding temperature plummeted drastically. Gu Xian's rain seemed to turn to ice, each droplet descending as round beads of frost. Just a bit more. Songmi's vision began to blur. A bit colder. Songmi clenched his teeth, shattering the icy chunks in the air. His legs felt like they were frozen into two icy pits, completely losing sensation. Still, habitual fighting over these past months maintained mechanical mobility within him, making him seem like a tireless machine, never ceasing. Gradually expanding, the dark clouds covered the entire battlefield. Suddenly, Songmi felt a tight grip on his left arm, as if someone had clasped his wrist from behind. He whipped his head around but found no one there. Looking down, Songmi realized his arm was frozen. *T. Clutching the hilt of his blade in his right hand, he smashed it against the ice layer. The dull pain slowly seeped into his nerves, and Songmi moved his left fingers with difficulty, sensing impending doom. The sensation of pain had disappeared. Faster, Songmi thought, just faster. His movements became increasingly slow until, just before he was utterly exhausted, he began to feel a faint warmth. Finished. I'm suffering from hypothermia. If I don't kill the other person soon, I won't make it. Die, for my lord. Songmi used his very last ounce of strength and fiercely chopped towards the icy wall in front of him. Clang. The long blade in Songmi's hand broke again, as if everything was predetermined. I'm dying, this is it. Songmi fell backward from the air. He had broken through countless layers of ice, his hands were numb from cutting. And the opponent kept creating ice, seemingly having consumed a great amount of energy as well. Thus, when Songmi was falling, there wasn't enough time to form a new layer of ice. Do you really think I can only recklessly hack away? Songmi suddenly raised his hand, as if catching fragments of shattered ice falling from the sky. Well, guess what? Not exactly. With a soft, poo sound, blood exploded in the air. The youth controlling the ice felt a chill at the back of his head, never knowing until death how he perished. Songmi burst into laughter, casually grabbing an icicle about to fall on him. I am such a damn talent. The distant corpse hit the ground with a loud thud. Songmi's body was light, carried by the wind to flip over. Gu Xian had been waiting beside a pool of water, raising his hand to catch this battered youth. Songmi's face was filled with a smile as he lightly and gently dove into Gu Xian's embrace. The sunset cast its dim yellow warm glow on the horizon, the broken ice particles had their gravity lessened by Songmi, descending extremely slowly in the air. The skies were not yet dark, ice shards refracted colorful light in the air, adding a touch of enchantment to the warm glow. Gu Xian. Quick. Quick. Give me a kiss. Songmi's freezing hand slipped along Gu Xian's waistline, diving inward. Gu Xian's expression was as gloomy as water, he bent down and carried Songmi in his arms, striding toward the room. I'm suffering from hypothermia. Songmi's body had reached its limit, but his mouth didn't stop, even the little match girl got one final wish. Quick, quick, give me a kiss, just one kiss. No. Gu Xian kicked the door open, placed Songmi on the bed, and directly tore apart the frozen clothes on Songmi. I can't die, Songmi's consciousness was beginning to blur, I've just started dating. My partner doesn't even kiss me. I'll kiss you when you wake up. Gu Xian wrapped Songmi tightly in the blanket, picked up the hot water pot on the table, and began to boil hot water. Gu Xian, Mr. Gu, darling Gu, Songmi closed his eyes and fumbled around on the bed, where are you? Gu Xian removed his own clothes, hugging Songmi tightly inside the blanket, stay awake, don't talk. Songmi was completely chilled, like a solid lump of ice, cold and hard. Gu Xian, Songmi pressed his face against Gu Xian's chest, murmuring, thank you, for not stopping me. Chapter 48, Chatting in the Quilt. Songmi rarely said thank you type things to Gu Sun, always feeling it was too alienated and thinking it was unnecessary. But now, he still wanted to say thank you. Thank you for Gu Sun's agreement that let him take such a huge risk, almost losing his life. Honey, I shouldn't die, right? Songmi felt a bit confused. Why do I feel quite warm? Don't move. Gu Sun was rubbing Songmi's limbs and chest, then finally carried him into the bathtub filled with warm water. Ouch. Songmi stubbornly hugged Gu Sun's neck without letting go, no no no. Gu Sun bowed his body and immersed the young man in his arms in the water. Let go. Gu Sun held Songmi's back and whispered gently. Songmi didn't let go, mumbling his unwillingness from his throat. There was nothing else Gu Sun could do but take off his clothes in a few quick movements and stepped into the tub with Songmi. The water temperature was consistent with the body temperature. The bathtub had an insulation effect, so there was no need to worry about it temporarily. Gu Sun. Song-mi hugged Gu-sun like an octopus facing each other. Gu-sun didn't despise him and used his palms to scoop up warm water, slowly massaging Song-mi's body. Honey. Song-mi rested his head on Gu-sun's shoulder, muttering something incoherently. Gu-sun adjusted his posture in the bathtub, trying to make Song-mi closer to himself as much as possible. Are you dating someone outside? Song-mi curled his fingers weakly, can't even give me a kiss. Still keeping this in mind. Gu-sun sighed and leaned over, kissing Song-mi's temple. Zhou Mingming. Song-mi seemed not to notice the kiss, continuing to speak nonchalantly, is Zhangji awake? Song-mi, Gu-sun embraced Song-mi tightly, do you still feel warm? Warm, Song-mi rubbed against Gu-sun's neck, a kiss from you would make me warmer. Gu-sun. He thought Song-mi might be fine now. Song-mi, Gu-sun pulled Song-mi's face to his own, don't make me worry. Song-mi's eyelashes drooped, landing on his lower eyelids. The black ends of his lashes hung with droplets, shaking down with his trembling. Song-mi looked at Gu-sun and suddenly moved closer, kissing his lips. Gu-sun. Warm, Song-mi closed his eyes and nibbled on Gu-sun's lips, and a little, hot. Gu-sun's palm supported the back of his ear, moving him slightly away, Song-mi. A question came from Song-mi's throat. Gu-sun grabbed the edge of the bathtub, slightly lifted his body. Song-mi felt the movement beneath him and tightened his arms around Gu-sun's neck. Gu-sun quickly took the towel to wipe Song-mi's body dry, then carried him out of the water. Cold, 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 cold. Song-mi wrapped his legs around Gu-sun's waist, his whole dripping wet self dripping downwards. Gu-sun swiftly wiped the water off Song-mi's body and immediately wrapped him in the blanket and held him close. True hypothermia. Gu-sun blew on Song-mi's hair, uncertain. Do you not trust me? Song-mi felt somewhat aggrieved. Gu-sun brought the cup over and fed warm water to Song-mi mouthful by mouthful, no. The young man was physically strong, he was just amazed at Song-mi's recovery speed. Thirsty. Song-mi licked his lips and pouted to ask for water. Gu-sun's thumb wiped his lips, smoothing Song-mi's chin with the back of his hand, wiping away excess water. Honey, I'm a man, Song-mi blinked, don't be too tender with me. Gu-sun. It seems this person has truly recovered. Cold. Gu-sun lifted the quilt corner, covering himself, and holding the bare Song-mi in his arms. Not cold, Song-mi hugged Gu-sun tightly, you keep me warm and I won't be cold. Gu-sun's arms were still outside the quilt, covering all the found quilts over their bodies. Underneath the quilt, their legs intertwined, skin touched, and body heat slowly seeped through. Really want to misbehave, Song-mi's lips touched Gu-sun's collarbone, Gu honey, why are you so easy to push around? Gu-sun's palm was warm, his fingers running through Song-mi's half-damp hair tirelessly. Gu-sun, don't fool around. If he kept provoking, he would start reacting. Finally, Song-mi kissed the hollow between Gu-sun's collarbones, which was wet and seemed to still carry the warmth of water. He knew now wasn't the time to misbehave, but it was like glue on his mouth. Once he kissed, he couldn't stop. I used to think that King Zhou wouldn't do what he did just for Daji, but now. Song-mi's tongue swiped the water droplets between Gu-sun's collarbone, licking his reddened lips, now I feel it makes sense why Daji could bring disasters to the country. Gu-sun tucked the quilt under Song-mi's chin near his mouth, brushing the wet bangs from his forehead with his fingertips. Baby, are you listening to me? Song-mi stretched his neck, I'm talking to you. Gu-sun hummed softly, I'm listening. Do you think you're somewhat similar to Daji? Song-mi brought his face close to Gu-sun's, glaring at him closely, your face might look cold, but I still feel like you're luring me in. Song-mi was deliberately provoking him, almost poking his eyelashes into Gu-sun's face. The darkness in Gu-sun's eyes held a tenderness as he slightly bent down and kissed Song-mi on the lips, utilizing Song-mi's proximity. No. He wasn't deliberately seducing, but his existence itself was a kind of temptation. Song-mi felt completely enticed by Gu-sun, feeling his liver, heart, lungs, kidneys thoroughly stirred by him, almost beyond saving. Why hadn't he liked Gu-sun earlier? He wasted more than a year not knowing what dog nonsense he had been doing. Kiss me again. Song-mi practically put his nose up against Gu-sun's face to demand it. As he tilted his head forward, a breeze entered through the gap in the blanket behind his neck. Gu-sun quickly covered it, holding Song-mi firmly by placing his palm at the back of his head. His normally cool gaze rarely revealed any smiles but now showed some amusement as he lowered his head to silence Song-mi's incessant chatter with a kiss. Compared to the first time, this kiss lacked awkwardness and added warmth. Song-mi was kissed into the quilt, his heart wildly racing in his chest, thumping violently against his ribs as if it wanted to escape. Damn it, was this still even part of him anymore? So ungrateful. Moments later, Gu-sun released Song-mi, wiping away the residual moisture from his lips. Baby, has your technique advanced faster than a rocket? Song-mi panted slightly, his fingers restlessly tracing along Gu-sun's side waist, you've secretly improved without bringing me along. Gu-sun grasped Song-mi's wrist, don't mess around. Song-mi smacked his lips, well, but, you tell me, huh? Gu-sun looked at Song-mi, raising an eyebrow slightly, huh? Song-mi. Forget it, better repress his lustful thoughts. Alright then. Gu Sun loosened his hold on Song Mi and silently slid his hand beneath the quilt. Before Song Mi realized what the "alright" implied, his eyes widened instantly. The feeling of being gripped at his core was rather unsettling. Song Mi's heart raced even more intensely, making his breathing noticeably heavier. Let's sweat it out. With subtle movements, Song Mi closed his eyes. Based on the following action, he seemed to understand what Gu Sun's previous "alright" was all about. Gu Sun. Song Mi arched his body, wrapping his palm around the 5 fingers of Gu Sun's hand. He tried to act cheeky verbally, but his body didn't quite allow it. A little painful, be gentle with me. Gu Sun slowed his motions, pressing his lips to Song Mi's ear. Gentle? Gu Sun's breath carried a scorching restraint, pouring into Song Mi's ear and sending shivers down his spine. You're a man, no need to pity too much. Light rain pattered next to the bed while Gu Sun reached out his hand from under the quilt to wash it. Mr. Gu, Song Mi breathed heavily, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, as if reaching a profound realization after seeing through worldly matters, truly putting knowledge into practice. Just moments ago, he was calling him baby, and now post-coitus, he switched to addressing him as Mr. Gu. Gu Sun now understood clearly how quick-tempered the person in his arms was. Phony. Gu Sun evaluated critically. Song Mi covered Gu Sun's face with his hand, don't talk. Gu Sun returned Song Mi's hand back inside the quilt, did you wash your hands? That hand had just moved together with Gu Sun's fingers. Song Mi paused momentarily, and then even more audaciously slapped Gu Sun's face with vigor, I won't wash them. The gleam of amusement in Gu Sun's eyes deepened as he secured both of Song Mi's hands and hugged him tighter within the quilt, stop fooling around. Song Mi never truly intended to fight with him, they were both exhausted after all. Once locked in place by Gu Sun, he submitted obediently, letting himself be gathered in his embrace. Unwillingly mumbling complaints still escaped his lips. What's there to complain about? How dare I? Now my mind and body are both compromised, and I'm fully controlled by someone who doesn't let me move. What am I supposed to do about it? Gu Sun's chest trembled with laughter, amused by Song Mi's little wife-like behavior. What's so funny? Song Mi frowned, you laugh. Haven't we only been happy for one day? I'm upset here, and instead of comforting me, you actually laugh at me. How to comfort? Gu Sun slightly retracted the laughter on his face, leaned in and lightly kissed his eyes, is this kind of comforting okay? Song Mi's long eyelashes brushed against Gu Sun's lips, as if he could feel the trembling of that raven feather. The person who once made him hesitate to approach was now laughing in his arms. Song Mi. Do not take such risks anymore. Song Mi finally settled down in Gu Sun's arms. Gu Sun hit the nail on the head, making it impossible for Song Mi to continue acting mischievous. It was like breaking the thing Gu Sun loved, even though Song Mi himself was hurt, but Song Mi felt more sorry for Gu Sun. As Gu Sun's beloved thing, Song Mi felt a bit strange. I think I have great physical quality, Song Mi struggled, so you don't need to worry, there is absolutely no problem. Gu Sun pressed his lips onto Song Mi's forehead and softly, Ed. Anyway, since Song Mi was fine now, it didn't matter how he put it. Who wouldn't be wise after the event? Song Mi not only would do it, he could also perform this wisdom very impressively. He was hiding behind the ice. We couldn't just forcefully go at it. We had to make the enemy lower their guard, then strike while they are unprepared. Song Mi suddenly stopped and looked up to kiss Gu Sun's chin. He charged forward too quickly, and his teeth hit Gu Sun's jaw, which made both of them laugh. Then let that guy mix up whose water is whose, regardless of whose water it is, as long as it freezes, we can stab him to death. Song Mi proudly extended his hand, spread his 5 fingers, and grabbed at the air, now I feel my powers getting increasingly saucy. Not only could he precisely lock onto a specific raindrop in the heavy rain, but after the ice layer broke, he could grab the instant of freezing, directly enhancing gravity to make it like a steel needle falling from the sky, directly piercing through the enemy's brain. If it didn't freeze, we really couldn't kill him. That guy probably wouldn't be able to either at the end, seizing whatever he saw and freezing it wildly, seeing me nearly die and not even forming a protective ice layer around himself. I didn't agree when you told me about it before. Gu Sun began analyzing the situation with Song Mi. This way of hurting the enemy by 800 at the cost of self-harming by 1000 is too dangerous. It's hurting the enemy by 1000 and self-harming by 100, Song Mi cheerfully argued back, self-harm 0.1, self-harm 0.001. If the other side. There's no if dot. But. There's no but dot. Mr. Gu, you always think so much. Do I look weak? Am I going to give up anyway? The reason you didn't stop me was because you thought this was the fastest way, right? Gu Sun did not answer. Because he was indeed thinking that way. Forcibly breaking through would only increase the enemy's defensive awareness, just like Song Mi's initial brute force attacks. If Song Mi's body hadn't reached its limit, the enemy would always create an endless amount of ice layers to protect themselves. Gu Sun wouldn't let Song Mi recklessly deplete his stamina, prolonging this battle indefinitely. And in winter, dragging it out would only be more disadvantageous for them. Decisive combat was the key, they didn't have time. Therefore, Song Mi must reach exhaustion, otherwise there would be no breakthrough point at all. This was the method Songmi thought of when he first arrived at Gu Sun's place. At that time, he casually mentioned it, not expecting it to become the critical method for solving their problem. Aren't you going to compliment my intelligence? Songmi felt his mind was shining. After all, I came up with such a perfect solution. Gu Sun cooperatively faked agreement, you're really good. It was too fake, but Songmi didn't care. Hey, Mr. Gu, Songmi pressed close to Gu Sun, no, sweetheart Gu. Gu Sun raised his eyelids, So since I'm so amazing, you should give me some reward. What kind of reward? Songmi's hand quietly slid downward. Before he reached his destination, it was caught by Gu Sun's wrist. Isn't it uncomfortable being hard? Songmi asked. Gu Sun paused silently, still manageable. Don't be shy, Songmi pried open Gu Sun's hand, ready to act tyrannically without permission, it will go bad if you hold it in for too long. Gu Sun's fingers were firm as iron locks, not necessary. How is it not necessary? Every normal man needs it. Songmi continued insisting, fair, impartial, transparent, sleep afterwards. Gu Sun still didn't let go, and the two entered a stalemate. Gu Sun, do you have any hidden difficulties? Songmi cautiously asked. Gu Sun's Adam's apple moved, seeming somewhat speechless. Don't worry, Songmi consoled him, if you can't do it, I can. Gu Sun closed his eyes and sighed. Songmi, feeling great about himself, continued, even though you're a man, I will still cherish you. Songmi, Gu Sun opened his eyes again, as if he was at the end of his patience, restraining the last bit of it, if you don't go to sleep now, you won't be able to sleep tonight. Chapter 49, What a Coincidence. Songmi took a few seconds to understand what Gu Sun meant. Mr. Gu, Songmi blinked with some anticipation, are you finally going to make your move on me? Gu Sun looked at Songmi, suddenly feeling a bit of frustration. This person seemed like his natural nemesis, no matter what the other party said or did, he could only sigh helplessly. What's that reluctant look for? Songmi leaned closer to Gu Sun, why aren't you sleeping? Staying up all night? What are you doing if you're not sleeping? Songmi, Gu Sun pushed this, 10,000 Ys, in front of him away a bit, don't cause trouble. He almost froze earlier and had just recovered strength when this guy started making trouble in his arms. Like a little firecracker, he didn't stop even for a second. Honey, don't tempt me, Songmi wrapped the blanket tighter and found a cozy spot in Gu Sun's arms, we have a mission, we still need to find Zhou Mingming. Gu Sun pressed his lips together. After much patience, he eventually couldn't help but counter-question, where did I tempt you? It was clearly himself being naughty, yet now he was the first to accuse him, pushing all the mistakes onto him. How could there be such people? Songmi opened his eyes again, feeling quite fresh. Gu Sun actually debated with him over this trivial matter. And once he got a response, he instantly became more energetic, how did I not tempt you? Look at yourself, taking off my clothes was one thing, then after taking off my clothes, you also took off yours. Taking off clothes was one thing, then after taking them off, you hugged me. You know how easy it is for things to get out of hand when dry wood meets raging fire. Gu Sun said nothing, waiting to see what nonsense Songmi would come up with next. Zhanji hasn't woken up yet, so everything feels sinful now, doesn't it? Don't you think so? You beast. Go to sleep, forget it, just sleep. What Songmi said made it seem as though he was completely clear, like everything was Gu Sun's problem. Gu Sun sighed helplessly and smiled. He tousled Songmi's fluffy hair and held him close in his arms, yeah, I'm the beast. Songmi was amused by his antics, no, why are you being so cooperative? Cooperative or not, it never ended. Go to sleep. Gu Sun pinched Songmi's waist. Songmi laughed and dodged, eventually calming down. In fact, he was exhausted, but he teased Gu Sun a bit so he wouldn't worry. When he closed his eyes, drowsiness swept over him, and Songmi didn't last long before he fell into a dream. Gu Sun watched Songmi fall asleep and gently kissed his hair. If this mischievous person in his arms were awake and he kissed him, he'd surely complain for a while. He always knew he talked a lot, but he didn't expect him to talk this much. Gu Sun rubbed Songmi's cheek with his palm, pressing on the corners of his eyes and brows with his fingertips. Gu Sun seemed to have never observed Songmi from such a close distance. Songmi had a pair of beautiful peach-shaped eyes, not elongated but slightly slanted upwards at the ends. The shallow double eyelid creases stretched along the roots of his lashes until they disappeared under the dark tips of his eyebrows. These were passionate smiling eyes, Songmi loved smiling at others. Gu Sun kissed those eyes, eliciting a soft groan from Songmi's throat. This man who was good to everyone, now belonged solely to him. Gu Sun tightened his grip on Songmi. Just smiling for him alone would be enough, just looking at him alone would be enough. A trace of inexplicable bias arose in Gu Sun's heart, his gaze gradually sinking, a shadow covering his deep pupils. But as time passed minute by minute, this bit of darkness faded away slowly. Alright, Songmi's happiness is enough. He can do whatever he wants. After an unknown amount of sleep, Songmi woke up from his dream. He opened his eyes groggily and saw someone standing vaguely beside the bed. The alertness of these past few months made him instantly sober. He threw off the covers and sat up. Gu Sun turned around, meeting face to face with Song-mi, who was bare-chested. Upon seeing it was Gu Sun, Song-mi immediately let down all his defenses. He shivered from the cold, lay back down, and pulled the blanket back around himself. With the faint moonlight, Gu Sun walked to the bedside, slightly lifted the corner of the blanket, and tucked Song-mi's dried clothes next to his feet. Song-mi kicked his calf lightly and grabbed the clothes. Why didn't you just give them to me directly? I wanted you to wait until they warmed up before wearing them. Gu Sun raised his hand to smooth Song-mi's sleeves and carefully tucked the blanket around him. On winter mornings, Song-mi always tucked his clothes under the covers to warm them up a bit before getting up so they wouldn't feel so cold when worn. Gu Sun didn't know when he had started noticing this little habit. It's different now. Song-mi retracted himself back into the warmth of the blanket. As long as I have clothes to wear, that's all there is to be thankful for. Who cares if it's cold or not? Gu Sun patted Song-mi's head and, after confirming his temperature was normal, withdrew his hand. You're still such a good wife. Song-mi grabbed Gu Sun's wrist and planted a kiss on it. Was the food you cooked? Smells delicious. Yeah, we still have some rice at home. Gu Sun sat by the bed. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat now or sleep a little longer? What time is it? Song-mi asked. 11 at night. Gu Sun pushed Song-mi's hands back under the covers. You've only slept a few hours, sleep a little more. Did you sleep? Song-mi wouldn't let go of Gu Sun's hand. Where did you go? Gu Sun looked down, warming his fingers under the blankets. I'll sleep after we find Zhou Mingming. Song-mi pulled the blanket off and prepared to get up. Then let's hurry up and find Zhou Mingming. Since Gu Sun wasn't sleeping, Song-mi also didn't want to waste time sleeping here. You need rest and to regain your strength. Gu Sun frowned. Don't cause trouble. I'm not causing trouble. Song-mi became a little upset. Either both of us sleep for 2 hours or start searching for people right now. Gu Sun hadn't returned from the illusion world too long ago. He had used a lot of abilities and hadn't had a full night's rest. Humans aren't made of steel. If this continued, even Janji couldn't save him, and Gu Sun would end up collapsing. Go to sleep. Song-mi pulled Gu Sun onto him, forcing Gu Sun to kneel on one knee on the bed. Sleep now. Gu Sun closed his eyes briefly. Then let's sleep for 2 hours. Song-mi pulled the blanket open and wrapped the shivering Gu Sun in it. I'll watch over you while you sleep. Gu Sun set an alarm and placed his phone on the bedside table. Let's sleep together. No way. I'll wait until you fall asleep before I do. Song-mi added a layer of caution. Otherwise, once I fall asleep, you might sneak off. If I trusted you blindly, I'd think you're sneaking around behind my back. Where would I sneak off to? Gu Sun closed his eyes and replied patiently. How should I know where those thrill seekers like you could arrange meetings? Song-mi adjusted Gu Sun's blanket, watching with open eyes until he fell asleep. Gu Sun. He was just believed a moment ago, and then the next second, he was lumped into the group of thrill seekers. Alright, why do you talk so much? Song-mi patted Gu Sun's shoulder. Hurry up and sleep. Gu Sun didn't expect there to come a day when he'd be mocked by Song-mi for talking too much. He flickered his eyelids, reopened his eyes, and gave Song-mi an exasperated look. With a glare from Song-mi's almond-shaped eyes, he leaned forward pretending to kiss him. Still not going to sleep? If you don't sleep soon, I'll kiss you to death. Gu Sun sighed silently and closed his eyes to sleep. Earlier, while Song-mi was sleeping, Gu Sun went outside to check on the dead bodies and the surrounding safety. After ensuring there was no danger, he moved the stones piled in front of his parents' graves, trying to make the two graves look indistinguishable from the surrounding land. Then, he washed Song-mi's clothes and found a few thick coats at home. Most of the vegetables in the kitchen were spoiled, leaving only some rice, flour, oil, and frozen meat that could still be eaten. He also boiled a pot of meat porridge, which should now be ready to eat. Oh, yes, the meat porridge was still boiling. Gu Sun suddenly opened his eyes. What's wrong? Song-mi, like a kindergarten teacher watching children sleep, approached immediately upon seeing his eyes open. Not going to sleep anymore. The feeling of opening his eyes to see Song-mi was somewhat pleasant. After a brief pause, Gu Sun recalled what he was supposed to do. The porridge is boiling in the kitchen. Keep sleeping, I'll take a look. You don't know the way. I'll follow my nose. Song-mi said as he attempted to get up. Don't cause trouble. Gu Sun pushed him back. I'll turn off the fire and come back. Song-mi tugged at his sleeve. Then hurry up. Gu Sun put on his coat. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something first? Not really hungry, just cold. Song-mi watched Gu Sun get off the bed. Come back quickly and warm my bed. I'll return after counting to 20. Gu Sun spoke with a hint of laughter. Song-mi covered himself with the blanket and began counting quickly. His lips were quick, taking only a few seconds to count to 20. But Gu Sun didn't come back. Song-mi pulled the blanket off his face and suddenly felt a bit foolish. Gu Sun had asked him to count, and he had actually done it, like a little kid, counting while waiting for him to come back. How ridiculous. He was an adult in his 20s, was it really necessary? How long could it take just to turn off the stove? He was sitting here eagerly awaiting like a fool, practically ready to sing a 1,000-year-wait song. Songmi turned over in the blanket and thought that this relationship was pretty interesting. However, after Songmi patiently waited for a few minutes, Gu Sun still hadn't returned. Songmi began to feel uneasy and was about to get out of bed to look for him. Bang! The room door suddenly burst open, and a figure tumbled inside, rolling and crawling. Songmi instantly grabbed the broken knife from the bedside and immediately entered a defensive stance. Ah, help, help. Before Songmi could even react, the intruder started wailing. Wait, this voice sounded oddly familiar. Songmi focused his eyes and suddenly became delighted. Zhou Mingming. Chapter 50, Waiting for Dawn. The saying, cannot find even after treading on iron shoes, but comes easily when not sought, is something Songmi now understands profoundly. Songmi. Zhou Mingming's face was covered with snot and tears, and he still had the salty fragrant meat porridge on his lips. Your friend has gone mad, he wants to kill me. The next moment, Gu Sun burst in with a pot in one hand, full of deadly aura, pulled Zhou Mingming from the side of Songmi's bed and threw him on the ground. Be gentle, Songmi, sitting on the bed, advised Gu Sun. Don't kill him. Your porridge. Gu Sun placed the small pot filled with meat porridge on the bedside cabinet, his tone slightly dispirited. He's almost finished it. Songmi remembered Zhou Mingming's earlier terrified look and could imagine Gu Sun's anger when he discovered his porridge had been stolen. Ha! He laughed unkindly. Zhou Mingming took the chance to run, but Gu Sun caught up within a few steps, picking him up like a chick, and threw him back to the ground. I suggest you behave. Songmi ate the remaining porridge with a spoon. Or I won't be able to save you. I just drank 2 sips, is that too much? Zhou Mingming curled up in the corner, weeping miserably. I didn't even taste it. My heart is about to break. Are you some kind of magical hippo? You've consumed half my porridge in 2 sips. Songmi held Gu Sun's arm and pulled him close. There's still plenty left, have some. I've already eaten. Gu Sun adjusted the blanket covering Songmi's legs. You eat. Zhou Mingming looked at the affectionate pair on the bed, getting goosebumps all over his arm. If it weren't for me back then, would you two be like this today? Now not even a bowl of porridge to share. How thoroughly you repay kindness with enmity. Do you have any shame? Songmi finished the porridge and was furious enough not to throw the pot at him. If it weren't for me, would you two be like this today? Zhou Mingming, shameless as ever, made it seem as if the person who trapped them in the illusion wasn't him. With the person found, let's go back. Songmi didn't want to sleep anymore and began getting dressed. Gu Sun didn't stop him and placed the newly found down jacket next to Songmi's hand. Now that they'd found Zhou Mingming, they had to return quickly to avoid unnecessary complications along the way. Go back where? Are you going to take me with you? Zhou Mingming looked puzzled. Are you specifically looking for me? Why? Thanks to you, you copied your ability and can find my younger sister inside. Songmi lifted Zhou Mingming. You've eaten more than half of my porridge, don't tell me you don't even have the strength to walk. The young miss went looking for you. Zhou Mingming wrapped the clothes on his body tighter and was dragged along by Songmi. Go back first. Songmi zipped up his coat and squinted as he walked into the night wind. We'll deal with other issues after rescuing her. At night, Liang Su couldn't sleep and idly went to give Guyu some water. As soon as he stepped out of the room, he saw Songmi bringing Zhou Mingming back. He thought Songmi might bring the person back, but he never imagined it would happen so quickly. The faint hope which had gradually weakened with time reignited once again. It seemed Songmi had rushed on the way. When he stood in front of Liang Su, he was still slightly panting. Is Zhanji okay? She's fine. Rarely did Liang Su respond to Songmi so peacefully. Gu Sun didn't speak but directly headed toward Guyu nearby. Just as we discussed on the way, Songmi dragged Zhou Mingming into Zhanji's room, priority on him, then me. Send one of us in. Zhou Mingming shrank his neck, glanced at Zhanji lying on the bed. Hey, I think there might be some misunderstanding here. This illusion isn't created by me. How can I send you in? Even if Miss copied my ability, she still made this illusion herself. What can I possibly do? What do you mean? Liang Su grabbed Zhou Mingming's collar immediately. What does this have to do with me? Don't vent your anger on me. Zhou Mingming widened his eyes fearfully. Don't harm him, please. Songmi pried Liang Su's hands apart. I've worked hard to find this person, be gentle with him. Zhou Mingming hurriedly hid behind Songmi. Exactly. You're nothing but crap. Songmi turned around and scolded Zhou Mingming. I've worked hard to get you here. If you don't resolve the issue for me, don't expect to leave today. Zhou Mingming backed against the wall, almost bursting into tears. How am I not innocent here? This has nothing to do with me. You people are each more difficult than the last. I tried staying away from you, yet here you are coming to bother me. Shut up and stop wasting my time. Songmi slapped a palm on the wall behind Zhou Mingming. Guyu's ability is a copy of yours, there must be similarities between you two. If you can't come up with a way today, that guy will throw one punch, and your brain will splash directly onto the ceiling. Are you a devil? Zhou Mingming's voice trembled. You can't solve the problem, so you use me as a scapegoat. While they were talking inside the room, Gu Sun carried Gu Yu into the room. Although Liang Su was not very willing, he didn't stop them out of courtesy for their help in finding Zhou Mingming. The bed where Zhangji lay was large, and Gu Sun placed Gu Yu on the other side of the bed. If we can't enter the illusion, then try to destroy it. Gu Sun probed Zhangji's neck pulse, regardless of any potential brain damage, just destroy it. No. Liang Su interrupted, what if something happens? If we can't enter the illusion, dragging it out like this will definitely cause trouble. Instead of letting Zhangji bear the risk alone, it's better to solve the problem from the root. Are you not worried about the young miss? Zhou Mingming asked, she is your sister after all. She made the mess, and she should bear the corresponding consequences. Gu Sun glanced at Gu Yu lying on the bed, sighed lightly, and looked away. He had once confined himself in an illusion, but someone was willing to do anything to pull him out. But Gu Yu was different, no one would go all out to bring her back to reality. Not even he, her brother, would do so. Perhaps because they were siblings, Gu Sun and Gu Yu shared a similar mindset in some choices. If the world didn't have Songmi, Gu Sun wouldn't want to return either. And what does Gu Yu have in this world to make her linger? Gu Sun, Songmi didn't know when he had walked next to Gu Sun, why don't you go in? I'm not confident leaving it to Liang Su. He was selfish, Songmi thought Gu Sun might be the only tie Gu Yu had in this world. But he was wrong. What could blood ties represent? Gu Yu never truly considered Gu Sun as her brother, and Gu Sun only faintly cared about whether Gu Yu was alive or dead. For Gu Sun, Gu Yu wasn't as important as Zhangji. I can't bring her back, Gu Sun looked at Songmi, to her, I'm not important. But. Songmi spoke halfway and suddenly found that Zhou Mingming had fallen asleep sitting at the foot of the bed. You son of a bitch, you're actually sleeping at a time like this? Songmi walked over and raised his hand to pinch Zhou Mingming's neck. Don't touch him. Liang Su stopped Songmi, I watched him sleep. What? Songmi was surprised and looked at Liang Su. I think he entered the illusion. Liang Su squatted in front of Zhou Mingming, looking at the boy who was leaning against the foot of the bed and sleeping soundly. There's still some time, let's wait for dawn. Chapter 51, How to Live. Zhou Mingming was unsure whether he could enter the illusion with his half-baked special ability. However, thinking positively from another angle, perhaps he might indeed overperform and create a miracle, bringing Zhangji back safely. Liang Xiu, who was usually rash, was now uncommonly calm. The immediate family had spoken, and Gu Sun and Songmi had no objections either. You should sleep for a while, Gu Sun said to Songmi, don't catch a cold again. Songmi touched his nose and responded quietly. They had already found the person they were looking for, whether Zhangji would wake up depended on Zhou Mingming. Songmi had worked tirelessly for a day and night, almost freezing to death. Now that things had calmed down slightly, a wave of drowsiness hit him all at once, making him want to fall asleep right where he stood. You guys can sleep in the next room, I'll keep an eye on things here. Liang Xiu walked over to Zhou Mingming and hoisted him up by the armpits. The winter nights were still quite cold, leaving such a big person to freeze on the ground just seemed somewhat unkind. Songmi was about to offer help when Gu Sun got there first, bending down to help Liang Xiu settle Zhou Mingming onto the bed. Hey, I'm not made of glass, Songmi laughed, it's not like I'd break. Gu Sun took hold of his wrist, let's go. Being cared for felt somewhat strange. Songmi's mind was hazy as he was led out of the room by Gu Sun. The bedding was dry, and Gu Sun's embrace was warm. Songmi's eyelids felt glued shut, unable to open them after closing. He thought about the events of these past few days, feeling as if time had rewound to the beginning. Back then, they had just left Gu Sun's house and entered the illusion as soon as they lay down on a bed. Songmi remembered Gu Sun in the illusion, causing a slight crease between his brows in pain. He curled up, resting his forehead against Gu Sun's clavicle. Can't sleep. Gu Sun adjusted the blanket and looked down, asking. Songmi's voice was muffled under the blanket, sounding low. Though extremely sleepy, his eyes closed for rest, there was one knot in Songmi's mind. Zhangji was not yet awake, so he couldn't relax. Gu Sun patted Songmi's back gently, then lie down for a bit. Songmi held onto the fabric over Gu Sun's chest, wanting to say something but not knowing how to begin. He wanted to ask whether Zhangji would wake up, he wanted to know when this life would end. He also wanted to know whether they would ever find his mother and whether they had the power to fight against the world. Songmi's confusion and helplessness drowned silently in this pitch-black night. Once someone started being weak, the companions around had to step forward and take on their sentimental burdens. No one could answer these questions, and even if they did, he might not believe them. Don't worry, Gu Sun hugged Songmi tighter, I'm here. Songmi lifted his eyes which were full of bloodshot due to extreme dryness, you almost weren't there. When Gu Sun had unhesitatingly sent him out of the illusion, Songmi still bore a grudge about it. But back then, his heart had been too sore, so his punch had been soft and ineffective. Well, let's settle this mess later, Songmi closed his eyes again, snuggling into Gu Sun's arms, you should sleep too. Gu Sun was tired too. He shouldn't be having petty tantrums with him anymore. It wasn't easy for the two of them to be like this now, he ought to treasure it even more. It's not that I'm mad at you, Songmi added hastily for fear that Gu Sun would misunderstand, I just don't want you to disregard your own life so recklessly. Even if I didn't like you, you shouldn't have abandoned yourself. Before Songmi finished speaking, he realized that this hypothetical scenario would probably be too hard for Gu Sun to accept, so he quickly rephrased, forget it, there's no such if. I'm crazy about you, and from now on, you can't get into any trouble. His words became increasingly off-topic, and in the end, he blurted out everything he had in mind, revealing his inner thoughts directly to Gu Sun. People wearing shoes are afraid of those who don't, people cherishing life are scared of those who don't care about theirs. You scare me a little, you're reckless even towards yourself. Every time he saw Liang Shu worried, he always thought about what he would do if anything happened to Gu Sun. But however long he thought about it, he still had no idea what to do. If something happened to Gu Sun. Songmi tightened his grip on Gu Sun's clothes. If that happened, Songmi would be thrown into disarray. I will look for Lin Li with you, to find the way to eliminate special abilities, but you must promise me, to survive at all costs, and come home with me. He wanted to introduce Gu Sun to his parents, to his friends. This was his lover, the companion for life. I'm going to take you home. He didn't know when he had fallen asleep, but when he woke up again, it was already broad daylight. Songmi raised his arm to shield his eyes, turned his face to the side, and saw Gu Sun sitting by the bed. Gu. He was startled by the hoarseness of his voice after uttering just one word. You've caught a cold. Gu Sun placed his hand on Songmi's forehead, compared their temperatures, and then took a few capsules from the small table beside the bed, offering them to Songmi. Take your medicine. Songmi propped himself up with his elbow under Gu Sun's support, tilting his head back to drink a large cup of warm water. The water moistened his throat, making his voice smoother though still hoarse. How is Zhangji? Songmi lay back down on the bed. She woke up. Gu Sun tucked the blanket around him properly. As soon as he lay down, Songmi suddenly sat up again. She woke up. Gu Sun pressed him back down. Don't move. Zhangji woke up. She just woke up. Songmi closed his eyes, taking a long sigh of relief. His lips curved into a relaxed smile, and he softly remarked, Zhou Mingming is amazing, he really pulled her out. Hey, what about that guy? How about we join forces with him? It'd be convenient to act together in the future, and there'd be someone to look out for each other. Gu Sun paused for a moment before answering. Only Zhangji woke up. Songmi exclaimed, what? Only her? Gu Sun reiterated, only Zhangji. Songmi immediately scrambled off the bed. What about the other two? Gu Sun remained silent and shook his head. Are you serious? Not possible. Songmi shivered at the cold air outside the blanket. What time is it? 8:30. Gu Sun handed Songmi his coat, placing it over his shoulders. Pay attention to keeping warm. Songmi hastily dressed and stepped next door upon touching the ground. Zhangji. Songmi looked at the slim girl who was basking in the sun on the steps, walking over and checking her from top to bottom. Are you all right? Zhangji stood in front of Songmi with a faint smile in her eyes. I'm fine, thank you. Why are you thanking me? Songmi felt somewhat awkward and let go of Zhangji. There's nothing worth thanking for. I heard from Liang Su that it was you who found Zhou Mingming. Zhangji reached into her pocket and took out 2 small packets of bread, handing them to Songmi. Here, have some. Songmi, just waking up, happened to feel a little hungry. Without being polite toward Zhangji, he turned around, handed one to Gu Sun, tore open the packaging of the remaining one, and took a bite. It's no big deal. Where's Liang Su? He's sleeping inside. Zhangji looked back. His eyes are as red as yours. Songmi smiled awkwardly, turning his head to ask Gu Sun behind him, are my eyes very red? Gu Sun nodded to confirm. Ah, staying up late is bad for your health. Songmi rubbed his eyes. Don't follow my example. Gu Sun gripped Songmi's wrist to stop his action. Don't rub. Yes, I won't rub anymore. Songmi lowered his hand. I'll go check on your sister and Zhou Mingming. Inside the room, Liang Su was dozing on the soft couch cushion. Even though Songmi tried to move quietly, he still woke him up. Zhangji walked over to Liang Su, leaned down, and whispered softly, coaxing him back to sleep. Gu Sun looked at Guyu lying on the bed and conjured a small patch of rainclouds to moisten her face. It had been a day and night already. If Guyu didn't wake up soon, it was unlikely she would ever wake. What happened in the illusion? Songmi lowered his voice and asked Zhangji. It was Zhou Mingming who helped me come out. Zhangji looked at the boy lying next to Guyu, but Guyu wouldn't let him leave. Is that even possible? Songmi couldn't quite grasp the situation. Once the guide is found, killing them directly should let you come out, right? Since Zhou Mingming could bring you out, why couldn't he come out himself? What's going through his mind? Does he not want to live? This question made neither Zhangji nor Gu Sun respond immediately. Songmi chuckled in surprise. Really? He doesn't want to live. It's possible. Zhangji pursed her lips, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed, showing a hint of disappointment. He told me to hurry and get out, saying there were people waiting for me outside. But Guyu knew there was no one waiting for her, so she didn't want to come out. I also told Zhou Mingming to sneak out with me, but he said he didn't want to leave Guyu alone here. He also said he was timid and wouldn't last long by himself outside. It would be better for him to stay alive in the illusion. Zhangji finished speaking as Songmi stood by the bedside, paused for a moment, then turned around and grasped Gu Sun's hand. Songmi had struggled to bring Gu Sun back to reality, yet Zhou Mingming willingly stayed with Guyu in the illusion. The two extremes seemed like a contrast between bravery and cowardice, but wasn't Zhou Mingming's attitude towards life and death a kind of composure as well? Songmi wasn't sure whether he should praise him for fearless of death or despise him for escaping reality. But it seemed that the latter option looked easier than the former, something that Songmi could never do himself. He still had family, friends, unfinished responsibilities, and tasks to take care of. I'm sleepy. Songmi clenched his fingers tighter around Gu Sun's hand. I want to sleep a little longer. Chapter 52, The Pale-Faced One. Songmi had another dream, in which he relived his initial university life, simple and peaceful. Gu Sun always had a calm demeanor, calling him to wake up and failing every time before heading out for a morning jog alone. In the dream, Songmi graduated from university, found work, and got married. At the wedding, his wife was gentle and beautiful, promising, I do, in front of their family and friends. It was Songmi's turn to speak. He moved his lips but couldn't find any words. I do. I do what? To live an orderly life filled with happiness forever after. Songmi looked at the unfamiliar woman in front of him and then shifted his gaze elsewhere. Then, to his surprise, none of the people seated at the wedding banquet were familiar to him. The festive and lively wedding feast seemed suddenly paused like pressing a button. The entire hall became deathly silent, eerily quiet. Dad? Mom? Songmi turned into the crowd, searching for a familiar figure. He couldn't find them, not a single one. With gritted teeth, Songmi shoved through the throng of people obstructing his path. Gu Sun. Gu Sun. Someone grasped Songmi's hand from behind, pulling him against their chest. I'm here. Songmi abruptly woke up with a start. Shit, beads of sweat dotted his temple as his breathing came in short gasps. I just had such a strange dream. Songmi usually slept deeply, often closing his eyes and sleeping straight through until dawn. He remembered having last dreamed during the school physical test. After the run, Songmi felt his physical fitness was quite lacking. That night, he followed Gu Sun for a long nighttime run spanning several kilometers. It felt like he'd died and come back to life. I actually dreamed that I got married. Songmi lay flat on the bed, his vacant gaze fixed on the ceiling. Damn. I actually got married. He had never thought about marriage before, and now all of a sudden being thrust into a wedding scene was hard to accept. But that wasn't the point. The real issue was that the person he married in the dream wasn't even his boyfriend. This added an element of awkwardness. Married to who? As expected, Gu Sun asked a question that made Songmi even more embarrassed. Songmi swallowed nervously and finally decided to confess, a stranger. Gu Sun gave him a look and lightly said, aha. Don't just say, aha. Songmi protested, you should think, it's good that it's a stranger. If we knew each other, that would be really problematic. Gu Sun appeared to think about it for a few seconds, nodded, and said another, aha. Songmi's face contorted in a laugh worse than crying. Why do you keep doing this? Was it a girl? Songmi pulled his hand out from under the covers and gave Gu Sun a big thumbs up. No wonder Boss Gu, spot on pinpointing the key moments, worth writing a book on this. Are you hungry? Gu Sun handed over a cup of water to Songmi. I've made some porridge. Porridge again. Songmi tilted his head back and drank the warm water before pulling off the blanket and getting up. Where did you get rice? Fetched it from home. Gu Sun summoned clouds of rain and dampened the towel to pass it over. You specially went back for that? Songmi took the towel and roughly rubbed his face. Did you sleep? Or didn't you? Gu Sun lifted the temporary tarp covering on the roof. I slept. Slept? No, you probably didn't. Songmi jumped over like a monkey, grabbed Gu Sun by the shoulders and held his face firmly. Let me see if you've got dark circles. Gu Sun stood there still, slightly taller than Songmi, with his eyelashes lowered quietly, looking exceptionally well behaved. You don't talk much. Songmi squeezed Gu Sun's face gently between his hands. You unhappy? Gu Sun held Songmi's wrist. Stop messing around. Darling, give me a kiss. Songmi leaned forward and kissed Gu Sun's lips gently. Jealous? No, Gu Sun remained the same. Don't mind it. What am I minding? It's clear you're upset inside. Songmi flipped his hand and clasped Gu Sun's, because I dreamed I married a girl and now you're jealous. Gu Sun neither confirmed nor denied it. Dreams are dreams, they're all fake. Songmi scratched the palm of Gu Sun's hand. Don't be sad. If I were to marry, it would only be you. Gu Sun's lashes fluttered faintly before he tightly clasped Songmi's fingers and softly murmured, Sun, don't harbor these thoughts inside. Songmi's smile disappeared, realizing the matter needed to be clarified thoroughly. I used to think I liked girls, but I never specifically liked any particular girl. Maybe since birth, I've never been inclined toward liking girls. I made a mistake assuming so. After going through the illusory realm, Songmi realized that Gu Sun's feelings were heavier than what he initially imagined. He had to receive it steadily, seriously and solemnly, without a trace of frivolity or mockery. My first time at something like this. If I make you uncomfortable, you have to tell me. Songmi thought he was rough and clumsy, but he really didn't want his unintentional words to hurt Gu Sun. This was his first romance, the first time someone entered his heart. Songmi pulled Gu Sun, so inept that he didn't know how to cherish. Gu Sun, don't be sad. Don't be sad for my sake. I want you to be happy. However, Gu Sun wasn't actually thinking as much as Song Mi assumed, or rather, this was his normal state. Habitually hiding emotions, especially those related to Song Mi, suppressing them seemed to have become a matter of course. Just before, no one cared, and Gu Sun himself wouldn't care either. But now, Song Mi could notice, and would earnestly try to cheer him up. No, I am very happy. Gu Sun's lips curved upward, happy. Song Mi stood in front of him, and all of Gu Sun's unhappiness could temporarily fade away. Who's so serious when they say they're happy? Song Mi opened his arms, come on, give me a hug. There was laughter hidden in the depths of Gu Sun's eyes as he slightly lowered his head to embrace Song Mi. The morning sunlight was warm, sprinkling over Gu Sun's shoulders, kissing Song Mi's lightly drooping eyelashes. Was the bride beautiful? Gu Sun suddenly asked. Song Mi blinked open his eyes with confusion, The bride in your dream. I'm jealous. Gu Sun was getting better and better at making porridge. Compared to last night, it was evidently more delicious. I added shiitake mushrooms. Gu Sun sat side by side with Song Mi on the pile of stones next to the stone house, and sausage too. The supplies are pretty abundant. Song Mi quickly drank half a pot of meat porridge, wiped his mouth, and started teasing Gu Sun, in the future, you cook, and I'll wash dishes. Support the development of new dishes styles. As long as eating it doesn't kill me, I'll say it's good. A faint smile lingered at the corner of Gu Sun's eyes, okay. After eating their fill, it was nearly noon. Song Mi took his broken longsword again and enthusiastically ran off to find Zhangji to repair it. Liang Su woke up from a nap, just finished eating Gu Sun's porridge, and rarely refrained from arguing with Song Mi. Eat people's food and don't talk back. Since Gu Sun and Song Mi were one family, he kept silent. Broken again? Zhangji took the blade, tilted her head to look at Song Mi's exposed hands. Are you hurt anywhere? No, Song Mi waved his hands, humbly said, I broke it on purpose. It's a strategy, all strategies. What about Gu Sun? Zhangji held the blade, beginning the repair. He's fine. Song Mi squatted next to her. With me here, what can happen to him? Zhangji smiled, you two are truly good together. Song Mi scratched his head awkwardly, hey, I was worried you might not accept us well. There's nothing to not accept. Zhangji stood up and handed the fully repaired longsword to Song Mi. If someone can't accept it, then it's their problem. Song Mi bent down and wrapped the blade with a rag. He fell silent for a moment, then looked up and smiled at Zhangji, thank you. Only these few people knew about his relationship with Gu Sun. Perhaps, faced with life and death, everything else wasn't that important anymore. To tell you the truth, I've been curious about your ability. Song Mi tossed the sword in his hand. At first, I thought it was about restoring bit by bit, but turns out it snaps back instantly. Zhangji paused, it seems so. I haven't really paid attention. So how exactly do you control it? Song Mi asked, can you satisfy my curiosity? Zhangji frowned slightly, seemingly baffled by Song Mi's question. Song Mi, if you don't want to say, no need to force yourself. I just asked casually. It's not that I don't want to say, Zhangji pressed her lips tightly, I'm thinking about how to describe it. You can take your time, there's no rush. Song Mi strapped the sword on his back. Zhangji looked down at her feet, picked up a dry yellow leaf, and crouched down. In fact, I think my ability is somewhat similar to Auntie's ability. It's not a simple restoration, but a rewind of time. Zhangji placed the leaf in the palm of her left hand, and then covered it with her right hand. I roughly estimate a time period, like, a week ago. Zhangji took her right hand off the leaf, and the originally dried out leaf surprisingly regained some green color. And then 2 weeks. Song Mi watched as the leaf turned entirely green instantly. I can use my ability without putting my hand on the object, but it'll make me a bit more tired. Zhangji pinched the green leaf on her fingertips, maybe I'm just used to it. Who knows? Song Mi suddenly thought Zhangji's ability was kind of strong. Song Mi, if someone dies, can you bring them back to life? Zhangji blinked her eyes, I don't know. According to logic, it should be possible, right? Song Mi asked, if you could rewind a person to before they died. Zhangji felt a chill down her spine, it's a little scary. Resurrection. Song Mi suddenly got excited, the ultimate gear in late game. Zhangji was amused again, what are you talking about? I regret this. Song Mi wanted to slap his thigh till it swelled, can we stop being so shameless? I never agreed for you to go with Liang Su. Zhangji smiled mischievously, showing a tiny dimple, I was just about to talk to you about this matter. She sneaked a glance at Liang Su who was basking in the sun not far away and whispered, can the three of us add Liang Su into our group? Song Mi rolled his eyes, does my opinion matter? He left by himself in the beginning. He's not leaving anymore. Zhangji looked down fidgeting with her fingers, he said he would listen to me. You two seem pretty good together. Song Mi walked toward Liang Su, laughing involuntarily, made me think of a song. What song? Zhangji tilted her head and asked. Love trading. Song Mi sighed deeply, drawing Liang Su who was basking in the sun to turn around and look at him. Back then you were the one to split up if we're apart, then let's separate now you want to use true love to lure me back. Song Mi recited the lyrics lightly, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. Deadbeat face. Liang Su shouted at Gu Sun, your wife sang love songs to me. Song Mi. Wife. Wife, your sister. Liang-su beckoned Zhangji, come over. Zhangji glanced at Song Mi, suppressing laughter as she walked over. You just stay here and don't run around, Liang-su sarcastically insinuated Song Mi, don't get corrupted by those flirtatious young men. Chapter 53, Unexpected Joy. Song Mi had never been called promiscuous in all his life. And what's worse, he was described as a pretty boy. You're the one who's promiscuous, you're the one who's a pretty boy. You're just a brute, don't corrupt Zhangji. My wife, I want to, and she wants to too. Who are you? Go find your own partner. Zhangji tried to shut Liang-su up, don't say anymore. Song Mi's anger flared up instantly, Song Mi, Gu Sun grabbed Song Mi's wrist from behind, come over here. Song Mi, puffed up like an angry blowfish, let Gu Sun drag him aside. He was brimming with suppressed anger but could not refute it. Liang-su was right, they were a cute couple, why should an outsider like Song Mi interfere? Moreover, Song Mi already had someone, and his partner was way better than any brutish pretty boy. Good thing I have a partner, Song Mi squeezed his hand hard, or I would have been driven crazy by him. Gu Sun let Song Mi vent freely and occasionally responded with light squeezes back. After some time, Song Mi's temper cooled down, and he started reflecting on himself, why should he get angry at such brutish behavior? I shouldn't have gone near Liang-su, Song Mi walked into the room following Gu Sun, that guy's like a virus. Every time I talk to him, my IQ plummets. This must be the dumbing down effect of fools. He rambled on alone while Gu Sun bent down to gather some things. Feeling neglected, Song Mi approached Gu Sun, put his arm around his shoulder and asked, what are you doing? I found some medicine and packed it. Here, take this windproof jacket. Gu Sun handed over a relatively thick jacket to Song Mi. Ever since Song Mi got frostbite, Gu Sun had paid special attention to keeping him warm. They didn't have enough medicine stored, so for injuries there was Zhangji to heal, but getting sick was another matter altogether. There's still some congee left in the pot, Gu Sun tied up a quilt with cloth rope, do you want more? I'll have a bit more if there's any left, Song Mi quickly put on the clothes, how about you, are you full? Yes, Gu Sun neatly placed the items on the bed, the congee is next door, go eat. Song Mi fetched the leftover congee from the neighboring house and brought it over, gesturing to Gu Sun, there's 2 bowls left, come eat. Thus, the two sat at the entrance with their bowls of congee like a village couple basking in the sun at noon on their doorstep. What do you plan to do next? Song Mi swallowed the last bite of his congee and asked. Let's wait one more day, Gu Sun looked out at the bright sunlight outside, if she doesn't wake up then, we'll stop waiting. Compared to a day ago, Gu Yu's breathing and pulse had weakened significantly. If 3 days passed and she still didn't wake up, it was likely that she wouldn't wake up ever again. Song Mi remembered that Gu Sun only had one living relative left, which made him feel quite sorrowful. The boisterousness of just a moment before dissipated entirely. What will we do if she doesn't wake up? Song Mi held the empty bowl, feeling lost. Although he said he was looking for his mother, it had been such a long time, yet no clues had surfaced. Throughout this journey, he and Gu Sun had always been on the run from unexpected adversaries. Aside from their initial small goal of reaching City B, they had been flailing around aimlessly like headless flies. After leveling up through battle, they would need to accept tasks from NPCs, wouldn't they? The enemies are hidden in the shadows, how can I fight them? Go back to my home, Gu Sun took the bowl held by Song Mi, walked to the side of the road, and rinsed it with rainwater, I want to bury her together with my parents. The next morning, Gu Yu and Zhou Mingming were still not awake. Even though he had anticipated this result, when the time came to truly accept it, Song Mi's heart still ached a little. Do you want to wait a little longer? Song Mi watched as Gu Sun hoisted Gu Yu onto his back, his heart tingling with bitterness, I could still feel her breathing faintly just now. Probably won't last past tonight, compared to Song Mi, Gu Sun appeared much calmer. After putting Gu Yu on his back, he also helped Song Mi carry Zhou Mingming, is it heavy? Do you think I'm Zhangji? Song Mi chuckled dryly, let's go. When the two exited the room, Zhangji and Liang-su were already waiting outside. The four meandered back and forth, and in the end set off together. Compared to their earlier squabbling, their current journey was much more solemn. Perhaps because there were 2 lives slipping away beside them, the whole trip became suffused with a sense of depression. Walking half a day, they reached their destination just before noon. Gu Yu and Zhou Mingming were laid down in a separate room to sleep. Gu Sun's family had stockpiled large amounts of food and clothing. After making such a fuss, they needed some rest, to avoid the impending snowstorm. Is it really going to snow? Song Mi stood on the balcony, gazing at the deep blue sky outside the window, feeling that the clear weather would last forever. It will, Gu Sun walked beside him and, lowering his eyes, noticed Song Mi's unbuttoned coat and reminded him, fix your clothes. You're like an old nagging mother, Song Mi zipped up his jacket, treating me like a weakling non-stop. Gu Sun pulled Song Mi's hand and drew him away from the window, let's go see my parents. The yard still bore traces of the struggle from a few days ago. Gu Sun stepped on the damp soil and approached the 2 graves. Song Mi squatted down, picking up several stones to rebuild a small stone pile. Gu Sun was about to stop him when Song Mi cut him off, just let me do this for a while, once we leave, I'll scatter the stones. Gu Sun paused, then didn't say anything further. He picked up the shovel by the wall and began digging a pit next to the empty ground. This would be where Guyu rested her final slumber. Songmi averted his gaze and knelt to focus on piling the stones at his feet. His mood was sour, and the topmost stone kept slipping down as he placed it. Unbothered by the frustration, Songmi repeated the action until the warmest part of noon passed, and in the afternoon, clouds rolled in. It's raining. Songmi tilted his face upward, sensing the waves of chill. Gu Sun finished digging the hole and leaned the shovel back against its original place, Songmi grabbed Gu Sun's hand, holding it in his pocket for warmth. I'm sleepy again. Gu Sun returned to the room with him, eat something before sleeping. Dinner was simple. Janji made several bowls of vegetable noodles with ham sausage added, the oil-rich aroma floating across the broth. Songmi devoured 2 large bowls, feeling warm as he returned to the room with Gu Sun, collapsing onto the bed the moment they entered. Gu Sun massaged the back of his neck and closed the room windows and doors. Change your clothes and sleep well. Songmi turned over in bed, looking at Gu Sun sideways. Mr. Gu. Gu Sun pulled the curtains shut and sat down beside him. Yes. Songmi sat up, opening his arms to embrace Gu Sun. Come give me a hug. It was certain that Guyu had departed, leaving Songmi troubled as he sought to console Gu Sun. What's wrong? Gu Sun seemed not to understand Songmi's meaning. Guyu might have been very happy in the illusion. Songmi pressed his cheek against Gu Sun's ear. Don't be too sad. Gu Sun cupped Songmi's nape gently and gave a light massage. I'm not sad. Songmi tilted his head curiously. Huh. Closing his eyes, Gu Sun hugged Songmi. It was her chosen path. There's nothing for me to feel upset about. Much like how Gu Sun had opted to remain in the illusion and later chose to return to reality. Those were his decisions, choices no one could intervene with. Thinking of this, he corrected himself. Songmi interfered with his choice, and perhaps Songmi was the only one who could interfere with his decisions. Gu Sun, Songmi abruptly changed the topic. If I die, what will you do? Gu Sun didn't answer right away. He fell silent for a moment before pulling Songmi closer into his embrace. Songmi lightly patted Gu Sun's back in comfort, saying, it was just a random question. Don't ask such questions. Gu Sun's voice became hoarse, revealing emotion. I won't, I promise, I won't ever ask again, Songmi quickly reassured. Don't be mad, okay? I'm sorry. Songmi merely feared that if something happened to him, Gu Sun might take extreme actions. He intended to gently remind him, step by step. But this topic seemed untouchable, and Songmi's simple inquiry already displeased Gu Sun. If something really happened to him, Gu Sun would surely end up hurting himself too. Songmi sighed. What should I do? He'd need to keep an eye on this little weirdo in his life so he wouldn't go wreaking havoc on society. That night, Songmi clutched Gu Sun's hand and dreamed again. In the dream, Gu Sun stood motionless in front of him, drenched in blood. As Songmi took a few steps towards him, this short distance stretched endlessly, never allowing him to reach Gu Sun. Songmi. Startled, Songmi opened his eyes to find Gu Sun just inches away. With a stretch of his arm, Songmi embraced Gu Sun, curling himself tightly in his chest. I had another nightmare. Outside, the drizzle pattered gently on the leaves and grass, rustling softly. Gu Sun tucked the blankets tighter and began smoothing Songmi's back soothingly. What did you dream about? Songmi closed his eyes, reluctant to recall the images from a few minutes ago. I dreamed about world peace, I brought you home, and my parents really liked you. They said it was great to have an additional son. Gu Sun's lips curled slightly at the corners, with a hint of a smile. Is that so? Yes. Songmi, eyes closed, rambled on. You learned to cook lots of dishes, and every day before I went to work, you'd give me a kiss and say, honey, come home early. This time, Gu Sun genuinely laughed. The room was very dark, the light-absorbing curtains were tightly drawn, not letting in even a single sliver of moonlight. But in Songmi's mind, it was as if there was a vivid picture. He could see clearly the face of Gu Sun with upturned eyebrows and smiling eyes. Songmi hugged his shoulders and leaned in to kiss Gu Sun's eyes. It's rare to see you smile. Songmi's fingertips brushed over the corner of Gu Sun's eyes, filled with reluctance and care. You should smile more often in the future. Gu Sun grabbed Songmi's hand and placed a kiss on it near his lips. All right. The dialogue ended after this kiss. Songmi and Gu Sun rested their foreheads against each other, warm breaths circling around their noses, accompanied by faint panting, adding a touch of warmth to the rainy winter night. Whether it was due to falling asleep early in the afternoon or because of the terrifying dream just now, Songmi had kept his eyes closed but remained awake for a long while. He didn't want to wake Gu Sun, so he opened his eyes and gazed at the blurred face in front of him. Gu Sun had his eyes closed. Moments later, he raised his hand to cover Songmi's probing gaze like a spotlight. Haven't you fallen asleep yet? Songmi blinked, his eyelashes brushing the palm of Gu Sun, causing an itch. What about you? Gu Sun took his hand away and asked in return, can't sleep. Still thinking about what to do next, Songmi sighed, where to find Lin Li and my mom. Have you thought of anything yet? Songmi shook his head, no. Don't worry, they'll expose themselves when they make a move. But I'm always worried about my mom. Songmi hesitated halfway through speaking, pressed his lips together, and ultimately voiced his concern. She's a woman without much strength. Sometimes I wonder if she hasn't, and I won't be able to find her anymore. Suddenly, Gu-sun sat up sharply from the bed. What's wrong? Song-mi immediately followed suit, hurriedly putting on clothes and getting out of bed. There's movement outside the door. Gu-sun handed the long knife to Song-mi. It's still in the front yard. How did you hear that? Song-mi whispered, did you hear any sound? No sound. Gu-sun opened the door and walked out with Song-mi. Something's wrong with the rain sound. Over the past few months, not only had Song-mi's ESP ability increased, but Gu-sun's ESP abilities had also gradually developed new uses, such as his current heightened sensitivity to raindrops, allowing him to judge whether objects struck by rain had moved based solely on the sounds of the raindrops. Just now, he heard something unusual. Someone had entered the house through the rain curtain. They knocked on the neighboring room door. Janji and Liang Su immediately got up and joined them in heading to the living room. Is the front door locked? Song-mi leaned against the inner side of the main door and asked almost in a whisper right next to Gu-sun's ear. Gu-sun closed his eyes briefly, indicating yes. So the unexpected visitor might very likely be just outside the wall, seeking shelter in the foyer. Since there was no forced entry, the intruder was probably a well-mannered passerby with low attacking potential. However, even so, they did not lower their guard. Song-mi unwrapped the long knife from its cloth, gripped the hilt and stood by the door in readiness. Liang Su reinforced his muscles into a hard state and stood at the forefront gripping the doorknob. Janji was squeezed between Song-mi and Gu-sun, protected by lightning flashing faintly around her. Song-mi lifted his hand to signal opening the door, and Liang Su extended 3 fingers, drawing a countdown silently in the air. 3, 2, 1. A loud crash resounded as Liang Su practically shattered the main door outward. Song-mi inwardly cursed in shock and immediately prepared to attack first with his sword raised. Song-mi. Gu-sun behind him suddenly shouted out loud. Song-mi's raised long knife froze mid-air as his eyes widened in extreme astonishment. Mom. Chapter 54, Coming Out. Song-mi's single shout of "Mom" confused everyone present except Gu-sun. Including the woman outside the door drenched by the rain. She was wearing thin clothes, now soaked and tightly adhering to her body. Even with the injuries on her face and pale lips, it was still clear that this woman was Shirmei. Aunt? Janji's eyes widened even more than Song-mi's. She tried to push forward from behind Liang Su. Liang Su grabbed Janji's arm and pulled her back slightly. Don't go over there. Gu-sun had assumed Song-mi would immediately rush forward, preparing to grab onto his arm to pull him back. Instead, Song-mi paused for a moment, raising a knife in front of him defensively and taking half a step back, pressing his back against Gu-sun's chest. His voice was shaky, filled with astonishment. What the hell is this? In just 1 month's time, Song-mi had already completely lost the rashness and impulsiveness he had before, now beginning to suppress his emotions as he calmly analyzed the situation. This isn't real, right? He leaned his body closer to Gu-sun's, breathing heavily. Where's Zhou Mingming? Is this kid playing me again? Song-mi. Gu-sun placed a hand on Song-mi's shoulder. Calm down. How can I stay calm? Song-mi gritted his teeth. I haven't cut anyone yet, which means I'm already calm enough. Me. Shirmei's voice trembled as she interrupted Song-mi's words. She lifted her hand slightly towards Song-mi, water dripping from her pale fingertips while tears streamed down her cheeks. Song-mi didn't say anything, but his eyes reddened instantly. He really couldn't bear seeing his mother drenched in the freezing cold weather outside the house. Even if it were fake, it was too torturous. Let me check. Song-mi put the knife down, his voice choking up. Are you really my mom? Why did you come out alone? I came looking for you. Me. Shirmei burst into tears of joy, grabbing Song-mi's arms and checking him thoroughly from top to bottom. Her tears wouldn't stop flowing, repeatedly muttering, You're alive, that's great, you're alive. Song-mi neither refused nor pushed her away. His body was stiff as he turned his head and glanced at Gu-sun. Then he retracted his gaze, raised his hand, and grasped Shirmei's arm. Mom. Shirmei's whole body was icy cold, trembling violently. Her lips trembled uncontrollably, unable to articulate a full sentence. Song-mi didn't get a response but still took off his coat and draped it around Shirmei. His eyes seemed as if eyelashes had fallen into them, blinking continuously. Why so cold? Song-mi's hands were shaking intensely, and his speaking voice trembled as well. Let's quickly go inside. Do we have hot water? Gu-sun, do we still have hot water? Yes. Gu-sun's gaze swept over the doorpost before hesitating in his steps. Wait a moment. Following Gu-sun's line of sight, Song-mi looked toward Shirmei's back confusedly. What's wrong? Oh yes. Shirmei hurriedly took off Song-mi's clothes and rushed to the other side of the doorpost where she wrapped an injured boy covered in blood with the coat. Can you save him? Upon hearing about saving someone, Janji, acting as the team's little nursemaid, took the initiative. But when she saw the boy's face, she unexpectedly stopped. This person. Janji turned back to look at Song-mi, stunned. Looks really familiar. Song-mi walked up and pushed aside the boy's hair sticking to his face, also pausing momentarily. How could it not be familiar? This wasn't the same boy who had been cradled in Yun Wang's arms back then. If Song-mi wasn't mistaken, his ability was sensing the other's ability and enhancing it. Songmi himself became somewhat dazed, his gaze fixated on Shermay, having difficulty shifting it elsewhere for a moment. Let's go inside first, on such a cold day, we should discuss things once indoors. Of the 4 people, only Liang Su, who was unaware of the details, carried the boy. Zhanji quickly returned inside the house and fetched clean clothes for Shermay. Songmi poured a full cup of hot water, watching Shermay drink it bit by bit after being swaddled in a blanket. He dried Shermay's wet hair with a dry towel and reassured her about how everything at home was fine. As long as there's no trouble, that's good. Shermay wiped her tears and sighed in relief upon learning that Song Yuanqiu was safe, as long as all of you are okay. With a creak, the door opened softly. Gu Sun entered carrying a steaming bowl of noodles, walking to the bedside. Mom, eat some food. Songmi took the noodles, holding them carefully in his hands and handing them to Shermay. It's a bit hot, take your time. Sitting on the bed, Shermay looked up and asked Gu Sun, how is Xiao Wei? Songmi, puzzled, turned around and repeated along with Shermay, Xiao Wei. How is Xiao Wei? It's just a minor injury, Gu Sun said. Zhanji has already helped him recover, he's just still sleeping. Shermay covered her face and started crying softly. Mom. Songmi placed the bowl of noodles on the bedside table. What's wrong? Didn't we save him? Little me, Shermay took her hand away and tightly gripped Songmi's hand. It's my fault. I'm so useless that I had to let my child get hurt for me. Mom. Songmi grasped Shermay's hand, speaking incoherently. What happened? That person wasn't the one who almost killed Dad back then. Why did he save you? What exactly happened? Let Auntie rest for a moment. Gu Sun placed his hand on Songmi's shoulder. Shermay shook her head and explained, he helped me escape. Xiao Wei is not a bad kid. Bring him over here quickly. When he wakes up, he shouldn't be unable to see me. Mom, eat something first. Songmi returned the bowl of noodles to Shermay's front. I'll bring him over right away. As Songmi finished speaking, a sudden scream erupted from outside the house. Immediately afterward, hurried footsteps approached, and the door was violently slammed open. Qin Wei, who had been unconscious moments before, plunged straight into Shermay's arms on the bed. Songmi was still holding the bowl of noodles and got knocked off balance by Qin Wei's collision. Gu Sun reacted swiftly, raising his hand to protect Songmi. The entire bowl of steaming hot noodles splashed onto Gu Sun's hand. Shit! Songmi cursed softly as he quickly stood up to flick the remaining noodles hanging on Gu Sun's hand. Gu Sun summoned some rain clouds, rolled up his sleeve, and doused his hand with cold water. I'm fine. There's no way you're fine if it's red. Songmi held Gu Sun's wrist, carefully touching the edge of his hand back with his fingertips, feeling concerned. Gu Sun gently pulled Songmi's hand away, looked down, and retrieved his hand. I'm fine. Songmi froze momentarily before realizing Shermay was still present. Turning around, he saw Shermay cradling Qin Wei on the bed, seemingly uninterested in their previous actions. Soon after, Zhanji rushed in anxiously. Her expression was disordered, and she immediately grabbed Qin Wei's wrist. You, change Liang Su back right now. Qin Wei screamed and clutched Shermay even tighter. Mom, I'm scared. What happened to Liang Su? Songmi asked urgently. Zhanji sobbed uncontrollably, his body suddenly stiffened. It looks like his ability enhanced. Xiao Wei, Shermay hastily separated Qin Wei from her embrace a bit. Didn't you promise me not to use your power recklessly? Qin Wei cried loudly, but I'm scared. Don't be afraid, Mom is here. Shermay hugged Qin Wei and patted his back. Quickly stop. Return brother's power to normal. After crying for a while, Qin Wei calmed down. Go check on him to make sure he's okay, Shermay instructed Zhanji. Zhanji nodded nervously and turned out the door. What's going on? Songmi was utterly baffled. Why does he call you Mom? Shoo. Shermay shook her head at Songmi. Xiao Wei needs to sleep now. Songmi hesitated, but Gu Sun pulled him aside by gripping his arm and led him out of the room. What's happening? Songmi stared blankly for a moment in the hallway. All these messy events suddenly dumped on him made him feel completely unprepared. Go check on Liang Su, Gu Sun said. Songmi walked a few steps behind Gu Sun when he suddenly remembered something and pulled over Gu Sun's scalded palm. Let more rain fall on it. Songmi looked down at the red-marked hand back, asking hoarsely, does it hurt? I'm fine. Gu Sun touched Songmi's reddened eye corner with his other hand. Don't worry about it. How can I not worry? Songmi wiped away the residual water stains on Gu Sun's hand with his finger. The noodles were just cooked, and I felt they were too hot to handle through the bowl. Even when he spilled it on my clothes, I wasn't burned, so why did you raise your hand to block it? Gu Sun remained silent, simply listening to Songmi's complaints. Look how red this is, soon blisters will form. Call some clouds again, let it rain some more on it. Gu Sun obediently summoned rain clouds once more, and Songmi leaned down, supporting his fingers. I'm feeling a little disoriented. What's happening? Why did my mom suddenly show up? Is she really my mom? And that deadbeat kid, how did he become my brother? If Dad finds out he has a son who almost killed him, wouldn't he drop dead right there on the spot? Don't worry too much, Gu Sun comforted him. Judging from the current situation, Qin Wei appears to be controllable. He's just emotionally unstable and likely isn't our enemy. He and that guy almost killed my dad. Songmi lowered his voice but still couldn't suppress his anger. If it weren't for Zhanji, my dad would already be dead. Songmi, Gu-sun grabbed Songmi's shoulder, calm down a little. Songmi leaned forward slightly, resting his forehead on Gu-sun's shoulder. I want to calm down, damn it, but... The hell? I'm going to blow that brat's head off. A roar sounded in Songmi's ears, making him stand straight instantly. He turned his head and saw Liang Su, full of rage, rushing out from the next room. Liang Su. Zhanji hugged him tightly around his waist, trying to hold him back. Don't make more trouble. Songmi, what the hell is going on? Liang Su dragged Zhanji over to Songmi's side. We picked up this ingratitude incarnate, and before my wife could finish saving him, he tried to kill me. Don't yell so loud, don't let him hear you. Zhanji looked mournful, clinging to Liang Su's waist like a pendant. Please don't argue, okay? Liang Su quieted down for a moment, pulling Zhanji close to his side. One kid, why are you scared? What he said implied that the one who almost killed him earlier wasn't this very kid. Don't ask me, damn it. Songmi took half a step backward and leaned against the wall. I want to beat the hell out of that bastard as much as you do. Don't say. Zhanji's face was full of terror as she shook her hands. Let's not talk about it here. Gu-sun and Zhanji exchanged glances, each dragging their dim-witted counterparts into the next room. This is how it happened. Songmi briefly explained everything that had occurred a month ago to Liang Su. I can assure you that this boy definitely is the same boy. Bullshit. They share the same abilities, it has to be him. Liang Su slammed the table with his hand, take advantage of his guard being down, and kill him quickly. He's on guard now, Zhanji analyzed, otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed off to Auntie. Liang Su, then let Auntie take care of it. Are you stupid? Songmi asked, would my mom do something like that? Liang Su exploded again, what then? Keep a ticking time bomb around us. What if one day he doesn't get his way, uses his power again and kills someone instantly? Can we even survive? He seems very obedient to Auntie. Zhanji pulled on Liang Su's sleeve. Auntie won't let him hurt us. It's too early to decide. Gu-sun continued Zhanji's point. After Auntie rests, Songmi and I will figure out exactly what happened before deciding what to do. Do we even need to ask? Liang Su opposed. It was lucky it was me earlier. What if it had been Zhanji? Could she have taken it? Zhanji tugged on Liang Su's hand. I'm fine, right? Too late when it happens. Liang Su snapped irritably. At the time, it was only self-defense. His ability was activated out of reflex. Now that Auntie is there, and he listens to her, he won't act recklessly in the short term. Zhanji carefully explained to Liang Su, let's see how things develop. If he can stabilize, he could become a fairly reliable ally for us. After Zhanji's explanation, not only did it convince Liang Su, but even Songmi fell silent. He glanced at Gu-sun, surprisingly finding Gu-sun looking back at him too. Their gazes intersected, and they seemed to be able to discern some mutual understanding in each other's eyes. I remember, we were able to kill Yun Wang partly because of this kid's help, Songmi recalled. Back then, I didn't know how to fully control my ability. It might not have been possible to defeat him alone, but after suddenly mastering my skill, I became adept at using it quite smoothly, which allowed me to finally kill him. Songmi clearly remembered that, in order to find Yun Wang who kept hiding between houses, he not only destroyed many buildings in a short period of time but also made thousands of tons of concrete float into the sky. Most importantly, he could find the enemy among them and precisely increase their gravity across such long distances. Even by today's standards, Songmi found those feats difficult to replicate, yet all of it truly happened. If he could be on our side, Songmi proposed a bold assumption. At the very least, my ability could boost the combat potential to more than one level. This time, even Zhanji fell silent. Songmi paused a few seconds, seeing no one responded, feeling a bit awkward. No, Gu-sun broke the silence, it's too dangerous. Just like Liang Su said, Qin Wei was a time bomb. Letting him use his ability on Songmi was absolutely unacceptable. The issue is trust. What if Qin Wei went too far during a fight and Songmi's body couldn't take it? It might just result in his immediate death. Why not? Songmi argued, just let my mom talk to him. Won't that be fine? Gu-sun interjected, you shouldn't even think about it. Even if they could fully trust the other party, the last time Songmi's ability was enhanced only lasted for about 10 minutes, but he slept for 3 full days afterward before waking up. Sacrificing the body to temporarily increase combat potential required much more energy to recover, and it might not even be enough. Gu-sun would absolutely not allow Songmi to take such risks. Though Gu-sun usually let Songmi do as he pleased, this was the first time he so firmly opposed him. Songmi frowned, feeling uneasy inside. You were there when I killed Yun Wang, you should know how strong my abilities become after they're enhanced. Gu-sun remained silent, got up, and left the room. Songmi was completely confused, turned around, and looked at Zhanji. It really was pretty strong. Zhanji remembered the eerie and terrifying look on Gu-sun's face when Songmi was unconscious, swallowed her saliva. Yes, it's strong, but have you ever considered whether your body can handle it? I can handle it. Songmi said with utmost seriousness, sleep for a few days and I'll be fine. Sleep for a few days. Zhangji wanted to say something but held back. In the end, she still couldn't help but remind him, you don't know what Gu Sun was like while you were asleep those days. On the balcony facing the backyard in the living room, Gu Sun sat on the wooden steps under the rain shelter, staring blankly at the quiet graves. Not long after, someone came from behind and sat down next to him. Do you want some? Songmi handed a bowl to Gu Sun. I just made a bowl of noodles for my mom, and there's a bit of leftover soup. Don't waste it. Gu Sun glanced sideways at him. You drink it. Never mind, I'll drink it after it cools down a bit. Songmi put the bowl of noodle soup beside his leg, reached out, and grabbed Gu Sun's hand. Let me see if your hand is still red. Gu Sun's hand was still slightly red, though fortunately, there were no blisters. It should be fine after one night. Your hands are really cold. Songmi pulled Gu Sun's other hand over and warmed both hands together. I'll warm them up for you. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Gu Sun's lips, but just as Songmi prepared to take a closer look, it disappeared again. Hey, laugh if you want to. Songmi moved closer to Gu Sun. Laugh once more. Songmi, Gu Sun withdrew one of his hands. Ability enhancement damages the body. I know. Songmi quickly responded, I won't think about it anymore. I'm perfectly fine like this. The four of us together, we can beat anyone. If all else fails, my mom can rewind time for us. We must prioritize survival. I will absolutely never act rashly alone. Gu Sun remained silent. It wasn't even 5 minutes ago, and suddenly, Songmi had gained so much understanding. Come on, drink the noodle soup. Songmi picked up the bowl again and placed it in front of Gu Sun. Sitting outside at night, your hands are frozen. Drink something warm, don't catch a cold. Gu Sun took the bowl and took a sip, lowering his head. The noodle soup had oil floating on top, slightly salty, and it wasn't particularly tasty. But at this moment, eating was mainly to replenish strength and maintain physical vitality. Even if it tasted bad, it still had to be swallowed down. While giving noodles to my mom earlier, she told me that Qin Wei helped her escape. And throughout their journey, Qin Wei has been protecting her. He's been very good to her. Earlier, he even risked his life to save her from being stabbed. Songmi's expression became complicated, looking troubled. I never expected it. This little brat truly cares about my mom. Gu Sun said, he trusts Auntie deeply. Songmi said, of course. This kid's lucky to meet my mom. My mom is such a kind person. When she meets children, she naturally dotes on them. After finishing the noodle soup, Gu Sun extended the bowl outside and used falling raindrops to clean it. Do you still remember what Yun Wang said to Qin Wei back then? Songmi thought for a moment. Which sentence are you talking about? You don't need your mom anymore, do you? I really want her. Songmi didn't immediately react. Gu Sun repeated, this sentence. Songmi, oh. This might have been an indirect cause of Yun Wang's death. Songmi was bewildered. What? He felt that he was lacking brains and couldn't keep up with Gu Sun's line of thinking at all. Back then, Qin Wei enhanced your ability, which prevented Yun Wang from escaping. Also, because of this, he could take Auntie away by himself. Songmi widened his eyes in astonishment. No way. Weren't they on the same side? Not necessarily on the same side. Gu Sun looked towards the courtyard. At that time, it was raining, and Qin Wei feared the rain, so his mood was actually quite bad. Yun Wang's underestimation almost got him killed, and Qin Wei, having had his time delayed, was angry, so he made Yun Wang die. Or, Qin Wei didn't want Yun Wang to travel with Auntie, so he let him die. Songmi couldn't comprehend. Why wouldn't he want Yun Wang to go with my mom? Wouldn't it be better if there was one more person to protect them? Because of possessiveness. Songmi looked at Gu Sun, being silent for about 10 seconds. How do you know? These were things Songmi hadn't even thought of, and hearing them surprised him. How could a kid just over 10 years old possibly act like that? Isn't that just sick? Gu Sun averted his gaze and lowered his eyes to look at their intertwined fingers. Because, I am the same type as him. No. Songmi placed both hands on Gu Sun's face and leaned in to kiss his forehead with a loud smack. Darling, what are you talking nonsense for? How could you be the same as him? He's an unwanted psycho, but you're my heartthrob, too different. Gu Sun. Ever since we were in the illusion, I felt there was something wrong with your psychology. You always think of yourself as a monster, a psycho, different from others, always putting yourself down. Gu Sun, Songmi, wait. In fact, all you have is a bit too much possessiveness, which I'm pretty happy about. It's completely consensual between us lovers, and it's nowhere near the same as what Qin Wei did, trying to steal someone else's mom. Gu Sun, stop talking. You don't like talking much, so I must say something. Otherwise, how would we handle the hidden feelings every day? When I said earlier to use Qin Wei's abilities, you could have directly said you were worried about my body and didn't want me to use them. Instead, you beat around the bush, and now I have to comfort you. Gu Sun's Adam's apple moved, as if he had already given up. Alright, stop being stubborn. You are you, unlike anyone else. I finally found a partner, so please stop degrading him. It makes me feel uncomfortable. A corner of Gu Sun's mouth twitched, and his expression began to lose control. So why are you looking this way? Songmi frowned, turning his head to look behind him along with Gu Sun. Is there something behind me? Songmi's words suddenly stopped, as if someone had clamped his neck, squeezing out the last bit of sound from his throat. Mom. Chapter 55, Heart C. Mei stood there blankly until Songmi hastily got up, then she came back to her senses and gently made an sound. You two are sitting outside, aren't you cold? Gu Sun appeared calm. Auntie. We're not cold. Songmi stammered awkwardly as he walked hand in hand with Mei by her side. Why did you come out? Xiao Wei fell asleep, I just wanted to see you. Mei raised her hand to comb her hair behind her ear, her expression somewhat embarrassed. Oh. Songmi's face stiffened into a smile. I just brought Gu Sun a bowl of noodle soup. You can keep talking, I'm going back inside. Mei pointed upstairs and turned to go upstairs. We're done talking. Songmi said quickly, we've finished our conversation. Finished, really finished. Mei glanced at Gu Sun, then quickly moved her gaze. Songmi ran to Mei's side and turned around following her gaze to look back at Gu Sun behind them. Gu Sun stood in place, not coming up further. I'll put the bowl back. Songmi took a few steps backwards. What? Bring back the bowl. Gu Sun didn't respond anymore, and turned toward the opposite direction to walk away. Gu. Songmi was about to call out to stop Gu Sun but suddenly realized that Mei beside him was staring at him intently. Songmi immediately swallowed his words, scratching his head. Mom, how? How could you walk so silently? How much did you hear between me and Gu Sun just now? While speaking, Songmi kept stealing glances at Gu Sun. As he watched that familiar figure fade into the darkness, he felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Gu Sun always seemed perfectly normal, like nothing could bother him. But Songmi knew every little detail about himself had entered Gu Sun's heart. Being suddenly forced out of the closet left even Songmi struggling to bear it, let alone Gu Sun. Songmi felt his throat dry, his lips trembling while facing Mei. Just because he started dating Gu Sun, had he done anything particularly wrong? Gu Sun isn't some ancient sinner, why should they feel like being caught in an act of adultery? Why should Gu Sun have to suffer this kind of injustice? The more Songmi thought about it, the more uncomfortable he became. Instead, it suppressed his panic, making him gradually calm down. Mom. I am together with Gu Sun, in that sense of together, meaning dating, becoming boyfriend-girlfriend, we're officially together. Songmi's brow knitted deeply, rubbing his eyes with his hand. I'm serious, I just feel he's good, someone I can spend my life with. Mei remained motionless, looking at Songmi, then lifting her hand to touch his face. Songmi blinked his eyes, lowering his gaze as she touched his face. Are you angry? Mei sighed, lowering her hand and shaking her head. You've grown up, this is your business. Songmi's eyes held a trace of surprise. Really? You're not mad? There's no anger worth having. Mei turned to go back, though. I am quite surprised. From the very beginning, when she saw Gu Sun's attitude toward Songmi, she more or less guessed something, but she didn't expect her son would also give him a response. She originally thought it might be a one-sided affection, but unexpectedly found it mutual. In fact, I'm also pretty shocked. Songmi protected Mei's back as he escorted her back to the room. I didn't expect it either. So how do you continue to be with him? Mei worriedly asked, do you need to make sure whether you truly? I've clarified it already. I'm an adult, how could I still not understand my own situation? Songmi helped Mei open the door to her room. We've known each other for so long. Mom. A crisp male voice suddenly interrupted Songmi. Songmi stopped mid-sentence and looked inside. A boy was sitting on the bed, intently staring at him. Xiao Wei. Mei hurried to the bedside and pulled the blanket tighter around Qin Wei. When did you wake up? Just now. Qin Wei snuggled against Mei. I heard Mom talking. Songmi stood at the door, looking at the two people inside, always having a strange feeling of rejection. This is his mother, so where does this kid come from, calling her mom so affectionately? Do you feel hungry? Your brother cooked noodles for you to eat. Who is his brother? Songmi wasn't feeling too great. The noodles were clearly meant for his own mother. However, Songmi being an adult, shouldn't quarrel with such a tiny child over their mom. After receiving a glance from Mei, he closed the door again. The corridor was unlit, and after stopping at the door for a few seconds, Songmi stepped towards the first-floor kitchen. A few minutes ago, Gu Sun had put the noodle bowl back in the kitchen cabinet. He hadn't returned directly, instead standing by the sink for a long time. The faucet no longer dispensed water, the bucket on the counter was covered with its lid and held clean water inside. Gu Sun opened the cover and discovered that the water had been used up by almost half a bucket. It was still raining outside, the moist air containing less dust, making it a good time to refill the water. Gu Sun gathered rainclouds above the bucket, watching quietly as the bucket filled up. The sound of rain echoed both outside and inside. It felt like his heart was being drenched with icy water too. Mei had discovered his relationship with Songmi. And it seemed she wasn't very accepting. He remembered 1 month ago when he was still at Songmi's home. One night while sleeping, he had held Songmi, with his lips resting against Songmi's forehead. Perhaps not wanting to disturb their sleep, May had entered without knocking. Although Gu Sun woke up instantly, he reflexively hugged Song-mi tightly, caught in an awkward gaze-off with May for a moment. Probably around then, May had already begun to suspect something. Just now, her quick glance felt like a knife stabbing deeply into Gu Sun's heart. It hurt and left him cold, freezing Gu Sun halfway through. She was Song-mi's family, connected by blood, his real family. The bucket was soon full, and Gu Sun closed the lid, keeping his hand pressed on it without lifting. The rain inside stopped but continued outside. The intensity of the rain had decreased somewhat, accompanied by winter's chilly winds howling throughout the night. Gu Sun gripped the protrusion on the lid as if clutching onto a piece of driftwood in the vast sea. This piece of driftwood pulled him out from the deep ocean, allowing him to survive and breathe fresh air. Gu Sun clung to this lifeline with all his might, for it was his means of survival. But now, this driftwood had found its way back to its birth tree. The sea isn't where trees should be, it was time for them to return. The waves roared, heavy rain poured down. The massive whirlpool constricted Gu Sun's throat as if choking him. His brain received the feeling of suffocation along with his heavy breaths. That belongs to me. Gu Sun clenched his fingers so tightly they trembled uncontrollably. That is mine. In the surging waves, he reached out to grab hold of the driftwood. He recalled that night when his emotions spiraled out of control, pressing Song-mi against the wall for a kiss, regardless of any boundaries. Everyone can leave me, but not you. His actions were dominating and selfish, pitiable and humble. Because I have staked everything, without you, I will die. Treasure, child. A slightly comical and pausing call entered Gu Sun's eardrums, like sunlight breaking through the clouds, stopping the torrential rain and calming the waves. Water droplets hung in the air, refracting under the sunlight to form an arched rainbow of 7 colors. Song-mi jumped over with long strides, wrapped his arms around Gu Sun, giving him a warm embrace. Guess what I just did? Gu Sun loosened his clenched fingers, letting them hang loosely by his side. His Adam's apple moved slightly, his eyes deep and tranquil, as if none of the preceding storms had ever happened. Can't guess. You weren't even trying to guess, were you? Song-mi grabbed Gu Sun's hand and stuffed it into his own pocket. You disappear for a second and run off here to play with water again. Your hands are freezing, don't you care about being cold? Gu Sun, holding Song-mi's fingers, said quietly, I'm cold. If you're cold, just go back to bed. Song-mi pulled Gu Sun out of the kitchen. Our room has been given to my mom, so let's sleep next door. Fortunately, we brought a few extra blankets before, we shouldn't freeze. I'm sorry for inconveniencing you since you can't sleep in your own bed, but I've seen you give in to harsh realities before. Haven't you already slept in other people's beds with me? Gu Sun obediently followed Song-mi, saying softly, yes. Wherever there was Song-mi's warmth, every place smelled good. Oh, you still haven't guessed what I told my mom earlier. Can't guess. You're just lazy to guess. Song-mi pinched Gu Sun's palm and revealed the secret without delay. I straight up told her about us. Gu Sun paused mid-step. Song-mi pulled him along, briefly halting for a second. What's wrong? Did I scare you? Gu Sun remained silent, only raising his eyes to look at Song-mi after a moment. What did Auntie say? Song-mi grinned, showing his teeth. She said it's my business, and she won't interfere. Gu Sun lowered his gaze again, analyzing the meaning behind Song-mi's words. Don't overthink it. Song-mi held the back of Gu Sun's head, forcing him to lower his head slightly, resting against her forehead. My mom's response means she agrees. Is that so? Gu Sun seemed skeptical. Gu Sun didn't value too much the recognition from Song-mi's parents. He just feared that Song-mi would choose her parents over him. My parents are pretty open-minded, not old-fashioned, Song-mi said casually. Once my mom agrees, my dad will definitely have no issues either. But their agreement or disagreement doesn't matter because I can't break up with you just because they don't agree. Is that so? A slight ripple stirred in Gu Sun's heart. At that moment, he even wanted Song-mi's parents to oppose them, then he could take Song-mi away from here. If that happened, Song-mi would only have him left. But this thought was immediately suppressed by Gu Sun as soon as it came to mind. Song-mi would definitely be unhappy if that happened. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Song-mi gave a string of affirmative replies. How could I bear letting you wander around alone? Stay by my side obediently. Gu Sun pressed his lips together slightly, and a hint of smile appeared at the bottom of his eyes. All right. I'm already tired at night. Song-mi yawned and pulled Gu Sun back towards their room. Let's hurry up and get ready for bed. Song-mi. Gu Sun suddenly grabbed Song-mi. Song-mi stumbled and spun her heel, landing right into Gu Sun's embrace. What's wrong? Gu Sun raised his arms slightly to hold Song-mi, lowering his head to bury his face in Song-mi's neck without speaking, just hugging silently. Come on, if you want a hug, just say so. Song-mi lifted his hand to encircle Gu Sun's waist, patting his back. Hug away, you can hug me all you want. Gu Sun softly hummed and turned his face to kiss under Song-mi's ear. The warm breath grazed Song-mi's earlobe, carrying the scent of Gu Sun, making Song-mi's heart itch uncontrollably. Said to hug, but you went straight to kissing instead. Kiss fine, but you didn't kiss the right spot. Song-mi twisted his body, looking front and back, dragging Gu Sun into an empty nearby room. Come, big brother, let me teach you where you should kiss. The rain outside seemed to have stopped, the silvery moonlight shone through the window into the room, scattering onto Song Mi's shoulders and lips. Gu Sun cupped Song Mi's face and kissed toward the moon. The rain in his heart had also stopped. The sea surface was calm, the sun shining brightly. Gu Sun came ashore from the seawater, Song Mi running happily toward him laughing. Mr. Gu. Chapter 56, Severe Competition. The next morning, Gu Sun got up very early. It was still dark outside, and he glanced at his phone which showed the time as 5:10. Song Mi beside him was still asleep, his brows slightly furrowed. Gu Sun lowered his head and carefully tucked the blanket around him in the darkness. Mom. Song Mi's lips lightly touched, making a faint sound almost inaudible. Gu Sun's thumb brushed across his eyebrows, smoothing out the crease. Did you have a nightmare? In response came Song Mi's steady and prolonged breathing. Song Mi always slept soundly, sometimes not even the phone alarm could wake him up. Coupled with yesterday's unexpected events, which left him restless, Song Mi didn't fall asleep until late at night. It was good that he slept longer now. Gu Sun looked down at the sleeping boy under the faint moonlight. For about a few minutes, he leaned down and kissed Song Mi on his hair. Unexpectedly, Song Mi opened his eyes. He raised an arm, circling Gu Sun's neck, laid down flat from his side position, pressing Gu Sun onto him. You kissed wrong again, did I teach you nothing yesterday? Song Mi, just waking up, spoke with a raspy voice. He wrapped one hand around Gu Sun's shoulder and used the other to pull the blanket, bringing Gu Sun back into the quilt. I haven't brushed my teeth yet. Gu Sun adjusted his body so as not to press Song Mi's arm. Song Mi puckered his lips to kiss him, there's no reason for a wife to complain. It's true, Gu Sun thought for a moment, I'm afraid you'll complain about me. Song Mi stopped for a second, huh? His brain wasn't fully awake yet, needing to squint and think for a while before realizing there was something amiss. What I meant was I don't despise you, Song Mi pinched Gu Sun's chin, you misunderstood. You're the one who misunderstood, Gu Sun held Song Mi's wrist, wife. Pooh. Song Mi couldn't help but burst out laughing, say it again. Gu Sun readily complied, wife. Ha ha ha. Song Mi spread his arms wide and lay down in a starfish shape, this wife sounds like such a little wife. Liang Su's northeastern Chinese accent was omitted, replaced by Gu Sun's deadpan tone. Like saying flirtatious words seriously, this term, wife, didn't suit Gu Sun's stern face. You're not suitable to call her wife, Song Mi summarized, try calling her sweetheart. Gu Sun. Overstepping boundaries, pushing limits. Sweetheart, don't be shy, we're old man and wife. Song Mi paused halfway, then remembered they had been together only 2 or 3 days, hey, where's your phone? When is our anniversary? I need to record it. Gu Sun extended his arm and picked up the phone from the bedside cabinet, January 6th. You remembered everything? Song Mi took the phone, opened the calendar, and shielded his eyes from the screen light, January 6th. Oh, mine are cold. When was New Year's Day again? February 5th is the eve of the Spring Festival. Less than a month until the new year. How fast? In November, they went to City B, and it had only been over a month since then. However, during this time, life was full of heavy burdens and life or death situations. A single misstep would mean separation forever. Time passed quickly, yet slowly. Fast to the point there wasn't time to count how much had slipped by before stepping into the end-of-year threshold. Slow enough that every step Song Mi took was painstakingly difficult. Song Mi turned off the phone and hugged Gu Sun. Amidst this chaos, some lost their children or partners, others died far from home. Fortunately, the people by his side never left, always staying by his side. Let's sleep a bit more, Song Mi buried his face in Gu Sun's chest, it hasn't even dawned yet. Gu Sun's palm supported Song Mi's back, gently patting him, all right. Gu Sun, Song Mi rubbed his chin against him, murmuring drowsily, when things are over, the world will definitely become turbulent for a while. Just follow me home, and we'll live like immortals for a while, until everything returns to normal, then work when it's time to work, school when it's time to study. His words grew lighter and quieter, eventually fading away. Just as Gu Sun thought Song Mi had fallen asleep, Song Mi suddenly woke up startled, fumbling wildly to grasp Gu Sun's hand. Follow me home obediently, don't run around. Okay. Gu Sun patted his back, go to sleep. Add, sweetheart please. Song Mi teased. A hint of a smile curved on Gu Sun's lips, sleep well, sweetheart. Song Mi slept until 9, woken up forcibly by Shimi. Xiao Wei is already up, you're the laziest one, Shimi frowned, tidying up Song Mi's clothes and handing them over. Song Mi slipped on his sweater and looked at Qin Wei standing behind Shimi like a spirit haunting from behind, annoyed, what does it have to do with this kid if I get up? He had someone pampering him, why was it wrong to sleep in for a bit? Watch your mouth, Shimi pushed Song Mi's head, this is your brother. Brother? What kind of nonsense is that? Song Mi rolled his eyes, barely resisting the urge to bring up the incident where Song Yuanxiu had been under control before. Big brother. Qin Wei clutched at Shimi's hem, timidly calling out. Song Mi. Big brother, what kind of random familiarity is this? Call him big brother. Shymi nudged Songmi again, you're so impolite. Why should I show any politeness towards him? Songmi pulled back the covers and got out of bed, I don't acknowledge him. Oh bear child, you little devil. Your mother will soon be tied to you. And yet he just took mom, looking at him with such grievance. Songmi shrugged, turned his head away, and walked out of the room without a backward glance. The moment he stabbed Laozi into Song Yuanxiu's chest, the tearing sensation was unforgettable until now. It's only been a month since then, and they want him to call the person who nearly killed their father brother. That was something Songmi couldn't swallow. He started shouting for Gu Sun as soon as he stepped out of the door, yelling all the way into the kitchen. Zhang Ji was also there, busy preparing lunch with Gu Sun. So where's your man? Songmi asked casually while squeezing toothpaste. It's not like that, Zhang Ji said awkwardly, don't go around saying weird stuff. Not really. Songmi smirked, holding his toothbrush, aren't you two together yet? Zhang Ji's ears turned red, no way am I with him. Oh ho ho, Songmi grinned widely, not with him. Zhang Ji stomped her feet and turned away angrily, I'm not talking to you anymore. Songmi rushed after her, are you mad? Don't be. Gu Sun placed the rinsed rice in the rice cooker, pulling Songmi's arm back to the sink, brush your teeth properly. Songmi scooped a cup of water from the bucket and swelled his cheeks with it. With wet hands, Gu Sun lightly prodded his face with his fingertip. Songmi managed to suppress his laughter and quickly leaned down to spit out the water. What's wrong with you? Songmi stirred his toothbrush noisily in the glass, teasing me in the morning. Come on, let me kiss you. Foam still clung to the edge of his lips, and he puckered up, closing his eyes as he leaned toward Gu Sun's face, making a smooching sound twice in satisfaction. Kissing, kissing, that's what dating is about, kissing. White face, what the hell are you saying to my wife? Suddenly, half of Liang Su's head popped up outside the open window. His glaring stopped abruptly when he saw what was happening inside, causing him to retract instantly. Shit. Shit shit shit. Liang Su's voice trailed off as he ran away, leaving Songmi unable to hold back his laughter, tilting his head back and laughing heartily in Gu Sun's embrace. What's so funny? Gu Sun wrapped an arm around Songmi's waist, pulling the leaning person closer. Frightened him good, Songmi leaned forward, stealing a kiss from Gu Sun, next time Liang Su annoys me, I'll kiss you right in front of him. Gu Sun glanced outside briefly and leaned his head back, seemingly refusing, no. You won't let me kiss. Songmi came closer, bumping heads with Gu Sun, nose to nose, feeling each other's breaths, it's only been a few days and already no more kisses. Gu Sun pursed his lips, gripping Songmi's waist a little tighter, not in front of him. Songmi bit his lower lip tightly, suppressing for a few seconds before bursting into giggles with a poo. Shy, Mr. Gu is shy. Then we'll kiss now, Songmi cupped Gu Sun's face with both hands, fidgeting in Gu Sun's arms, raising his toes slightly, take advantage of no one being around, quick. Gu Sun held Songmi's nape, just about to lower his head and kiss the youth before him. The next second, his hand suddenly moved away, slapping and catching a radish midair with a pop. Kiss. Kiss what? Liang Su peeked through the window frame, baring his teeth at Songmi, from now on, I'll stick to your back so you can't even try to kiss. Tisk. Songmi hugged Gu Sun and began boasting, jealous, huh? Understandable. Calling someone wife for so long but getting absolutely no response. Must be quite painful, right? Poor thing. Liang Su bent down, grabbed a radish, and threw it into the room again, bullshit. I knew it was you messing around behind my back. Yesterday, Ji even gave me her approval, and today she won't even hold my hand. Wow, not even a hand to hold. You must be having it pretty rough. Songmi took the radish and stretched his arm to hook Gu Sun's neck, planting an exaggerated kiss on his face, alright baby, let's hold hands. Gu Sun. He shrugged off Songmi with disdain and turned to cut the frozen meat. Liang Su mocked with an, oh no, from the windowsill, your boyfriend ignores you. Songmi walked over with the radish, shut the window in Liang Su's face, and mouthed a, go away. Liang Su sneered and gave him the middle finger before turning and leaving. Songmi weighed the large white radish in his hands, then poked Gu Sun's waist with it, put your hands up. Gu Sun sighed, looking at Songmi helplessly, stop messing around. Not going along. Songmi pinched Gu Sun's cheeks, watch out, I'll punish you right here. The kitchen door lock clicked softly, and Songmi widened his eyes as he tightly hugged Gu Sun, I'm gonna piss off that dumbass Liang Su, don't move, let me. His sentence was cut off halfway. Gu Sun pulled down Songmi's arms, and Songmi saw Shymi standing by the doorway. Shymi paused for a moment, lifting her hand to cover Qin Wei's eyes. Before Songmi could curse, another door slammed, and the kitchen returned to calmness. Was that just Mom? Songmi twitched the corner of his mouth, still hugging Gu Sun. Yes, Gu Sun removed Songmi's arms, I would like to leave a good impression on Auntie. Please don't bring me down. Chapter 57, 2-on-2. Given Songmi's excessively playful behavior, Gu Xian decided he should keep his distance from him for now. Shi Mei, after being startled twice, realized her son was growing up and spreading his wings to fly. She understood she had to be more considerate as a mother and shouldn't barge into his private moments with his partner anymore. Thus, Shermay found the only girl in the house and they both squatted in the yard sorting through the vegetables scattered everywhere. "Auntie, let me do it." Janji, holding a large cabbage, ran up to Shermay. "You go rest." "I've rested enough." Shermay waved her hands and pulled Qin Wei in front of her. "Wei, call her sister." Sister." Qin Wei tightly clutched Shermay's hand and softly called out. "Hello, Xiao Wei." Janji bent down and smiled at Qin Wei. "I'm Janji. If you're ever not feeling well, come find me." Qin Wei retreated behind Shermay, hiding his face behind her arm. "He's a little shy, but he's still a good kid." Shermay stroked Qin Wei's head. Qin Wei looked up at her with clear eyes that carried a trace of panic. "I have a younger brother who's like this too." Janji tapped Qin Wei's cheek with her finger and grinned, "but I'm really good with kids. Xiao Wei will definitely like me." Qin Wei blinked and reached out to touch Janji's hand. Janji stretched her palm in front of him, causing him to retreat further back. Janji laughed and took the initiative to gently squeeze Qin Wei's fingers. "Sister will cook some stir-fried cabbage for you today, okay?" After pondering for a moment, Qin Wei nodded. Just before he could say yes, a pair of big hands suddenly emerged from behind him, gripping Janji's wrist and pulling her backwards. Qin Wei was startled and quickly released Janji's hand to cling to Shermay. "Less talk, more work." Liang Su, his face full of vigilance, shielded Janji while looking towards Shermay. "Auntie." He only held a grudge against this one kid. He still considered Song Mi's mom Liang Su as part of their own group. It's just that these two were always together, which made him speculate unnecessarily. "Let's go inside, there's something I need to tell you." Liang Su grabbed the cabbage in Janji's arms and dragged her inside without giving her time to object. "Auntie, we have some things to attend to." "We'll go first," Janji said, twisting around to address Shermay. "I'll be back later." As she spoke, Liang Su directly picked her up in his arms. Back? Back to what?" "Let's go find people together." Janji angrily beat on Liang Su's shoulder. "What are you doing? Haven't I told you not to create conflicts with Xiao Wei?" "I'm sick of pretending to be nice in front of him." Liang Su placed Janji down inside the room. "I'm worried he might hurt you, so stay away from him." "It's because you're too aggressive that he wants to hurt you." Janji frowned and wrestled the cabbage back into her arms. "What is it you want to say? Say it fast." Liang Su tidied up the strands of hair falling across Janji's shoulders. "This morning I walked all the way to the south side of City B and learned that after the emergence of superpowers, many people went in groups to nearby City C. It said that City C hadn't yet experienced the outbreak of powers, and there were corresponding aid stations." Janji hugged the cabbage tightly, revealing a look of anticipation on her face. "Really? There must be some truth to it." Liang Su scratched his head. "Otherwise, how can so many people from City B disappear without finding any bodies? That doesn't make sense." Janji vigorously nodded her head. "I thought so too. There aren't many bodies in the urban area, and homes are lacking some daily necessities. They probably left." Liang Su patted Janji's head. "Don't worry, after resting for a few days, we'll go to City C to find uncle and aunt." Tears welled up in Janji's eyes as she sniffed and leaned her forehead against Liang Su's chest. She hugged the cabbage tightly. Song Mi's family was intact, but Gu Xian's family had disappeared. At least both of them had resolved their inner conflicts and didn't need to constantly worry or search for their missing loved ones every day. Only Liang Su and her shared the same heartache. Their families' fates were unknown, and no one knew when they would reunite again. "What if we don't find them in City C?" Janji bit her lower lip, and her voice took on a slightly crying tone. "What if we never find them?" "Then we keep searching." Liang Su embraced Janji. "I'll search with you." Janji softly murmured an aha. She felt somewhat fortunate to have met Liang Su, otherwise, she would have nowhere to stand in this chaotic world. "Thank you." Janji clutched onto Liang Su's arm. I really, thank you." Song Mi had Gu Sun, and she only had Liang Su. "A family doesn't need to say thank you." Liang Su patted Janji's back. "Once I find my parents, I'll take you to meet them." Janji closed her eyes and softly hummed, "Okay." At noon, Janji and Gu Sun made a rather sumptuous lunch, with Song Mi helping out a little bit, enthusiastically introducing it to Shermai. "This is the potato I peeled, this is the cabbage I cut, this is the rice I served, and these are the chopsticks I washed." Shermai pulled Song Mi's hand down, lowering the sleeves he had rolled up past his forearms. "Your hands are bright red, be careful not to catch a cold." Janji was just serving a dish. Seeing how Shermai cared for Song Mi reminded her of her own mother. She felt a little heartache and couldn't help but steal a glance. Who knew that inadvertently, a glance from the corner of her eye spotted Qin Wei across the table, meeting a chilling gaze suddenly. Qin Wei's eyes were fixed on Song Mi, more specifically on the sleeve Shermai had put down for Song Mi. In the next second, Qin Wei noticed Janji's gaze, and almost immediately lowered his head, blinking quickly. When he raised his head again, he had transformed into an innocently pitiful look. Janji placed the dish on the table, her fingers supporting the bottom of the plate, and she was burned fiercely. Xiao Wei." Janji smiled at Qin Wei, waving her hand towards him. "This cabbage is specially cooked for you, try if it's tasty." Qin Wei stood still in place, seemingly hesitating. Zhangji picked up the chopsticks and handed them to him, winking, "Don't be afraid, as a child, in sister's house, kids can secretly eat the dishes first." Timely, Shirmei let go of Song Mi's wrist, smiling and nudged Qin Wei, "Sister is talking to you." Qin Wei slowly moved to stand in front of Zhangji, took the chopsticks, and picked up a piece of steaming hot cabbage. Zhangji grinned, blew on it for him, and then watched him eat it. "Is it delicious?" "It is." Not far away, Liang Su quietly watched, no longer interfering verbally. Only, he couldn't figure out why Zhangji did this. Liang Su wrestled with it for quite some time before finally dragging his face to consult with Gu Sun. "Qin Wei gets close to the opposite sex but repels the same sex," Gu Sun explained while scrubbing the pot, "especially repelling Song Mi and you. He almost killed me, yet I didn't hold a grudge." Liang Su glared, extremely dissatisfied, "Now he starts repelling me. Because you're close to Zhangji. So what? It's my wife. She's female. What? Women have to revolve around him?" Gu Sun replied earnestly, "Yes." Liang Su's face displayed an expression of great disdain, "That brat, so. His thoughts aren't as complicated as yours." Gu Sun added another explanation, "His possession over women might stem solely from emotional trauma in childhood, not related to lust, it's pure possession." Liang Su. "Fine, his thinking is complex, it's possessive and mixed with lust. You're good at scheming." Liang Su slapped his hand, "Your wife is male, completely safe." Gu Sun paused in silence, as if seriously considering the truthfulness of this statement. Afterward, he actually nodded and frankly admitted, "Yes." Liang Su. "Whatever, these two homos' skins were thicker than each other's. What are you two doing?" Song Mi suddenly approached, talking secrets behind my back again. Seeing Song Mi coming, Liang Su spun on his heel to leave. Gu Sun dried the cleaned pot and stopped him. "What?" Liang Su's steps faltered, looking everywhere else but there. "I'm allergic to gays, don't do anything extreme together." "You bastard." Song Mi, like dynamite, explodes upon touching any spark of Liang Su. "Come on, baby, let's kiss." Song Mi spoke while hugging onto Gu Sun's neck. Gu Sun grabbed his wrist with wet fingers pressed against Song Mi's forehead. Qin Wei might know something about Lin Li, and Zhangji is a breakthrough. It turned out they were discussing serious matters. Song Mi immediately ceased his actions. "What?" Liang Su's eyes bulged wide, a group of big guys letting a little girl be the key. The three in the kitchen paused silently for several seconds. Song Mi smirked, kindly reminding, "Or you could talk to Qin Wei, see if he listens to you." Liang Su swallowed, "Can't your mom ask? Isn't she the one closest to that kid?" "It's a long story." Song Mi, irritated, grabbed a handful of his hair. "Gu Sun and Zhangji haven't figured it out yet, so let's not mess things up for them." Song Mi was sincere because he also didn't understand what Gu Sun and Zhangji were trying to do. At noon while cooking, Gu Sun and Zhangji whispered to each other with extremely soft voices. Despite Song Mi nearly perking his ears up on top of his head, he couldn't hear a single word of what they said. The most infuriating thing was that after all of this, Gu Sun still wouldn't talk to him about it. So Song Mi quickly pulled some strings and joined forces with Liang Su, declaring their independence from their wives. "When did I side with you?" Liang Su found a blind spot. "Brother, take a look at this." Song Mi went over and slung his arm over Liang Su's shoulder. "Your wife and my wife, their IQs are here." Song Mi raised his hand and made a gesture in front of himself and Liang Su's eyes. Then he lowered his hand significantly, gesturing around the abdomen area. "Our IQs. That's where they're at. Listen to your wife, no questions asked. Your wife won't harm us, she'll naturally tell you when the time comes, get it?" After finishing his speech, Song Mi, as if very experienced, patted Liang Su's chest. "Know why we've been unable to catch up for so long? Just stop annoying your wife, alright?" Liang Su looked at Song Mi, suppressing his frustration for quite a while before taking a deep breath. "Alright. A real man knows how to be flexible. He wouldn't stoop so low as to quarrel with a little brat. So tonight, shall we have a 4-person meeting to plan?" Song Mi returned to Gu Sun's side. "Can you explain the next plan to us two low IQ morons?" Gu Sun held 2 bowls of rice, placing one in Song Mi's hands. "There is no plan." Song Mi didn't believe him. "Then what did you guys talk about in the morning?" Liang Su also chimed in. "Yeah, how dare you lie to us?" Gu Sun sighed, looking at the 2 fools in front of him. "I'm not saying anything." Chapter 58, Mimi Super A. Gu Sun had stocked up on plenty of ingredients at home, and this lunch was particularly sumptuous. Liang Su and Song Mi were teenagers with frighteningly large appetites. When Zhangji hadn't even finished half a bowl of rice, they had already started serving themselves their 3rd bowl. "Gu Sun, you should eat too." Shirmei put a piece of sausage on Gu Sun's plate. "Little Mi has already eaten his 3rd bowl while you've barely finished your first." "Mom, don't give him any more." Song Mi's chopsticks reached out and snatched the sausage from Gu Sun's bowl. "He eats so slowly that he chews 20 times per bite." Shirmei said with an, "Oh, then leave him a little bit, don't eat it all." "That you don't need to worry about." Song Mi swallowed a mouthful of food and drink. "There's plenty of food in the house, we could eat our fill for a whole week without finishing." Shirmei was reassured and then put some dishes on Qin Wei's plate. "What else do you want to eat?" "Mom will get it for you." Qin Wei's bowl was piled high with vegetables, and he shook his head. Sister gave me some. Zhangji smiled. Auntie, please eat. I'll just look after little Wei. Qin Wei looked at Zhangji, his cheeks round and puffed out, smiling with his eyes closed almost shut. Zhangji pinched his cheeks. Can't eat anymore. Have a little more. Qin Wei obediently lowered his head and picked another piece of meat from his bowl. Sister, you should eat too. On one side of the table, Liang Su looked at the affectionate siblings and almost rolled his eyes heavenward. In a few days, they would be heading to Sea City, and Song Mi and Gu Sun didn't even know if they were going. Was there really a need to get along so well with this little brat? Not only Liang Su but even Song Mi was confused. If you want to know about Lin Li, can't you just ask my mom? What does a 10-year-old kid know? Gu Sun glanced at Song Mi, raising his hand to point to his left corner of his mouth. There's a grain of rice. Song Mi casually wiped it off and ate it. What is Zhangji really trying to do? Can't you tell me? Gu Sun silently ate his meal while holding his bowl. Song Mi frowned, not pressing further with the question. If he had asked like that, it would have been told to him long ago if it was about Gu Sun. It was clear that Zhangji didn't want it said. If she didn't want it said, then it shouldn't be said. After lunch, Song Mi and Gu Sun cleaned up the dishes and washed them by the kitchen sink. Song Mi was restless beside Gu Sun, bumping him occasionally with his hips. Gu Sun didn't dodge, his hands covered with water as he let himself be bumped. Song Mi raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at Gu Sun who was washing the plates. Above the sink, clouds floated gently. Gu Sun was looking down attentively, cleaning the plates in his hands. The scent of lemon from the dish soap wafted through the air, white foam piled up on his hands, giving off a strong sense of domestic life. If one day the world settles down, wouldn't life with Gu Sun be like this? World peace. Song Mi suddenly blurted out, I've never wished for these 4 words to come true so much. He had made fun of these 4 words countless times before, but now it was a sincere wish. If the world achieves peace. Song Mi dried a porcelain bowl and placed it on the drying rack nearby. We can live like this in the future. You cook and I wash dishes, or we both cook and wash together. Gu Sun handed him a wet plate and softly replied with an, The corners of his lips curved upwards, but from afar, he seemed expressionless. Song Mi also curled his lips and bent his head to dry the plates with a cloth. His Mr. Gu always acted like this, seemingly emotionless, yet in reality, he was like a little princess inside who needed constant spoiling and indulgence. Gu Sun. Nothing, I just called you. Song Mi. What? I just called you. Song Mi grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. You're copying me. He raised his hand and pinched Gu Sun's face, then why don't you pout and ask for a kiss? Don't fool around. Gu Sun held on to Song Mi's restless hand. I need to tell you something. Song Mi retracted his hand. What is it? Gu Sun, you need to be wary of Qin Wei. Ah, I thought it was something else. Song Mi sighed with relief. I am cautious, constantly guarding against him while also wanting to kill him. He has significant hostility towards you. Isn't that obvious? He competes with me for our mother and probably hopes I die soon. So try to avoid interacting with Aunt as much as possible. To be honest, with his superpower, it would take no time at all to make me drop dead. He hasn't moved yet because of my mom, so don't worry, we are safe for now. Gu Sun. This person really had guts. Besides, how could anything happen to me with you around? Song Mi teasingly leaned towards Gu Sun. You have to protect me, right? Hey, my goodness. Liang Su covered his eyes and shuffled into the kitchen from its entrance. Song Mi flicked the cloth aside, crossed his arms, and turned around. Oh, who's this? Face so well covered. Should I lend you a piece of cloth too? Liang Su lowered his hand. Don't look at improper things, got it? Song Mi sneered. Then why did you come over and interrupt? I need to ask him something, not here to listen to your nonsense. Although Liang Su had come for help, his arrogance didn't entirely dissipate. I don't argue with you, let me do what needs doing. What big deal can you discuss with that IQ? Song Mi wiped all the plates in no time and casually patted Gu Sun's hand as well. Why don't you just tell us? Let me give you some advice. No new issues. Liang Su looked slightly worried. It's still the same one. Ji is always hanging out with that kid, and I'm concerned. Song Mi walked to the window and started worrying together with Liang Su as he saw Ji drying rice in the yard with Qin Wei. The girl has grown up, hard to control anymore. Her brother doesn't even know what she's thinking about. How about you go and help me ask her? There was a temporary truce between Liang Su and Song Mi. I just worry about her hiding plans from me, keeping it secret because she's afraid I'd stop her. Generally, these kinds of plans aren't good. Song Mi thought for a moment. This sounded reasonable. Alright, I'll ask her later for you. Back when Liang Su risked his life to save him and Gu Sun, this favor would be paid back. After Liang Su left, Song Mi stayed by the window for a little longer. Gu Sun called him to leave after finishing the dishes, so he followed behind Gu Sun out of the kitchen. Mr. Gu, Song Mi reverted to their old title of respect before they became closer, speaking very seriously. Gu Sun glanced at him. What exactly is Ji planning? Song Mi leaned against the doorframe of the kitchen, clearly determined not to leave until receiving an explanation. Gu Sun stopped in his tracks and quietly looked at Songmi. Should we interfere with Ji's decisions? Songmi touched his own nose, sensing there might be controversy in this issue. In principle, no. But if it involves her safety, as friends, reasonable intervention should be acceptable. Gu Sun lowered his gaze, considered it briefly, and seemed to confirm his status as Ji's friend. It doesn't necessarily involve safety. Not necessarily. Songmi immediately seized on the key point, so there is a possibility. Gu Sun's lips moved slightly. Why don't you go ask her directly? Liang Su didn't tell her either. Obviously she wouldn't tell me. Songmi answered straightforwardly. Of course her fiancé would find it easier to get the answer out of her. Gu Sun remained silent for several seconds and then turned to leave. Hey. Are you mad? Songmi quickly followed up. Don't be angry. Not mad. Gu Sun stood by the door. What you just said was correct. I've now decided to intervene. Songmi was confused. However, before intervening, I will inform her first, Gu Sun solemnly said, looking at Ji in the yard. I'm about to break my promise. What? Liang Su and Songmi slapped the table and stood up simultaneously. Let Qin Wei go with you to see city. Ji. She knew this would be their reaction. I already said it's confidential. Ji cast a grievous glance at Gu Sun. You broke your word. This concerns your safety. Gu Sun wasn't feeling guilty at all but instead very righteous. I think it's necessary for them to know. There's no way. He's almost glued to Mom. Songmi shook his head repeatedly. Impossible, impossible. Stop dreaming, stop dreaming. He kept playing with me this morning, Ji weakly argued. I think after a few more days, he might be willing to follow along. How much willing is that? Songmi shook his head. That kid looks like a psycho. Without my mom around, he'll freak out anytime. Add to that, Liang Su, this oaf, you two will never work. Suddenly cued in, Liang Su exclaimed with a, who are you calling an oaf? Don't fight. Gu Sun held down Songmi. Speak properly. If both of us are going to see city, why bring a kid? It was Liang Su's turn to speak now. That bear of a child isn't someone easily managed. What if he suddenly wants to go home to find his mom halfway through? What are you going to do then? Ji pushed Liang Su back onto his seat. Me and Gu Sun have discussed it. We believe Qin Wei's superpower is quite strong. If used properly, it might create surprising effects. What kind of surprise? Songmi asked. My superpower, Ji paused, a bit nervous, if enhanced, might have the effect of bringing someone back from the dead. Songmi and Liang Su both fell silent for a few seconds. Ji could currently only restore small objects and some wounds. If her power was amplified, it indeed could potentially bring back an entire person, achieving resurrection. Songmi had casually mentioned this topic before, but he hadn't really given it much thought nor believed that Ji could do it. He never expected his prediction from so long ago to come true. No way. Liang Su slammed his hand on the table with a thunderous sound, leaving an indentation in the fragile wooden surface. Didn't that deadpan face say that using such abilities can be harmful to the human body? He wouldn't let his own wife use it, and I can't let you either. It's just about exhausting my energy and sleeping for a while. Ji frowned. Isn't that worth more than a human life? Sleeping for a while? How long is a while? What if you never wake up? Liang Su strongly opposed. I don't think it's worth it. No one should exchange your life for his. What if it were my parents? Ji's emotions were stirred by Liang Su's words. What about your parents? The previously adamant Liang Su immediately lost some confidence. My parents are not very tough people. Ji covered her face, her voice beginning to tremble. They would definitely be bullied. They might already be dead. Liang Su slumped, looking instantly deflated. He sat next to Ji, putting his arm around her shoulders and pulling her into his arms. Don't worry, uncle and auntie must be as smart as you. Don't worry. Songmi didn't expect the turn of events and for a moment was at a loss. By the way, why are you going to see city? Neither Ji nor Liang Su paid any attention to him. Songmi furrowed his eyebrows and looked at Gu Sun. I was also planning to tell you about this, Gu Sun said. This morning Ji talked with Qin Wei for a while, plus the information provided by Auntie, we roughly figured out Lin Li's situation. Songmi's eyes lit up. Damn. Why didn't you tell me earlier? It's something we just found out. I haven't yet decided what to do. Well, tell me how you're planning to proceed. Songmi scratched on the table anxiously. After all, I'm the one who broke through Zhou Mingming's 2 illusions. You shouldn't think my IQ is so low. Gu Sun. He had just discussed briefly with Shi Mei this morning before Qin Wei came over, then Ji spent time with Qin Wei, and only managed to speak with him briefly when serving lunch. Adding Ji and Liang Su's decision to go to see city, it was all jumbled up. He himself had just sorted things out. Let's start with Lin Li. Gu Sun ignored Songmi's complaint and prepared to explain things step by step. So far, we know his superpower is implanting consciousness. What thingy? Liang Su was the first one confused. Implanting consciousness? Songmi asked next. Gu Sun turned to Ji with red eyes. You explain. Gigi wiped her eyes, full of unhappiness, and began explaining, it's like implanting a consciousness into someone's mind, and that person will do everything they can to achieve the goal. Holy crap. Isn't this like, oh yeah, Yun Wang? Songmi held his forehead, trying hard to recall, but isn't that controlling? That's control, similar but different, Gigi continued, to put it simply, Lin Li's superpower is much stronger. Because Yun Wang only controlled bodies, but Lin Li lets the person themselves achieve his purpose. However, the strength of this ability depends on the intelligence of the controlled subject. For example, implanting consciousness into Gu Sun's mind versus implanting it into Liang Su's would have different levels of influence. Liang Su. How did the conversation always end up mentioning him? Songmi remembered the shadow-controlling person and the water-controlling person they encountered before. Their purposes were somewhat similar, but their personalities were vastly different, probably due to the implanted consciousness. And of course, they should also consider Yun Wang from the very beginning. This is too strong, Songmi spread his hands helplessly, just meeting people and implanting consciousness. The whole world will become his followers. Is the message reliable? Maybe Qin Wei, that kid, was fooling around. Gigi shook her head in denial. Qin Wei's superpower is detecting others' superpowers and enhancing them. This was detected by him, there's no mistake. And he could precisely locate us because he could detect superpowers, including yours. Songmi looked surprised, pointing at himself, mine. Gigi nodded. Qin Wei said your superpower is too strong, he can sense it from afar. Songmi's Adam's apple moved slightly as he muttered under his breath, I didn't feel my superpower was so powerful when we were fighting. That's because you don't know how to use it. Gigi mercilessly revealed the truth, you're dumb. Songmi. Gigi, you've changed, you're not the cute little girl you used to be. We need Qin Wei's superpower. Gigi clenched her fists determinedly under the table, we need it. If there will certainly be casualties, then it might as well be traded for sleep. At the very least, the latter still has a chance of waking up. Liang Su's breathing was like fire, burning the surrounding air and making it heavy. Gigi lowered her gaze and avoided looking at him. Liang Su knew that whatever he said wouldn't have much effect, so he slammed his stool down and stormed out. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away, and Gigi's sobs became louder, until finally she couldn't help but cry softly. Songmi propped his elbows on the table and buried his face in his hands. He felt uneasy but didn't know what to say. We only need one person to slow us down, Auntie cannot come with us. After Liang Su walked far enough, Gigi wiped her tears and finished speaking. Firstly, there's no one to protect her. Secondly, Auntie's superpower is too dangerous, it must not fall into enemy hands. Songmi slightly raised his head, revealing a pair of red eyes. What do you plan to do? Liang Su and I will go to Sea City. During this time you will send Auntie home. Not only that, we need to find a new place for Auntie and Uncle, ensuring absolute safety. Back when the enemies found them, it was due to Qin Wei. Now since Qin Wei is on their side, they won't worry about being located again. What if there are others with Qin Wei's superpower? Songmi asked, if our location is found again, they'll just be sitting ducks waiting to die. If there are similar superpowers, Qin Wei can detect them. More importantly, in case Auntie encounters danger, she can activate her superpower to reverse time, and we can also perceive it in real time and rush back immediately. Songmi fell into deep thought. If they really encounter Lin Li in battle, both himself and Gu Sun would definitely be preoccupied. Gigi's superpower could ensure their recovery, and Liang Su could always protect her. If they bring Shi Mei along, they'd essentially be carrying their weakness with them. Even though she has the bug-like superpower of time reversal, reversing an hour means sleeping for 2 or 3 days, a cooldown period too long to make it worthwhile. Moreover, Qin Wei is just a child, if he listens obediently, Liang Su alone can manage to keep him safe. Sending Shi Mei back while taking Qin Wei ensures their 4-person squad becomes 5. Offensively, Qin Wei can strengthen Songmi's superpower, and defensively, he can strengthen Gigi's superpower. This seems like the best method. Songmi buried his face in his palms again. Do you think the same way? Songmi's words weren't directly addressed, but obviously questioned the third person at the table. Gu Sun, yeah. You guys have made your decision, so there's no need to listen to Liang Su or me, right? Songmi extended his arm onto the table, palm facing up, and clenched his fingers. Even if I say no, you'll still follow your plans, correct? Yes, this is the best approach. Gigi's voice cracked as she struggled to hold back tears. That's exactly what we're going to do. Qin Wei won't follow you. Songmi stood up, his finger pressed on the table, slightly bowing forward as he looked at Gigi. I don't need his enhancement, neither do you. So what if it's implanting consciousness? The awareness I desire for world peace is even stronger. Moreover, dying is fine, there's no need for a young girl like you to sacrifice yourself to resurrect me. I don't need it, Liang Su and Gu Sun don't need it, and your elders need it even less. Gigi glared at him, unable to stop the flow of tears. You and Liang Su go to Sea City, I and Gu Sun will send my mom and that little brat back, Songmi said each word heavily. His index finger tapped Gigi's forehead and pushed her back. This matter must be handled my way, young mind, stop overthinking unnecessary things. There's only one life, once lost, it's gone forever, understand? Gu Sun furrowed his brow slightly. Song-mi. And you? Song-mi straightened up, lifting his hand to pinch Gu Sun's chin, towering over him as he said, from now on, consult me first whenever there's something important, got it? Chapter 59 Pampering. Song-mi's attitude was unexpectedly firm, and Gu Sun and Zhangji didn't argue either. You come with me. Song-mi lifted Gu Sun's chin and said outside the room, the one at the door, come in yourself and take your wife away. Liang Su hesitantly peeked out from the doorframe. Song-mi extended an arm, pressing down on Gu Sun's shoulder as they silently returned to the room. Back then when I wanted to exploit Qin Wei's special ability, you flatly told me it was a no-go. Now someone else suggests it, and you think it's fine. Song-mi pushed Gu Sun onto the bed, pulled up his trouser cuffs, and knelt on the edge of the bed, leaning forward oppressively. How does this make Liang Su feel? Gu Sun supported himself up on his elbows with some difficulty. I don't want to interfere with her decision. Song-mi lowered his face. Then are you interfering with my decision? After saying that, Song-mi felt drained himself. To Gu Sun, how could he and Zhangji possibly be the same? It was already very rare for him to have considered things and told Song-mi about it this time. In the past, if Zhangji had wanted to commit suicide, Gu Sun would have likely pretended not to know. Not that, Song-mi almost got tangled in his own thoughts. Let me think how to say this. Although I am different from Zhangji, we are still companions. In certain aspects, we're the same. We're responsible for their lives. Tell me, if Zhangji had to sleep for 1 or 2 years to save you, wouldn't that make you uncomfortable? How would you live those 1 or 2 years? Gu Sun raised his hand, pressing the pads of his fingers against Song-mi's forehead, pushing him back slightly. That's why I told you. Gu Sun's words left Song-mi speechless, making him feel like he shouldn't be reprimanded but praised instead. Oh, so you really did something great. Song-mi leaned his head closer again. You hypocrite, come give me a kiss. It seemed more like Song-mi wanted to fight rather than kiss, judging by his gritted teeth. I'm not a hypocrite. Gu Sun tilted his head away to avoid it. Your special ability has already been developed and enhanced in combat. Compared to the initial state that Qin Wei once reinforced, it can be fully achieved through training. While Zhangji is too cautious and has always been limited to small-scale restoration. She lacks large amounts of physical strength like you, hence the development of her special ability is slow. The enhancement by Qin Wei serves as a shortcut for her, providing greater benefits. Enough. Song-mi harshly interrupted Gu Sun. No one will even be there, and you talk about pros outweighing cons. The person just falls into unconsciousness after energy depletion. Sleeping for 1 night is called sleeping, but sleeping for months, does that also count as sleeping? It seems like you don't care much about Zhangji. Let me tell you, none of us can afford to have any trouble. Song-mi, Gu Sun gripped Song-mi's shoulders. You can't expect things to be perfect. What perfection? Song-mi shoved off Gu Sun's hands. If it were me sleeping for a year or half, would you agree? You only ever focus on me, but I care about all of them. Gu Sun's hand froze mid-air, his fingers curling, as though he was somewhat at a loss. Song-mi's eyes watered, with veins clearly showing in the whites. He stared at Gu Sun, breathing becoming rapid. Neither of them spoke. Song-mi looked deep into Gu Sun's dark pupils, where his reflection could be seen. Song-mi suddenly felt disoriented. His 5 fingers abruptly clenched tightly, crumpling the bedsheet. Then he embraced Gu Sun, holding him tight. What nonsense am I spouting, Gu Sun? I don't mean to blame you, I just can't quite accept that Zhangji randomly enhances her ability just to resurrect people. If you died, would I let Zhangji save you? Don't put me in this predicament. Trading one life for another is meaningless. Can't we all simply avoid dying? Don't entertain any thoughts of resurrection, just be more careful, okay? Gu Sun hugged Song-mi, gently patting his back. All right. I'm sorry. Song-mi bit his teeth hard, feeling a sharp sting in his eyes. I shouldn't have lost my temper earlier. You're right. I didn't care enough about Zhangji's safety, Gu Sun whispered. I'll pay more attention in the future. Don't be like that. Song-mi's voice choked. Yell at me a few times or punch me a couple if you want. Gu Sun touched the fluffy hair at the back of Song-mi's head. It's all right. He had always known that Song-mi was this kind of person, caring about many people, while being cared about by many others in return. Gu Sun standing by his side decided to do the same, to care about everything that Song-mi cared about. He recalled the surprised expression of Zhangji sneaking over to consult him privately in the morning, which still puzzled him. That Zhangji would seek him out alone to express her opinion caught Gu Sun off guard, leaving him momentarily unsure of how to respond. It wasn't until the little girl had babbled on for a while, then blinked her big eyes and asked him for his opinion, that he paused to express a few thoughts. Gu Sun would always prioritize Song-mi in everything. Even when dealing with Zhangji, he would instinctively consider things from Song-mi's perspective before offering advice. Thus, he pointed out all the factors that Song-mi would care about and ultimately advised against taking the action. However, Zhangji was unwilling to give up, and Gu Sun didn't feel right imposing too much of a restraint on her, especially since Song-mi was unaware. In an instant, it felt as if Gu Sun had distanced himself from Zhangji. He shouldn't interfere in others' affairs, even if he disapproved. What's going on? Mei saw Zhangji wiping tears and Song-mi with red-rimmed eyes and couldn't help but ask Gu Sun, did they fight? Gu Sun looked dazed for a moment, shaking his head and answering, I made Song Mi angry. Mei was even more bewildered, you upset little me. Wasn't it little me who upset you? Being the mother of her own son, Mei knew exactly what kind of character she had created. Seeing Song Mi like this, silent and sullen, it was definitely his fault. Otherwise, if he had been in the right, wouldn't the house have already been turned upside down? At that thought, Mei suddenly realized what kind of person she had raised, pampered, short-tempered, loud, and brainless. Another girl wouldn't be able to tolerate such behavior, let alone someone like Gu Sun who could put up with all of it. Can't you control your temper? Mei said to Song Mi, anyone else wouldn't be able to stand you. All right, it's my fault. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Song Mi clasped his hands together, bowing deeply as if ready to flee. Mei tried to grab him, but she only managed thin air. She slapped Song Mi's back once and turned around, reminding Gu Sun, little me is just quick-tempered, his anger will pass soon. Gu Sun watched Song Mi's retreating figure and replied, I know. Mei's words left Gu Sun feeling uneasy. She seemed to insert herself as a third party between them, having a closer relationship with Song Mi than Gu Sun did. Even worse, in a tone of entrustment, she delivered something originally hers into Gu Sun's care. Mom, don't meddle in our business. Song Mi turned around and beckoned Gu Sun over, come here. Come here. In the dark, Gu Sun lowered his head, closing his eyes for 2 seconds before reopening them. That was Song Mi's mother, and Song Mi originally belonged to her. Aunt, let me have Song Mi. The moment these words escaped his lips, not only was Mei stunned, but so was Song Mi, who stood not far away. I'll take good care of him. Mei opened her mouth to speak, looking back and forth between Gu Sun and Song Mi, finally turning her countless words into a baffled, ah. Immediately afterward, Song Mi tugged Gu Sun away as if fleeing. What did you say to my mom just now? Song Mi pinched his burning earlobes with both hands, pressed his head against his arms, and squatted at the staircase entrance of the living room. What does, give me to you, even mean? Even marrying off a daughter isn't done as directly as buying her outright. Gu Sun reflected on his speech, realizing it might have been inappropriate. But it was the most straightforward way to say it. If Song Mi disliked it, he'd try another approach. Couldn't you have been a little more discreet? Song Mi leaned against the stairs, holding his heart and sighing. My mom may have accepted our relationship, but she's still older. Don't shock her so much, I'm afraid she won't be able to handle it. Without further words, Gu Sun simply complied with a gentle, okay. After stewing silently for a moment, Song Mi lifted his head and stood up again, Gu Sun, I'm not saying you're bad, it's just. He frowned and wrestled with the issue for a long time before letting out a deep sigh and abandoning the effort. Forget it, Gu Sun, Song Mi pursed his lips, lifting a hand to cup Gu Sun's cheek, knitting his brows into a knot, in the future, do whatever makes you happy. Don't restrain yourself because of me. Gu Sun held Song Mi's wrist and gently moved his hand away from his face, what's wrong? I just thought about it. Your way of thinking, your principles for action, they're different from mine. You're someone who views emotions lightly. If I demand you adhere to my standards, you'll be exhausted. If you don't want to worry about Zhangji's safety, then don't. If you don't want to maintain a relationship with my mom, then don't. Please don't change yourself for me. Be the silent, expressionless Gu Sun you used to be. Do whatever makes you comfortable. Don't worry about the rest, I'll handle it. Gu Sun stared silently for a moment, then lowered his gaze to look at Song Mi's hand. The youth's fingers were long, intertwined intimately with his. A mix of complex emotions swirled within him, leaving him unable to describe the taste in his heart. My mom is right, my temper really sucks. If we argue, it's fine, but the thing is, you don't even argue back. Though it might sound despicable, when you said, it's okay, to me just now, I would have actually preferred a punch. So, stop always putting up with me. You should have expectations for me too. You can get angry and act moody, you can present opposing opinions and debate with me. Don't force yourself. It was my mistake before, in the future, I will absolutely not bind you with moral obligations anymore, demanding that you be like me. I truly regret what I did. Song Mi pitifully said. Gu Sun remained quiet for a moment, then smiled, I understand. What do you understand? Song Mi pinched Gu Sun's hand, drooping his head and bumping his forehead against Gu Sun's shoulder, all you know how to say is, good, it's fine, yeah, and I understand. You can have expectations for me, you can get angry and moody, you can offer different opinions. Gu Sun repeated Song Mi's words from earlier, is that really true? Song Mi felt somewhat uneasy inside, but still nodded obediently, yes, do you have any requests for me? There's one thing, Gu Sun held onto his shoulder and pulled Song Mi a little further away, I've always wanted to tell you this. Song Mi tilted his head, what is it? Gu Sun looked at Song Mi seriously and said, in the future, please don't call me your wife. Chapter 60, Guarding Food. Just this? Just this? That's not it, Song Mi stretched his neck, have you been concerned about this all along? Gu Sun, it's not that I care, but others might misunderstand. Song Mi's mouth twitched at the corner, misunderstanding. Gu Sun looked at him calmly, yes. Song Mi. Alright then, misunderstanding. Then what do you want me to call you? Songmi moved closer, husband. Gu Sun's Adam's apple moved slightly as he took a half step back. How could you? How could you just say it like that? Songmi rarely saw Gu Sun dumbfounded and couldn't help raising his hand to pinch his cheeks. Boss Gu, in this world, having thin skin will lead to suffering losses. Gu Sun looked down at the young man before him. Suffering losses. Songmi tapped on Gu Sun's lips, raised his eyebrows. For example, being teased by me. Gu Sun's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Like an obedient baby, he allowed Songmi to act recklessly. Alright, Songmi felt a sense of guilt rising from his heart. He retracted his hand and lightly coughed, in broad daylight. However, before he finished speaking, the next second, his wrist was grabbed by Gu Sun. Songmi made a puzzled sound, didn't even have time to react when he was pulled by Gu Sun into the corner behind the stairs. His spine leaned heavily against the wall. Then, Songmi's hands were pressed sideways against his face. Songmi. Wait a minute, what's going on? A word had just formed on the edge of Songmi's lips when it was roughly sealed off by Gu Sun. The dull ache on his upper lip quickly turned into suction, hot and rapid breath sprayed around Songmi's nose and lips. Songmi's face tilted upward slightly, his head cushioned by a warm palm, staring wide-eyed with surprise. He was shorter than Gu Sun by half a head, so when their chests touched closely in this manner, most of the light outside the room was blocked. As vision suddenly darkened, Songmi's head, held by a large hand, could see nothing but Gu Sun. What the hell? So intense. They had only been together for a few days. Although Songmi often said suggestive things, everything was usually just up to a point. Even if they went a bit deeper at night, Songmi had always been treated gently. Songmi thought that Gu Sun was like a deep sea, silent, indifferent, calm without any waves. But the undercurrent always hides below the surface level, just like now, this forceful touch carried tremendous power, overwhelming and unstoppable. Kissing until he was almost out of breath. A while later, the intensity moved from Songmi's lips downward and eventually clamped onto the trembling Adam's apple. Songmi curled his fingers and bit his own lips. Without control, he lifted his chin and released a muffled moan from deep within his throat. Gu Sun moved his fingers, loosening Songmi's wrist and instead gripping half of his neck. The boy's skin was white, scorching hot, akin to high-quality warm jade. It lay against his palm, filled with the heat of summer sunlight. Gu Sun's thumb rubbed across the pulsating part of Songmi's throat, wiping away the watermarks lingering there. He controlled a person's vital area, and with just a little more force from his hand, he could make this shimmer vanish quietly without a sound. There was actually someone willing to press their neck against his palm. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Gu Sun asked softly. Songmi blinked his eyes and suddenly burst out laughing. What are you doing? It was absolute trust, even if a blade were placed against a vulnerable spot, as long as it doesn't pierce through, one can casually jest with the other. Right after kissing me, you start talking about such violent topics. Is your brain malfunctioning? Gu Sun's finger slid up from Songmi's jawline as he lowered his gaze to look at the youth before him. Black eyelashes, fair skin, flushed tips at the corners of his eyes trailing along narrow double eyelids, extending to his temples and earlobes. Songmi. Songmi's breathy voice carried with it soft pants, suppressed inside Gu Sun's embrace. Gu Sun hung his head low, supporting Songmi's face with one hand, treating it as though handling a beloved artifact. His fingertips traced along the edges of the young man's eyebrows and finally stopped at Songmi's red-rimmed eyes, giving them a firm wipe. This is how you tease. There are always greater mountains beyond the current one and better people ahead. Songmi realized now what it meant to show off skills before an expert. Great. Amazing. Truly powerful, 2 likes and 666. Gu Sun watched Songmi float away farther and farther until he turned his body and walked out of the door, disappearing from his sight. Outside, the sky was gradually becoming darker, and in the front yard, Janji was helping Qin pack the rice that had been spread out to dry back into sacks. Gu Sun came out of the room and just saw Songmi go up to help. No need to bother, Janji awkwardly shuffled the rice. In a while Yang Su will be back and he said he would move it. Janji now not only dared not to use Gu Sun, but also didn't dare to provoke Songmi. Songmi crossed his arms and looked from the side. Oh, are you still mad at me? No, Janji squatted down, lowering her head to pick up the rice that had fallen on the ground. Xiao Wei doesn't like you, don't come over. Songmi raised his eyes to look at the boy next to Janji, just as he met Qin Wei's gaze. Like a startled fawn, Qin Wei suddenly knelt beside Janji, using her body to block Songmi's view. Not scared, big brother is not a bad person. Janji placed the grains of rice in her palm into her pocket, patted the dust off her hands, then held Qin Wei in her arms. After the rice is picked up, sister will take you to find your mom, alright? Qin Wei rested her head on Janji's shoulder. She looked at Gu Sun and Songmi not far away, shaking Janji. Let's go now. Alright, Janji tied the bag of rice, let's go now. Songmi made a tisk sound, thinking it was fortunate that Liang Su wasn't there, otherwise he might smash the vinegar factory. He waited for Janji to leave, then went over to pick up the rice in the yard. Do I have poison on my body? Songmi said disdainfully, will that kid die just by looking at me once? He grumbled while carrying the rice. When he turned around, he found that Gu Sun, who was standing at the door just a moment ago, was already gone. Just now he was teasing me, now he won't even help me carry the rice. Songmi rolled his eyes and muttered softly, man, they're all like this. Just as Songmi was struggling with the rice, on the second floor corridor, Gu Sun stopped Zhangji and Qin Wei. As usual, Qin Wei acted like a quail, hiding behind Zhangji when she saw Gu Sun. Don't be afraid, Zhangji quickly touched Qin Wei's head to soothe her, then looked up at Gu Sun. What's the matter? Nothing. Gu Sun took a step and stopped 1 meter in front of Zhangji. Then he squatted down. Gu Sun was tall. Even squatting on one knee, his line of sight was about the same height as Qin Wei. Their gazes collided in the air, each reading something from the other's eyes. Compared to the rejection when Songmi approached earlier, Qin Wei was surprisingly quiet now, surprising Zhangji. Zhangji stood between Qin Wei and Gu Sun, inexplicably feeling a bit of pressure. It was like being forcibly shoved into a place where she didn't belong, everything around her making Zhangji feel uncomfortable to the point of being unbearable. Qin Wei. After a brief pause, Gu Sun spoke first, do not touch my people. Seeming like an offhand remark, his voice was cold like the icy wind of winter. Zhangji was shocked, holding her breath standing there. Qin Wei tightened her grip on Zhangji's clothes, retreating further behind her. I haven't. You want Shirmei, I want Songmi, Gu Sun slowly said, they don't conflict. He treated living people as objects, telling Qin Wei which one he wanted. Zhangji looked at Gu Sun, suddenly feeling more unfamiliarity towards him. She even absurdly felt as if Gu Sun had transformed into another Qin Wei. He will take away Mom. Qin Wei tightened her hold on Zhangji's cloth, whispering. It won't happen. Gu Sun raised his hand, slowly reaching out towards Qin Wei. Songmi belongs only to me. If you touch Songmi, I will kill Mom, kill sister, kill everyone. Zhangji's fingers trembled violently, her breathing becoming rapid. Recalling the past, it seemed that every time Songmi wasn't by Gu Sun's side, Gu Sun would transform into a frightening form. No. Qin Wei screamed loudly. So, don't touch Songmi. Gu Sun lightly pressed his hand on Qin Wei's head, understand? As his fingers touched her hair, time seemed to stop at this very moment. Zhangji's heart was crazily beating in her chest. Her ears were filled with the muffled sound of vibrating eardrums. She moved her feet, ready for whatever was going to happen next. Where was Songmi? Zhangji was almost shouting out loud. But the next second, Gu Sun flicked Qin Wei's hair, then pulled his hand back. Your hair is soft. Gu Sun stood up, like making a random comment while passing by, like him. Almost getting a heart attack in the evening, Zhangji couldn't help glancing at Songmi during dinner that night. Why are you always looking at me? Songmi chuckled happily with his chopsticks biting down. Anything wrong? Zhangji shook her head like a drumbeat and lowered it to lift up her bowl of rice. What's wrong? Songmi asked Liang Su again, did you piss her off? I've just come back after running around all day, Liang Su said in confusion. How did I piss her off? Songmi looked at Gu Sun who was still serving food behind him. Then it's you. No. Zhangji cut off Songmi loudly, I'm not mad. I just feel like we're going to be separated and I just want to look at you more. This statement didn't seem too problematic except that with Gu Sun present, a subtle awkwardness emerged. The more Zhangji thought about it, the more uneasy she became. Her head dropped lower and lower until her face was almost buried in her bowl before Liang Su realized something was off. Why are you looking at him? Liang Su frowned, what's so special about him? Even though Songmi knew Zhangji had probably made up an excuse on the spot, that didn't stop him from arguing with Liang Su. I am much better looking than him. What's so great about a pretty boy? I'm what real men look like. Shirmei. Calling his own son a pretty boy, young people these days sure do come up with some interesting nicknames. Don't argue, Gu Sun placed the dish Songmi liked in front of him, let's eat. He started it. Songmi complained to Gu Sun. Gu Sun sat down after pulling out a chair, comforting Songmi like a child, don't pay attention to him. Zhangji used her bowl to hide her face but secretly glanced at Gu Sun sitting opposite her. The current Gu Sun sitting beside Songmi had returned to his usual cold and aloof self. The Gu Sun who earlier claimed he would kill everyone seemed to belong to an entirely different person. Hey, why does it feel like Zhangji keeps sneaking glances at you? Songmi nudged Gu Sun with his elbow, she's done it several times already. Gu Sun pushed his arm away, eat your meal. Why does she seem strange tonight? Songmi propped his chin on one hand, was it because I was too rough on her at lunch? No, Gu Sun replied calmly, it was me. Huh? What did you do to her? I said I'd kill them all. Songmi found it amusing, you've been quite rebellious lately, haven't you? Gu Sun frankly admitted, yes. Needs disciplining, Songmi gave his verdict, I'll deal with you tonight. He needed to avenge the humiliation of being pressed against the wall and kissed by Gu Sun in the afternoon, he would definitely kiss him back. Gu Sun curled his lips slightly, alright. After dinner, Gu Sun tidied up the kitchen as usual while Zhangji and Songmi helped out. However, today Songmi was suddenly called over by Shirmei, leaving only Gu Sun and Zhangji in the kitchen. The sound of plates and bowls clinking made Zhangji's scalp tingle and sent chills down her spine. Gu Sun put the washed plate into the cabinet without even glancing at her, casually asking, "Am I scaring you?" Zhangji jumped, "No. No." She waited for a moment, seeing that Gu Sun hadn't replied, and hurriedly found an excuse for him. "I know you were trying to scare Qin Wei. He surely won't dare touch Song Mi now." "Yes," Gu Sun hung the towel by the window for ventilation, "I scared him." Zhangji stopped her hands, slowly turning to look at Gu Sun. "Really, truly?" Gu Sun leaned his hand on the edge of the table and also lifted his eyes toward her. "What do you think?" Chapter 61, His Youth. Downstairs, Zhangji and Gu Sun were engaged in a death conversation. Upstairs, Song Mi was listening to Shirmai introduce his newly emerged younger brother. "Uncle's matter last time was my fault," Qin Wei, stirring his fingers, apologized cautiously to Song Mi. "I'm sorry." Song Mi sat on the stool by the bed, looking at the timid child before him with an indescribable feeling. "I'm young and ignorant, please don't blame me, brother." Qin Wei, probably for the first time in his life apologizing, said every word with obvious tension, slowly delivering it bit by bit. Though his apology was directed at Song Mi, Qin Wei's eyes stared at the floor the entire time, occasionally glancing up momentarily to peer towards Shirmai sitting by the bed. "Brother?" Song Mi laughed surprisingly, "You sure don't hold back." Qin Wei shrunk his head as if he had completed a task and turned his face away completely. He looked at Shirmai pitifully. Shirmai sighed and reached out her hand to Qin Wei. Qin Wei immediately hid in her embrace, sniffling unhappily. Song Mi looked at the two huddled together in front of him and suddenly felt like the one who didn't belong. Who's the real son anyway? They hugged each other so tightly as if he did something wrong to Qin Wei. "Little me, I've thought about this for a long time and feel that I still need to tell you. I intend to take Little Wei home and raise him. You always said it was lonely with just you at home before, right? Now having a younger brother, how does that sound?" Song Mi took a deep breath and thought to himself, how could this be comparable? Even if he were bored, it shouldn't come to this point where they bring a little brother into existence. Taking 10,000 steps back, even a random kid or stray animal off the street would be somewhat acceptable for Song Mi. This boy almost killed his lover and the whole family, now he wanted to act like nothing happened and become his younger brother. This won't do. In the past, Song Mi would have definitively shut down any such thoughts from this mischievous child. But after these few months, he would now consider things for a few seconds before speaking or acting. And within those few seconds, Song Mi remembered something Gu Sun once told him. This troublesome kid has quite some abnormal powers. Although more auxiliary-like, anyone's life could easily be wiped out in an instant. The reason Liang Su had nothing happen before was purely by chance. When Qin Wei first woke up, his body hadn't fully recovered, so the strength of his abilities wasn't very high. Plus, Liang Su is quite sturdy, able to endure. Once Qin Wei cancelled his ability, it seemed as though nothing occurred. But the fact that nothing happened to Liang Su doesn't mean Qin Wei isn't dangerous. Being able to escape from Lin Li's hands with Shirmai suggests that there might be some fighting prowess involved. After a day of rest and eating well, with his body restored, danger also followed closely. Song Mi forced himself to bear his inner displeasure, silently reciting 3 times, "Don't provoke him, don't provoke him, don't provoke him," in his mind. Finally, he tugged his mouth and stiffly squeezed out a fake smile. "Everything is fine. Shirmai. As long as this child wouldn't do anything harmful to his mother, it'll be fine, like having a free security guard." As for being a real younger brother or not, Song Mi believed that Qin Wei probably didn't truly regard him as a brother in his heart. "Done talking? I'm going to sleep." Song Mi turned around, and his facial expression instantly returned to normal. "Little me." Shirmai called him again. Song Mi lazily looked back. What now? Shirmai watched Song Mi, hesitating to speak. Since the person in front of him is ultimately his own mother, Song Mi suddenly felt a little uncomfortable inside. The world is so perilous, the next parting may very well end up in life or death. He might as well let his usual capricious nature run wild with them normally, yet until now he still maintained his stubborn temperament from before. Standing at the door, Song Mi somewhat understood Shimai's feelings at this moment. He wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. If he were a girl, or younger by a dozen years, perhaps he could hum and coo and coddle in his mom's arms like Qin Wei. However, he is now taller than Shirmai by a full head, making doing the same as when he was a child impossible. But having relatives nearby, just watching a little more would also suffice. Shirmai had only been back for a day, yet Song Mi didn't know why he felt so much anger building up. "It's you raising him, not me, why ask me?" Song Mi walked back to the bedside and extremely unwillingly poked Qin Wei's hair tips with his finger. "Go home and discuss with Dad, I don't care." After hearing this, Shirmai exhaled in relief. She grasped Qin Wei's shoulders, leaned down, and smiled while talking to him. Song Mi observed all this, and his heart felt a little better. If Shirmai feels happy, let her be happy. After all, who can predict the future? If the abnormal powers are successfully eliminated, treating a mischievous kid won't be difficult for him. "Alright," Song Mi scratched the back of his neck, "I've got things to do tonight, you two go ahead and sleep." "Are your things packed?" asked Shirmai. "We didn't bring much, we'll just pack some snacks for the road which Gu Sun prepared this morning. The rest will be left for Zhangji and Liang Su. They might go to City C in a few days, so we'll see then." Song Mi and Gu Sun planned to send Shirmai home the next day. Zhangji and Liang Su would spend a few days in City C looking for someone. Once matters on both ends were settled, they would then search for Lin Li's research base together. Oh well, if everything is ready, that's good. Shirmai tucked her hair behind her ear. Gu Sun is reliable, that's great. Mentioning Gu Sun made Song Mi's lips curl involuntarily. Mom. If Dad hits me, you have to stop him. Shirmai looked at Song Mi, her gaze softening. All right. By the time Song Mi finished talking with his mother, it was already past 8 in the evening. He returned to his room to find Gu Sun sitting at the foot of the bed folding clothes for him. The large lamp in the room wasn't turned on. Instead, the wall-mounted bedside lamp cast faint, warm yellow light, illuminating Gu Sun's face. It clearly defined the shadow on his prominent nose. Alas. Song Mi deliberately sighed deeply. Gu Sun looked up at him. What's wrong? I'm just musing. Song Mi took a few steps to the side of the bed, placed his hands on Gu Sun's shoulders, and gave a slight push, knocking him onto the bed. Having a wife like you, what else could a husband ask for? Gu Sun slightly propped himself up and wrapped one hand around Song Mi's back. You seem to be in a good mood. Not particularly amazing. Song Mi kissed Gu Sun's lips lightly, but seeing you improves my mood. Gu Sun cupped Song Mi's cheek, his fingertips brushing against the corner of his eyes. Song Mi had long eyelashes with double-fold lids, forming a dark curtain before his eyes. His black lashes lay down like raven feathers, hiding the deep pupils beneath. Gu Sun liked the upward tilt of his eyetails, especially after a kiss. His skin flushed red, bringing a lazy charm that seemed contradictory to Song Mi's sharp youth but perfectly blended nonetheless. Such passion was reserved exclusively for the beloved person. So much. Song Mi's chest rose and fell slightly as he touched his own lips. Now I'm shy. Gu Sun also brushed his lips against his. Are you really shy? Yes, I definitely am. Song Mi patted Gu Sun's face. Do you want to see me being shy? I do. Gu Sun admitted straightforwardly. Song Mi teased him. Call me husband and let me hear it. Gu Sun paused. I love you. Since they had been together, neither of them had ever exchanged mushy sweet nothings. Song Mi saying, like, was once his limit. This sudden classic confession from Gu Sun threw him off guard. Caught completely off guard, Song Mi's ears turned visibly red in an instant. You person. Irritated and embarrassed, he pressed Gu Sun back onto the bed. You're asking for trouble. The neatly folded clothes hadn't even been put into the backpack yet when Song Mi kicked off his shoes and wrestled with Gu Sun in a tangle. That little kid clung to Mom earlier like he was growing out of her, didn't move at all. Song Mi recalled Qin Wei's pitiful look and felt frustrated. Although I don't bother with a child, it still bothers me. Not anger exactly, but I remember when I was a kid, Mom used to hold me like that too. It's just that now, it's changed, there's a bratty kid taking over. Am I too old to feel this way? Song Mi looked at Gu Sun questioningly. Is it normal? I don't know. Gu Sun replied. Whatever. Song Mi slumped down and spread out on the bed in a starfish shape. Normal or not, it's what it is. At least he still had a boyfriend to hug, so things weren't too bad. We need to wake up early tomorrow. Song Mi climbed out of bed, supporting himself while pinching Gu Sun's cheeks. Let's wash up and sleep. That night, Song Mi was somewhat insomnia-stricken. He stared at the ceiling, careful not to make any noise that might disturb Gu Sun's sleep. However, only minutes later, the bed dipped as Gu Sun sat up, lifting the blanket. What's wrong? Song Mi also woke up. Gu Sun handed over the coat by the bed to Song Mi. Gu Yu should be dead. Today was the 4th day since Gu Yu and Zhou Mingming entered the illusion. After 4 days without food or water, they should be dead. Gu Sun carried the two to the backyard and laid them side by side in a pit. Song Mi squatted by the edge of the pit, quietly watching the sleeping young woman. Gu Sun stood beside Song Mi for a moment as well. Then he turned around and grabbed the shovel, tossing in the first shovel of soil. The cool moonlight shone on Gu Yu's delicate face, adding an even colder layer of death to her already frigid features. Song Mi looked at Gu Yu's almost plaster-gray lips and strangely found some resemblance between her and Gu Sun. You told me once that you and Gu Yu had the same father but different mothers. But later, Gu Yu also called my aunt Mom. Song Mi cupped a handful of dirt, letting it fall into the pit. Do you know who her mother really was? No. Gu Sun's voice deepened slightly. It doesn't matter anymore. Back then, he thought Gu Yu didn't care about her mother's identity, but now his views had changed. Whether or not Gu Yu was truly his full-blooded sister was something only the dead could confirm now. Song Mi, I don't like this world, Gu Sun said lightly. I don't like this world, yet I still want to stop it from becoming worse. Not just because my father indirectly caused all this, but more importantly, because you shouldn't have to live in hell. Your youth should be spent under the sun, amidst life and laughter, just like it was at the beginning. This world doesn't care whether you like it or not. Song Mi looked up. Liking me is enough for you. As for the rest, I've got a broad chest, so I'll like it on your behalf. Chapter 62, Favoritism. Gu Sun and Song Mi had been busy for nearly an hour, finally finishing the burial of Gu Yu and Zhou Mingming. Song Mi stood up and looked at the cold moon hanging in the distance, watching as Gu Sun put the shovel back against the wall. He remembered this time last year, when he was wrapped in a blanket at home playing games. Back then, a new skin had just come out in a game, and Songmi, having money to spare, swiftly bought the full set. A classmate took a screenshot and posted it in the group chat calling him a rich woman. All those memories were so vivid, as if everything that happened in the past occurred yesterday. Hey, isn't your birthday coming up soon? Songmi suddenly asked. Social media reminded users of friends' birthdays, and Songmi was constantly reminded by the social software's associated game events. Hence, he had a deep impression of Gu Sun's birthday. Gu Sun walked back inside alongside Songmi and them. Songmi suddenly leaned closer to Gu Sun's face. When exactly? Could you tell me, specifically? Embarrassingly, as a boyfriend, he still didn't know Gu Sun's exact birthday. January 16th. So it's just these few days. Why didn't you say anything? Gu Sun smiled faintly, nothing worth mentioning. It had always been like this over the years, he himself didn't care about birthdays. Come here, let me hug you. Songmi stretched his arms and embraced Gu Sun, an early birthday gift. The late afternoon near the end of the year was particularly clear but also exceedingly cold. A light smile graced Gu Sun's face as he bowed down and held Songmi tighter. After I send my mom home, I'll go find Lin Li and settle things quickly. Maybe we can still go home together for the New Year celebrations, and your boyfriend will buy you a birthday cake. Gu Sun nodded with a soft sound, his fingers threading through Songmi's hair as he tilted his head and kissed the corner of Songmi's temple. It seemed as though everything in the world was filtered with a cool-toned lens, deep blue, almost black. But Songmi shone with a warm yellow hue, a flicker of starlight, a blazing fire. You carry me, Gu Sun's voice was very soft, carry me home. Moments later, the two walked back into the living room. Just around the corner, Songmi spotted Shimei standing at the foot of the stairs, seemingly waiting for someone. Mom. Songmi immediately let go of Gu Sun's hand and took large steps toward Shimei. Why did you come downstairs? Shimei lifted the cup in her hand, awkwardly glancing at Gu Sun behind Songmi. I came down to pour myself some water. She managed to get out only after Qin Wei fell asleep. Having a son now meant she couldn't barge in on him unannounced as she used to. This subtle change of mindset left Shimei conflicted, and eventually, she gave up. She aimlessly descended the stairs, intending to pour herself some water, only to coincidentally see her son and his partner holding hands walking into the yard. Shimei. What are they doing at such a late hour, not sleeping? I'll pour it for you. Songmi took the cup from Shimei, turned around and said to Gu Sun, go back and sleep first. Gu Sun softly replied, all right auntie, I'll go to bed first. Shimei hastily nodded, go ahead, go ahead. Only after seeing Gu Sun walk upstairs did Shimei catch up with Songmi. What were you guys doing? After hesitating for a moment, Songmi told Shimei about Gu Yu. There was still some hot water in the kettle in the kitchen. Songmi handed the cup to Shimei. You don't need to feel sad either. Gu Sun doesn't take it too much to heart either, saying it's his sister's choice, there's nothing to be sad about. There's still some water. Songmi picked up the kettle, let me bring it to your room. Shimei hugged the cup with both hands, looking at her son who was now a head taller than her, and nodded. From some unknown point in time onward, the mischievous little devil she used to hold in her arms had grown into the reliable young man before her eyes. He now had someone he liked and would soon have his own family. Shimei followed Songmi back to the living room. Still at that same staircase entrance, she pulled Songmi's clothes and stopped. Xiaomi, Mom knows you don't like Qin Wei, but I cannot abandon him. Songmi also experienced Qin Wei's age. 10-year-old Songmi climbed high and caused trouble all day long. Father Song Yuanxiu once chased him down 2 streets with a broom. At that time, Songmi was closest to Shimei, greeting her like a savior. With one swift leap, he'd bury himself in his mother's arms and refuse to come out. Song Yuanxiu, red-faced and neck swollen in anger, scolded her saying that continuing like this would surely spoil the child. But over all these years, Songmi hadn't gotten any worse. I know, you wouldn't neglect a kid either. Songmi was somewhat helplessly resigned, it's just that I haven't gotten over the hump from back then. I almost stabbed Dad to death, and even now thinking about it makes me a bit uneasy. Qin Wei is timid. He listens to whoever captures him. Lin Li saw his unique abilities and gathered many others with powerful abilities through him. I was one of them. Songmi furrowed his brows. What does Lin Li actually plan to do? He wants to transfer those abilities into himself. Songmi paused for a moment. Did he succeed? Shimei shook her head. All of them are dead. These people. Songmi pinched the bridge of his nose, anger lacing his voice, they're crazy. So many people had died since September, all for their abilities. Even if they had extraordinary abilities, what did it matter when the world was ruined? What meaning was there in living? Xiaomi, how can you possibly fight against them? Shimei's voice was very soft. They don't care about human life. So what? Songmi dismissed this casually. I don't care about their lives either. Shimei cut in anxiously, but... Mom, stop it. Songmi was slightly agitated. I've already made my decision. Songmi hadn't told Shimei about Gu Sun's situation, and she didn't understand why he insisted on taking on this difficult and dangerous task. She'd cared for him since he was a child, how could Shimei bear to let him take such risks? Why are you crying again? Song Mi bent down to place the kettle aside, stretching out his neck to wipe the tears from Mei's face. There's really nothing wrong. Mei quickly wiped away her tears. You're still young, Mi. If you've made up your mind, then let your father go with you. Seeing you like this, I'm just not reassured. There's Sun, and also Liang Su and Zhangji, Song Mi sighed. Nothing will happen, really. Mei was still uneasy. It's just a bunch of kids like you. We're all adults now, Song Mi smiled while comforting her. I'm even dating someone now, I'm an adult. Mei alternated between laughter and sadness. But you're only 19 years old. Alright, let me give you a hug. Song Mi put his arm around Mei's shoulder, pulling her close. Don't worry, I'm super capable. You just stay home with Dad and take care of that little troublemaker, Wei. Let him know if anyone else with powers gets close, and make sure he stays away. As long as you two are safe, everything's fine. I don't need to worry. Now that he'd grown up, he no longer needed his parents standing in front of him to protect him. As long as Mei and Song Yuanxiu could protect themselves, he feared nothing. The living room fell silent, moonlight casting large patches of light onto the white floor tiles. The wooden staircase wound its way up in 3 turns, and Sun stood at the corner, quietly listening to their conversation. Across from him, Wei, thinly clad, trembled as he tried to take a step forward. Sun raised his hand, blocking his path. Wei looked up, his gaze cold as the wind outside the house. Neither of them said a word, standing silently in the dark. Suddenly, Wei pushed Sun's arm aside, attempting to rush downstairs. However, before his cry could escape his throat, Sun's large hand closed around his throat, silencing him with a single motion. A faint muffled sound barely resonated in the night, but Sun's grip was firm and held Wei pinned against the wall. Wei's chin tilted upward, his feet dangling in the air as he desperately tried to pry Sun's fingers off his throat with his hands. His face turned red from blood rushing up, then purple from lack of oxygen. Sun's eyes were pitch black, as though they led into an endless well of darkness, brimming with death and shadow. At that moment, Wei truly believed that Sun might kill him right there. An unusual surge of power erupted around them. Sun's ability was instantly magnified several times over. Sharp pain exploded in his mind, ringing pierced his ears, and every muscle felt like it was torn apart by invisible knives, causing involuntary spasms. Sun's arms bulged with veins, faint blue lightning flickered intermittently, and crackling electricity swirled uncontrollably around him like ghost flames in the dark, emitting eerie glowing lights. Kneading in the lungs and throbbing sensations became more intense, and Wei's limbs started to twitch uncontrollably. Sun's body must have been able to handle incredible levels of power, yet he continued to hold back without releasing Wei. Wei's power surged unrelenting, but Sun's fingers tightened further, applying even greater force. Downstairs, Song Mi continued chatting soothingly with Mei, oblivious to the deadly battle happening upstairs. To see who would give up first. That's enough, don't think too much. Song Mi picked up the kettle again, placing one hand on Mei's shoulder. It's almost 2 o'clock, let's sleep. His footsteps creaked softly on the stairs, and both Wei and Sun simultaneously released their strength, quickly creating distance between them. Little Wei. Mei widened her eyes in surprise, looking at Wei sitting on the ground against the wall. How did you wake up? Mom. Wei's voice was hoarse as he clutched the wall and slowly stood up. Mei immediately moved forward, hugging Wei tightly in her arms. Song Mi faintly sensed something amiss and lifted his eyes to look at Sun. Sun had his 5 fingers spread flat with his palms upward, feeling the pain gradually fading from his body. He hadn't actually released any lightning just now, but electric sparks appeared around him. A delayed sense of fatigue suddenly overwhelmed him after a few seconds. Sun closed his eyes briefly, forcing himself to stay awake. His hand was suddenly held by someone else, and Sun looked up into Song Mi's concerned gaze. Tired? Song Mi asked. The tips of Sun's fingers tingled painfully, and he curled them slightly before nodding. If you're tired, go back to sleep. Song Mi led Sun toward the bedroom. Mom, I'll bring the kettle to you in a while. Give it to me now. Mei freed one hand to take the kettle. Go to sleep early. The 4 of them returned to their respective bedrooms. As soon as Song Mi closed the door, he quickly helped Sun steady himself. What happened? Sun pressed his hand against his temple as Song Mi assisted him to sit by the bed. Wei used his ability on me. His voice was soft, mingling with tiny intakes of breath, heavy with exhaustion. Headache? Song Mi asked, sitting beside Sun and gently massaging his temples. Does this feel better? Sun closed his eyes and nodded faintly. That damn kid, Song Mi gritted his teeth. We can't keep him. Don't stand against Wei. Sun gripped Song Mi's wrist and opened his eyes, saying, his ability is very dangerous. I've been thinking that for a while. Song Mi lowered his voice. Wei is too unstable. He can't return home with Mom. Although his power is strong and can protect Mom's safety, with the way he behaves recklessly, Dad's safety is another matter. What do you plan to do? Sun asked. If he dares to harm you, Song Mi stared at Sun, then let's kill him. Songmi spoke of killing, but even so, he wasn't sure if he could go through with it. Beside him, Gu-sun was already asleep. Songmi shifted his head and gazed at the shadow of his profile. Though Gu-sun said he'd come to sleep, he hadn't left the room. Songmi didn't press further about what happened between him and Qin Wei at the upstairs stairway corner. He didn't know who initiated hostility first, but that didn't stop him from worrying over Gu-sun. Even the tough-skinned Liang Su gave Qin Wei's powers a wide berth, let alone his delicate-looking Gu boss. Songmi thought more and became increasingly worried. Unable to resist, he got up to check Gu-sun's condition again. He moved carefully, yet before he could pull back the blanket, Gu-sun woke up. "What's wrong?" Gu-sun asked. "Nothing," Songmi lied down again. "Just stretching." Sleep then," Gu-sun responded softly. Songmi lay on his side, his finger creeping beneath the covers, finally landing on Gu-sun's hand. "Does it still hurt?" Gu-sun grabbed Songmi's hand, turned over, and pulled the covers tight. "No, it doesn't hurt anymore." The physical pain had dissipated, only a lingering weariness remained. "Oh, then sleep," Songmi edged closer to Gu-sun. "We need to get up early tomorrow, sleep well." Gu-sun paused, then raised his hand to rest it on Songmi's waist, pulling him into his embrace. Songmi pursed his lips, curving an arm and curling into Gu-sun's chest. "Sleep." Gu-sun pressed a gentle kiss on Songmi's forehead. "Good night." Songmi closed his eyes, surrounded by Gu-sun's unique scent. Listening to the steady and powerful beat of his heart, the unease in his own heart slowly disappeared. "Yeah, good night," Songmi murmured. Chapter 63, On the Way Home. The next day, Songmi got up early. Zhanji and Shirmai were in the kitchen preparing breakfast for them. Songmi slung the backpack she had packed yesterday onto her shoulders. When she went downstairs, she found Liang Su standing silently in front of a newly filled grave in the backyard. "Hey," Songmi's voice broke his silence, not cold. Liang Su's words were emotionless, "She's dead." "What else?" Songmi replied, "It's been 5 days." Liang Su turned slowly, "Why didn't you say anything?" "What should I say?" "She probably doesn't even want to see you." Liang Su rolled his eyes and said no more. Even though Guyu nagged him every day, it was annoying to Liang Su himself. But now that she was really gone, there was also no longer the previous dislike. As they returned indoors, Zhanji was bringing out a steaming bowl of noodles. Liang Su helped her take it and remarked how fragrant it was. Death is not an end, but living means moving forward. The air was filled with the savory aroma of noodle soup as Songmi slightly lifted her chin and sniffed. "Right, it does smell good." After breakfast, the 4-person team split into pairs. Songmi and Liang Su parted ways unusually amicably, agreeing to reunite here in a week. Songmi glanced coldly at Qin Wei who seemed glued to Shimai's side before retracting her gaze. She had thought all night long but couldn't come up with a way to quietly kill this guy. In the morning, upon waking, she recalled her planning from last night about killing, which actually made her feel somewhat repulsed. Even if someone posed a latent threat to her, before the danger fully erupted, Songmi still hesitated a little. So she just gave up and handed this arduous task over to Gu Shen, who was cold-blooded, smart, and resourceful. "After this, it'll only take us a few minutes to fly home." Songmi raised her hand slightly, and Gu Shen immediately noticed his body becoming weightlessly afloat. Before he could fully savor the sensation, the next moment his feet touched solid ground again. It felt just like the momentary sense of weightlessness when an elevator descends, abruptly coming back to normal shortly after. Songmi had recently been working hard on practicing her control over her special abilities. For nearby objects, she could already precisely manage their gravitational force. Just like how Gu Shen once carried her and flew a long distance in the blink of an eye, if she wished, she could bring Shirmai home within a dozen or so minutes. However, Songmi did not want to take Qin Wei back. "There's no way." Gu Shen bluntly replied him. Qin Wei was already suspicious after yesterday's events. If he acted rashly again, it would be Songmi's turn to get hurt. Gu Shen wasn't sure how much Songmi's body could endure such energy. But he certainly didn't want Songmi to go through the pain she endured after last night. "What should we do then?" Songmi frowned a little. "It's a 1 or 2 day walk back home." "I don't know," Gu Shen was always sincere about insoluble problems, unless we involve Ant. "Never mind," Songmi shook his head, "that won't work." Shirmai currently regarded that kid as her precious jewel. How could he bring it up without letting Shirmai know? It was indeed impossible to kill Qin Wei without Shirmai finding out. In fact, Qin Wei may not target uncle. Gu Shen spoke softly, he may not accept the opposite sex, but he might accept having a father. Songmi twitched his mouth, first taking my mom, now wanting a dad. In front of Ant, you and him play the same role, the son. Sharing maternal love creates competition, leading to conflict. Oh, my dad is different, he's the father, maybe exactly what this kid needs. In the end, the 3 of them live happily together, and I become an outsider whenever I come back from monster hunting. It's like pushing crystals to the high grounds only to find your home stolen. So according to you, I should sacrifice my small family for the greater good, forsake myself to let psychopaths have their space, making this world less crazy. Songmi felt his teeth ache. This can't happen. No way am I doing it. Initially, Songmi came out with Gu Shen to find her mother. Now, although they had already found her, she hadn't gone back together because of Gu Shen. He was just a regular college student. Even though in his immature days he dreamed of saving the world, reality was different. Songmi didn't want to be the first to bear the brunt of it. If my mom isn't paying attention, I'll just stab him. Shut up, Gu Shen suddenly grabbed Songmi's wrist. There's movement. Songmi froze in place, and just in time saw Qin Wei rushing into Shimai's embrace. Mom, Qin Wei hugged Shimai tightly and mumbled, someone's coming. Songmi and Gu Shen immediately guarded Shimai, and the group quickly moved to a relatively flat and safe area. He hastily unwrapped the cotton cloth around his long blade, with both of them standing back to back while placing Shimai and Qin Wei in the middle. The near-noon sunlight was warm, peacefully illuminating everything on the ground. A cold breeze, carrying the dryness of winter, blew past Songmi's hair tips, making the surrounding silence somewhat uncomfortable for him. Where is the person? Songmi asked without turning his head. Qin Wei could sense abnormal abilities, so perhaps he could judge the distance of their opponent. This person was being overly cautious hiding around, their ability likely wasn't offensive. Qin Wei paused briefly as he lay on Shimai's shoulder but then suddenly frowned sharply, among us. This answer was like something out of a ghost story, scaring Songmi into spinning in place. You're joking with me? There are only 4 of us within sight. Songmi, Gu Shen spoke with a serious tone, calm down. Songmi took a deep breath and closed his eyes for a moment. Little boss, no need to be scared, the enchantment on his blade would end this quickly, even allowing an upgrade after use. Just as he thought this, vibrations rippled through the ground beneath him. Songmi's eyes shot open instantly, Gu Shen. In the next second, a strong gust of wind rose abruptly, lifting all 4 of them high into the air. Boom! The moment they were lifted off the ground, several meter-wide pillars of earth shot up violently from below, sharp and powerful like daggers thrusting from hell. Control the soil layers, Shimai's words were carried away by the wind, but fragments could still be heard. He's in the ground. Inside the ground? Songmi felt a sense of familiarity with this power. Hey, Mr. Gu, do you remember your little cousin? Songmi began rambling once his feet touched the ground again, that one who could move around in the air via media. Gu Shen didn't have time to answer. A ball of lightning gathered in his palm, which he pressed onto the ground causing an earth-shattering roar. Songmi experienced temporary ear ringing from the shockwave, retreating a few steps with Shimai in tow. A crater about 3 to 4 meters wide appeared, dirt and pebbles trickling into it. There are cavities in the soil, Gu Shen stood up, but it's not him. It took a few seconds for Songmi to understand that what Gu Shen had just explained referred to his previous question. The young cousin's power was to move through objects, while the man moving now created these voids by altering the soil layer, different powers entirely. So who could it be? Songmi questioned. However, before the words left his mouth, an answer came almost simultaneously. Is it someone working with Lin Li? Ever since they started their journey here, every person they encountered simply tried to kill them on sight. Songmi believed he wasn't that irritating, leading to only one explanation: they had a manipulative villain pulling the strings. Why don't the Snail brothers just arrive at once? Songmi gripped his sword handle tighter. First, ensure Ant's safety. Gu Shen stated. While speaking for merely 10 or so seconds, the falling soil into the pit suddenly stopped. Next, mud flowed backwards, rocks trembled, and large chunks hurled toward Songmi unexpectedly. Shit! Once again reducing gravity, Songmi picked up Shimai along with Qin Wei in her arms, leaping onto a nearby tree branch several meters tall on the roadside. With every step they took, the ground beneath seemed like released water, sinking 2 meters deep wherever they went. Below that lay the rock layer, seemingly untouched by their opponent. Songmi. A rough voice mixed with the northeastern dialect rang out, unmistakably belonging to Liang Su. Songmi's heart calmed slightly upon hearing this voice. He turned his head and saw, indeed, Liang Su and Zhangji approaching. Keep an eye on my mom. He casually tossed Shimai toward Liang Su, and Zhangji widened her eyes, hurriedly extending her arms to catch her. Hump. Another deafening explosion shook the area. Liang Su carried Shimai while striding briskly away, turning back occasionally to curse at the thick clouds of dust behind them. Why can't these two stay calm? Who'd they meet this time? Creating a World War atmosphere here. Breathing heavily, Shimai relayed the information Qin Wei had told her to Liang Su. Just some dirt-playing brat, Liang Su spat, I'm going back to help. The two of them had just finished packing their things that morning, preparing to set off to Sea City. However, their plans got interrupted right at the start because of that first loud explosion. Its source was precisely the direction Songmi was heading home, and Zhangji, unable to let go of her worry, hesitated for a moment before deciding to follow. Good thing we made it in time, Zhangji panted, turning back. Liang Su, you go back and tell Songmi to lead the people towards the forest area, so. She suddenly trailed off mid-sentence. The sky seemed to gather a heavy layer of clouds all at once, blocking the sunlight and casting a shadow on the ground. But today, the winter sky was cloudless and clear. Even if the clouds gathered temporarily, it was just too fast to be natural. Zhangji abruptly turned around, her chin lifting sharply. Not far away, the sky appeared as though draped by a dark shading cloth. Fragments of gravel were swept up like wind-driven forces, darting through the air akin to black fish swimming in a lake, leaving no trace. However, this fish swarm was far too numerous and massive, their endless trails almost blocking out the entire sky. Her eyes widened, so shocked that she stopped walking. Shit. Even Liang Su, who usually babbled non-stop, was lost for words, only managing to voice his surprise with a universal exclamation. Qin Wei similarly tilted her head up, taking a step back after recognizing the familiar scene not far away. Gravity. He actually managed to reach the level that killed Yun Wang 2 months ago without any enhancement. What an alarming rate of growth. Whoosh. Hard layers of soil dragged along sand and pebbles toward Song Mi. Song Mi raised his blade, moving directly forward to meet it. Gu Sun's pupils contracted sharply. Song Mi. Just as the bullet-like chunks of earth were about to touch Song Mi's nose, the gravity was suddenly cancelled. Song Mi gently blew, as if brushing away a soft cloud. Don't worry, baby, Song Mi sent a kiss to Gu Sun from afar, laughing loudly, Dad has got his power up. Chapter 64, Foe and Friend. Since the awakening of his powers, Song Mi had always thought he was just an ordinary Joe abandoned by heaven. Moreover, Gu Sun's ability to advance and retreat at will, generate electricity, channel water, and produce wind was like a game-changing power-up. In comparison, Song Mi increasingly felt like a waste of space. But later, Song Mi gradually realized that he wasn't a powerless one, he was simply too stupid for his own good. Even though heaven had given him an incredible power-up, he'd only managed to turn it against himself. Still, fortunately, he had a boyfriend with a sharp mind. Through tremendous effort, his boyfriend pulled him back from the wrong path and set him straight. Only then did Song Mi discover how strong he really was. Let it rip. Song Mi gritted his back molars, a proud grin on his face. A long blade wrapped in lightning split the ground with a mighty swing, creating an explosion of earth and stones. The ground fractured into a blackened trail more than a meter wide. The soil was blown high into the air by the wind. Song Mi leaped upon the rocks, attacking like a madman without any strategy. Since there was no one around anyway, why bother holding back? He didn't believe that the opponent, who was presumably hiding underground, could escape faster than his all-out destruction. Song Mi, Gu Sun reminded him, conserve your energy. It's fine, Song Mi replied nonchalantly after days of laziness, now full of energy but no outlet. I've got plenty of stamina. Is that pretty boy related to dung beetles? Liang Su observed as swirling dirt was blown away and began piling up into little hills. Does he roll dung balls like this? Zhangji moved her lips slightly, but said nothing. Hey kid, Liang Su tapped Qin Wei's head. Did you boost his powers? Caught off guard, Qin Wei let out a cry and clutched onto Zhangji tightly. She quickly put distance between herself, Qin Wei, and Liang Su, exclaiming, why did you hit him? I didn't even hit him. Liang Su exclaimed loudly, bewildered. I barely, just touched him like that. The man's grip was naturally very strong. Except when dealing with Zhangji where he knew restraint, he was generally heavy-handed with others. Little Wei, did you boost your brother's abilities? Shirmye gripped Qin Wei's arm tightly, momentarily forgetting if he was in pain or not. Didn't I tell you not to enhance other people's powers arbitrarily? No, I didn't. Qin Wei's eyes filled with tears as he desperately patted Zhangji's shoulder. I didn't, I swear I didn't. Get down, ignoring Zhangji's opposition, Liang Su forcibly tore Qin Wei out of her arms and shoved him towards Shirmye. Handle your own misbehaving child. Shirmye, frantic with worry, immediately hugged Qin Wei and apologized. You stay away from that kid, Liang Su restrained Zhangji's hands to stop her movement. He's absolutely not normal. What are you doing? Zhangji stomped her feet in distress. The kid hitting doesn't hurt. Let go of my sister. Qin Wei struggled violently in Shirmye's arms like a ticking bomb about to explode. Let go. In the next moment, Liang Su clasped his chest and fell to his knees, involuntarily arching his body and using his arm to support it. Liang Su. Zhangji supported Liang Su as he collapsed, understanding what happened within a second. Qin Wei. Stop. She practically hurled herself in front of Shirmye, shouting, stop it fast. Stop. Sister, you. Qin Wei sobbed uncontrollably, turning to hug Zhangji. Stop your power, Zhangji grabbed Qin Wei's shoulders and held some distance between them. Please, stop. What's going on? Gu Sun took a moment amidst his busy schedule, being temporarily summoned to the rear by Song Mi for questioning. Liang Su's complexion had turned blue and green, leaving Zhangji with no time to explain further to Gu Sun. Qin Wei. Stop. She shouted loudly, the usually gentle girl screaming for the first time ever, almost hysterical. Stop it now. Qin Wei froze for a moment, startled, and forgot to cry altogether. Cough, a faint cough followed by the sound of a body collapsing. Liang Su. Liang Su. Zhangji's legs buckled, causing her to fall directly to her knees. Her hands clenched into fists, tightly grabbing weeds on the ground, emitting a suppressed yet painful scream. Gu Sun crouched down and rolled Liang Su over so that he lay on his back. His fingers pressed against Liang Su's neck as he administered CPR right there. He's not dead yet, Gu Sun panted. Calm down. Zhanji trembled all over, her palms pressing against the ground as she turned shakily to look at Liang Su. Liang Su. Cough, cough. After a few rattling vibrations in his chest, Liang Su's body rolled over, curling up as he violently coughed. Zhanji's tears streamed down her face endlessly. You can't die, don't die. Gu Sun stood up and looked up to see Songmi still working hard digging a hole, slightly pressing his forehead as he stopped the wind. Without the wind, the dirt couldn't blow up. Seeing this, Songmi tilted his head in confusion, naturally turning back to look at Gu Sun. What's wrong? Songmi walked back gray-faced with the long knife in hand, only to first see Qin Wei hugging Shirmia tightly, both crying. Mom. What happened? Songmi's gaze flickered and then saw Zhanji kneeling on the ground sobbing loudly. Zhanji, what's wrong with you? As soon as Songmi finished speaking, as he stepped forward, Zhanji's body shifted aside, revealing Liang Su collapsed on the ground. Holy crap. What's wrong with Liang Su? Songmi had thought just moments ago that he was finally ready to dominate weaker bosses with his newfound abilities and reach the pinnacle of life, but now it felt like someone had broken into his home. What's going on? Was he attacked? That person has already fled. Gu Sun turned around and kicked out a disheveled black fatty from a nearby shrubbery. Deal with him first. Just when Liang Su had been hanging on by a thread, only Gu Sun noticed another presence approaching in panic. Zhanji reflexively protected Liang Su. But Liang Su propped himself up, pulling Zhanji into his embrace. Don't be afraid, it's okay now. Liang Su said hoarsely. Zhanji wailed softly, burying her face in Liang Su's shoulder. What are you doing? The black fatty flailed his arms and legs at Gu Sun as if warning him off. I just saved him. And you kick me? That's repaying kindness with enmity. It will bring bad karma. Songmi could not tolerate anyone speaking ill of Gu Sun, so he gave him no good expression. Bullshit, I didn't even see you before. You say you saved him, how did you save him? I cancelled his powers. The black fatty yelled loud, or else he would have croaked. Upon hearing those words, Songmi was stunned. What do you mean? Eliminate, power. Zhanji repeated the black fatty's words, tremblingly. Liang Su's complexion darkened, moving his fingers and gripping tightly onto Zhanji's shoulder, hugging her tightly. Your ability is gone. Songmi exclaimed in disbelief, no way, right? Is it still there? Liang Su remained silent, yet this already explained everything. My apologies, mate, the black fatty rubbed his hands together, somewhat apologetic. If we didn't get rid of your powers, you wouldn't survive. It's fine, Liang Su lifted his eyes to Qin Wei, shadows of gloom lingering in his gaze. Maybe losing my power isn't such a bad thing. Qin Wei's teeth chattered as he buried his face in Shirmia's neck. Mom, I'm scared. Shirmia found herself between a rock and a hard place. Ultimately she still hesitated but decided to remain silent. This was Qin Wei's mistake, if Liang Su insisted on pursuing responsibility. Shirmia tightened her hold on Qin Wei slightly, eventually closing her eyes. She would leave the matter to Songmi's judgment. Nephew. The black fatty caught sight of Qin Wei, suddenly slapping his thigh, smiling until creases formed all over his face. What? Songmi was stunned again. Nephew? Isn't he the real nephew? The black fatty cheerfully went over. Little Wei, right. Truly, I've searched high and low without success, and here you came so easily. Good intentions indeed come with good rewards. I saved your people, and now you can save my nephew. Seeing no reaction from Qin Wei, Shirmia questioned curiously, are you his uncle? Uncle, yes, the one and only. The black fatty explained earnestly, he boosts, I eliminate. See? We're all family. Chapter 65, the incident happened suddenly. The fat man surnamed Song, named Jijun, had a face like Zhang Fei's but bore a rather frail-sounding name. You also surname Song. That's really coincidental. Song Jijun approached Songmi with a grin, trying to make small talk. Our Song family is truly large, we don't have to walk a few steps before meeting one of our own. Songmi rolled her eyes inwardly. Who said they were part of the same clan? Looking at Song Jijun's slick and smug appearance, she thought about throwing some insults at him but then reconsidered since he was Qin Wei's uncle and hence technically an elder in her family. She decided it would be better to contain herself. And who might this sister be? Song Jijun turned towards Shirmei with the same amiable smile plastered across his face. It's you who saved my nephew, right? Seeing that Qin Wei didn't respond, Shirmei cautiously took a step back while hugging the boy tightly. No one replied, so there was a moment of awkward silence. I'm really his uncle. Song Jijun scratched his head and pointed at Qin Wei. If you don't believe me, ask him. Shirmei glanced down at Qin Wei skeptically. Qin Wei just hugged her neck, neither denying nor affirming the claim. Uncle, right? Without caring whether it was true or not, Songmi casually put her arm around Song Jijun's shoulder and leaned in low, whispering, you're here to take him away. To take him away. Song Jijun quickly responded, of course I'm taking him away. Songmi patted Song Jijun on the shoulder, fully cooperative now. That's so coincidental. You must have missed him. This lunatic little rascal finally has someone to claim him. Take him away. Hurry up. I do miss him. Song Jijun lightly patted Qin Wei's back. Little Wei, come back with uncle. Your mom misses you. Mommy. Qin Wei clung to Shermei desperately, let's go. Let's go. Song Mi and Gu Sun exchanged glances but quickly looked away. Liang Su slowly got up under the support of Zhangji. Song Mi stood by, crossing her arms behind her back as she secretly gestured for Liang Su to stay calm and not act rashly. Where are you going? Song Jijun started getting agitated. Your mom's waiting for you. Come with me quick. While talking, he attempted to pull Qin Wei out of Shermei's embrace, grabbing one of the boy's arms. Song Mi frowned, stepping behind Shermei. This kid and his uncle's issue, Song Mi didn't want any involvement in their business. But seeing how close Shermei was to the situation made her feel somewhat uneasy. I don't want to. I don't want to. Qin Wei began shouting wildly, I want mommy. I want mommy. This woman isn't your mom. Song Jijun forcefully tugged on Qin Wei, come back with me immediately, don't make your mom angry. Unable to bear watching Song Jijun manhandle the situation, Shermei interjected, speak properly without resorting to violence. Sister, I'm not using force, Song Jijun helplessly defended himself, ever since he was young, this child has been difficult. You need to be firm, or else. Before he could finish, his hand suddenly grasped Shermei's wrist. Things happened so suddenly that Song Mi had no time to react. The next second, Song Jijun pushed the unconscious Shermei aside, picked up Qin Wei, and turned to run. Caught off guard, Gu Sun instinctively tried to summon lightning to protect himself, only to find that his ability was gone. Mom! Song Mi caught Shermei, crouching down immediately, how are you doing? There was still breathing and pulse present, leading Song Mi to sigh in relief, she was merely unconscious. My power. Zhangji muttered nearby as she stared at her hands, it's gone. Upon hearing this, Song Mi snapped her head up, me too. All of them were gone. Gu Sun's eyes darkened, our abilities, they've been neutralized. However, the good news was that their powers hadn't disappeared completely. To be more specific, they only vanished for 2 to 3 minutes. Just now, I felt my power returning, Liang Su rotated his wrist, afraid that the kid might target me again, I didn't say anything. Not bad, for once, Song Mi smirked, lifting her hand slightly, you actually used your brain. Song Jijun's ability seems to have certain intensity and duration, Gu Sun examined the flickering electric sparks in his palm before letting them dissipate by closing his fingers. It's similar to the brat's ability, Song Mi remarked, we probably drained much of his energy dealing with all of us. Do we chase after them? Gu Sun questioned, this is the best time to kill Qin Wei. What? Liang Su startled, you wanted to kill him as well? Liang Su. Zhangji held onto his arm tightly, please stop fighting him. Twice Liang Su almost died at the hands of Qin Wei, and she genuinely feared another encounter. That's just a kid, what's the big deal about his ability? Liang Su shrugged nonchalantly, I'll take him out when he's not paying attention. No, you can't go, Zhangji's eyes were red, and her voice carried a sob, you hear me? No, you can't go. Liang Su couldn't stand seeing Zhangji cry, so he immediately compromised unconditionally, I won't go, I'll avoid him from now on. Alright? Zhangji wiped away her tears, I don't believe that for a second. The quarrel between the young couple made Song Mi look away, she felt out of place. Though she was no longer single, she somehow always felt like she was consuming couple food. What do you think? Song Mi asked Gu Sun, if we chase them, there'll be no one watching over my mom. After finishing his sentence before Gu Sun could respond, Song Mi added sarcastically, chase what nonsense. The brat is finally gone. That I didn't set off fireworks to celebrate already shows restraint. We're not going to City C anymore, Zhangji suddenly interjected, Song Mi, Liang Su and I will return with you to send your mom home. She truly worried that if she and Liang Su encountered Qin Wei alone, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. Why aren't we going? Liang Su looked surprised. If our abilities are nullified by Qin Wei, I pose no threat to him unless Song Mi or Gu Sun are around. He might then restrain himself. No problem, Liang Su felt belittled, twice now, every time I've gained more experience. Next time, I'll strike first as long as I can still move, and strangle him. Zhangji continued to object, but... Let's just search in City C, Liang Su rubbed Zhangji's head and suggested, it's only half a day's journey. If we can't find him, we'll come back. Let's just take a look. Maybe we'll find him this time. Zhangji pursed her lips, somewhat hesitant. I'll quickly send my mom back while she's still unconscious, and you quickly go to City C to find them. Song Mi hoisted Shermei onto her back and hurried along, hurry up, before this kid comes back. You can't go back, Gu Sun stopped Song Mi, there's something wrong with Song Jijun. Of course there's something wrong with him, Song Mi interjected, he definitely isn't some uncle ghost. It was clear that Song Jijun's target was Qin Wei. In a way, they shared an interest in opposing Qin Wei. Moreover, after getting what he wanted, Song Jijun hadn't truly harmed them but had even accidentally saved Liang Su. For that reason alone, Song Mi didn't plan to dwell on it further. There's something wrong with Song Ji-jun, Janji echoed as she stared at the dirt pit not far away. He works for Lin Li. Oh my little master, Song Ji-jun carried Qin Wei, stumbling on the uneven forest path. I've finally found you. Qin Wei's hand rested on Song Ji-jun's shoulder as he blankly gazed behind him. You've been gone for months without any word. The boss is angry. Those people you've been with seem like tough characters, none easy to deal with, and it seems nerve-wracking being around them. It's better if you came back. My mother will worry about me, Qin Wei spoke calmly. If I'm missing, she will worry. Absolutely not. Song Ji-jun confidently declared. He must have thought you returned home. Besides, he has his real son. How much could he possibly care? Qin Wei appeared confused, shifting his gaze from afar to Song Ji-jun's face. Real son. That guy with the knife, isn't he the real son? Song Ji-jun was confident in his intuition. They look alike, clearly, they're mother and son. Song Ji-jun cut off at the last syllable, stumbling forward and violently falling face-first onto the ground. Qin Wei broke free from his arms and quietly stood up, looking down at the man convulsing on the ground. Due to emotional fluctuations, Qin Wei's special abilities grew extraordinarily violent, leaving Song Ji-jun unable to neutralize his own enhanced abilities within such a short period, causing him to painfully die struggling. You shouldn't have touched my mom. A soft sound, clang. Qin Wei looked down and saw the trembling earth under his feet. Qin Wei squatted down and touched the soil beneath him. And you too. I'm completely lost. Song Mi tilted her head, looking like a dumbfounded child. How did you figure out he worked for Lin Li? Lin Li wants the brat back to enhance his powers. Liang Su suddenly understood everything. Now I know. Stop talking nonsense, Song Mi sighed helplessly, saying that makes it seem like anyone wants to snatch that brat. The person who controlled the soil earlier was from his gang. Janji interrupted their meaningless argument. He lured you away so Ant would be left alone. Didn't he mean to leave the brat alone? Song Mi questioned. He didn't expect all of you to arrive, which is why Song Ji-jun showed up. Janji shook her head. We're all part of his plan. Song Mi felt a chill down her spine. What? Don't you think Ant has slept for too long? Janji walked towards Shermei. Their target was never Qin Wei. Away. A pair of hands came from behind Qin Wei and covered his eyes. Stop. Qin Wei sniffled, drew in a breath through his nose, and leaned back as if relaxing. Dad. The enhancement of the special ability suddenly disappeared, and the person in front of Qin Wei rolled over and crawled away on all fours. Sneaking out is not a good thing to do. The man's voice was slow and deep. Bad kids won't be liked by anyone. Qin Wei trembled. But mom wants to go home. Then are you leaving dad behind? No, it's not like that. The man sighed, lowering his head and softly whispering in his ear, that's so cruel. Qin Wei clenched his teeth and shook his head forcefully. It's not like that. I want mom. I want her too. The man's voice was deep, as if it came from the depths of the earth. Let's take mom back, okay? Tears dripped down from Qin Wei's eyes, but there are many people around mom. Eliminate them then. The man picked up Qin Wei, patted his back. Kill them all, okay? Gone. Song Mi's face darkened. Mom's special ability hasn't recovered. Shermei had been awake for over 10 minutes and tried retracing time but found that her special ability was completely gone. As Janji had said, their target was originally Shermei. He went through great lengths to approach, just to eliminate mom's special ability. In a flash, Song Mi suddenly realized something. That's why he suddenly held mom's arm. What Song Ji-jun wanted to do with mom was thorough elimination. If Song Mi had intervened when approaching Shermei, she would definitely have stopped him. So he changed his strategy and pretended it was for Qin Wei, which lowered Song Mi's vigilance. Adding to this, Song Ji-jun previously saved Liang Su, with a semi-true identity as uncle, accidentally increasing some trust. Killing someone under so many pairs of eyes might not be that easy. However, eliminating someone's special ability unawares seemed relatively simpler. Even Gu Sun and Janji couldn't have anticipated before the event that Song Ji-jun would target Shermei. And the temporary elimination of the remaining three might have only been to facilitate Song Ji-jun's escape or serve as a warning. What about Little Wei? Shermei asked, will Little Wei be in danger? Auntie, Liang Su could no longer help but remind her, that kid's trouble. I suggest you stop caring about him, otherwise the next one to die will be your own son. Be nice to my mom. Song Mi kicked Liang Su and turned to Shermei. Mom, don't worry about him. Song Ji-jun went to such great lengths to kidnap him, he wouldn't just kill him. Shermei lowered her head and fell silent. Let's not talk about that naughty child anymore. Song Mi fussed with her hair irritably. What should we do next? Go home. Gu Sun said. You were just saying we can't go home earlier, and now you're talking about going back. Going home isn't to escort Auntie, it's to pick up Uncle. With Auntie's special ability disappearing, Qin Wei can't track her location anymore, so he must switch to either Uncle or your special ability, making Uncle in danger. Damn. Song Mi cursed under her breath. When things go wrong, they go wrong fast. Let's head back right now. Janji took a step forward. We'll go with you. Nope, we're heading to City C. Liang Su embraced Zhangji. That kid nearly killed me and probably wasted loads of energy. He won't be able to chase us until after resting for at least a day or two. Zhangji frowned. Listen to me. We can get there and back within a day, Liang Su insisted. Since the boy only cares about his mom, not the sister types, he definitely won't come after us. Zhangji hesitated, but Liang Su's right. If he comes, it's for us, Songmi agreed. We can handle that little punk with Gu Sun. You two should go to City C as soon as possible. Sooner we leave, the more peace of mind we'll have. He understood Liang Su's reasons for wanting to go to City C. It was similar to how Songmi himself eagerly wanted to return home to see his father. Thanks, Liang Su patted Songmi's shoulder, as though they were good friends sharing something intimate. See you tomorrow. Fat chance, see you the day after. Songmi swatted Liang Su's hand away. Don't rush too much, rushing is prone to causing problems. Be sure to listen to Zhangji. Who asked for your advice? Liang Su turned and walked away. Go ahead, don't hang around with this dung beetle. Songmi was completely confused. Dung beetle? That kid must be dealt with if possible. Liang Su waved his hand at them with his back facing them. Don't give me face. Zhangji tugged at the corner of his clothes. Be quiet. Those who die first are always the reckless ones. Songmi made a sniffing sound. It's really tough for Zhangji. The group parted ways again. Songmi used his special ability, and he and Gu Sun guarded Mei on both sides. It only took them about 10 minutes to land in front of their own house. Dad. Songmi had just set foot on the ground when he sensed something was wrong. He shouted several times but no one responded. Yuan Xiu. Mei also followed up and found that the house had been abandoned for a long time. The dust in front of the door has been there for some time. Gu Sun observed the subtle traces outside the house. It should be due to a cleaning in the afternoon a few days ago. Songmi grabbed the doorknob, pressed it down slightly, but it wouldn't budge. The door is locked. Uncle left. Knowing how to lock the door means he left on his own. For Songmi, this was considered a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Why run blindly? Songmi plopped down on the steps in front of the door. He didn't even leave a note. He did. Gu Sun broke the glass with one punch. It's on the wall. You stay with my mom, I'll go inside and take a look. Songmi jumped into the room from the window frame and searched the upstairs and downstairs thoroughly, only to find a row of black words left on the cold gray wallpaper using charcoal ash. There's only AC written on the wall. Songmi climbed out of the room again. All the bedding and clothes are gone. He must have gone to City C. Gu Sun held him up as he said, the authorities may have taken measures, transferring the remaining population to one place. In that case, let's go to City C and meet up with Zhangji and the others. Good. Mom, Dad went to City C, so are we. Songmi walked to the front door and saw Mei squatting by the vegetable garden in the yard. What are you looking at? Nothing. Mei stood up again. The vegetables are all dead. Several frosts have fallen, and it should snow soon. These small vegetables naturally can't survive. Let's go. Songmi glanced at the house he hadn't lived in for very long. Hurry up and get there. We might even be able to spend a new year together. Without delay, the three of them set off toward City C again. Songmi controlled the gravity of 3 people at once but was forced to stop and rest by Mei. It's actually no problem. Songmi sat on a stone and chewed on a pancake. I'm not tired, just a little hungry. Gu Sun unscrewed the cap and handed him a bottle of water. Hey, thanks old bro, Songmi squinted with joy. Because Mei was present, Songmi changed his address for Gu Sun again. Flirty words hanging at the tip of his tongue, hiding tricks in his heart. This call of old bro contained too much information that couldn't be revealed in front of elders. Gu Sun hooked his lips and lowered his head to eat his own piece. Seeing her son talk about his romance with relish, Mei quietly turned away, quite self-aware not to look at him. Songmi noticed Mei's avoidance and playfully nudged Gu Sun's chest with his elbow. So this is what it feels like to have family approve of a relationship. Relying on Mei not seeing, Songmi shamelessly leaned on Gu Sun. Embarrassing. Hurry up and feel embarrassed for me. Excuse me. Suddenly, an elderly voice came from behind Songmi, startling him and making him sit upright instantly. Could you give me something to eat? Songmi quickly turned around and saw a disheveled white-haired old man. Something to eat. Songmi rummaged through his backpack and handed over a dry biscuit. Thank you, thank you. The old man repeatedly thanked and sat right next to Songmi's feet. How could Songmi bear such a thing? He quickly got up and gave the stone to the old man. With one more person, the slight discomfort of Mei disappeared. Old sir, where are you from? I. The old man caught the crumb with his hand and weakly ate the dry biscuit. Escaped from City C. Escaped from City C. Songmi seized the key point in the sentence. City C captured a large number of people, half died of illness. The old man's arms trembled helplessly in front of him. Alas. What a calamity. What? Songmi stood up abruptly. Sick. Mei and Songmi almost exclaimed at the same time. It should be some kind of infectious disease. Gu Sun also stood up. According to Liang Su's pace, they should be near City C by now. You absolutely cannot go there. The old man quickly said, stay as far away as possible. We need to hurry and go. Song Mi directly ignored the old man's words and bent down to pick up the water bottle on the ground. Shermay also finished the dry biscuit in a few bites, stood up and prepared to leave. Listen to me, I can foresee the future. The old man grabbed Song Mi's hand and said with a trembling voice, in half an hour or so, the world will return to normal. Song Mi paused, huh? I can foresee the future, the old man seriously claimed, don't worry, nothing's going to happen. Song Mi was half believing and asked cautiously, are you talking about abilities? The old man seemed confused, what? After a brief pause, Song Mi gave up and shook his head, nothing. He was truly crazy for believing this old man's nonsense. Hide. The old man shook Song Mi's arm desperately, hide and wait for half an hour, everything will be fine. Grandpa, it's alright, Song Mi gently pushed the old man's hand away, we won't reach City C within half an hour. Here, have another pancake, sit here and eat for a while. Gu Sun, who was always cautious, however, squatted before the old man and asked, you said, the world would return to normal after half an hour, what kind of normal? Song Mi was surprised, he didn't expect Gu Sun to take it seriously as well. The old man shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. Still, Song Mi didn't listen to the old man's advice and set off toward City C. He couldn't just sit and wait to die. Hey, do you really believe him? Song Mi asked. Gu Sun didn't speak, but neither did he deny it. It's not real, right? Song Mi looked extremely skeptical, half an hour. Let me see exactly when the time is up. He wouldn't believe such absurdity, with such a mess, how could things be fixed and return to normal within half an hour? Half an hour later, as Song Mi had said, nothing happened except that they were about to reach City C. I knew it. Although Song Mi wasn't particularly hopeful, he felt inexplicably deceived, how could things return to normal in just half an hour? Don't talk, Gu Sun suddenly interrupted him, there's some movement below. Song Mi immediately shut up and obeyed like never before. Land, Gu Sun said, we need to prepare before entering City C. Alright. The winter wind carried a chill, stinging the face painfully. This was the suburban area where City C bordered with City B, with sparse houses on the ground and not a soul in sight. The three landed downwind, and even before they had steadied themselves, they smelled a strong odor of blood. There are dead people ahead. Song Mi pulled out his long sword, shielding Shermay behind him. Gu Sun looked around and picked up a red cherry hairband from the ground, this belongs to Zhangji. Damn. Song Mi abruptly turned his gaze toward a nearby house, Zhangji. Please don't let anything have happened. Within half a minute, Song Mi silently repeated this wish several times in his heart. Not Zhangji, please, not Zhangji. The door of the house was slightly ajar. With a kick of his foot, Song Mi burst through the door. The heavy smell of blood hit Song Mi all at once as soon as the door opened. He stood outside, dumbfoundedly staring at the person inside the living room. Zhangji knelt on the ground with her head hanging low. In front of her was a large pool of crimson blood. Liang Su lay sprawled in the blood, unnaturally still. Help. Save someone. Without realizing it, Song Mi blurted it out. Isn't Zhangji capable of healing? Isn't she able to cure others? His father was in such a state back then, yet he managed to save him. Hurry, save them. Song Mi shouted loudly and was about to rush inside. Song Mi. Gu Sun held Song Mi back fiercely, stay calm. Their voices were loud, and Zhangji inside finally made some movements. She slowly turned her head and laughed foolishly the moment she saw Song Mi. This laugh was eerie and filled with deathly aura. Because of her turning, Song Mi noticed that there was another person hidden beside Zhangji. The thin figure had been completely covered by Zhangji earlier. Qin Wei. Song Mi muttered. He could no longer restrain himself and was ready to slash. Sister. Sister, I'm scared. Qin Wei tightly hugged Zhangji and yelled. Suddenly, Song Mi froze as if a button had been pressed, not only stopping in his tracks but failing to utter a sound. By Zhangji's side, Liang Su's head had already been severed. Chapter 66, Burial. Xiao Wei, don't be afraid, sister is here. Zhangji hugged Qin Wei tightly, her body shaking uncontrollably. Sister will protect Xiao Wei, sister only has Xiao Wei. Aside from the tremor in her voice, there was no trace of sorrow to be detected, as if she were a mentally unstable lunatic babbling to herself while clutching her beloved doll. Zhangji. Song Mi's voice quivered. How could you? Gu Sun squatted down and confirmed that the headless corpse in the blood pool was indeed Liang Su. She's gone mad. Mad. Song Mi repeated under his breath. She's gone mad. Her beloved one died without even a whole body, and with the fragile psyche of a young girl, unable to withstand the shock, she snapped. Quite reasonable. Shermay leaned against the wall as she approached, covering her mouth while sobbing quietly. It was you, Song Mi rudely tore Zhangji's arms apart and grabbed Qin Wei from her embrace. Where did you put his head? Give him back to me. Don't hurt Xiao Wei. Before Qin Wei could cry out, Zhangji immediately stood up and fiercely lunged at Song Mi, don't hurt my Xiao Wei. Song Mi stumbled back, retreating half a step dumbly. Zhangji. It must have been Qin Wei who did it. Song Mi looked at Qin Wei crying loudly, almost tearing himself apart. He knew Zhangji's abilities. To prevent her restoration, she hadn't left Liang Su's body whole. How ruthless could one get by chopping off the head? Did he kill Liang Su or not? Song Mi's face flushed red, his eyes bloodshot as he loudly questioned Zhangji. Just nod your head, and today I'll lay down my life for vengeance on behalf of Liang Su. There was silence in the living room for a few seconds. Gu Sun silently stood slightly ahead of Song Mi, remaining vigilant for any possible emergency situation. No, it wasn't. Zhangji looked at Qin Wei and managed to force out a smile. Our Xiaowei protected sister, he's the best. Mei couldn't hold back anymore, she ran over to Zhangji and embraced both children in her arms. Don't be afraid, Auntie is here. What happened? Song Mi lowered his long sword, staring at the blood pool before him, eyes vacant. Wasn't it him? If it wasn't Qin Wei, then who? Song Mi's thoughts were muddled, leaving him bewildered. Who else would want Liang Su dead, and who could kill him within hours yet leave Zhangji untouched? He couldn't think of anyone, let alone understand why, so when reflecting upon it all, Qin Wei still seemed most plausible. Song Mi. Gu Sun's voice rang in his ear, snapping Song Mi back to reality, but his neck felt stiff, grinding, creaky noises when turned. His hand was gripped by Gu Sun, who applied some strength. Looking at Song Mi like usual, Gu Sun reminded him calmly, calm down. Only then did the wandering soul of Song Mi gradually return to his body. Bowed slightly forward, looking at everything around him, he exhaled deeply. Calmness, he needed calmness. Seeing Song Mi's emotions stabilize, Gu Sun released his hand. We need to leave this place. Mei led Zhangji and Qin Wei away first. Song Mi silently saw them off through the door. Don't worry, Gu Sun patted Song Mi's shoulder, since Qin Wei didn't harm Zhangji earlier, he won't do so later either. Song Mi raised his gaze towards Gu Sun. Was it Qin Wei? No clear evidence, but I can't think of another person. Gu Sun walked to Liang Su's corpse and began unbuttoning his clothes. What are you doing? Song Mi watched the grotesque wound edge, his voice hoarse. Checking. Gu Sun rolled Liang Su's sweater upwards, inspected thoroughly, then rolled up his sleeves as well. The man's wrist bones were firm, but the skin had already shown an ashen gray-green hue. The sweater he wore was casually tossed at him by Song Mi. At the time, Liang Su complained about its small size causing inconvenience, but he wore it nonetheless. Song Mi's eyes became moist as he removed his own coat and covered Liang Su's shoulders and above. Could it be that Liang Su is truly gone? The time of death is less than an hour ago. After checking thoroughly, Gu Sun neatly arranged Liang Su's clothes again. No external wounds on the body. No external wounds. Song Mi's voice dropped lower, like a deep and heavy gong, emitting a low and oppressive sound. Who could it be besides him? Gu Sun said nothing, simply standing up and coolly uttering, let's dig a hole. This time Song Mi didn't listen to Gu Sun. With no external wounds, but his head cut off, Liang Su's power should have made him invulnerable to weapons. How then could such a vulnerable spot as the neck be exposed? Everything points to Qin Wei, so why not just kill him? Keeping such a menace by their side, the next victim could very well be himself or Gu Sun. At this thought, Song Mi tightened his grip on the blade, and the edge hummed slightly in the air with a ching sound. I must kill him. Song Mi turned around and strode toward the door. Although Song Mi and Liang Su had rarely exchanged more than 3 words without arguing, it was Liang Su who had risked his life to protect Gu Sun when they were caught in an illusion at first. Later, while fighting enemies together, Liang Su never showed cowardice or betrayal. He was a partner acknowledged by Song Mi, someone he trusted completely enough to rely on for protection. Song Mi had many friends, but those he'd faced death with could be counted on one hand, only Liang Su and Zhangji. Now his brother had been murdered, Song Mi felt obligated to avenge him with blood for blood. Even if Mei and Zhangji tried to stop him, he would still swiftly and ruthlessly take the killer's life. Let him die. Let him die. Song Mi. What Song Mi hadn't expected was that the first person to stop him from killing Qin Wei was Gu Sun. Calm down, Gu Sun frowned, urging him. Calm down my ass. Song Mi's chest heaved violently as he breathed deeply, yet he kept his voice low so as not to let the people outside hear. Liang Su didn't even have a full body when he died, and the murderer is clearly right here. If I don't kill him, then I'm no man. Don't act rashly. Gu Sun gripped his hand firmly, give me some time. There's something I want to verify. Song Mi didn't know what Gu Sun wanted to verify, but since Gu Sun had spoken, Song Mi decided to follow through regardless of whether he understood. So he suppressed his boiling anger, clenched his teeth, and began digging a hole bit by bit. Song Mi faintly remembered the words he had once told Liang Su. Don't rush, rushing can lead to chaos. Don't blindly charge ahead, listen to Zhangji more. Now he would change the name and give himself the same advice. Don't rush, rushing can lead to chaos. Don't blindly charge ahead, listen to Gu Sun more. Listen to Gu Sun. Song Mi violently plunged his long sword into the cracked soil and used the handle to pry open the earth. Since Gu Sun asked him to dig a grave, he would focus solely on digging a grave. He would dig a large grave for Liang Su to rest in. He remembered burying Gu last night, and how Liang-su had sat silently before her tomb this morning. In just half a day's time, the scene seemed to repeat itself. How fragile human life truly is, people die so easily, without any warning. That northeastern man with the strong accent was now gone. Song-mi wiped his face and swallowed the lump in his throat while crouching in the bottom of the pit. In the distance, he heard Janji talking. She had eaten a dry biscuit earlier, and now she was playing with leaves alongside Qin Wei. If Qin Wei really killed Liang-su, Janji shouldn't act so close to him after her breakdown. Could it be that Liang-su wasn't killed by Qin Wei? Could it really be true, like Janji said, that Qin Wei was protecting her? Could Qin Wei have let someone else kill Liang-su and then pretended to protect Janji? Where was Song Ji-jun during all this? Song-mi, come up. Song-mi looked up and saw Gu-sun standing beside the pit, holding out a hand. He grabbed it and was pulled out of the pit by Gu-sun with one strong pull. Liang-su had been moved aside by Gu-sun, his upper body wrapped in Song-mi's clothes, lying quietly. Shall we do it now? Song-mi closed his eyes for a moment and shifted his gaze away. Gu-sun affirmed with a soft, saying, it's getting dark. Winter days are short, and the sky starts to darken by 5 in the afternoon. Before the burial, Song-mi hesitated about whether to ask Janji to take one last look. His gaze landed on her sitting nearby. Janji hugged her knees and sat next to Shirmai, head lowered as she stared vacantly at the ground. Just as he was about to call out to her, Shirmai gently shook her head. Maybe it's better if she's crazy, Song-mi suddenly thought. Perhaps being insane will alleviate her pain. The soil Gu-sun moistened with water fell loosely over Liang-su's body. Song-mi's hands trembled as he sprinkled loose dirt over the grave. This feeling was different from burying Gu last night. Liang-su certainly wouldn't have wanted to die. Brother, you can rest easy, Song-mi's voice choked, but his resolve was unshakable. I'll take good care of Janji. And I'll track down the one who harmed you and make them pay with their life. That night, the group found a relatively clean room to rest in. There was no pot in the kitchen, so everyone ate some dry cakes before preparing to sleep. Song-mi noticed Gu-sun stealthily grabbing Shimai's arm when Qin Wei wasn't paying attention and quickly whispering something in her ear. Afterward, Shirmai nodded, took Janji and Qin Wei into the bedroom. Song-mi didn't press further. He knew Gu-sun would eventually explain everything to him. However, Song-mi never expected that Gu-sun's very first sentence would leave him utterly baffled. If I die, will you bury me the same day? Song-mi was stunned for a long while before finally letting out a sigh. Gu-sun, you really shouldn't be asking me this question now. Gu-sun looked down, like a child who had made a mistake. I'm sorry. Song-mi's heart ached a little more. He walked to Gu-sun, raised his hand, and hugged him. Why ask this? I want to know how a normal person would react. Gu-sun wrapped his hands around Song-mi's waist, pulling him into an embrace. Normal person. Song-mi gave a dry laugh. If it were me, I probably, no. If Gu-sun died. Song-mi couldn't even accept that possibility. I wouldn't bear to see someone I like get buried so quickly, so I'd probably take a few more looks. Confused, Song-mi tilted his head. What do you mean by that? The one who killed Liang-su is likely Qin Wei. Song-mi closed his eyes, recounting all the doubts he'd had while digging the grave earlier to Gu-sun. Even if someone went insane, they wouldn't act so close to or protective of a murderer, right? Song-mi frowned. How can you be so sure it's Qin Wei? He wasn't trying to excuse Qin Wei, but this was Song-mi's real question, and he needed someone to answer it for him. What if Janji didn't go crazy? Chapter 67, Change of Plans. Gu-sun's words left Song-mi completely baffled. Not crazy. If things kept going this way, Janji might not go insane, but he felt like he would. It's not that, you were the one who said she was crazy before. Song-mi quickly organized his chaotic thoughts, and after that, Janji really did seem a little abnormal. She didn't cry when Liang-su passed away, and she protected Qin Wei like a younger brother. Even in the past, I've never seen her get this tense over this kid. Halfway through his sentence, Song-mi realized if he could notice it, then Gu-sun must have surely noticed as well. If he thought this way, it meant there had to be something off with Janji. You mean? Janji is pretending to be crazy? Song-mi boldly guessed, then quickly negated himself, but there's no reason for her to do so. Liang-su's death happened suddenly, and it definitely wasn't as simple as it appeared. If Janji knew the hidden details, shouldn't she have told them right away? Song-mi furrowed his brows, realizing he couldn't approach the problem from his own perspective. People like Janji and Gu-sun, whose minds worked exceptionally well, did things that were hard for others to comprehend. Janji acting this way must have her own reasoning. Gu-sun murmured, when Liang-su was buried, Janji's emotions weren't quite right. He recalled Janji's actions from not long ago. The young girl deliberately avoided Qin Wei and repeatedly cast her gaze towards where they stood. She's waiting. Gu-sun looked at the wall behind Song-mi and said calmly, she wants to kill Qin Wei. Song-mi didn't understand how Gu-sun could just know what Janji was thinking. He hadn't picked up on any of this meaning. It would be better if you just told me. Song-mi was utterly confused. Even with how powerful this brat's abilities are, between you and me, we can certainly finish him off. Gu-sun remained silent for a moment. That's true. Rarely affirmed, Song-mi felt slightly honored. Ah. Gu-sun confessed, so, I also don't know what she plans to do. Can't figure out what goes on in your sharp minds. Song-mi twitched the corner of his mouth, keeping everything to yourselves, always assuming you can control the entire situation alone. Gu-sun gently stroked Song-mi's soft hair. I haven't. Song-mi shook his head like a dog having an emotional tantrum. Oh. Janji won't harm you. Gu-sun lowered his eyes, with his fingertip supporting Song-mi's chin, and asked softly, right? Because they were partners for life and death, absolute trust was given. Even if aware that the other person was deliberately hiding something, enough trust existed to believe that she wouldn't harm Song-mi. Song-mi's eyelashes quivered as he felt Gu-sun's fingertip graze his temple. It was as though he himself was entirely at Gu-sun's disposal, but since it was someone he liked, so let it be. Gu-sun. Song-mi closed his eyes, calling his name. Since they got together, Song-mi rarely used his previous nickname, instead opting for the actual name. Gu-sun, however, stayed consistent, continuing to call him by both name and surname. Liang-su, did he really die? The night was very quiet. Song-mi's voice was somewhat choked up, and the smile on his face disappeared, much like the tides retreating during the night. Throughout the afternoon, Song-mi had thought a lot and initially didn't believe that Liang-su had simply died. With no head, the body raised doubts in his mind about whether it truly belonged to Liang-su, but everything that followed confirmed the fact that Liang-su was indeed dead. My mom just lost her powers this morning, and Liang-su died tonight. Song-mi buried his face in Gu-sun's chest. Is that a coincidence? If Shi-mei still had her powers, they could even reverse time and return to before Liang-su's death. This isn't a coincidence at all. Song-mi clenched the edge of Gu-sun's clothing tightly. This is fucking deliberate. First, Shi-mei's powers were erased to prevent retrogression, and then the head was chopped off to prevent recovery. The opponent had full knowledge of their powers and arranged everything beforehand, leaving no room for loopholes. No one else but Qin Wei could have pulled this off. Song-mi gritted his teeth. We can't just sit here waiting to get crushed. We need to think of some solution. Janji might already have a countermeasure, but since she wasn't telling Song-mi couldn't rely on that one young girl alone. There's a way, Gu-sun said, we can try it. What way? Song-mi asked. Accept Qin Wei. Deep into the night, Song-mi lay awake unable to sleep. He contemplated the method Gu-sun told him, planning in his mind how to implement it. Not sleeping yet? Gu-sun suddenly spoke. Song-mi tilted his head and rested his face on Gu-sun's shoulder. I want to ask a question that's not quite thought out. Go ahead. What if I were gone, what would you do? This was a question Song-mi had thought about many times but never dared to ask. This time, after finally bringing it up, he still didn't dare use the word death. It wasn't the content of the question itself that interested him, it was the fear of whether Gu-sun would feel as heartbroken as Janji did after his death. The air quieted for a few seconds. Gu-sun remained silent, seemingly thinking seriously. I won't let you die, replied Gu-sun in a matter-of-fact way. Clearly, Gu-sun didn't wish to give a direct answer, and Song-mi also refrained from forcing it out. He flipped over and embraced Gu-sun, sticky with emotion. If I accidentally died, don't be too sad. Continue living your life, finish whatever you're doing, then go back home with my mom. Help take care of my parents until their end, see them through this lifetime. Just consider it fulfilling filial piety on my behalf, okay? Song-mi gave Gu-sun a task, one that required time and energy, even carrying a subtle moral obligation, making it hard to decline. Gu-sun stayed silent for a while. Song-mi waited and waited, only when he vaguely yawned did he hear a soft, from Gu-sun. Gu-sun's mood seemed off, possibly because of his own query. Song-mi rubbed his nose and added, in the interest of fairness, tell me how you'd want me to react if anything happened to you. After asking, he slightly regretted it, thinking his fixation on death somewhat ruined the mood. Still, having asked, it was better to inquire just in case. Go home, Gu-sun also turned his body, hugging Song-mi around the shoulders, and protect yourself. Song-mi felt a lump in his throat, that's it. You'll need to take care of uncle and aunt, I don't have much else to say. Gu-sun inserted his fingers into Song-mi's hair, his fingertips warming with the temperature of the young man's skin. Song-mi had family and friends, he shouldn't risk everything to end this chaotic farce. If I die, you should go home. Gu-sun kissed the top of Song-mi's head. Will you go home? Song-mi shrunk his shoulders, nesting himself further into Gu-sun's embrace without answering, unsure if he could do so. But listening to Gu-sun was undoubtedly right. Song-mi closed his eyes, firmly resolving to follow Gu-sun's words. I don't know, but I'll listen to you. Song-mi's voice was low, sounding exceptionally obedient. Then go to sleep. Gu-sun patted his back gently. Behave. In half an hour, the world will return to normal. The elder's words echoed in Song-mi's ears, prompting him to rush forward to clarify things. Really? Will everything really go back to normal? Yes, I can foresee the future. Clap. Huge raindrops struck against the window glass with a dull sound. Song-mi opened his eyes instantly, only to be greeted by pitch-black darkness. Sleep in such turbulent times wasn't always peaceful. The once deeply sleeping Song-mi now woke up easily. Gu Sun seemed to wake up even earlier, as Song Mi's slightest movement was met with a gentle pat on his back. As though soothing a child, patient and tender. Song Mi lifted his hand and pinched his yin-tang point, his voice raspy as he asked, "What time is it?" "Almost 4, said Gu Sun. They slept for less than 4 hours, and waking up left Song Mi wide awake with no drowsiness. "It's raining," Song Mi yawned. Gu Sun responded, "It just started." Song Mi's mind grew muddled again, recalling that strange old man. He couldn't help doubting whether the other's rambling could be true. Unable to make sense of it, he directly threw his doubts at Gu Sun. "What do you think the old grandpa meant earlier?" "Literal meaning," Gu Sun answered. Do you actually believe it?" Song Mi probed, "Isn't that just too unrealistic? He has no reason to lie, and there's indeed such a possibility." "But nothing unusual happened," Song Mi countered, "so it must be fake." Eager to negate the absurd idea deep within himself, he even wanted Gu Sun to deny it along with him. However, not only did Gu Sun fail to deny it, he seemed to affirm it a bit. This made Song Mi panic. If that old grandpa really had precognition, then isn't it because I didn't listen to him and insisted on coming to Sea City that the world didn't return to normal after half an hour? Just like the butterfly effect, one small action of mine could turn into a major event in the future. Could it be my abnormal actions that caused the world to remain in chaos? Gu Sun's brows lightly furrowed. "Don't think like that." Song Mi's Adam's apple moved up and down, and after a few seconds, he said, "I'm afraid of doing the wrong thing." Afraid of involving others due to his mistakes, he no longer wanted to experience any more loss. "Am I particularly fragile?" Song Mi laughed bitterly at himself. "I could endure a little if it came down to direct knife fights, but when it comes to psychological warfare, I can't handle it. Plainly speaking, I can't take the mental stress, probably because of my limited intelligence." Gu Sun held Song Mi's hand. "Why are you suddenly saying this?" "It's not much," Song Mi clasped Gu Sun's hand, "just feeling a bit sentimental at night. If I can't cope, you can, you say what needs to be done, and I'll follow you." "Follow you?" Song Mi murmured repeatedly. "Gu Sun, let's not go to Sea City." In the darkness, Gu Sun felt Song Mi's breathing become slightly heavier. He sharply sensed something was amiss, yet didn't know exactly what the problem was. "What's wrong?" "There's an epidemic." Song Mi clutched his hair. "What if we catch it?" Restlessly, he sat up and looked toward the window. With short winter days, it would probably take until 7 a.m. for dawn to break. Through the window, Song Mi observed the sky outside. "The air here smells foul, like burnt stuff. If Dad really goes in, the outcome might be worse than good." If it were just Song Mi and Gu Sun together, entering wouldn't have been such an issue. But there was also Shirmai and Zhangji. Song Mi couldn't abandon them, nor could he put them in danger. "My mom isn't in good health. At home, Dad doesn't even let her do heavy work. Once she enters Sea City, she's bound to get infected. I can't take that risk," Song Mi suggested directly. "Let's go straight to Lin Li's hideout, kill him, then find a way to change our genes and eliminate these superpowers. We need to return this goddamn world back to normal." Song Mi's fingers clenched into fists, his eyes slightly reddening. "Just this once, will you listen to me? Can you do that?" If Song Yuanxiu was really in Sea City, upon seeing Song Mi bringing Shirmai inside, he'd likely slap him. Life always required sacrifices. Song Mi spread out his fingers and clenched them tightly again, swallowing the lump of bitterness rising from his heart. "Alright," Gu Sun wrapped his palm around Song Mi's fist, "Uncle would likely support your decision." "End it quickly," Song Mi bumped his forehead against Gu Sun's shoulder. "I'm about to lose it." Gu Sun fell silent for a moment before lifting his hand to grasp Song Mi's shoulder. "Song Mi." Gu Sun's voice suddenly became extremely serious. Song Mi raised his head, somewhat bewildered. "What is it?" "Lin Li's ability is to implant consciousness." "Yeah," Song Mi didn't quite understand why this mattered. "So, is your consciousness still your own?" Chapter 68, Family. "Not my own consciousness." Song Mi shivered. "Mr. Gu, don't mess with me." Song Mi rubbed her arms covered in goosebumps. "How can consciousness not be one's own? The most lethal part of Lin Li's ability is that you are implanted with a consciousness without even realizing it." Song Mi felt a chill down her back. "Are you saying that my current consciousness isn't actually mine?" Gu Sun looked at Song Mi, paused for a few seconds, and then spoke. "Not necessarily." Song Mi gritted her teeth. "SSS. Gu Sun, I was just asking casually." Song Mi clenched her back molars, raised her hand, and pinched Gu Sun's cheeks. Gu Sun's mouth pouted up, and the heavy atmosphere between them instantly disappeared. "If you weren't my boyfriend, I'd beat you up." Song Mi leaned in and kissed Gu Sun on the lips, "Scaring me? Your butt is going to hurt." The young man's lips were dry but soft. This light touch left a burning warmth that seemed precious in the cold night. Gu Sun lightly pressed his lips together and reminded again, "Though it's just a guess, if there are any abnormal psychological changes, you must tell me." "I know," Song Mi readily agreed. Gu Sun grabbed Song Mi's occiput. "You don't know." Song Mi arched an eyebrow. "Huh. You were clearly anxious just now, which is an abnormal negative emotion." Song Mi thought about it and was a little surprised. "Does this count?" Gu Sun, "Yes." "Can't I feel anxious?" asked Song Mi. You won't feel anxious, said Gu Sun firmly, I've never seen you anxious. Songmi fell silent, starting to recall the past 20 years of his life. He had grown up smoothly so far, except for smashing his keyboard out of anger while gaming, it seemed he truly hadn't been anxious before. Sudden implantation of consciousness could easily raise suspicion, whereas such negative emotions are harder to detect, Gu Sun patiently explained to Songmi. Songmi became somewhat interested, can you give me more details? If I were Linley, I wouldn't have chosen to implant the consciousness that would kill you into your aunt because she strongly opposes killing you. Forcing this consciousness would only make people realize it, resulting in adverse effects. Songmi slightly widened her eyes, that makes sense. Different people implanted with different consciousnesses will bring different returns. As for you, your greatest use lies in physical strength. Gu Sun placed his hand over Songmi's chest, and your heart is extremely fragile. What? My heart is fragile. Songmi found it amusing, I think I'm pretty strong. You're easily influenced by the outside world and care too much about things. Gu Sun lowered his gaze to the blanket, feeling the heartbeat under his palm. The disappearance of any life will cause emotional fluctuations in you, even if it's just an irrelevant passerby. Songmi was speechless. No way, Boss Gu, this is how normal people react, right? Yes, since most people are like you, Linley can thus use their hands to do everything he wants. Songmi stayed silent. So, it's his fault for not being a psycho? That statement of yours is wrong, Songmi refuted, it's precisely because there are people like me around that Linley cannot accurately predict what I will reject. But someone like you, no matter what consciousness Linley implants, you won't reject, making you easier to control. Not true, Gu Sun answered bluntly, Linley won't implant any consciousness in my mind. Why? I'll find out. Apparently, Gu Sun believed Songmi was too stupid to realize that consciousness had been implanted in her, so he went through all the trouble to explain the severity of the situation to Songmi, warning her not to underestimate it. In fact, I'm under quite a bit of pressure now. What if I really start getting anxious? Songmi was looking for any possible hint, is this normal? The two were very close, their noses almost touching. Gu Sun looked into Songmi's eyes, pushed her face back slightly, don't know, but you need to tell me. So no matter what, if I'm not in a good mood, I need to tell you, right? Songmi tilted her chin up, okay, I got it. Gu Sun gently touched Songmi's hair and withdrew his hand, After talking to Gu Sun for so long, Songmi felt her emotions calm down significantly. She recalled earlier when she had repeatedly banged her head against Gu Sun and indeed realized her mood shouldn't have been that bad. Gu Sun. They both murmured briefly, then fell silent again. Songmi pulled the blanket over her head and hugged Gu Sun tightly. Perhaps it was due to Liang Su's sudden passing that made Songmi cherish the people around her even more. Reality isn't like a genre of manga/anime, the departure of important characters always comes with grandeur and tragedy, consuming an entire episode to wring out the audience's tears. Life is truly too fragile, fragile to the point of suddenly vanishing without any warning. Recharged, Songmi propped herself up, stretched, today's mission, love and peace. Winter mornings have late dawns, it was already past 6 but it was still pitch black outside. After finishing her morning routine, Songmi boiled some water, steamed the pancakes, and first fed a piece to Gu Sun before heading eagerly to Shimon's door. Gu Sun bit into the soft pancake as he watched Songmi tiptoe inside carefully. Sherman and Qin Wei were already awake, while Zhangji was still asleep in the room. Songmi handed the steaming pancake to Sherman, kindly offering one to Qin Wei as well. Qin Wei didn't take it, instead retreating behind Sherman and glaring at him suspiciously. Is Zhangji still sleeping? Songmi glanced at the bed, alright, let her sleep a little longer. Sherman felt Songmi was acting a bit strange, but she couldn't quite figure out what her son had in mind. Why don't you sleep in a little longer? It hasn't even dawned yet. Me? I can't fall back asleep. Songmi tore off a piece of the pancake on her hand and popped it into her mouth, then held the rest towards Qin Wei again. Kid, your big brother is offering you something. Don't want it? Upon hearing this, Qin Wei looked at Sherman as if he'd seen a ghost. Sherman paused for a moment, then pushed Qin Wei's back gently with a smile, your big brother is offering you food. Qin Wei took half a step forward, tentatively reaching for the pancake in Songmi's hand. Songmi wasn't in a hurry, she kept it steady until Qin Wei hesitated once more, finally accepting the pancake. Kid, to be honest, I don't really like you, Songmi squatted in front of Qin Wei, speaking to him earnestly, but you saved Zhangji this time, so I owe you thanks. Qin Wei retreated to Shimon's side where his shoulder was gripped firmly, then he was pushed back by Sherman. Your big brother is talking to you. Songmi tugged Qin Wei's wrist, only for him to swiftly shrug it off. Songmi wasn't bothered, continuing calmly, wasn't it Linley who killed your buddy Liang Su? Qin Wei shrank his neck, then slowly nodded after a pause. Songmi ruffled Qin Wei's head, thank you for saving the older sister. This time Qin Wei didn't dodge, he stood there holding the pancake, looking puzzled. Eat it, Songmi grabbed another pancake from Sherman and handed it to Qin Wei, kids need to eat more to grow up strong. At your age, I could eat 3 steamed buns. See how much your big brother cares about you, Sherman watched them get along harmoniously, eyes nearly laughing shut, quick, thank your big brother. Thank, big brother. Qin Wei struggled word by word, stumbling through his first sentence. Alright, great. Having one more person in the family livens things up a bit. Songmi stretched her arms and sighed deeply. Kid, do you know what your big brother's role is? Qin Wei looked up, confused by Songmi's words. If anyone bullies you, tell your big brother, and I'll beat them up for you. Songmi reached out and flicked Qin Wei's forehead. Also, do you know what our three men's main task is? Qin Wei touched his forehead, then slowly shook his head. Protect Mom. Songmi said, Dad protects us three, I protect you too, and all you need to do is protect Mom. Got it? Qin Wei glanced at Sherman, then turned back to Songmi, pondering over what Songmi just said. After a moment's pause, he vigorously nodded. Good, Songmi smiled, let's eat now. How was my speech just now? The moment they stepped out of the room, Songmi slung her arm around Gu Sun's shoulders and whispered in his ear. Very good. Gu Sun praised. Songmi had pinpointed what mattered most to Qin Wei, successfully deceiving the kid entirely. Just 2 words. Songmi wasn't satisfied, praise me more. Very excellent. Gu Sun praised and quickly changed the subject. What's your next plan? Let's leave City C first. I need to bond with this kid. Songmi stroked her chin. Didn't he say he knows the hideout of Lin Li? Let him lead us there, and we'll be ready to take them all out at that time. Gu Sun, it's not that simple. Songmi, yeah, I think it's not that simple either. The two returned to the bedroom, and the sky outside had begun to brighten. I originally wanted to let the kid sense whether my dad is in City C or not. But my mom said she asked him yesterday, and the kid said he couldn't feel anything. I thought about it, either my dad really isn't here, or the kid is lying. The former would be the best case scenario. As for the latter, there are 2 possibilities. Songmi held up 2 fingers. First, he doesn't want us to go to City C, probably because he fears infection or something like that. It's pretty normal. The second one is more problematic. He doesn't want us to go rescue my dad. Gu Sun didn't speak, quietly listening to Songmi's analysis. Do you remember what you once told me, that Qin Wei might have an emotional deficiency which caused him to reject intimacy with females but prefer closeness with males? According to that, he should have rejected me earlier, right? But look at what happened just now, he didn't reject me at all. Because I categorized him as part of the family, so he regarded me as friendly too. But he rejects my dad, who is also a member of the family. Why does this kid reject my dad? Songmi blurted out a series of thoughts. She initially wanted to share her findings with Gu Sun, but the more she talked, the deeper she got entangled in her own logic. Could it be that there's someone inside City C that he doesn't want us to see? Songmi furrowed her brows. Wait, could Lin Li actually be in City C? Lin Li, Gu Sun softly asked, is he male? Songmi was interrupted by this question, is she female? Gu Sun ignored Songmi's reply, I have a hypothesis. Songmi slapped her palm on Gu Sun's shoulder, hold on. I have a hypothesis too. Their eyes met, gazing at each other for a moment. There was an odd feeling bubbling up in Songmi's heart, making her incredibly uncomfortable. Don't say it yet. Let me organize my thoughts. Songmi closed her eyes and quickly reviewed what she'd said earlier in her mind. Family, father. Mother, brother. Shit. Songmi abruptly opened her eyes. It seemed as though she had discovered something terrible. Lowering her voice, could Qin Wei have been implanted with some consciousness? Gu Sun glanced at the tightly shut window, then closed his eyes to confirm. All of his family members are already complete, so no others are needed. Songmi took a deep breath, and Lin Li plays the role of the father. Chapter 69, Sensing the Signs. It was nearing 8 o'clock in the morning, and the sky had finally begun to brighten. Last night's rain had caused a mist to rise early. Now, with the sun up, the thin white fog was slowly dissipating but still faintly hovered over the desolate land. Songmi stood silently by Liang Su's grave, carrying his long sword on his back. Gu Sun walked up to him and tied the cotton strip that had fallen from the sword back into place. Our aunt is ready. Songmi turned around, patting his face. Alright, let's go then. Gu Sun looked at the crude pile of earth before him and moved forward to smooth out the piled up dirt. In chaotic times, it's hard to rest in peace, having a spot is enough, and it's better if no one knows about it. Back at the entrance of the house, Gu Sun saw Songmi holding his longsword, leaning lazily against the doorframe waiting for him. What are you doing? Songmi asked. Smoothing the soil, Gu Sun replied. Songmi made an oh sound and shifted sides to continue leaning. I've been thinking about the brat situation. What have you thought about? Gu Sun asked. If he's being controlled by Lin Li, it's kind of pitiful, Songmi shrugged. A kid just past 10 years old probably just wants a family. What I've done, if someone else is a love scammer, I'm a family fraudster. Songmi's logic seemed entirely different from Gu Sun's, who listened to Songmi's complaints. It was rather amusing. Have you become too soft-hearted? Gu Sun asked. Songmi scoffed and straightened up. Do you think I'm still the same as a few months ago? With Liang Su's remains not even cold yet, do you think I should sympathize with his enemy? If he knew, he could dig himself out of the ground and strangle me. These days were enough to shatter a naive teenager's dream of saving the world. He realized his own limitations and only wanted to help Gu Sun achieve what he desired. It feels like I've opened a new door to a world. Songmi gazed at the flat asphalt road ahead, and as he spoke, wisps of white vapor emerged from his lips. Ordinary humans are all the same, while abnormal ones are rare among millions. Linley even played role-playing games with a child, bringing a sense of sophistication to their pretend games. Warm familial affection was twisted into a tool for manipulation, which was indeed tragic when considered. Everyone is different, what they crave varies as well. Gu Sun's voice was soft, as if lost in his own thoughts. Songmi turned his head to look at Gu Sun, wanting to say something but swallowing it back. Gu Sun met Songmi's gaze, as if understanding his unspoken thoughts. To find fulfillment in others' desires is rare. The early morning breeze carried a hint of chill, yet the sunrise cast an orange glow, a warm yellow belonging to Songmi. Songmi grinned widely, lifting his hand to hook Gu Sun's neck. "Baby, what are you thinking about?" Gu Sun reached up and pinched Songmi's cheek. "Stop fooling around." Songmi tilted his head slightly, sharing a kiss with Gu Sun under the clear sunlight. "I feel the same way. Being loved by someone else is also rare." By 8 o'clock, the day was fully bright. Shermay woke Zhangji, and everyone prepared to leave. She did not ask why the plan was suddenly changed, nor did she question why Songmi wasn't going to City C to find Song Yuanxiu. Perhaps Shermay couldn't fathom the real reason behind Songmi's decision, but she could guess the surface level. This gentle woman didn't have many strong opinions. She used to follow Song Yuanxiu's words, and now she followed Songmi's. As she recalled the earnest expression on Songmi's face this morning, she genuinely felt her son had grown up. "Brother," Songmi squatted halfway in front of Qin Wei, "Mom is taking your sister, and you're coming with me, alright?" Qin Wei clutched tightly onto Shermay's sleeve, showing some resistance. "If you don't want to, that's fine." Songmi stood up straight. "Then I'll take Zhangji instead." This little kid's wariness was pretty strong, so things would need to progress gradually. Unexpectedly, Zhangji also refused to go with him. "We're flying back up there, yet you both cling so close to Mom. How is she supposed to carry everyone?" Songmi felt extremely annoyed. Was he so unpleasant to be around? Even Qin Wei might make sense, but Zhangji acting this way. Unusual behavior always has its reasons. If Zhangji was deliberately avoiding him, there must be a cause. After thinking for a moment, Songmi began his lesson. "Boys should give way to girls, you know that. Both mom and sister are girls, so you should follow your brother." Qin Wei glared at Songmi, seeming somewhat hesitant. "Come here." Songmi raised his hand slightly and wiggled his fingers. "Your brother won't harm you." "Go ahead," Shermay patted Qin Wei's head. "Listen to your brother." With 100 unwillingnesses, Qin Wei eventually climbed onto Songmi's back. He seemed very nervous, his body stiff and not uttering a word. "Brother, you're way too skinny." Songmi weighed Qin Wei in his arms, then patted his buttocks with his hand. "Our mom cooks really well. You should eat more from now on." Songmi's gaze grew heavy as he looked at the woods where Liang Su was buried, his features gradually becoming serious. It was precisely at this moment that Qin Wei wrapped his arms around Songmi's neck and pressed his chest against Songmi's back. This was a signal of trust. A smirk curved Songmi's lips as he forcibly averted his eyes, looking at Gu Sun beside him. "Alright, let's go. The wind is picking up." Most of the landmark buildings in the target city had been destroyed. All that could be seen were cement and steel structures, broken walls, and remnants. Who in their right mind demolishes houses for no reason? Songmi stepped uneasily over the ruins. There isn't even an excavator here, they must have wrecked everything just because they can. They had finally managed to dig out the address given by Qin Wei from the concrete rubble, but there wasn't a single soul around. The sun shone brightly overhead, making Songmi feel like an idiot. Am I fighting openly while my enemy remains hidden? If someone were to play dirty now, wouldn't we already be dead? Gu Sun scanned the entire city. From the start, he never expected to find Lin Li this easily. "You look for a place to settle, Aunt Shermay. I'll check out the downtown area." "No." Songmi opposed immediately. "We shouldn't split up." Deep down, Songmi still harbored suspicions about Qin Wei. What if the kid didn't like him and killed him instantly? Neither Shermay nor Zhangji would stand a chance against Qin Wei. If something happens, it'll be too late. Shermay hadn't heard clearly, so Songmi raised his voice slightly. "Let's stick together. It's safer as long as you don't mind walking." He didn't want to separate from Gu Sun, nor did he wish to leave these quintessential women and children behind while going alone to confront the boss. Talking about confronting the boss, they hadn't even laid eyes on the guy once, yet everyone spoke about him as if he were a mythical being. Would he even be as formidable as rumored? Controlling children and targeting women, Songmi kicked a stone on the ground with frustration. He was growing impatient with this elusive boss who always remained invisible. You coward. If the guy had any guts, why didn't he fight head-on instead of playing dirty tricks in the shadows? Without bothering to search for the boss' whereabouts, he came all the way here to fight for nothing, which wasn't funny at all, was it? Songmi became increasingly annoyed the more he thought about it. Even the sun blazing above felt hotter than ever. Looking up, he saw Gu Sun standing ahead to his left, frozen like a statue, as if lost in deep thought. The smarter ones were thinking seriously, while the dumber ones were wandering aimlessly with blind irritation. Songmi walked a few steps to the right and noticed an overturned wall. Behind it stood a brick-built cylindrical structure resembling a well opening. But did cities like this even have wells? Out of curiosity, he went closer to take a look. With one hand, he lifted the dusty well cover. Indeed, there was a well underneath. Bending over, Songmi rested his arm naturally on the edge of the well. The well was deep. Sunlight reached down about 2 meters, and then darkness engulfed everything below. Grass that thrived in shade grew between the bricks lining the well walls. The bottom of the well appeared either filled with water or dry. Could the big boss be squatting down there? Songmi leaned his head slightly into the well for a better look. The well opening wasn't large, and the boy's shoulders blocked much of the sunlight when he leaned forward. Perhaps due to the blood rushing to his head from bending over and leaning forward, Songmi suddenly felt dizzy. An inexplicable desire to jump down welled up inside him. Songmi. Someone grabbed his arm from behind and pulled hard. Songmi's head slammed against the concrete rim of the well, snapping him instantly out of his daze. Gu Sun. Songmi sat on the edge of the well, holding his throbbing head in confusion. Gu Sun glared furiously. What were you doing just now? Songmi opened his mouth, looking at Gu Sun and then the well. I was just looking. Gu Sun didn't reply, and silence fell between them for a few seconds. Songmi couldn't help but feel guilty and began to grow inexplicably anxious. What had he just tried to do? He didn't know what he'd intended to do. Like how a person standing on a high place might inexplicably want to jump, this probably counted as a natural reaction, didn't it? Maybe it was normal. Which part did you hit? Gu Sun grasped the back of Songmi's head, pulling him slightly toward himself. Let me see. Songmi lowered his arm, trying hard to suppress the unease rising within him. Obediently sitting still, he allowed Gu Sun to run his fingers through his hair. There's a lump, Gu Sun said, pushing Songmi's strands of hair back. Gu Sun, Songmi stared ahead, his gaze unfocused. I think there was something wrong with me just now. At noon break, Songmi held half a dry biscuit and chatted idly with Gu Sun under the shade of a tree. Zhanji seemed especially sleepy and rested her head on Shimai's knees for a nap, while Qin Wei somehow found a large leaf and held it over her to shield the light. Songmi watched this quietly, his voice becoming heavier. Gu Sun, if I had been nicer to him earlier, would he have not killed Liang Su? Gu Sun paused for a moment, then said, don't put all the mistakes on yourself, you didn't owe him anything. Songmi muttered, oh, as he finished eating the last piece of dry biscuit. After brushing the crumbs off his hands, he leaned backward like Zhanji did, resting his head on Gu Sun's lap. Even though it was winter, the midday sun still shone brightly. Songmi wrinkled his brows in discomfort, lying face up. Soon, Gu Sun's hand covered his eyes gently. Take a rest, Gu Sun said. Songmi mumbled some replies and closed his eyes to sleep. Back in the day, Songmi might have ignored those strange emotions he felt when he looked into the well. However, Gu Sun had warned him before. This time, he kept a rare trace of suspicion, realizing that it didn't feel right, so he told Gu Sun everything he'd done or thought. Am I really implanted with someone else's consciousness? Songmi rubbed his own head vigorously, wishing he could open it up to see if what was inside was still original equipment. Gu Sun grasped Songmi's restless wrists and placed them on his chest. Don't worry. How can I not worry? At a time like this, I'm having issues. Songmi snapped, then immediately regretted his tone. He covered his face with both hands and scrubbed hard. All these problems are mine. I'm frustrated. Gu Sun appeared unperturbed. Even if your consciousness is implanted, you're still clear-minded and in control. Songmi perked up instantly. Really? Then listen to me, Gu Sun said. When haven't I listened to you? Songmi pouted. Aren't I obedient enough already? Let's wait a little longer. Gu Sun bent down slightly, smoothing out Songmi's disheveled bangs. What are we waiting for? Songmi asked. Gu Sun pressed Songmi's lips, spiritually unstable. A few seconds passed, and Songmi pushed away Gu Sun's hand covering his eyes, wanting to ask what the heck was going on. Brother. Suddenly, someone pulled on Songmi's sleeve. He looked down to find Qin Wei standing next to him. The person you're looking for, I know where they are. Chapter 70, The Grand Finale. The hidden prop has finally triggered the mission, Songmi whispered into Gu Sun's ear. Does this count as a successful defection, perfectly pulling the opposing forces into our camp? Gu Sun patted Songmi's head. You should stop talking. Isn't the key issue here about Song Jijun? Songmi, instead of stopping, became more enthusiastic. If Qin Wei enhances his superpowers and then eliminates all superpowers from everyone in the world, we would all be the same. Eventually, things would settle down. Gu Sun answered honestly, I don't know. Songmi was puzzled, but why is he targeting my mom so much? Isn't my power strong enough? Why doesn't he target me? Gu Sun remained patient. I don't know. A good person who can speak will babble on endlessly once they feel slightly happy, just like a sparrow. If it were anyone else, Gu Sun would probably have distanced himself immediately, but if it was Songmi, none of that mattered. Song Mi ground his teeth and realigned his jawbone. I really want to see what the main culprit behind ruining the world looks like. Song Mi had imagined many faces for Lin Li along the way, even consulting with Qin Wei and Shi Mei specifically. Shi Mei hadn't seen anything while being confined, leaving only Qin Wei, who stutteringly described Lin Li as ordinary. Ordinary in what way? Song Mi, feeling quite cheerful because they were close to finding her, joked again, half-lidded eyes. Is he bald? Gu Sun pressed Song Mi's shoulder and kept him close. Stop talking. Song Mi insisted, I'm nervous. Brother, Qin Wei grabbed Song Mi's little finger and quietly asked, Mom said she would make braised pork ribs. Song Mi exclaimed, oh, yes. What's wrong? Are they tasty? Qin Wei asked further. Song Mi hesitated momentarily, but quickly resumed walking normally. Tasty. Qin Wei nodded silently, staring at the ground, licking his upper lip with his tongue. Song Mi felt a bit uneasy, glancing at Gu Sun, and a tiny sense of guilt arose within him. However, when they saw Zhangji, all feelings of guilt dissipated instantly, and Song Mi hardened his heart. Lin Li's lab wasn't far from their original position. Qin Wei only vaguely remembered its location, and since landmarks and road signs were mostly destroyed now, they had to search themselves. Nevertheless, the search didn't take long. Just as twilight began around 5:30 in the evening, they finally found it. Perhaps Song Mi had prepared mentally beforehand, yet upon seeing Lin Li face to face, he was somewhat disbelieving. This? Song Mi directed a piercing question at Qin Wei. This middle-aged man leaning lazily against the doorframe, half gray-haired, clad in a military overcoat, was this truly the big boss they were supposed to confront? Song Mi suddenly recalled the security guard near his university gates in winter, clutching his sleeves while catching them loitering. Save for being a bit fatter, the resemblance was uncanny. I knew you'd bring them over. Lin Li smiled faintly, gesturing towards Qin Wei, come here. Qin Wei hid behind Song Mi, gripping onto his clothing without letting go. Song Mi pushed Qin Wei over to Shi Mei, pulled out the long knife from his back, untied the old cotton cloth bound around it, and stood side by side with Gu Sun in front of the group. Young man, no need to be tense. Lin Li shifted posture and continued leaning, lazily addressing Song Mi. After all, I can't beat you. Song Mi's mouth twitched. What nonsense is this? This differed too much from the grand boss he had envisioned. He failed in merging his powers, Gu Sun explained earnestly. Indeed, he cannot defeat you. So can I kill him? Song Mi politely inquired. Not yet. Gu Sun restrained Song Mi. I have questions for him. Isn't this young master from Boss Gu's family? Lin Li smiled faintly. It's been a long time. Hearing the nickname Boss Gu mentioned by someone else made Song Mi feel oddly awkward. Uncle Lin, Gu Sun stopped in front of Lin Li. Since you've already failed, let the superpowers disappear. Lin Li laughed until he coughed. I'm not capable of that. You're incapable, huh? Song Mi couldn't help but comment sarcastically. You seem pretty capable. Lin Li smiled and ignored Song Mi, instead looking at Qin Wei in the distance. He lazily stood up straight, saying, I knew you were easy to deceive, but I didn't expect you to be this easy. You don't actually believe they consider you family, do you? That after dealing with me, they will take you home to live a normal life? Qin Wei was startled and immediately hid behind Shi Mei. They deceived you, Lin Li sighed, they're truly wicked. Song Mi swallowed, considering whether he should defend himself a bit on the surface. But before he could voice his thoughts, he was interrupted by Shi Mei. It's not like that. Shi Mei's voice trembled as she firmly shielded Qin Wei from behind her. Wei Wei is one of our family. Alright, it's clear enough now since his mom has already taken a stand. If it was him, he wouldn't have been able to say such a thing. You think they're family, what about them? Lin Li's hand moved upward, gesturing towards Song Mi. Do you even realize what you've done yourself, huh? Do you really think no one else knows? I haven't. Qin Wei gripped tightly onto the edge of his clothes. His 10 fingers turned white and lost blood color due to the excessive force. Shut up. So it was him. Song Mi turned and cast a glance behind him, making eye contact with Qin Wei midair. His gaze was icy, causing Qin Wei to instinctively step back, a flicker of fear emerging in his eyes. It wasn't me. Qin Wei shook his head. Brother, it wasn't me. Song Mi closed his eyes and forcibly turned his head away. Perhaps we can make a deal. Lin Li indicated towards Qin Wei far away with his chin, an intriguing tone in his words. You give him to me, and I'll eliminate all superpowers from this world. It was almost 6 o'clock, the sky had grown darker, and though the evening breeze wasn't strong, it carried a chill that hurt upon the skin. Qin Wei, who had just shouted out passionately, surprisingly calmed down after hearing Lin Li's proposal. Song Mi and Gu Sun exchanged glances and did not believe a word this guy said. He's provoking Wei Wei. Gu Sun furrowed his brows slightly, thunder crackling in his palm. Song Mi, stay clear-headed. Song Mi seemed puzzled for a moment. I'm quite awake right now. However, just as he finished speaking, his chest unexpectedly jolted with an inexplicable pang of anxiety, feeling as if a boulder pressed on it, heavy enough to bend Song Mi over. Gu Sun quickly moved to support him, but Song Mi pushed Gu Sun's arm away and half-knelt, leaning on the long knife for support. Catch him first. Unsure if it was because the sky grew darker, Song Mi's visibility started deteriorating. A cacophony sounded in his ears, and there seemed to be some voice from Shirmei. "Don't come near," Songmi almost growled through gritted teeth, "protect Shanji." He must have been implanted with a consciousness, and as time passed, this awareness began taking over Songmi's entire brain. The previous deaths and failures played repeatedly in his mind like slideshows. Songmi shook his head, nearly falling over from how heavy his skull felt. He remembered the dry well earlier in the morning, deep and dark, it seemed to hold another world. If he jumped down. If he jumped down. Damn. Songmi clenched his teeth and managed to stand upright, supporting himself on the blade of the knife. What nonsense was running through his mind? Jumping down would kill him. Songmi stubbornly took a few steps, yet finally succumbed to the burden in his heart. Propping himself on one hand against the ground, he panted heavily. Frustration and unease twisted like two sturdy ropes within Songmi's heart, binding together into a tool of execution that strangled him, coiling around his neck and tightening. Songmi bent down and wondered why this planted consciousness was having such a significant impact on him. Didn't Gu Sun say that even if a consciousness was implanted, it remained under control? Why couldn't he control it now? Why was he so incapable? This way, dying would be better. The hand gripping the long knife trembled. He clutched the hilt tightly, forcefully embedding the tip of the knife into the ground. Someone held onto him, warm liquid falling on his hand. Xiaomi, Wei, stop it quickly. It was Shirmei's voice, right beside Songmi's ear. What did Qin Wei do? Songmi thought hazily. Did this kid enhance his abilities? Yet, this thought vanished quickly, and Songmi soon came to a more convincing conclusion: Qin Wei enhanced Lin Li's superpowers. This made the externally implanted consciousness in his head, originally under control, now difficult to restrain because Lin Li's powers were strengthened by Qin Wei. Qin Wei wanted to kill Lin Li this way, but ended up dragging himself into trouble unexpectedly. Songmi stumbled forward and quickly realized his previous thoughts were wrong. This wasn't an accident, Lin Li had done it intentionally. He deliberately provoked Qin Wei to incite murderous intent, thus achieving the effect of enhancing his powers to kill himself. Songmi finally understood what Gu Sun meant earlier when he told him to stay clear-headed. Protect Shanji. Songmi gasped heavily as he pushed Shirmei away. His vision blurred completely, yet he persisted in giving instructions: take her, and leave. Shirmei was concerned, but Xiaomi. Go now. Songmi shouted loudly. Liang Su was already gone. If anything happened to Zhanji because of him, he would have no face even in death to meet his brother. Feeling the person beside him depart, Songmi used his left hand to grip his right wrist, striving hard to suppress the trembling in his body. He took a deep breath, suddenly reversed the hold on the knife's handle, then gripped the blade with his other hand and plunged the tip into his own upper left arm without hesitation. The intense pain brought him a few seconds of clarity. Though it was bitterly cold, sweat poured from Songmi's temples like rain. With his head lowered, he forcefully blinked. His dark lashes, soaked with sweat, clumped together, but Songmi clenched his teeth and, with great effort, pulled the knife out again. The pain was unbearable, too intense for him to stand. Songmi's breathing was labored, every exhale trembled. He tilted his head back and carefully focused on the pain emanating from his shoulder blades. The consciousness in his mind repeatedly drove him towards despair. If there wasn't a distraction, sooner or later, it would lead him to take his own life. In a random stab, Songmi wasn't sure which vein he had hit, but blood flowed out like a geyser, instantly soaking through his padded jacket. However, fortunately, he had regained clarity for a few seconds, recovering his 5 senses temporarily and being able to process some information from the outside world. Not far away was the explosion of thunder caused by Gu Sun, the blue-white light seeming to ignite half the sky. The blast was deafening, and strong gusts of wind mixed with small pebbles blew in his face. It turned out that Lin Li hadn't come alone, and Qin Wei killing Liang Su wasn't entirely his doing either. Songmi tore off the cotton cloth from the long knife, stripped off his shirt, and used it in his mouth to bind his arm and stop the bleeding. Although Songmi hadn't experienced the pain of enhanced abilities, even tough young men like Gu Sun and Liang Su struggled under such strain. Let alone that frail-looking old man. But Songmi decided to go all in against this man surnamed Lin and see who would collapse first. Isn't staying clear-headed easy? Songmi pressed his fingers on the wound on his arm and applied forceful pressure downward. The pain bent his just-raised body back over again. His teeth chattered uncontrollably. His jaw muscles strained so much that they ached terribly. I must stay awake, I need to survive. When the world returns to normal, I'll bring Gu Sun home. The superpowers can't be eliminated, this world is finished. Lin Li's words reverberated in Songmi's ears, causing him to shudder. Why can't they be eliminated? As long as we obtain the experimental data, there has to be a way to alter genes and save this world's civilization. The cause of human superpowers isn't genetic mutation, Lin Li's voice drifted like a feather onto Songmi's heart, it's a virus. The virus has spread globally, this world is beyond saving. The ringing in his ears became sharper, and the sensation of the stab that once frightened Song Yuanxiu returned to Songmi's fingertips. His vision overlapped with double images, and negative emotions grew heavier and heavier. No wonder they were always one step behind B-City. The awakening speed of superpowers differed across regions. No wonder Lin Li targeted Mei, determined to eliminate her powers, because simple time travel could prevent everything from happening. They've been aiming their efforts in the wrong direction since the beginning. It's hopeless, everything is lost. Songmi felt dead inside, curling his fingers around the grass roots as if venting his frustration by smashing his head against the ground. Die let me die with this world. Brother. Qin Wei crawled beside Songmi, sobbing and holding him, brother. Songmi suddenly woke up, the pain in his body receding like the tide, disappearing in an instant. Qin Wei stopped his superpower. Qin Wei, leaning on the long knife, Songmi struggled to rise, his lips pale as gray plaster. Blood-soaked hands clutched Qin Wei's shoulders as he shivered and repeated, enhance my superpowers. Far away, Gu Sun was tangled up in combat with a group of people. His lightning was destructively astonishing, like divine justice falling from the heavens, and in an instant had turned dusk into daylight. Songmi couldn't hold on for long, he had to quickly kill Lin Li. But with the advantage of numbers, a few people formed a team to fight him in relays, protecting Lin Li in their midst as if deliberately dragging out the time, making it hard to resolve the situation soon. Cough, cough. Just before, the seemingly dying Lin Li suddenly caught his breath. Gu Sun hadn't even formulated a strategy when he suddenly felt an immense heaviness, and the whole person plunked down onto their knees. Gu Sun lowered his head, his palms pressing against the ground, his arms bursting with veins. It was Song Mi's gravity. Gu Sun knew Song Mi's ability and instantly grasped the situation. However, the people on Lin Li's side were clearly terrified. They were more disheveled than Gu Sun, most of their bodies tightly pressed against the ground, their lips becoming extraordinarily heavy, and speaking became much slower. What, how, is, this? Some started crawling outward using both hands and feet, attempting to use their abilities, but whatever they tried just clung to the ground, unable to move at all. Boom. The wobbling house farthest to the left collapsed with a thunderous roar, then suddenly the person on the far left among the crowd screamed in agony. A faint poo sound followed, ending the person's screams with blood streaming from 7 orifices. Song Mi. Gu Sun struggled to raise his head, seeing Song Mi dragging the long blade step by step toward them. Another agonizing scream arose, accompanied by many more cries of terror. Under the massive pressure, another individual perished painfully. Song Mi approached the corpse furthest to the left and thrust his knife into its heart. His movements were decisive, his expressionless face showing no emotions, as if carrying out the finishing blows methodically, ensuring the other was completely dead. Gu Sun exerted strength with his arms, barely supporting his upper body. He arduously lifted one knee, then the other. Song Mi. Gu Sun found each step unbearably tough. Leave, survivors. It's useless. Song Mi gazed at the bodies firmly stuck to the ground, calmly stating, Gu Sun, it's useless, these powers are not genetic mutations, it's a virus. Gu Sun froze in place. Song Mi's blade tip touched Lin Li's throat, it's already spreading now, it can't be stopped. Lin Li lay back laughing uncontrollably. He failed his experiments and wanted to drag the whole world down with him. Song Mi watched Lin Li for a reason unknown, suddenly withdrawing his long blade and slowly turning the edge toward himself. When the world dies, I'll die too. Song Mi. Gu Sun seized Song Mi's wrist, snap out of it. Lin Li's consciousness was still within Song Mi, and Gu Sun, being weighed down by gravity, couldn't prevent Song Mi's attempt at suicide. In seconds, Gu Sun made his choice, immediately letting go of Song Mi and turning to lunge fiercely at Lin Li. Blue light flashed instantly, with a direct chop aimed at Lin Li's skull. As the sound of electricity breaking through bone rang, Gu Sun felt a sudden chill in his chest. The gravity abruptly vanished, and Gu Sun glanced down to find the bloody knife protruding from his chest. Song Mi released the hilt, took a step back, and collapsed onto the ground. He nearly lacked any strength, yet forced himself to open his eyes to take in the scene before him. Gu Sun was half kneeling on the ground, impaled straight through by the long blade. Gu Sun. Don't sleep. Every word from Gu Sun's mouth brought forth large amounts of blood. First, kill them. Proof that human potential knows no bounds. The moment before Song Mi felt he would drop asleep instantly, the next second he held on to Gu Sun, rushing to a grove of trees nearby. Zhangji. Where's Zhangji? Timmy heard the shout and hurriedly led Zhangji and Qin Wei out from their hiding spot. Song Mi dared not remove the blade from Gu Sun's body and could only kneel halfway, holding up Gu Sun's torso. His hands were drenched in blood, his entire body trembling violently. Hurry up, save him quick. Song Mi's lips quivered so that his speech became unclear. Timmy reacted first, immediately pulling Zhangji over to support Gu Sun. But Zhangji seemed to have seen something frightening, screaming while grabbing her head and squatting down, weeping audibly. I know you're not crazy. Song Mi rambled, kneeling and crawling towards Zhangji, please, save him. Ah, Zhangji screamed, trying to evade Song Mi. Song Mi chased after her, forcibly grabbing her shoulder. I don't know what you're doing, but now human life is most important, survival is crucial. Xiaomi, Timmy's voice carried a hint of tears, Gu Sun doesn't have much time. Song Mi looked at Zhangji, tears falling drop by drop, warm and sorrowful. He swallowed the lump in his throat and made one last plea, save him. Zhangji also looked back at Song Mi, her eyes full of shock and terror. Songmi paused for 2 seconds, then let go of Zhanji, staggering back to Gu Sun's side. Go home. Gu Sun whispered faintly, his half-closed eyes saying it was time to return, go home. Songmi held his hand tightly, unable to stop the tears streaming down. Gu Sun, I. Gu Sun's fingers tried to muster a final effort to pull towards the youth he loved. But he had no strength left, not even enough to clench his fingers. Go home. Gu Sun was dead. Songmi couldn't accept this fact. Just over an hour ago, his consciousness was occupied by Linli, the direction the knife would strike completely out of his control. It was he who killed Gu Sun. Blood pooled on the ground, soaking into the earth. A night breeze swept through, carrying with it a heavy scent of blood. Shermei brought ointment from somewhere unknown, tenderly applying it to Songmi's wounds. Songmi remained motionless, hugging Gu Sun closely, his head lowering to look at the increasingly pale face. Mom, I want to go home. Songmi pulled Gu Sun closer to his chest. I want to eat your food, I want to eat braised pork ribs. Alright, Shermei wiped her tears, raising her hand to tidy Songmi's clothes. Let's go home now. Go home. Qin Wei, though exhausted, forced himself to stay awake, pulling on Shermei's hem with a smile on his face. Are we going home? Yes, let's go home. Shermei patted Qin Wei's head. We'll go home with your brother. Songmi lowered his head, pressing his face against Gu Sun's cold forehead. Even if the world was going to end tomorrow, all he wanted now was to take Gu Sun home. Saving the world was too tiring, he didn't want to be a hero anymore. That's great, Qin Wei cheerfully picked up the longsword Songmi had thrown on the ground. When do we go home? Someone patted him from behind, and turning around, Qin Wei saw Zhanji, red-eyed, extending her hand toward him. Overwhelmed with joy at going home, Qin Wei handed the sword over to Zhanji without hesitation. It's kind of heavy, Qin Wei kindly reminded her. Sister, hold it properly. Zhanji nodded, holding the sword by the handle with one hand and supporting its blade with the other. As Qin Wei watched her standing there transfixed by the blood on the blade, he went off to pack other things. He was too happy, so happy that the sleepiness and fatigue disappeared altogether, because he could go home soon. Ugh. A muffled groan sounded behind Qin Wei. Turning around, he saw the very sword that had just been in Zhanji's hands now stabbed deep into Shermei's abdomen. Ah! Qin Wei dropped whatever he was holding, staring wide-eyed, letting out a scream. Songmi looked up, still stunned from the previous attack, but once again frozen in place. Zhanji. Songmi stared in disbelief at the girl before him. What are you doing? The young woman whom Songmi had protected till now just stabbed his mother. Anyone would feel traumatized by this. But since Songmi had already been shocked once, the second blow instead calmed him down. He placed Gu Sun on the ground and strode forward a few steps to grab Zhanji by the neck. What are you doing? Songmi, don't. Shermei painfully crouched down, raising her hand to clutch at Songmi's pants. Though Songmi grabbed Zhanji by the neck, his grip wasn't tight at all. He still refused to believe, he refused to think that Zhanji would truly try to kill Shermei. Enhance my ability, Zhanji panted heavily, looking at Qin Wei, otherwise, she will die. Qin Wei steadied Shermei, his whole body trembling violently. Songmi seemed to have understood something. Looking at Zhanji, he slowly released the grip on her neck. Zhanji wouldn't kill Shermei, she merely intended to use Qin Wei to strengthen her abilities. And restoration, after being upgraded, might bring the dead back to life. Hurry up and enhance her ability, Songmi pulled Qin Wei close, as if grasping onto the only lifeline amidst boundless waves, quickly. Qin Wei glared hard at Zhanji, the hatred in his pupils unmistakable. You better not have any evil intentions. Zhanji struggled to suppress the fear within, meeting his eyes, or else I can't guarantee what happens to Auntie. Little Wei. Shermei raised her hand and caught Qin Wei's arm. Save your mom. Songmi squatted down, letting Shimmy lean on his body. As he looked at the blood flowing from her abdomen, he couldn't help but roar loudly, hurry up. Qin Wei started crying as tears streamed down his face while standing still to activate his abilities. Can it bring back the dead? Songmi's voice trembled slightly as he whispered the question. Zhanji walked to Songmi's side and suddenly knelt in front of Shimmy. Auntie, I'm sorry. Shimmy raised her head and gently shook it. I can restore the entire world. Zhanji closed her eyes and folded her hands on her chest. Restore this world to what it was a day ago. Songmi widened his eyes in shock. He saw Zhanji's red eyes and heard her softly say, please save Liang Su. Songmi suddenly recalled that a long time ago, he had witnessed with his own eyes how Zhanji instantly restored him from being shredded into pieces like blades of knives. At the time, it felt like magic and he didn't think too much about it. But now, when this instant restoration was applied to himself, he finally realized that Zhanji's restoration was, in some sense, a kind of time rewinding. After a brief moment of blankness, the strong sunlight shone so brightly that Songmi couldn't open his eyes. The shoulder wound and physical exhaustion vanished suddenly. Songmi opened his eyes and looked around, realizing he was in his own home. Songmi. A familiar voice called from not far away through several walls. Songmi immediately turned around and found an intact Gu Sun waiting for him in the living room. Gu Sun. Songmi's eyes welled up with tears, and in a few quick steps, he tightly hugged the man. This Gu Sun was warm, energetic, able to stand, and could embrace him so firmly. Song Mi's body trembled as he held Gu Sun's face and carefully inspected it. After confirming that the Gu Sun before him was genuinely healthy, he quickly ran to the window and leaped out of the house by supporting himself on the frame. Mom! Seeing Shimmy in the yard, Song Mi's legs gave way, and he collapsed directly to his knees on the ground. In just a few short minutes, he experienced the excruciating pain of losing twice. And now, the overwhelming joy of reclaiming what was lost overwhelmed him with such intense emotion that it almost took his life. Xiao Mi, we need to go back and save Liang Su. Shimmy reminded him. Song Mi remembered Zhangji's warning and got up hastily from the ground. Quickly, let's go back. He carried Shimmy on his back, lessened the weight, and let Gu Sun's wind spirit lift them into the sky. At this point in time, it should be when Liang Su met his misfortune. They had wasted some time on the way before, so they weren't able to make it in time. Thinking about this, Song Mi suddenly remembered something that seemed unimportant. Gu Sun, Song Mi looked down at the familiar path. Do you remember the old man who claimed he could foresee the future? Gu Sun nodded once. He wasn't lying. In half an hour, the world would return to its original state. As long as there was enough time, Gu Sun could prevent the virus from leaking out. Time rewinding. Song Mi's voice quivered, but my mom's ability has already been eliminated. Zhangji can restore it. Gu Sun stared steadily ahead. Even if we can't save Liang Su, we must save Zhangji. Gu Sun's wind blew fast, and it only took 5 or 6 minutes for the three of them to travel from their home in B City to the border of C City. In the house where Liang Su lost his life, history repeated itself. Liang Su still lay within. Only this time, a complete corpse remained. The blood under the corpse hadn't yet spread or diffused, clearly indicating that the murderer had acted recently and had not gone far. Without any time for sorrow, Song Mi urgently searched every inch of the room but found no sign of Zhangji or Qin Wei anywhere. Where are they? Song Mi turned and looked around the house repeatedly. How is there no one here? Gu Sun gripped Song Mi's wrist. Calm down. Within such a short span of minutes, Zhangji and Qin Wei couldn't have run far. If they couldn't see them, it was likely Qin Wei had taken control and hidden them intentionally. How can I calm down? Song Mi anxiously paced back and forth in the living room. We already have a plan. All we need to do is find Zhangji. Did little Wei really kill Liang Su? Shimmy finally voiced the doubt that had lingered in her heart. Song Mi stopped in his tracks and looked at Shimmy. It was him. It's impossible. Shimmy stepped back half a step and shook her head. Although his personality is a bit odd, he wouldn't kill anyone. Song Mi was momentarily at a loss as to whether he should be angry or find it laughable. Mom, you still think he's a good person even now? Xiao Wei isn't like what you think. Shimai took a step back and turned to run out of the room. Her voice was loud, shouting loudly as she pushed the door open. I don't believe he killed anyone. Song Mi could hardly believe it and lifted his foot to chase after her. Gu Sun grabbed Song Mi's hand and gave it a hard squeeze. Song Mi looked back and met Gu Sun's deep gaze. At that moment, Song Mi seemed to understand something. Xiao Wei. Shimai ran out of the room, shouting loudly, Xiao Wei, where are you? Mom knows you wouldn't kill anyone. Mom knows you're a good child. Mom wants to go home. Come with Mom. Song Mi pretended to chase after her. Mom. I've already told you, he's no good. Why do you keep targeting Xiao Wei? Shimai yelled at Song Mi. He is so well behaved. He even calls you brother. All he wants is to go home. He's my son. I will take him home. I'm your son too, Song Mi countered. Are you taking care of him but not me? If you can't accept Xiao Wei, then you're not my son anymore. Shimai turned and ran, wiping her tears forcefully. I only have one son, mother only has Xiao Wei. She had observed the ground nearby when she arrived. The road was newly paved asphalt, and the surrounding landscaping wasn't yet completed, leaving behind various deep and shallow tree pits. Shimai deliberately chose an uneven path to walk on and eventually tripped into a long, strip-shaped cement pit dug for landscaping purposes. Making the performance realistic, this fall left her with a bloody head, lying on the ground unable to get up. Xiao Wei. Shimai called out weakly, save Mom. She cried while continuing to shout loudly, Mom is in so much pain. Song Mi secretly followed from afar, his eyes reddening. Gu Sun pressed his shoulder, giving it a squeeze as comfort. This continued for 2 or 3 minutes before Qin Wei finally couldn't sit still. He's coming out. Song Mi moved faster than his own words, and before Gu Sun could act, Qin Wei was already pinned down by Song Mi. Where's Zhangji? Veins bulged at Song Mi's temples as he gripped Qin Wei's hands tightly to stop him from moving. Mom. Qin Wei struggled and shouted, Mom. With Gu Sun's help, Shimai climbed out of the pit, stumbling forward to pull Song Mi away and holding Qin Wei in her arms. Mom is here, don't worry, it's alright. Song Mi stood up, quietly watching as Shimai hugged Qin Wei and cried together. Sorry, Mom lied to you. Shimai wiped Qin Wei's tears haphazardly. Mom was worried you would make a mistake. Mom was too hurried. Qin Wei burst into tears. Mom. Xiao Wei, listen to Mom. Shimai stroked Qin Wei's back of the head, pulling him back into her embrace. Whatever you did to your brother and sister doesn't matter as long as they're still alive. In Mom's eyes, you haven't killed anyone, and you will always be Mom's good child. Qin Wei sniffled. but I killed someone. Where are they? Shimei immediately asked, take Mom there, okay? Mom can save them. Qin Wei shook his head, seemingly becoming somewhat agitated, they're dead. Shimei grabbed Qin Wei's shoulders, losing her previous gentleness, then take Mom there, or else Mom will be angry. Qin Wei was caught between a rock and a hard place, hesitating silently for a moment, and ultimately gave in under Shimei's threat, suddenly pointing towards a location. Shimei instantly picked up Qin Wei, and the three followed Qin Wei's directions until they found a barely breathing Zhanji. She's still alive. Gu Sun laid Zhanji flat on the ground and checked her vital signs. Songmi was more impulsive, directly yanking Qin Wei out of Shimei's arms. What the hell did you do to Zhanji? Qin Wei screamed in fright, hiding back into Shimei's arms. Who let her try to kill Mom? Shimei pulled Songmi's hand away, bringing Qin Wei back into her arms. Xiaomi. When will you grow up? Songmi became obedient instantly upon being yelled at by Shimei. It seemed to be the first time his own mother had ever yelled at him, and after calming down to think about it, he realized he deserved the scolding. He kneeled down, supporting Zhanji's head with his hands. Suddenly, Songmi noticed Zhanji's lips seemed to move slightly. He leaned down and heard a faint whisper, Liang Su. Where is he? Songmi didn't know how to answer. Restore Ant's body. Gu Sun supported his hand beside Zhanji's face and leaned down to speak in her ear. I don't know how much power you have left, but you must restore Ant's body to the state it was 2 hours ago, understood? Zhanji closed her eyes to indicate she understood. She raised her hand to hook around Gu Sun's neck as he helped her sit up. She had been overly enhanced by Qin Wei earlier, and could still feel that pain coursing through her body. Despite this, Zhanji was willing to use her last ounce of strength to restore Shimei's abilities. Liang Su was dead. She had gone through Liang Su's death again. Zhanji went limp in Gu Sun's arms, closing her eyes to sleep deeply. The result of excessive use of her powers was an indefinite period of unconsciousness. Songmi looked at Shimei and knelt down next to her. Shimei stroked Songmi's hair, who bent over, pressing his forehead against her narrow shoulders. My little me. Shimei let go of Qin Wei and encircled Songmi's shoulders with both hands, patting his back lightly. You've grown up so much. Qin Wei frowned slightly, pulling on Shimei's sleeve as if showing displeasure for her hugging Songmi. Gu Sun. Shimei looked towards Gu Sun not far away, seeming to call him over. Gu Sun put Zhanji down and also knelt down beside Songmi, Aunt. The woman before them had beautiful eyes filled with warmth. She tried to smile a little, but couldn't help gently wrinkling her brows. Please take care of him for me. Songmi couldn't hold back a sniffling noise while resting his head on Shimei's shoulder. That's enough, no more crying. Shimei lifted Songmi's head, wiping away his tears with her fingers. How old are you now? Still shedding tears. Songmi didn't mind looking undignified, and cried even harder, Mom. AI. Shimei responded softly. Mom. Qin Wei followed suit, unhappy about being left out. AI. Shimei responded once more. Take good care of your father, his health isn't what it used to be. Shimei released Songmi and pulled Qin Wei back into her embrace. Wei, enhance Mom's abilities. Qin Wei hugged Shimei's neck and rested quietly in her arms without a word. There are no pork ribs to buy now. Shimei slowly touched Qin Wei's spine, so I can't make braised pork ribs for you anymore. Are you trying to go back to the past? Qin Wei whispered, but in the past, I had a bad mother who used to hit me. No worries, Mom will find you. Shimei's voice choked with emotion as she held Qin Wei closer. After finding you, I'll take you home and cook delicious food for you. Really? Qin Wei asked. Ally. Shimei couldn't stop herself from crying. Mom will find you. If you come, Mom. Qin Wei extended a small pinky. Let's make a promise. Shimei smiled faintly, extending her finger to intertwine with Qin Wei's. Let's make a solemn promise. 100 years, never break. The accumulated pain of amplifying her powers surged within her. Shimei held Qin Wei close while her gaze rested on Songmi. Mom. Songmi, hoarse-voiced, tightly clutched Shimei's fingers. As a child, whenever Lao Yuanxiu chased him, he would hold on to Shimei's hand and hide behind her. Don't get mad, it's alright for boys to be a little mischievous, isn't it? Little troublemaker, come here, let Mom see where you fell today. Shimei's face always carried a warm smile, comforting Song Yuanxiu while protecting Songmi. Every mother protects her children, regardless of their age, they will always be her children. Finally, Shimei closed her eyes, burying her face into Qin Wei's neck. Wei, I'm sorry. Ding. A coin slipped from Songmi's hand and fell to the ground. X University's cafeteria, 7 a.m. The familiar aroma of food mixed with the school canteen's characteristic disinfectant smell rushed into Songmi's nostrils. For a moment, there was a quietness in his ears, then suddenly screams erupted, and people began rushing out wildly. Songmi, carrying 2 jianbingguizi, staggered sideways when bumped by someone nearby. He stumbled against the wall and was caught in the corner by another person. Looking up, he saw Gu Sun's face. They stared at each other silently, unusually calm amidst the terrified and collapsing crowd. It was half a month before the outbreak of powers. Everything had yet to happen, and the tragedy could still be stopped. Back? Song Mi asked blankly amidst the chaos. Gu Sun held him tightly and kissed the top of Song Mi's head. You're back. The end.